The Strongest Sect of All Times Chapter 368 to Chapter 440. Xianxia's visit to Huayang County was to make an example out of the Iron Bone Sect. If destroying a sixth-rate sect was not enough to show his might, then fighting a fifth-rate sect was not out of the question. With the middle-grade sect protection array, he dared to seek death in all kinds of ways. Fight to the death? Xianxia said indifferently, that sounds scary. Whoosh whoosh. Elder he waved his sleeves and a powerful energy burst out from his body, forming a wave of dark energy that spread toward Xianxia. In the process, the dark energy gradually condensed and turned into a huge fist with a force of at least 300,000 pounds. Elder he was a 7th-grade Wuzong. Although his strength was not as strong as the Sacred Spring Sect's patriarch, because he cultivated an evil sect's cultivation method, his combat strength was comparable to that of an 8th-grade Wuzong. Whoosh whoosh. The dark fist came crashing down, stirring up a gust of wind. So strong. The stormy pavilion master was deeply shocked. This was only an elder of the Sacred Fire Cliff. Who knew how strong the Cliff Master was? A 5th-rate sect was so terrifying. Boom. Right at this moment, the black fist seemed to have hit something halfway, and a deafening boom was heard. When everything calmed down, Xiaoziji was standing not far from Xianxia with an iron shield. What? Elder He's expression changed. A fist with a force of 300,000 pounds was blocked by a mere martial master with a shield. This was unbelievable. The stormy pavilion master's eyes widened. If he had taken that blow from Elder He would have been seriously injured. This iron bone disciple was an impenetrable fortress. Whoosh whoosh. Elder He's aura burst out again and formed an even more powerful dark energy. Kid. Let's see how many times you can take it. Whoosh. After a while, the dark energy gathered and formed a huge fist with a force of 350,000 pounds. Xiaoziji frowned. Even though he didn't budge from the first punch, he was already feeling a little powerless. If he were to take the second punch head-on, he would have no choice but to activate his defensive barrier. Sinful self, withdraw. Xianxia said, I'll meet him. Yes. Xiaoziji retracted his defensive barrier and stepped away. Hoo-hoo. The fist of darkness whizzed over, and the force it produced swept up the gravel and dust. Shwa. Xianxia leaped up from the Hurricane Wolf King's body. The green dragon crescent blade in his hand glowed brightly as he slashed out an unparalleled azure blade chi. The strength of this saber strike was 350,000 jin. As a superior 2nd-grade Wuzong, sect leader Jun's combat prowess had reached more than 300,000 jin. Coupled with the green dragon crescent blade, it was easy for him to fight a superior 7th-grade Wuzong. Whoosh, the green blade aura seemed to tear the space apart as it slashed the dark fist apart. Impossible. Elder He said in disbelief, he is only a 2nd-grade Wuzong. How can he break my dark fist? Shwa. Xianxia used the cloud-treading steps to rush over. He raised the green dragon crescent blade again and shouted, warm wine slaying Hua Xiong. Whoosh, the green blade aura shot over again. Elder He was shocked and hurriedly retreated. Even though he managed to dodge it, the windy rain pavilion behind him suffered a calamity. A blade mark was left on it, and it was on the verge of collapsing. Shwa. Shwa. Sect leader Jun didn't let him off. He used his movement technique and rushed over again. Furthermore, he unreasonably slashed out 2 more times. The strength of each slash was extremely strong. Elder He didn't dare to take it head-on. He could only choose to continue dodging. In the end, the 2 green blade auras slashed the walls of the hall again. Wang. Wang. The hall that had been built for many years started to shake violently after being hit 3 times. Not good. The hall is going to collapse. Boom. The hall that had been through countless storms finally collapsed. Dust flew up and covered the sky. Pooh. The pavilion leader of the Windy Rain Pavilion spat out a mouthful of blood. The door that represented his face was destroyed by the Iron Bone Sect. He was already furious. Now that the hall that represented the sect's dignity was collapsing, he was naturally furious. Elder He wasn't in the mood to care about the hall. He looked at Xianxia with fear. In a short exchange of blows, he realized that the strength of the Iron Bone Sect leader, who was young and had a low realm, was definitely not below him. Shua. Jun Changxiao waved his green dragon crescent blade and said indifferently, "Coward that only knows how to hide." Elder He's gaze became even more sinister. Jun Changxiao said, "This seat is only targeting the Windy Rain Pavilion today. If you know what's good for you, you'd better scram." This was giving him a chance. Elder He waved his sleeves and said, "Goodbye." He was scared. Actually, if he had admitted defeat just now, he could have brought his disciple away safely. However, he had used his status as a fifth-rate sect to cause his disciple to be killed. It was normal. At first, Elder He didn't know that the Iron Bone sect leader and his disciple were so strong. After a simple exchange, he realized that he couldn't afford to offend them, so he could only admit defeat. "Elder He." The Windy Rain Pavilion's pavilion master hurriedly shouted. This Iron Bone sect leader's strength was so terrifying that even the Sacred Fire Cliff's elder was scared to admit defeat. How could he face him? Pavilion Master Zhang. "Elder," he said, "you caused this trouble. Solve it yourself." After saying that, he left with his tail between his legs. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but that he really couldn't. "Wait a minute," Jun Changxiao said. Elder He stopped and said nervously, "Sect leader Jun, is there anything else?" Jun Changxiao said, "Go back and pass a message to your boss. It's best not to provoke the Iron Bone sect. Otherwise, this seat will visit the Sacred Fire Cliff." Shua. He waved his hand. Awoo. The hurricane wolves howled. Then, under the control of the Iron Bone sect leader, they rushed toward the Windy Rain Pavilion's disciples and started a fierce massacre. Seeing this, Elder He immediately understood. When he said he would visit the Sacred Fire Cliff, he must be riding on these hurricane wolves. A threat. A blatant threat. Understood. After saying this, Elder He hurriedly left the mountain gate. He ran faster than a rabbit. If the other party wanted to kill him and chased after him on the Hurricane Wolf King, even 10 of him would die here. Eh? Isn't that the Sacred Fire Cliff's elder? Why is he in the Windy Rain Pavilion? All the cultivators in Huayang County had already rushed over. When they saw Elder He leaving quickly, their faces were filled with confusion. "Come, let's go up the mountain." Everyone rushed into the Windy Rain Pavilion. After entering the broken gate, they saw the hurricane wolves squatting in the outer courtyard. The Iron Bone sect leader was searching the corpses. Eh? Jun Changxiao, who left the bloody message, turned around and saw so many cultivators. He said, "From today onwards, the Windy Rain Pavilion will be removed from the Jianghu." All the cultivators saw the pavilion master's corpse and the corners of their mouths twitched. In such a short time, another sixth-rate sect was destroyed. This Iron Bone sect leader was too terrifying. Of course. Jun Changxiao said, "I didn't mean to cause trouble in Huayang County. The Windy Rain Pavilion and the other 3 sects were destroyed because they bullied my Iron Bone sect leader." The corners of everyone's mouths twitched even more. Since ancient times, it was normal for disciples to be bullied outside. Just because of this, he came from thousands of miles away and destroyed 4 sections. This was too much, that was what was needed. Because only when you went overboard, others wouldn't provoke you. On the other hand, the more low profile you were, the more others would think you were a pushover and would come to pinch you at any time. Jun Changxiao rode on the Hurricane Wolf King and left the stormy pavilion with more than 500 disciples. The cultivators who had rushed over earlier could only watch. If it was someone else who dared to destroy a sect in their own territory, they would definitely not tolerate it. They would definitely stop them and demand an explanation. But now, no one dared to stop a group of Iron Bone disciples riding on hurricane wolves. They could not wait for them to leave. This was the embodiment of strength. They destroyed 4 sixth-rate sects in a day. That's too scary. We can't afford to offend Iron Bone. When you go to Azure Sun County in the future, you must remember that you can offend anyone but this sect. 4 sects were destroyed because they bullied Iron Bone disciples. Many cultivators in the stormy pavilion remembered the Iron Bone sect and imprinted it in their hearts. As the news spread, the entire Huayang County became lively. That seems to be a 7th-rate sect. Although it's only a 7th-rate sect, they are very strong and ride on hurricane wolves. It's said that Elder He of the Sacred Flame Cliff was in the stormy pavilion at the time. Someone saw him running away in a sorry state. He must be afraid of Iron Bone. Speaking of the Sacred Flame Cliff, they had to have a good talk. After Elder He returned, he told the Cliff Master about the incident. The Cliff Master was furious when he heard that his personal disciple was killed. He decided to find Iron Bone personally to demand an explanation. When he heard that 4 sixth-rate sects were destroyed, he immediately suppressed his anger. To be honest, as a 5th-rate sect, the Sacred Flame Cliff could also destroy 6th-rate sections. However, it was impossible for them to destroy 4 sixth-rate sects in such a short time. Cliff Master. Elder He advised, Iron Bone's sect master is riding a Hurricane Wolf King and his disciple is riding a Hurricane Wolf. They are not simple. In my opinion, it's best not to provoke them. That's right. Another elder said, that guy traveled thousands of miles to Huayang County to destroy 4 sections. It's obvious that he is establishing his power. It's not wise to find trouble with him now. That makes sense. The Cliff Master of the Sacred Flame Cliff thought about it and gave up on finding Iron Bone. Of course. His personal disciple was killed. He would remember this grudge. The news of the annihilation of the 4 evil sects spread like wildfire in Huayang County. Many forces were shocked when they heard about it. It would be fine if the sects that were destroyed were 8th or 9th rate, but the sects that were destroyed by Iron Bone were all 6th-rate sects. The ones who were most shocked were the evil sects who had participated in the martial arts competition in Huayang County. Li Qingyang had won the championship and killed the contestants they sent out. This had caused many forces to resent him, and they were still thinking of finding time to visit the Iron Bone Club. Lucky, she didn't want to cause trouble on impulse. Otherwise, wouldn't he be sending himself to the Tiger's Den, Ghost Hand Sect? Xianxia, whose sole origin was controlled by Xianxia, was greatly shocked when he heard the news. Elder Song. The sect leader of the Ghost Hand Sect walked around the hall with his hands behind his back. After a while, he stopped and said, "Thank you for dissuading me. Otherwise, my Ghost Hand Sect would have ended up like the other 4 sects." He was furious that his disciple was killed by Li Qingyang. However, Xianxia, who had returned from Qingyang County, used all sorts of reasons to stop him from finding trouble with the Iron Bone Club. Of course. With his sole origin being controlled, Xianxia had to think of a way to stop it. Otherwise, his life would be over. When he heard that Iron Bone had annihilated 4 evil sects, the sect leader of the Ghost Hand Sect realized that this was an existence that he couldn't afford to offend. To be able to annihilate 4 6th-rate sects, the 7th-rate sects were nothing. Sect leader. At this moment, a disciple said, "Someone who claims to be from Murdering God Temple has sent an invitation." Murdering God Temple? The sect leader and Xianxia's expression changed greatly. Shua. They received the invitation and opened it. On it was written, "Sect leader of the Ghost Hand Sect, please visit the Murdering God Temple branch 3 days later." At the end of the paper, there was a very sinister skull drawn. The sect leader of the Ghost Hand Sect held the invitation in his hand and couldn't help but tremble. As he said, "This. What is going on?" Similarly, the other big shots of the evil sects in Huayang County were also shocked, because they had all received an invitation from the Murdering God Temple on the same day. As a result, many forces that were relatively far away rushed through the night to head to the Murdering God Temple's branch. They were also feeling extremely nervous. After all, no one knew why the other party wanted them to go. Iron Bone Club. Xianxia returned with his disciple. What? In the main hall, Li Luoqiu, who had just sat down, stood up with a swoosh and said in disbelief, "He went to Huayang County and annihilated 4 sects." That's right. Xianxia took a sip of tea and said. Li Luoqiu was speechless. "Such a good thing, why didn't you let me go?" In the sect, it was either cultivation or training. It was too boring, so she naturally hoped to go out to relax and kill people. Don't worry. Xianxia said, "There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." After destroying 4 sects in a row, he had established enough prestige, but as long as he was in the martial arts world, there would definitely be a lot of trouble. Li Luoqiu said, Sect leader, we destroyed 4 evil sects in such a high-profile manner, I'm afraid that it will arouse public anger in Huayang County. Jun Changxiao took a sip of tea and said, if you're not afraid of death, you can come and find trouble. With the sect protection formation and a group of wolf cavalry as long as the forces of Huayang County dared to come, they would definitely not be able to return. To be honest, although the current Iron Bone Club was only a 7th-rate sect, its true strength was comparable to a 6th-rate sect, or even stronger. After returning to the sect, Jun Changxiao began to take stock of his gains. The 4 6th-rate evil sects were truly rich. If the gold, silver, and jewels were converted into silver, it would be 100 million, crystal cores, medicinal herbs, and ores were even more numerous. Jun Changxiao opened the alchemy pavilion and matched several types of pills. After adjusting to the maximum value, he began to refine. The weapons, shields, and soft armors in the forging pavilion could also be refined. The talisman pavilion strength increasing talisman and talisman of insight could also be refined into 200 or 300 pieces. Awesome! Jun Changxiao's lips curled into a smile. At this moment, he really had the urge to go to Huayang County and rob the evil sections. After all, money and resources came quickly, forget it. He wasn't from the evil sects, how could he rob them? Sect leader Jun didn't know that after destroying 4 sects in such a ruthless manner, many forces and martial artists in Huayang County had labeled Iron Bone Club as an evil sect. After making a trip to Huayang County, he had earned a lot of money and resources. How wonderful! Xiao Ziji and the others also brought a lot of beast meat and crystal cores from their trip to Death Valley, which could be used to refine more elementary beast pills. Ding, 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 the notifications kept ringing. Jun Changxiao acted as if he didn't hear anything. He sat cross-legged in his room and continued to practice martial arts. In these few days, the other disciples returned to Iron Bone Club one after another, bringing more beast meat with them. From the looks of it, sect leader Jun didn't lack elementary beast pills for now. The news of 4 evil sects being annihilated in Huayang County was too shocking. In just 2 to 3 days, the news had spread across the entire Azure Sun County. When the various factions and rogue cultivators heard the news, their first reaction was to widen their eyes. Annihilating 4 6th path evil sects in a day, this wasn't possible, right? Later on, many factions received confirmation through their connections in Huayang County and were deeply shocked. Oh my god! This is too scary. Those were 4 6th path evil sects, not 8th or 9th path. How could he annihilate them so easily? Many cultivators were exhilarated as they discussed. Because of Death Valley, many evil sects in Huayang County would have conflicts with the factions in Azure Sun County. The most famous one was 3 years ago when a 7th path sect's disciples were hunting in the valley and had a conflict with a 6th path sect's disciples. In the end, they were razed to the ground. Wait a minute, the faction that annihilated the Azure Sun County was Stormy Pavilion. At that time, 2 elders and hundreds of disciples from Stormy Pavilion came. Not only did they annihilate the 7th path sect, but they also killed many elderly, women, and children. It was so cruel that it made one's hair stand. What about the 100 Sect Alliance? At that time, Qin Haoran had tried to mediate between the 2 factions, but the other party was determined to annihilate them. Hence, he could only turn a blind eye. In short, as long as the factions in Azure Sun County provoked the factions in Huayang County, especially the evil sects, they could only admit defeat. It was unbearable and sullen. Now that Iron Bone had gone to Huayang County to cause trouble and annihilated 4 6th path evil sects, the Azure Sun County cultivators could hold their heads up high. At that moment, many factions and individuals who had been bullied by the evil sects had great respect for Jun Changxiao and despised the 100 Sect Alliance for not doing anything. Vast Qi Sect. Alliance Master Qin sat at the head of the table with an ugly expression on his face. His hands were tightly gripping the armrest. He was extremely angry. How could he not be angry? He didn't dare to provoke the 6th path evil sects, but 4 of them were annihilated by Jun Changxiao. This wasn't just a slap to his face, it was also a slap to the 100 Sect Alliance's face. Without a doubt. When the Azure Sun County cultivators knew about this, they would definitely worship that kid. He and the Alliance would only be despised by them. Without comparison, there would be no harm. Humph, Shintong sneered, there are many evil sects in Huayang County. Since Jun Changxiao dared to eliminate 4 of them, he will definitely provoke public anger and bring more trouble. Not bad. Situ Wang said faintly, the evil faction is not to be trifled with. Once we provoke them, Iron Bone will definitely be annihilated. At that time, the practitioners of Azure Sun County will understand why our 100 Sect Alliance chose to remain silent, another big shot said. Alliance Master Qin, who was originally very angry, immediately relaxed. Now. He paused for a moment and said, we're just waiting for big trouble. After wiping out 4 sixth-path heretical sects and venting the anger of the Azure Sun County, they were still waiting to watch the show. These people were really hopeless. The cultivators outside were still discussing the Iron Bone when sect leader Jun came to the herb garden after finishing his cultivation. Every time he came here, he would see the spiritual energy condensed in the air. It was much stronger than before, giving people a feeling that it was both real and illusory. Elder Wei. Jun Changxiao said, when will the spiritual energy in the mountain recover? Although he had the tenfold spirit gathering formation and chi gathering pills, he still felt that his cultivation speed was not fast enough. Therefore, he could only rely on the recovery of spiritual energy and the extraction of spirit stone veins. Elder Wei said, if it's fast, it'll take 3 to 5 months. If it's slow, it'll take 3 to 5 years. At the fastest, it would take a few months. This made Jun Changxiao speechless. The recovery of spiritual energy required an opportunity and conditions. Forcefully extracting the spirit stone veins would only cause destruction. Therefore, they had to wait no matter how anxious they were. Sect leader. At this moment, Li Qingyang came to report, Elder Ma of Azure Mountain Sect has come to visit. He's already in the main hall with an anxious expression. It seems like something has happened. Is that so? Jun Changxiao went to the main hall. The moment he stepped in, Ma Yunting said anxiously, Sect leader Jun, you wiped out 4 heretical sects in Huayang County? That's right. Jun Changxiao said. Trouble, trouble. Ma Yunting frowned even more. Jun Changxiao said, what's the matter? Ma Yunting said with a solemn expression, Sect leader Jun, have you heard of Murdering God Temple? Murdering God Temple? Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, never heard of it. Ma Yunting said, it's a third-rate heretical sect that's as famous as Demon Fiend Sect. It has a branch in Huayang County. I didn't offend Murdering God Temple. Jun Changxiao said. Ma Yunting said, you didn't offend Murdering God Temple, but you offended a few heretical sects in Huayang County. Jun Changxiao seemed to understand something and said, Elder Ma means that Murdering God Temple will stand up for the 4 heretical sects that were wiped out and find trouble with my Iron Bone? That's right. Elder Ma said solemnly. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. I just relied on old Master Shangguan's power to deal with Demon Fiend Sect, and now I've offended another third-rate heretical sect. I'm too unlucky. The system said, it's not unlucky, you asked for it. Scram. Jun Changxiao said. Ma Yunting said solemnly, this Murdering God Temple is more difficult to deal with than Demon Fiend Sect. If they insist on standing up for the 4 heretical sects, they will definitely come to Qingyang County. Sect leader Jun, please make preparations early. Yes. Jun Changxiao said. If Demon Fiend Sect can't be offended, Murdering God Temple definitely can't be offended. Sect leader Jun, it's best to quickly find old Master Shangguan and inform him of the situation. Ma Yunting suggested. Jun Changxiao said, I've just troubled him. If I ask for help again, I'll be a little embarrassed. Ma Yunting was speechless. When Murdering God Temple comes, it will be a great crisis. Sect leader Jun, what's there to be embarrassed about? That's true. Jun Changxiao said, I'll go to Xingyang City now. Saying that, he walked out of the main hall and activated the sect protection array again. Then, he let the disciples cultivate in the sect and not go out casually. Sect leader Li Luoqiu said with sound transmission, there's news from Huayang County. Murdering God Temple has gathered 20 heretical sections. They are currently rushing towards my Iron Bone sect. Who gave the news? Song Si, He went to Murdering God Temple's branch with the Ghost Hand sect leader and found out that the other party had gathered so many heretical sects to seek justice for the 4 heretical sects that were destroyed. Thus, he secretly contacted the spies of Drizzle Hall. How many people? How strong are they? When will they arrive? Jun Changxiao asked. Li Luoqiu said, 2 martial kings, 12 Wuzong, and around 10,000 disciples from each sect. They are expected to arrive tomorrow morning. Damn. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. What a big battle. Sect leader Jun Mayunting walked out of the main hall and said, why are you still in a daze? Quickly go to Xingyang City. It's nothing, it's nothing. Jun Changxiao said, I have Hurricane Wolf King. They will arrive soon. All right then. Mayunting cupped his hands and said, I'll take my leave first. I'll go back and discuss with sect leader. Jun, I won't send you off. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said. He did not plan to tell Mayunting about Murdering God Temple and the heretical sects, because if the other party knew, he would definitely not leave. He had to face the trouble he caused himself. How could he have the nerve to implicate this friend? P.S. The house is being renovated these 2 days, and I still have to change the circuit. I'm very busy, so I'll update 2 times first. It will take about 2 to 3 days. If they were not afraid of death, they could come and cause trouble. This was what Jun Changxiao said before. It was very pretentious and powerful. And he was sure that he had destroyed 4 sixth-rate evil sects in a row, which must have shocked Huayang County. The sects would not dare to provoke him. No matter how much he thought about it, he did not expect that the Deicide Hall would come out and contact 20 evil sects, bringing close to 10,000 disciples and charging over in a grandiose manner. Depressing. Jun Changxiao frowned. If it was just a group of evil sects joining forces, he would not be able to defeat them. But with the participation of the third-rate evil sects, it was more troublesome. Li Luoqiu said, tomorrow morning, the foot of the mountain will be full of people. How should we deal with it? Jun Changxiao frowned. He dismissed the idea of asking Shang Guanhong for help because it was already dusk. Even if he could go back and forth, he would not be able to contact the people of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Not to mention, they had just helped him. It was not right to ask for help again. So, he had to rely on himself. Li Luoqiu said, take the disciples into the mountain too. Hide? No need. Jun Changxiao said confidently, with the sect protection matrix, they can't come in. Li Luoqiu also knew that the matrix was very strong. She said, they are coming with great momentum. If they keep blocking the top of the mountain, we can't get out. So, Jun Changxiao said, we have to find a way to deal with this. The sect protection matrix could protect the iron bone. It did not matter even if they were exhausted. But after all, it was a big problem. They had to deal with it perfectly like the demon sect. How do we deal with it? Li Luoqiu asked. Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, let me think about it. After a while, he had a flash of inspiration. He snapped his fingers and said, deal with it according to the rules of the Jianghu. Rules of the Jianghu? Li Luoqiu was confused. At this moment, she received a message from the spies in the city. The content was that a large number of warriors from Huayang County had entered Xingyang County. There were 50 to 60,000 of them. 50 to 60,000? Jun Changxiao said in surprise, why are there more? When the 20 evil sect masters set off, the news had already spread in Huayang County. Many warriors came to watch the fun. Blue Mountain Sect. Ma Yunting had just returned when Wang Donglin rushed into the room and threw a letter over. Something big is going to happen. Something big is going to happen? He opened the letter, and after reading the contents, he stood up from his chair and said in shock, it's over, something big has happened. The letter was sent by the God-slaying Hall branch. The content was, the Iron Bone Righteous sect of the Azure Sun County has wantonly destroyed 4 sects of my Huayang County. Tomorrow, they will pay the price. I advise your sect not to participate in this to avoid being implicated. AI. Wang Donglin sighed and said, the Deicide Palace is telling us not to help sect leader Jun. Ma Yunting said gravely, the thing I worried about the most still happened. This calamity will be even worse than the demon fiend sect. What should we do? What else can we do? Hurry up and inform the sect leader. For such a big matter, even if they wanted to help Jun Changxiao, the sect leader had to make the decision. At the same time, Alliance Master Qin, who was in the Grand Qi sect, also received the letter from the deicide palace. The general meaning was that the evil sects of my Huayang County will target the Iron Bone tomorrow. The 100 Sect Alliance will continue to turn a blind eye. Ha ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. Wild laughter came from the main hall. Jun Changxiao. Alliance Master Qin was wild with joy. Your big trouble is coming. He was still waiting during the day, but it came at night. At this time, not to mention turning a blind eye, he wanted to use his finger to poke his eyes blind so that he really couldn't see. Such a happy thing couldn't be enjoyed alone. Qin Haoran hurriedly sent a messenger pigeon to the leaders of the various sects and asked them to hurry up and go to the Iron Bone tomorrow. What for? That's right, watch the show. Huayang County's arrival this time was not only huge, but they also informed Azure Sun County in advance. Many warriors received the news. As expected. I knew it. Iron Bone destroyed 4 evil sections. Huayang County will definitely not let this matter rest. 20 evil sects came down and they are even from the deicide palace. Sect leader Jun is going to be in big trouble this time. I hope we can get through this safely. Although that was what they said, the warriors of Azure Sun County didn't think that Iron Bone could get through this safely. After all, with so many people and so many experts, even a 5th-rate sect wouldn't be able to handle it. Let's go. Let's go to Azure Sun City. Many forces, families, and even rogue cultivators took action. 20 evil sects from Huayang County were going to denounce Iron Bone. This was a big matter. How could they not do anything? Azure Sun City. After Xie Guangquan received the news, he anxiously paced up and down in the main hall and said frantically, "My sect leader Jun, why did you provoke another 3rd-rate evil sect?" No. I have to inform him quickly. Xie Guangquan calmed down. Even though it was already late at night, he still personally went to Iron Bone. However, when he arrived at the foot of the mountain, his eyes widened. At this moment, there were many white objects hanging on the branches, illuminating the surroundings. Xie Guangquan was shocked. Night Pearl? No. What he saw was called a light bulb on earth. This was one of the daily goods that Jun Changxiao bought when he refreshed. It was called the Magic Modified Energy Saving Lamp, and it could light up by itself without any electricity. Speaking of which, why did he hang this thing at the foot of the mountain? Because within the range of the light, the disciples of Iron Bone were working overtime. Some were chopping trees while others were lifting stone slabs. Xie Guangquan glanced around and realized that they were going to set up a platform. Jun Changxiao, who was in charge of supervising the work, asked in surprise, "City Lord Xia, why have you come here so late at night?" Seeing him so calm, the corner of Xie Guangquan's mouth twitched. Sect leader Jun, the evil sects of Huayang County have joined forces and are rushing over with murderous intent. I know. Jun Changxiao said. Xie Guangquan was stunned and broke down. Since sect leader Jun knows, why do you have time to bring your disciples here to set up a platform? Do you want to watch a play? Jun Changxiao smiled. They came from afar, so I naturally have to entertain them well. Xie Guangquan almost fainted to the ground. The evil sects of Huayang County obviously came to destroy Iron Bone this time, but he still entertained them. Was there something wrong with his brain? 2 hours later, a stone platform as big as a basketball court was built by the disciples of Iron Bone together. A large wooden sign was erected in the direction of the sect as the background. Only then did Xie Guangquan realize that they were not building a stage, but more like an arena. Bring me a brush. Jun Changxiao shouted. Li Qingyang hurriedly brought over a brush and ink, but the brush was extra large. Shua. Jun Changxiao held the brush, dipped it in ink, and started to write on the wooden board with one hand. A moment later, he put away the brush and stood up, looking heroic. On the wooden board, 3 bold and powerful words appeared: Life and Death Platform. Shua. Shua. Sect leader Jun dipped the brush in ink again. On the left side, he wrote, I will laugh at the sky with my blade. On the right side, he wrote, "Go and lead the two Kunlun mountains." Horizontal scroll. Iron bone. Back on Earth, Jun Changxia's studies weren't that good, but he was good at calligraphy, so the words he wrote were like dragons flying and phoenixes flying. If it weren't for the fact that the evil sects were coming, Xie Guangquan would have clapped his hands and cheered. Sect leader Jun, he frowned and said, "You built such a ring and named it Life and Death. Are you going to fight the evil sects?" "That's right," Jun Changxiao said, "according to the rules of Jianghu, we'll fight them fair and square." Xie Guangquan's mouth twitched. According to the information he received, the evil sects in Huayang County had sent two martial kings. If they fought fair and square, they would definitely die miserably. Sect leader Jun, Xie Guangquan said, "The enemy is coming aggressively this time. Why don't we hide first and come out after the wind blows over?" This was the idea he came up with when he came. Although he was helpless, it was the safest way for now. "Thank you, City Lord," Jun Changxiao said, "I won't back down. I want to tell the whole world that the first principle of Iron Bone is to live as a hero and die as a hero." He had never heard of this principle before. Some of the Iron Bone disciples took out small notebooks and wrote it down, while others closed their eyes and recited it silently. Live as a hero? Die as a hero? Xie Guangquan recited it silently and was immediately filled with respect. In the face of a powerful enemy, he was still able to remain calm and unruffled. Moreover, he was able to say such words that could swallow mountains and rivers. He was truly an unyielding man. "Fine." City Lord Xia was infected and said, "Since sect leader Jun wants to fight, I'm willing to go through this with Iron Bone." He didn't mention the 3.6 million citizens, because he could only represent himself in this matter. "Thank you." Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said. Knowing that the enemy was coming, he still supported him. This was a true friend in need. The sky gradually brightened, and the modified energy-saving lamps hanging on the trees were also extinguished. The newly built Life and Death ring was shrouded in the early morning mist, revealing a solemn and dignified aura. I laughed to the sky with my blade. Leave behind the two Kunlun mountains. If someone saw the vigorous and powerful words written on the wooden board, they would be in awe. The Iron Bone disciples didn't return to the sect to rest. They lined up neatly on both sides of the ring with their hands behind their backs and their heads high. Xie Guangquan saw this and thought, as expected of the Iron Bone sect. The early morning fog gradually dissipated with the sunrise, and everything became clear. Suddenly, many martial artists appeared in the wilderness. Xie Guangquan's heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself, "The evil sects from Huayang County are here already?" No, they were all martial artists of the martial artists from Huayang City Huayang, when they were in UU, US, UUUU. YYYYYYYT in UUU TTTTTS TTYTYTTYTYTTTUTU. Fight to the death. The clans and rogue cultivators of Qingyang City shouted. Right at this moment, Huyang City's AI clan, Sunyang City's Song clan, and the other 7 castellans appeared one after another. They weren't here to watch the show. They were here to support Iron Bone. Huayang County's evil faction had been bullying Azure Sun County for a long time. Everyone had been complaining about it for a long time. It was Iron Bone who helped them vent their anger. Now that they were in trouble, they naturally came from all directions to help. In a short period of time, close to 100,000 martial cultivators had gathered near the Life and Death arena. The number could be said to be enormous, of course. Those who came were either from clans or rogue cultivators. Not a single sect was present. This was because the sects in the Azure Sun County had to be members of the alliance. They would definitely not side with Jun Changxiao. Sect Master Jun. The city lord of Liang City cupped his hands and said, 3 years ago, the Windy Rain Pavilion annihilated 5,320 members of the 7th-rate Xianxia sect in my territory. Even the elderly, women, and children were not spared. You destroyed the Stormwind Pavilion. As he spoke, he bowed and said, I thank you on their behalf. Sect Master Jun. The city lord of Shouyang City bowed and said, I thank you. There was also an 8th-rate sect in his territory that was annihilated because it offended the Little Demon sect. Plop. A young man knelt down and kowtowed to Jun Changxiao. Tears fell like rain as he said, "Thank you, Sect Master Jun, for avenging my family of 36. Please accept this bow from Wang Dong." He was a direct descendant of a small clan in Yaoyang City. Back then, he had followed his father and the others to Death Valley to train. Because of a ferocious beast, he had offended the Thunder Palace. In the end, his entire clan was annihilated. He was the only one who had luckily survived. "Sect Master Jun, please accept this bow from me." "Sect Master Jun, please accept this bow from me." "Sect Master Jun," one martial cultivator after another bowed to Jun Xianxia. Most of them had been bullied or had relatives who had died in the hands of the 4/6 sections. What was an evil faction? That was, they were cruel and took pleasure in killing people. They never considered the pain of others. As long as they provoked them, they would have to pay a painful price. Therefore, the more people they killed, the more enemies they had. Now that so many martial cultivators were bowing to Jun Xianxia, it meant that he had annihilated 4 evil factions in a row. It could be considered as getting rid of evil for the people. Although the falling star continent was cruel, there were still true feelings. Iron Bone had helped them and their relatives take revenge. That was a great kindness. Therefore, they had to help when they were in trouble today. Everyone. Jun Xianxia said righteously, "Punishing evil and getting rid of evil is what my Iron Bone sect should do." The system was speechless. It was clearly the 4 evil factions in Huayang County who had offended their disciples, so they went to annihilate them. Why did he say that they were great heroes? Was there anyone who would flatter themselves like that? Yes. Jun Xianxia. At this moment, the members of the 100 Sect Alliance led by Qin Haoran appeared in his field of vision. When he saw so many martial cultivators from Azure Sun County gathered in front of the arena, he thought to himself, could it be that these people are like me, here to see Iron Bone get annihilated? Sect Leader Jun. The city lord of Liang City said, "We will not allow the evil factions in Huayang County to invade. We will not allow it." Everyone shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and earth. This sentence made Jun Xianxia feel deeply moved. He also realized that the cruel falling star continent was not filled with martial cultivators with twisted values. There were also many martial cultivators with positive energy. Qin Haoran, who was guessing, was viciously slapped in the face again. His face instantly turned ugly. Are they crazy? How dare they protect Iron Bone, or do they not have a deep understanding of the evil faction's cruel ways? No. City Lord Ao and City Lord Han both had their own forces in the territory that had been annihilated by the evil factions in Huayang County. They should know their way of doing things. Protecting Iron Bone at this moment was just courting death. "Humph," Shentong said faintly, "I don't know what kind of bewitching potion that guy fed them." Jun appreciates everyone's good intentions, but... After pausing, Jun Xianxia said loudly, "I will bear the consequences of my own actions. The trouble that my Iron Bone has caused, I, Iron Bone, will bear it alone." Jun Xianxia was touched that the martial cultivators of Azure Sun County were willing to help when Iron Bone was in trouble. However, he had to deal with his own problems and would not implicate others. "Humph," Shentong sneered, pretending to be calm. There were so many evil sect disciples and 2 martial kings. He did not believe that Iron Bone would not be afraid. Qin Haoran was sure that Iron Bone would not be able to escape even with the support of so many martial cultivators. However, not all the members of the 100 Sect Alliance were gloating. Many of the big shots and disciples following behind him had awkward expressions on their faces. They had been bullied by the evil sects in Huayang County and did not dare to speak up. They felt relieved when Jun Xianxia destroyed 4 evil sections. Now that Iron Bone was in trouble, it was too much for them to follow the Alliance Master to watch the show. Qin Haoran. Xie Guangquan said coldly. "If you're here to watch the show, please get lost. Azure Sun City does not welcome you." He already had a problem with the 100 Sect Alliance in Azure Sun County challenging the Holy Spring Sect. Now that the evil sects were here to watch the show, he could not tolerate it anymore. Qin Haoran's face darkened. Just as he was about to speak, Jun Xianxia said, "He's a guest from afar. How can Alliance Master Qin ask him to get lost?" Humph, Xie Guangquan snorted. Since the governor was so shameless, the families and martial cultivators of Azure Sun City would not be nice to Xianxia. The martial cultivators of other cities were the same. The 100 Sect alliance either disappeared or pretended not to know when the evil sects in Huayang County bullied the people of Azure Sun County. They were already disappointed. Now that they were here to watch Iron Bone make a fool of himself, they were extremely disappointed. Many elders and disciples of the alliance felt even more guilty. The sect leader of the Long Blade sect sneered. Iron Bone destroyed 4 evil sections. It's not a big deal that he was destroyed, but it's a big deal that he implicated Azure Sun County. The evil sects in Huayang County are cruel and vengeful. Situ Wang said sternly, if the Iron Bone faction causes a disaster to befall my Azure Sun County, then even 10,000 deaths won't be enough to absolve the blame. As soon as he said that, many of the guilt-ridden alliance big shots felt relieved. This time, the evil sects of Huayang County had launched a large-scale invasion. If they did not only destroy the Iron Bone sect, but also many other sects, it would definitely be a disaster. Haha. Xianxia laughed loudly. Then, he looked at the ugly faces of Shentong, Situ Wang, and the others and said, a bunch of dogs who have been kneeling for a long time. They only know how to cling to life and fear death. The 100 Sect Alliance members were infuriated. Xianxia's expression hardened as he shouted, my Iron Bone clan will show you trash what it means to have your head cut off, your blood flow, and your bones of steel cannot be thrown away. These words were filled with a heroic spirit that soared to the heavens. Iron Bone. Iron Bone. From the moment the book was opened, the name of this sect was not a joke. It represented a kind of integrity, and more importantly, it represented a kind of spirit. The first sect leader was willing to break out of prison and be beheaded to carry on the spirit. A boorish man, Situ Wang sneered. A boorish man, Xianxia clasped his hands behind his back and said proudly, if the heavens did not give birth to my Iron Bone, the Meng Dao would be like a long night. If the heavens did not give birth to my Iron Bone, the Meng Dao would be like a long night. Xie Guangquan said admiringly, today, I swear to go through thick and thin with the Iron Bone sect. We are willing to go through thick and thin with the Iron Bone sect. The martial cultivators of Azure Sun County shouted in unison. At this moment, Xianxia's words stirred the passion in their bodies and the integrity hidden deep in their hearts. Xianxia's face turned gloomier. He had always been highly respected in Azure Sun County. Now that so many people were supporting the Iron Bone, he was very unhappy and angry. He. Suddenly, eerie laughter came from behind. 2 black-robed martial artists walked over step by step. When Xianxia saw the skull pattern on their chests, he exclaimed, Deicide Hall. The martial cultivators of Azure Sun County were shocked. This was a third-rate evil sect. It was one of the strongest sects in the Falling Star continent. Eh? One of the black-robed martial artists saw the arena and smiled eerily. Brother Jean, the Iron Bone sect has built the mourning hall in advance. Since we have eliminated 4 evil sects, we naturally have to take care of the funeral arrangements, the other black-robed martial artist said indifferently. As the two of them got closer, an eerie aura spread out, causing the martial cultivators of Azure Sun County to tremble in fear. Are these the martial kings of the evil sects? How terrifying! Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, more martial cultivators appeared behind the 2 martial kings. Although they were dressed differently, they all emitted eerie auras. Obviously, they were all from the evil sects. They are coming, they are coming. Xianxia sneered inwardly. The Iron Bone sect will be eliminated soon. The 2 Deicide Hall martial artists and a large group of people from the evil sects appeared. The martial cultivators of Azure Sun County stood with their hands behind their backs. There was no fear on their faces. Whoosh! 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 Not long after, 20 evil sects with a total of 10,000 people stopped in front of the life and death ring. They were 100 meters away from the martial cultivators of Azure Sun County. Alliance Master Qin. The Deicide Hall elder glanced at the martial cultivators and sneered. You have brought so many people here. Are you planning to fight with us from Huayang County? Don't misunderstand. Xianxia cupped his hands and said, we are here to watch the show. As he spoke, he led the alliance members to the side, keeping a distance from the martial cultivators of Azure Sun County. Kakik. The elder laughed. A wise man submits to circumstances. The few city lords of Azure Sun County glared at Xianxia. This was only a grudge between the two forces. If it was a war, the 100 Sect alliance would definitely be the first to betray them. I will laugh at the sky with my blade in my hand. Leave behind the 2 Kunlun mountains, Ironbone Sect? A black-robed martial cultivator read the words on the wooden board with a disdainful smile. Kakik. Another black-robed martial cultivator laughed. Xianxia, what do you mean by building a spiritual altar and standing on it? The rules of the underworld. Xianxia said proudly, one-on-one. This was his idea. He wanted to use the rules of the underworld to issue a challenge to the evil sections. One-on-one? The 2 deicide hall martial kings laughed. Why? Xianxia said indifferently, the 2 of you don't dare to accept the challenge. Or do you think that my Iron Bone sect is too strong and you need to rely on numbers to eliminate it? Kakik. The elder with the surname Zhan laughed. Why would a small 7th-rate sect not dare to accept the challenge? Swoosh. Xianxia moved to the side and showed the 3 words life and death arena. He said, I, Iron Bone Sect, will set up this life and death arena today. I am willing to experience the skills of the evil sects of Huayang County. Kakik. Elder Zhan laughed sinisterly. I have been in the underworld for so many years, but I have never seen anyone set up a life and death arena before their sect is destroyed. Since we are going to die anyway, why not die on the arena with more dignity? Xianxia said. That makes sense. Elder Zhan said, in that case, if we don't cooperate, we are not worthy of the underworld. Everyone. He laughed coldly and said, is there anyone willing to fight? My Point Star Valley is willing to fight first. A middle-aged man shouted. This man was called Wan Xiaoxian, an elder of the 6th-rate Point Star Valley. His cultivation had already reached the 3rd stage Wu zone. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not stand out. However, this time, there were 2 deicide hall branch elders here. He must perform well and win the favor of the 3rd-rate sect. 20 evil sects, close to 10,000 disciples, and 2 martial kings leading them. With the sect protection array, Xianxia could completely hide in the sect and not fight them head-on. But it was only temporary. If the other party refused to leave and surrounded the mountain gate, the disciples would not be able to go out to train or cultivate. Therefore, he had to think of a way to solve this big problem. How to solve it? Xianxia thought of fighting in the arena. Perhaps some people would think that they were here to destroy the sect. Would they fight one-on-one with you? Yes. Especially a 3rd-rate sect like the God-Slaughtering Palace. Although it was an evil sect, it was still a member of the martial arts world. Since the sect leader of Iron Bone wanted to die in the arena, he would definitely die with dignity and fulfill his wish. Furthermore, there were so many martial cultivators from the Azure Sun County. It was a good opportunity for them to personally witness the cruel consequences of offending the evil sects of Huayang County. Elder 1. The martial king surnamed Zhan said, you must take good care of this Iron Bone sect leader. Understood. Wan Xiaoxian walked out and jumped onto the life and death arena. He first glanced at Xianxia, then looked at the words on the wooden board. His eyes immediately filled with disdain. It was just a 7th-rate sect. He had made himself too unyielding, wasn't he? Xianxia ignored him and looked at the 2 martial kings, saying, this time, there will be 10 matches in the life and death arena. If I, Iron Bone, lose 1 match, I will bring my disciples and commit suicide in front of the world. What? Sect leader Jun, you must not. Xie Guangquan and Ai Xianxia's expressions changed drastically. They knew that the disciples of Iron Bone were very strong, because they had already proven it when challenging the Sacred Spring sect. However, if they were to collectively commit suicide after losing a match, wouldn't that be too arrogant? Furthermore, there were still 2 martial kings. If they were to fight, they would be much stronger than Wuzong. How could they contend against them? Sect leader Jun, just as Xie Guangquan and Ai Xianxia opened their mouths, they heard Xianxia interrupt with a serious expression, I have already made up my mind. His attitude was very unyielding. Xie Guangquan and Ai Xiang shook their heads. Those city lords, clans, and itinerant cultivators who came to support Jun Changxiao also had ugly expressions on their faces. If it was decided based on the number of wins and losses, it would still be understandable. However, this kind of condition where he had to commit suicide if he lost 1 out of 10 matches was clearly forcing him into a desperate situation. Humph, Qin Haoran thought to himself, he's really courting death. Although Shentong and Situ Wang looked expressionless, they were very happy in their hearts. They did not believe that the evil faction, with 2 martial kings in charge, would not be able to win at least 1 out of 10 matches. Kakik. Elder Zhan laughed strangely. Sect Master Jun knows that the sect must be annihilated today. Is that why you decided to play such an exciting battle on the arena? Jun Changxiao said, life should be exciting. All right. Elder Zhan smiled and said, since sect leader Jun likes to play exciting games, we won't bully the weak. We will fight 10 rounds on the stage. If Iron Bone loses a round, he will lead his disciples to commit suicide. Of course. Jun Chang said with a smile, if my Iron Bone sect is lucky enough to win all 10 rounds, then I ask the 2 of you to leave with these evil sects and mind your own business. Lucky enough to win all 10 rounds? Elder Zhan smiled sinisterly. Do you think that's possible? Impossible, this was the unanimous thought of all the martial artists present. If 2 martial kings were to fight, Iron Bone would lose 2 rounds directly. The result would be all of them committing suicide, Jun Changxiao said, do you dare to play? Elder Zhan smiled faintly and said, if Iron Bone is lucky enough to win all 10 rounds, then we will leave and mind our own business. All right. Jun Changxiao cupped his fists and said, there are so many martial cultivators here. We will be the witnesses. Xie Guangquan, Ai Sheng, and the others' mouths twitched. Sect leader Jun played an exciting battle on the arena with Iron Bone's entire group committing suicide. Xiao Ziji. Jun Changxiao shouted, you go first in the first round. Yes. Xiao Ziji went up to the life and death arena. That's a 3rd stage Wuzong. If they don't send an elder and send a disciple instead, they will lose the first round. As far as I know, Iron Bone doesn't have an elder. Since there are 10 rounds, then they must send a disciple. This Xiao Ziji may have performed well in the Sacred Spring sect, but he is only a martial master. How can he defeat a 3rd stage Wuzong? The martial artists of Qingyang County shook their heads. If they don't have an elder, then they can fight themselves. Sending a disciple to the arena was to lose on purpose. The martial cultivators of Huayang County sneered. They thought it would take a lot of time and effort to destroy Iron Bone. Now, as long as Star Point Valley's elder won the first round, they would all commit suicide. That would save them a lot of trouble. Sect leader Jun Xiaoxian said disdainfully, sending a disciple to fight me, you are treating the lives of your entire sect as a joke. Cut the crap. Xiao Ziji said, let's start quickly. Although he said so, he was actually quite nervous. After all, this was his first time fighting with a 3rd stage Wuzong. Wan Xiaoxian sneered, since you are so eager to die, then I will send you to hell. Huff. The evil Ina tribute immediately spread out. The system said, this person is a 3rd stage middle stage Wuzong. His strength is about 180,000 pounds. 180,000, huh? Jun Changxiao said to himself, sinful self should be able to win. If the martial artists present heard this, they would definitely break down. Big brother, your disciple is only a 6th or 7th stage martial master. Even if he is an extreme stage martial master, his strength is at most 180,000 pounds. How can he fight against a 180,000 pounds Wuzong? Huff. At this moment, Wan Xiaoxian's right hand formed a fist. The evil Ina tribute instantly spread out and punched towards Xiao Ziji. With the support of his martial technique, the strength of his punch instantly soared to 200,000 pounds. Swoosh! Xiao Ziji used the cloud-treading steps to dodge. However, just as he dodged, Wan Xiaoxian's left fist came from a tricky angle. Bang! The fist that also carried 200,000 pounds of strength directly smashed onto Xiao Ziji's right shoulder. A ripple visible to the naked eye spread out on the stage. It's over. Many martial artists had this thought in their mind when they saw it. However, unbelievably, Xiao Ziji, who used his body to resist 200,000 pounds, only took 2 small steps back. There was no sign of pain on his face. Huh? Wan Xiaoxian said in surprise, you can still stand after taking this elder's evil shadow fist. Your body is quite strong. Huff. As he spoke, he rushed over. Huff. His left and right fists attacked at the same time, instantly forming a dense evil shadow fist, accompanied by gusts of cold wind. Bang! 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 It was difficult for sinful self to dodge, so he could only rely on his body to resist. When Wan Xiaoxian stopped, when the dark energy dissipated, everyone's mouth suddenly opened. Because that iron bone disciple was still standing on the stage without a change in expression, giving people the feeling that it was not painful at all. Elder Wan. Elder Zhan frowned and said, you are now representing the evil forces of Huayang County. Please take it seriously. The corner of Wan Xiaoxian's mouth twitched. In order to show off in front of the 2 martial kings of the god-slaying palace, he had already used all his strength from the beginning. However, this iron bone disciple in front of him was simply a lump of iron that was difficult to deal with. Shua. At this moment, Xiao Ziji used the cloud-treading steps and rushed over. His left hand was filled with exploding fist and his right hand was filled with mountain-splitting palm. Huff. The speed of his fist was very fast and his strength was very strong. The faces of all the experts present changed greatly. That iron bone disciple called Xiao Ziji was clearly only a 6th grade martial master, but the power he unleashed was at least 200,000 pounds. Not good. Wan Xiaoxian was shocked. Boom. P.S. The second update. Tomorrow, I will resume my normal update and make up for it. Many martial artists were not mistaken. The mountain-splitting palm that Xiao Zuiji used with his right hand had already reached a weight of 200,000 pounds. A 6th grade martial master with strength comparable to a 3rd grade mid-level Wuzong was truly terrifying. However, Xianxia's face was calm. Xiao Ziji's explosive strength was completely reasonable because he had already crushed the strength-increasing talisman that he had provided for him. Although it was refined from the talisman pavilion and could not be compared to the 5-fold strength-increasing talisman sold in the store, it could still increase his strength by 2 times. After returning from the Sacred Spring Sect, Xiao Ziji had entered the 6th grade from the 5th grade. His strength was around 90,000, so with the strength-increasing talisman and the mountain-splitting palm, it was easy to break 200,000 jin. He felt super good when he threw a punch. He felt good, but Wan Xiaoxian, who could not dodge in time and was forced to retreat 6 or 7 steps, was dumbfounded. A 6th grade martial master with strength not weaker than him. This was too scary. All the martial artists were staring with wide eyes. Even the 2 martial kings' eyes were filled with disbelief. Some martial artists were very talented and their strength far exceeded others in the same realm. This was understandable, but a 6th grade martial master, even if it was at the superior level, could only reach 100,000 jin at most. Unbelievable, unbelievable. How on earth did that guy cultivate? No wonder sect leader Jun dared to let him fight. He has the strength comparable to a 3rd grade Wuzong. Everyone was shocked and disgusted. Xiao Ziji, who was in the life and death arena, felt the powerful strength. His eyes were burning and the blood in his body was boiling violently. Fight, this was his thought and he put it into action. He used the cloud-treading steps and rushed over again. He raised his hand and slashed. Whoosh, a crescent-shaped flowing light, carrying an explosive force, cut through the void and shot out explosively. Its strength reached 250,000 jin. This kind of spiritual martial technique was modified by a mysterious almighty person. It would become stronger as the user's strength increased. Wan Xiaoxian saw this and his face changed greatly. Whoosh, he tried to dodge with his body technique. But before he could stabilize his body, he heard Xiao Ziji shout, I slash, I slash, I slash, 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 slash. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, 3 crescent-shaped flowing lights shot out from the sky, the air, and the ground, carrying a force of 250,000 jin. Everyone was dumbfounded. This kind of spiritual energy type martial skill consumed a lot of spiritual energy. If he used it like this, wasn't he afraid that he would be paralyzed from exhaustion before he could finish off his opponent. Boom, while he was deep in thought, a loud explosion sounded. Although Wan Xiaoxian dodged the first self-chop, he was still hit by the other two self-chop. Dang dang dang. He retreated rapidly, and when he stabilized his body at the edge of the arena with great difficulty, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Withstanding two powerful self-slashes at the same time, he could not avoid being injured. A martial master was able to make Wuzong vomit blood. How awesome! If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have found it hard to believe that there's someone capable of fighting above their cultivation realm. No wonder the Sacred Spring Sect lost 74 matches in a row. The Iron Bone disciples are too strong. While everyone was discussing, Xiao Ziji launched another attack. He didn't use self-slash anymore. Instead, he chose to use mountain-splitting palm and rupturing fist in close combat. This made Wan Xiaoxian feel much better. However, after a while, he realized that this Iron Bone disciple was getting braver and stronger the more he fought. What made it worse was, Wan Xiaoxian tried to fight back, but no matter how he fought, his opponent could easily resolve it with his physical body. In the end, he was beaten up again. Although Xiao Zuiji was able to contend against a third-rank martial great master with the help of the strength-increasing talisman, his physical body was truly tempered. You want to punch me? Sure, then, I'll punch you again. Relying on his strong physical body and soft silk armor, Xiao Ziji didn't even open his seal shield. He attacked wildly, exposing his flaws. The corners of the martial artist's mouths twitched. Fighting was a kind of technical work. It was about moving, dodging, defending, and counterattacking. The Iron Bone disciple didn't need to defend at all and fought with open arms. He was completely a boorish man. The sect leader was reckless, and the disciple was also reckless. This was really, if the heavens didn't give birth to him Iron Bone, Meng Dao would be like a long night. Boom, boom, boom. On the life and death arena, the two had already exchanged dozens of blows. The process wasn't complicated, and it wasn't dazzling. You punch me, I punch you back, and they don't owe each other anything. Xiao Ziji, with his strong defense, could withstand it, but Wan Xiaoxian, with his ordinary physical body, was in a tragic situation. Because he was hit more than 20 times, and his injuries were getting worse. From the current situation, he was already at a disadvantage. No, he had to change his strategy, or he would definitely lose. Ah! Wan Xiaoxian roared angrily, and his body was suddenly surrounded by the dark attribute. Demonic change! Someone exclaimed, a high-grade demonic sect mental cultivation technique. A high-grade demonic sect mental cultivation technique. Hearing this, everyone's face changed. A high-grade demonic sect mental cultivation technique was already very precious, and it was used by the demonic sect, so it was even rarer. When this Star Valley elder used it, his strength would definitely increase qualitatively. Pung! At this time an explosion came from the life and death arena. Wan Xiaoxian staggered out of the dark attribute, and a bright red fist mark appeared on the right side of his face. This was a punch to the face. Damn it! Wan Xiaoxian was furious. When he was about to roar and use his trump card, Xiao Ziji walked out of the fog and punched him. This time, he didn't give him a chance to breathe at all. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Ziji's fist carried a violent force, and it hit Wan Xiaoxian's arms again, and he staggered back. The stronger martial artists could see that the Star Valley elder had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. At this moment, even if he used his trump card, it would be difficult to reverse the situation. Sect leader. Xiao Ziji said telepathically, let him die, or leave him alive. While fighting in the life and death arena, he could still divert his attention to send telepathic messages. This was really amazing. Leave him half alive. Xianxia said telepathically. Although it was a battle of life and death, if Wan Xiaoxian was killed, it would definitely anger the demonic sect of Huayang County, and make him more passive, so he took the gentle route first. Understood. Xiao Ziji continued to bombard Wan Xiaoxian, who kept retreating, and his face became paler. The meridians and internal organs in his body couldn't withstand such a hard fight. It was time to end the battle. Xiao Ziji took a step forward and swung his right hand directly, blasting the retreating Wan Xiaoxian out of the life and death arena. When he fell heavily to the ground, blood kept spurting out. Xiaoxia cupped his hands proudly and said, "Thank you for letting me win." Everyone was shocked. A rank 3 Wuzong was defeated so quickly and seriously injured. It was unexpected. Sorry. Xianxia went up to the life and death arena and cupped his hands. Our sect won the first battle by luck. This was considered luck? There was no such thing as luck in the world. Xiaozue was the winner of the first battle. He also followed the sect master's order and beat Wan Xiaoxian until he was half dead. From the way he spat out blood, it would be hard for him to get out of bed without 3 to 5 months of rest. Elder Zhan frowned and said, "What a piece of trash." Wah. Wan Xiaoxian spat out another mouthful of blood. He wanted to show off in front of the 2 deicide temple elders, but he ended up in such a miserable state. Elder Zhan was very surprised that Xiaozue was able to defeat the elder of Point Star Valley, but that was all because he could easily defeat such a level of martial arts practitioner. The martial artists were not surprised, but they were shocked. Especially Alliance Master Qin and the elders of the Alliance. Their faces were ugly. Xiaoxia's victory over the elder of Star Point Valley gave them a sense of déjà vu. Thinking about it carefully, they realized that it was the Iron Bone challenging the Sacred Spring Sect. At that time, the people of the 100 Sect Alliance believed that the Iron Bone disciples would be defeated by the Sacred Spring Sect disciples. But in the end, they were slapped in the face with victory after victory. Now that he defeated the elder of Star Point Valley, it was also a slap in the face. The martial artists who came to help were not only shocked, but also overjoyed. Although there were still 9 battles to be fought, at least Iron Bone had won the first battle. Xianxia said, "Send someone for the second battle." Brother Zhan. Another martial king said, "Why don't you go up and spar with the disciples of Iron Bone?" "That's what I was thinking." Elder Zhan smiled sinisterly. He did not want to waste too much time in Azure Sun County. As long as he won the first battle and witnessed all the disciples of Iron Bone commit suicide, he could return to the sect to cultivate in peace. Swoosh, Elder Zhan jumped up and landed on the life and death ring. He said proudly with his hands behind his back, "Sect Master Jun, are you going to fight yourself or send your disciples?" "It's over, it's over." The martial artists of Azure Sun County had ugly expressions. This was the martial king of the Deicide Temple. As long as he went up the life and death ring, no one in Iron Bone would be qualified to fight him. What awaited sect leader Jun and his disciples after losing a battle was collective suicide. The system said, rank 1 martial king, high level. Only a rank 1 martial king, Xianxia said, "I won't fight, and neither will my disciples." "Who will fight?" "Me." A lazy voice came from below the stage. Elder Zhan and the others hurriedly turned their gazes over. A middle-aged man yawned as he walked over. This person's attire was somewhat similar to that of the Iron Bone disciples. For example, they were both very bright and eye-catching. However, that guy's eyes were still half-closed, as if he was still asleep. Elder Zhan frowned. He instantly determined that this person was also a martial king. "This is?" Elder Zhan asked. The middle-aged man stopped in front of Xianxia and yawned. He introduced himself, "I'm Jiang Bujin, the elder of Iron Bone clan." "You must be the same as me. You've only heard of Jiang Hu meet again, but you've never heard of Jiang Bu see you again. You don't even change your surname?" Xianxia asked through telepathy. "There are as many cultivators with the surname Jiang as there are grains of sand in Ganges. The Fiend Demon sect will definitely not think that I'm Xianxia," the middle-aged man replied. It turned out that Xianxia was Jiang Bujin. The middle-aged man's appearance was naturally due to his disguise. Although he was an elder of the Iron Bone clan, he was still working part-time in the Fiend Demon sect's branch. He couldn't show his real face and name. "Jiang Bujin?" Elder Zhan thought for a while and said, "Brother Gua, have you heard of this martial king before? Have you seen him before?" Martial King, the evil cultivators of Qingyang County and Huayang County all widened their eyes when they heard this. Many people were already surprised that the Iron Bone clan had an elder. They never thought that this elder would be a martial king. Alliance Master Qin and the Alliance members were dumbfounded. Of course, they didn't think that the God-slaying Hall elder was joking. Then, this lazy middle-aged man was undoubtedly a martial king. A seventh-rate sect has an elder with martial king cultivation. Isn't this too inconceivable? The evil cultivators couldn't accept it. If it was a sixth-rate or fifth-rate sect, it would be understandable to have a martial king elder. But for a seventh-rate sect to have such an expert, it was definitely very explosive. Looking at the expressions on everyone's faces, Xianxia thought, my Iron Bone clan has a martial king. Is there a need to be so surprised? Martial King was shook his head and said, I've never seen or heard of him. Xianxia said, I'm from Lu Prefecture in the northeast. Naturally, you've never seen or heard of him. So that's how it is. Elder Zhan laughed strangely and said, a small seventh-rate sect can recruit a martial king from Lu Prefecture in the northeast as an elder. It's really surprising. It was more than surprising. It was simply too surprising. The 20 evil cultivators secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, the God-slaying hall had sent 2 martial kings. Otherwise, there would be countless casualties if this big guy came over. Martial King. The king of martial Dao. An expert of this level, in front of a martial disciple, martial master, or even Wuzong, was definitely an insurmountable mountain. Stop talking nonsense. Xianxia said impatiently, hurry up and start. After this elder still needs to go to sleep. Because his opponent was also a martial king, Elder Zhan put away his contempt and his gaze became abnormally solemn. Swish. With a wave of his hand, a sinister and terrifying evil aura erupted. The momentum could be said to be vast, as expected of a martial king-level evil cultivator. In terms of aura and attributes, it was not something that a third-stage Wuzong like Wan Xiaoxian could compare to. However, just as Elder Zhan was about to make a move, Xianxia used the cloud-treading steps and instantly approached. He had learned most of the cultivation techniques in Iron Bone, and his understanding was much stronger than the disciples. It could be seen from the way he used the cloud-treading steps. His martial arts were strong, and his understanding of martial arts was also high. Therefore, his comprehension of cultivation techniques was definitely not something that low-level martial artists could compare to. For example, Yi Xingqian. His understanding of Iron Bone's various cultivation techniques was far superior to that of Jun Changxiao. Unfortunately, although he was proficient in the cultivation techniques, his cultivation could not improve. If Yi Xingqian was also a martial king, he would definitely be stronger than Xianxia if he used the Sect's cultivation techniques at the same time. After all, he was once one of the 10 great martial emperors. His martial arts experience was rich. In the entire Falling Star continent, only the other 9 martial emperors could compete with him. Boom! Xianxia quickly approached and without saying anything, he used the mountain-splitting palm. This kind of middle-grade high-grade martial skill, when executed in his hands, the power was naturally extraordinary. Thump, thump, thump. Elder Zhan staggered back a few steps and said in shock, You are a second-stage martial king. When experts exchanged blows, the difference between them was obvious. Otherwise? Xianxia appeared behind him and punched out with his right fist filled with 2 million gene of strength. His strong attributes exploded, and the space became distorted, as if it was about to be torn apart. Rumble. Elder Zhan did not have time to react before he was hit in the back. He was pushed back from the center of the life and death arena to the edge. His body immediately felt intense pain. One move was over. The fist print was left in the space, as if it was frozen. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of terrifying strength could shake the space and cause the fist print to freeze and not dissipate? After becoming an Iron Bone Elder for the past 2 months, Xianxia's strength had greatly increased even though he was still a rank 2 martial king. To be exact. Not long ago, he was only a high-rank martial king. Now that he had taken the body-shaping pill and gone through the shaping room and training tower, he had reached the extreme level. Although Elder Zhan was a high-rank 1 martial king, his evil Sect's cultivation technique was very strong. He could unleash a strength of 1.6 million gene. This strength was comparable to that of a high-rank 2 martial king. Unfortunately, facing Xianxia, a second-grade martial king who could casually unleash a force of over 2 million gene, he could only be described as weak. Thus, when he threw the second punch, he was almost knocked off the stage. His entire body was in pain. Swoosh! Xianxia appeared again and threw a punch. Boom! The sound of an explosion was heard again, shaking the hearts of the crowd. Elder Jean, who had an awesome expression just now, was punched from left to right by Xianxia. He had no strength to resist at all. In a battle between martial artists, a difference of 10,000 jin was enough to determine the outcome. A difference of 400,000 jin between martial kings could be described as a great disparity in strength. Boom! Boom! Xianxia continued to attack, beating Elder Jean until he was running in circles on the stage. The corners of the spectators' mouths twitched. A martial king could beat another martial king to such a state. How great was the disparity in strength, Xianxia was also speechless. This god-slaying hall elder had been laughing non-stop since he arrived. He thought that he was a very strong person, but he did not expect him to be such a weakling. Elder Jean was actually not weak. If it was another rank 2 martial king, he would definitely be able to fight back and forth with them. However, he just had to meet an extreme rank 2 martial king. The disparity in strength was not something that could be made up with the evil sect's cultivation technique. Even if Elder Gua, who was a rank 2 martial king, went on stage, he would still be beaten up by Xianxia. That was because he was also a high-rank martial king like Elder Jean. Why don't you fight back? Boom! Why don't you laugh at me? Boom! Every time our Elder Jiang spoke a sentence, he would throw out a punch, making Elder Jean dizzy. This was absolutely crushing. Xianxia couldn't stand it anymore. He transmitted his voice, just beat him up casually. Don't go overboard. If killing the deicide hall elder could solve the current problem, he would definitely let Xianxia kill him. But in reality, if they continued to abuse each other mercilessly on the life and death arena, it would only increase the other party's hatred and make the conflict between them even greater. Sigh. He was still too weak. If he and his disciples' cultivation were strong enough, they could act tough without any qualms. After receiving the sect master's order, Xianxia gave up on the idea of trampling on Elder Jean. Instead, he punched Elder Jean's abdomen and threw him out of the life and death ring. His strength was just right. Elder Jean staggered and landed on the ground. Although he felt pain all over his body, he did not suffer any serious internal injuries. He would recover after a few days of rest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, Worlds Apart. You have gained 500 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 277050000. After hearing the notification, Xianxia immediately beamed with joy. During this period of time, the system did not release any side missions. Even when 2 martial kings came with 10,000 evil cultivators, it did not trigger them. However, there was a hidden mission. Who knows, this thing might just be completed inexplicably. For example, the hidden mission, Worlds Apart, made Xianxia angry and confused. The system explained, although that person is only a rank 1 martial king, he is an evil cultivator. His strength cannot be underestimated. Xianxia was able to completely crush him. This is the difference between heaven and earth. Xianxia said, I used to crush many opponents in the past. Why didn't I complete it? The system said, some hidden missions are not necessarily related to the host. Instead, they require the sect's members to fulfill the requirements. That's not right. Xianxia said, Qingyang and the others also crushed their opponents. Why didn't they complete it? The system broke down. The mission was completed and the reward was given. Why did you keep asking questions? Was your brain kicked by a donkey? Sect leader Jun was not kicked by a donkey. He was infected by Shangguan Xinyao. If you don't understand, you have to ask. The system was speechless. Some hidden missions may require the sect's members to fulfill the requirements. I see. Xianxia understood now. The cultivators of Qingyang County were the happiest when Xianxia crushed Elder Jean. At this moment, they finally understood why the sect leader dared to set up the life and death arena. He dared to fight 10 rounds and would commit suicide if he lost one. There was such a powerful elder, to be honest. They had no doubt that if 10,000 evil cultivators were to join hands, they would be slaughtered until the ground was littered with corpses and blood flowed like a river. The evil cultivators of Huayang County trembled. They rejoiced that the sect leader of Iron Bone had chosen to settle the grudge with the life and death arena. Otherwise, they would have become cold corpses by now. As for the ones with the worst expressions, it was naturally Qin Heron and the others. They thought that the Iron Bone would be destroyed. Who would have thought that a martial king who could crush an elder of the Godslayer Temple would appear? They did not see a joke in the Holy Spring sect. Instead, they were slapped in the face again and again. Now, they were even more afraid. Because the Iron Bone disciples were strong and they had an elder of the martial king realm, they could do whatever they wanted in Xinjiang County. Xianxia, who was standing on the stage, looked at the other martial king of the Godslayer Temple and said proudly, "Do you want to come up and fight with me?" Elder Guo's mouth twitched. When he was watching the battle earlier, he could already tell that this Iron Bone sect elder was definitely an extreme second-grade martial king. If he went up on stage to fight, he would definitely be defeated. Sect leader Jun Elder Zhan suppressed the pain in his body and said, 10 battles. Isn't it 1 battle per person? Being beaten up by Xianxia made him feel very embarrassed. However, he also realized that with such a strong martial king, it would be difficult to destroy the Iron Bone sect. However, since that guy said that he would kill himself if he lost 1 battle, he would not let it go. At first, he agreed to the life and death arena because he felt that the strong were giving charity to the weak. Now, he was eager to fight 10 battles. Only then could he destroy the Iron Bone. Jun Changxiao said, 10 battles. 1 battle per person. Xie Guangquan and Ai Shang rolled their eyes. Sect leader Jun, before the battle, you didn't say that 1 person could fight more than 1 battle. Now that there is a strong elder, let him fight all 8 battles. Everything will be fine. Jun Changxiao also wanted to let Xianxia fight all the battles. However, it would be a waste if he didn't let the other disciples fight. Since each person can only fight 1 battle, I would like to see what the Iron Bone is capable of. Elder Guo jumped onto the life and death arena. Everyone's mouth twitched. Just now, the Iron Bone Elder called you by name, but you pretended not to hear. Now that the rules say that each person can only fight 1 battle, you immediately jumped out. Do you still have the demeanor of a strong cultivator? Ding. Side mission activated. Damn it, finally, the side mission came. Jun Changxiao hurriedly opened the system panel and saw that the side mission was, defeat the Deicide Temple Elder Guo Di Gang in 1 minute, elite mission. Note, if the requirement is not met within the time limit, the mission will fail. After reading it, Jun Changxiao's eyes almost popped out. He said, are there 2 zeros behind the 1? The system said, no, it's 1 minute. The side mission hadn't been triggered for a long time. The last time was when he brought Yi Xingchen to Pingyang County to participate in the sect competition. Murdering God Temple's Elder Guo jumped onto the life and death arena. It was finally triggered again, and it was an elite-level mission, however. This mission was a bit F***ket up, Jun Changxiao broke down. Do you think it's possible for me to defeat a martial king in 60 seconds? Impossible. The system said decisively. The reason why Xianxia was able to defeat Elder Zhan was because he was a rank 2 martial king. What about Jun Changxiao? Even if he was a rank 2 superior Wuzong, his combat strength was at most 350,000 jin. Elder Guo was a rank 2 martial king. He could casually attack with 1.6 million jin. The difference between the two was close to 5 times. There was no way to fight. Since it's impossible. Jun Changxiao broke down. Then what's the value of this mission? The system said, the more impossible the mission is, the more generous the reward if the host completes it. Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes. He naturally knew that the harder the mission, the greater the reward after completion. The key was, how was he going to complete it? Sigh. Jun Changxiao thought, I can only use the mid-grade strength increasing talisman. After completing Death Valley's epic mission 2, he received a mid-grade strength increasing talisman. He hadn't used it yet. The system said, the mid-grade strength increasing talisman can increase the host's strength by 10 times. 10 times? Jun Changxiao's eyes burned. With his current strength, he would have more than 3 million gene of strength after using it. He could definitely smash a rank 2 martial king. However, the system said if the physical body isn't strong, there will be a long side effect after the time limit expires. How long is the time limit? 60 minutes. 1 minute to deal with this martial king. 59 minutes to deter the evil faction of Huayang County. This should be enough to solve the problem. After some calculations, Jun Chongxiao clasped his hands and said, since that's the case, I'll compete with this murdering god temple expert. Although the mission didn't say that the host had to solve it, at this time, he had to fight the second martial king of the murdering god temple. Sect Master Jun wants to fight personally? To be able to defeat the patriarch of the Holy Spring Sect, Sect leader Jun is indeed very strong. Can he be stronger than that elder Jiang? Everyone discussed in low voices. Xie Guangquan and Ai Shang were thinking that since the Iron Bone sect had a martial king elder, they might have some other unfathomable experts. But they didn't expect that sect leader Jun would fight in the third round, to be honest. It was a little difficult. But it wasn't a big problem. Sect leader Jun still had the artifact spirit saber. Sect Master Jun Eldergua said, let's decide the winner with our fists. Sure, Jun Chongxiao said. The corners of Xie Guangquan and Ai Shang's mouths twitched. They were still thinking that sect leader Jun might have a chance of winning if he used his weapon spirit saber. But now, he was fighting a martial king barehanded. No matter how they looked at it, there was no chance of winning. At this time, Alliance Chief Qin and the other Alliance members should be laughing at him. It was strange. They were all honest and didn't even have the slightest bit of psychological activity. The Iron Bone sect had a martial king who had brutally beaten up the Deicide Hall elder. The impact was too great for them, so they forgot that they came here to watch a joke. What joke was there to watch? That Iron Bone sect was so strong. If they angered that guy and brought the elder to their sect, being beaten up was a small matter, but being destroyed was a big matter. When a person's strength was still within the acceptable range, everyone would still look down on them. But when a person's strength reached a higher level, to the point where they couldn't be touched, they could only look up to them. For example, in the same village, if someone had some money, lived in a bungalow and drove a small car, the neighbors would be jealous in private and would point fingers at them. Hey, that kid still wet his bed when he was 7. I used to play with him, but I didn't think he was that promising. After a period of time, someone had countless enterprises and listed companies. His wealth was comparable to that of a country. The neighbors who used to point fingers at him would definitely all become mutes. Because this kind of rich person was undoubtedly a towering mountain in front of them. They could only look up and didn't dare to cross it. Iron Bone sect was like this. Although it had been getting stronger, Qin Haoran and the alliance members always thought that its strength was just an accident, that it was just luck. Now, the disciples could defeat Wuzong, and the elders could trample on martial kings. They had become existences that they could only look up to. On the life and death arena, Jun Chongxiao and Elder Guo were 10 meters apart. They were already prepared for battle. He's a bit reckless. Lu Qianxian frowned. The sect leader, with his cultivation of rank 2 Wuzong, challenged a rank 2 martial king. The difficulty was too high. There was absolutely no hope. Of course. In this period of time, she knew that although the sect leader was sometimes reckless, he never did things that he wasn't confident in. So, she was secretly looking forward to his brilliant performance. Unlike the eldest senior sister's worries, Li Qingyang and the others had absolute admiration for the sect leader. Since he dared to challenge a martial king, he definitely had absolute confidence. Aha! On the tree, little Long Long yawned. A trace of depression appeared in his eyes. The second martial king. Why didn't Master let him fight? Jun Chongxiao also wanted to let him fight, but the so-called dragonized battle form, which was neither human nor beast, would definitely scare children. Below the life and death ring, all the cultivators were also watching intently. The atmosphere in this area was slightly solemn. Sect leader Jun Eldergua said indifferently, "You can start now." Wait a moment. As Jun Chongxiao spoke, he secretly crushed the mid-tier strength increase talisman. Huff huff. In an instant, a terrifying energy burst out from his dantian. Then, like a tide, it surged toward all the meridians in his body. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Jun Changxiao felt that every muscle and every meridian in his body contained an even greater power than before. His eyes were filled with an intense fighting spirit. Elder Guo frowned. The moment Jun Changxiao's power surged, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. A rank 2 martial ancestor realm cultivator without any weapons. How could he have such thoughts? Was it because the elder of the Iron Bone faction was too strong? Elder Guo smiled. You can start now, Jun Changxiao said. When he said the word start, the 1-minute time shown on the side mission suddenly became 59 seconds. Obviously, it had started and entered the countdown stage. Swoosh. At this moment, Elder Guo rushed over with his movement technique. Huff huff. A powerful evil aura burst out from his body and gradually condensed into an illusory human figure. Demon statue. A cultivator exclaimed. The figure gradually materialized, like a carved stone statue, emitting an evil aura that made people fear it. Huff huff. Suddenly, the demon statue stretched out one hand and mercilessly attacked Jun Changxiao. The force it carried instantly rose to 2 million jin. Elder Zhan's mouth twitched. Facing a second stage Wuzong, Brother Guo used his trump card right from the start. Wasn't he being too serious? Elder Guo's move was to end the battle quickly. Ta. However, facing the demon statue's palm, Sect leader Jun took a step forward. His eyes shone with excitement as he waved his right fist and attacked. Ka ka ka, as he punched out, the space around him crackled and popped. When one's strength reached a certain level, the punch could produce the sound of wind breaking. When it was a little stronger, it could stir up the wind. When it was a little stronger, it could stir up the space. Oh my God! Hearing the sound that gave people goosebumps, everyone was dumbfounded. Their hearts were in turmoil. Impossible. Elder Guo's face changed greatly, the faint ominous feeling he had before expanded infinitely the moment Jun Changxiao's fist came. Chapter 4. When Jun Changxiao's fist came crashing down, an intense ominous feeling instantly surged into Elder Guo's knowledge sea, causing his complexion to change greatly. Even the magic colossus, which was 2 to 3 meters tall, looked abnormally small in front of the incoming fist. Whoosh whoosh. The wind howled and dust flew everywhere. The spectators held their breaths. Their hearts were filled with shock. What kind of strength was this to create such a powerful aura? Xianxia, who had just stepped down from the stage, felt the powerful energy fluctuation. His expression froze. This aura, this strength. It was definitely more than 1 million genes stronger than his. With the support of the 10 times strength amplification talisman, the strength of Jun Changxiao's fist had increased from 350,000 gene to 3.5 million gene. What did that mean? Even a mid-level peak martial king could only reach 250,000 gene. The battle prowess that Jun Changxiao had unleashed was equivalent to that of an advanced rank 8 martial king in the Falling Star continent. It was no wonder that Elder Guo, who was an advanced rank 2 martial king, felt a strong sense of foreboding in his heart when facing such strength. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. This was the thought that came to Elder Guo's mind in a split second. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Jun Changxiao's fist, which was imbued with immense power, landed on the golem's palm and smashed it into smithereens. Pfft. Elder Guo vomited blood on the spot. However, Jun Changxiao's fist was like a hot knife through butter. It completely destroyed the golem's body. Elder Guo's attack was forcefully broken. The backlash was huge. Not only did he vomit blood again, but his meridians were also greatly damaged. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, what made him despair was that Jun Changxiao's fist was still coming. The strength it carried was still extremely terrifying. It's over. Elder Guo howled in his heart. Boom. In the end, Jun Changxiao's fist, which seemed to be able to tear space apart, landed on Elder Guo's abdomen. Bang. The clothes on Elder Guo's back were torn apart. A red fist print could be seen on his exposed skin. A ripple of energy visible to the naked eye instantly spread out and extended for thousands of meters. All the martial artists below the stage felt that domineering aura, and all of them were trembling in fear. They couldn't tell how powerful the energy was, but without a doubt, if it hit them, they would definitely die. That wasn't the point. The point was, what happened to Elder Gua? Everyone gradually calmed down. They looked at the life and death ring, where was Jun Xianxia was standing. Elder Gua was nowhere to be seen. Where was he? Could it be that it had been blasted into smithereens? Plop. At that moment, the sound of the crowd. Calm, everyone hurriedly turned their heads to look. On the grass hundreds of meters away, Elder Gua was lying on the ground like a puddle of mud, his body twitching violently. Of the crowd. Xianxia was speechless. The sect leader had just said that it was fine to torture Elder Gua casually. But when it was his turn, he was so heavy-handed. In fact, Jun Xianxia had retracted a lot of his strength when he hit Elder Gua. Otherwise, Elder Gua wouldn't be twitching on the ground. Instead, his stomach would be ripped open. Ding. Side mission completed. Host receives 1,000 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 3770500. It actually gave him 1,000 contribution points. However, it didn't seem worth it to earn 1,000 contribution points with such a powerful strength enhancement talisman. Ding. Congratulations on completing the side mission and triggering the hidden reward. Received Supreme Grade Talent Enhancement Elixir X1 and Sword Dao Talent Enhancement Elixir X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Jun Xianxia was stunned. Then, he was overjoyed. He thought that the hidden reward would only be given when he completed the hidden mission. He didn't expect the side mission to give it too. The Supreme Grade Talent Enhancement Elixir was good. Sword Dao Talent Enhancement Elixir was even better. The system said, using a middle grade Strength Enhancement Talisman in exchange for 1,000 contribution points and 2 bottles of Spirit Root and Sword Dao Talent Enhancement Elixir. Do you think it's worth it? Worth it. Jun Xianxia said, super worth it. If there weren't so many people present, he might have taken out the Sword Dao Talent Enhancement Elixir and drank it on the spot. Swoosh. Jun Xianxia clasped his fist and said, thank you for letting me win. Everyone's mouth twitched. Sending a rank 2 martial king flying a few hundred meters with one punch and making him unable to stand up. This Iron Bone sect leader was really strong. Elder Zhan's face was extremely ugly. He and Guo Digang both wanted to end the battle quickly. In the end, one was miserably beaten up and the other was instantly killed. Elder Zhan. Jun Xianxia said, send someone up. They had only fought 3 rounds. There were still 7 rounds left. Even if they fought 2 in one chapter, they could happily write 3.5 chapters. Everyone. Elder Zhan said in a deep voice, who will fight? The 20 upper echelons of the evil sects were all silent. They now realized that although Iron Bone was only a 7th-rate sect, their sect leader, elders, and disciples were all very strong. If they went up, they would definitely be beaten up. After 3 rounds, Iron Bone's momentum was very strong. On the contrary, the morale of the evil sects in Huayang County had hit rock bottom. Everyone. Seeing that no one said anything, Elder Zhan said coldly, are you afraid of Iron Bone? I'll fight. A 6th-rate evil sect elder stood up. His cultivation was higher than Wan Xiaoxian's, but only by 1 rank. Qingyang. Jun Xianxia said, you fight. Yes. Li Qingyang went up the life and death ring. Brother Yang will win. Young Master will win. Below the ring, the Li family's direct descendants and servants all cheered. Although the Li family's patriarch was very worried, when he saw Li Qingyang standing there proudly, a sense of pride appeared on his face. Everyone look, this is my son. After he joined Iron Bone, he first defeated the inner disciple of Holy Spring Sect in Spirit Spring Mountain, then defeated the pro-disciple of Hao Chi Sect in Noble Spirit Mountain, and finally defeated the pro-disciple of Holy Spring Sect in Holy Spring Mountain. As a father. I'm proud. Let's start. Jun Xianxia acted as the referee. Swoosh. The evil sect master was the first to attack. Li Qingyang did not hesitate to crush the talisman and used the cloud steps to deal with him. He and Xiao Zueji were both level 6 martial masters, but their strength was a level higher. Furthermore, their development was balanced, so it was more than enough to deal with a level 4 martial great master. Boom. Boom. The two quickly fought for dozens of moves, and from this situation, they were evenly matched. But all the experts could see that the Iron Bone disciple's fighting style was much more stable than the previous disciple. As long as there were no major flaws or mistakes, winning this fight should not be a problem. Xiao Ziji's advantage was that his physical body was very strong. His fighting style was to attack without hesitation. At most, you hit me once, I'll take it and then hit you again. Li Qingyang was different. His physical defense was weak, but he was very balanced in all aspects. So when he fought with others, he did not have any outstanding points, nor did he have any major weaknesses. He fought very steadily. Of course. Our chief steward Li's physical defense was weak, but it was only limited to Xiao Ziji, this muscle demon. Compared to other martial cultivators, he was still very strong. Peng. Peng. Peng, the evil sect master took the opportunity and immediately used a dazzling fist technique. In the end, not only did he not hurt Li Qingyang, he was hit several times by his mountain-splitting palm. Everyone's mouth twitched. The guy called Xiao Ziji was already very good at taking a beating. Why was the second disciple also so good at taking a beating? 5. Li Qingyang was good at both offense and defense, and he had the strength-increasing talisman. How could the 4th-rank Wuzong win? If his defense was also strong, he could continue to wear him down. But he didn't have the forging room or the experience tower to temper himself. So as long as he was hit, he would definitely be unlucky. Bang! Bang! Li Qingyang used the cloud-treading steps and went behind the evil master. He punched out with both fists and pushed him back again. End the battle quickly. Jun Changxiao transmitted. Yes. Upon receiving the order, Li Qingyang took advantage of the opportunity to pursue and attack. Bang bang bang, mountain-splitting palm and exploding fist were used one after another, directly knocking the evil master off the stage and falling next to Wan Xiuxian. Everyone's mouth twitched. Iron Bone disciples were really fierce. Torturing a 3rd-rank or 4th-rank Wuzong was like playing Sect Master. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao heard a voice. I'm back. Who was back? Yi Xingchen. This guy slipped down the mountain to train first. He was in the mood to kill ferocious beasts when he suddenly received the Drizzle Hall's message. Knowing that 20 evil sects were attacking the sect, he hurried over. Of course. Night Emperor didn't think it was because he cared about Iron Bone. He just thought that such a carefree place to train must not be destroyed. In short, with Yi Xingchen's personality, he would never admit that he had feelings for Iron Bone. This kind of feeling was slowly built up through cultivation and contact with fellow sect members. Although it was still very weak, it really existed. You came just in time. Jun Changxiao said, fight on stage later. As he spoke, he walked up the stage and said, please send someone to fight in the 5th round. Elder Zhang's eyes were gloomy. He said, is there anyone else willing to fight? He could see it. This Iron Bone disciple was strong, so he dared to fight 10 rounds. But he didn't believe that he could win 10 rounds in a row without losing one. This old man will do it. A hunchbacked old man stepped forward. He was the strongest of the 12 Wuzongs, and his cultivation was the highest. He had already reached the peak of Wuzong. The system said, intermediate level peak Wuzong, strength around 260,000 Jin. Xingchen. Jun Changxiao said, let's go. Ta. Yi Xingchen, who had just returned and was standing with his fellow disciples, stepped forward and looked at the old man who looked to be around 67 years old with disdain. This person was almost 200 years old, and he was only at the peak of Wuzong. His talent must be average, and it would be difficult for him to break through to martial king in this lifetime. Martial cultivators with ordinary aptitude could reach Wuzong through hard work. However, that was the limit. There was almost no hope for them to become a martial king. Nothing was absolute. Some people might be able to break through with the help of heavenly treasures or some kind of irreplicable opportunity. But there were very few of them. Therefore, in the martial king level, there was basically no ordinary or intermediate level. As long as one could enter it, they had to start from the advanced level. Standing in the middle of the life and death ring, Yi Xingchen said indifferently, trash. Everyone's mouth twitched. He dared to say that a peak of Wuzong was trash. This guy seemed to be even more arrogant than the previous two disciples. The evil sect master's eyes were cold. He said, "Today, this old man will obliterate you, and let the iron bone all commit suicide in front of everyone." Old man. Xianxia said indifferently, "Stop dreaming." Although he said that, he secretly crushed the strength-increasing talisman. Whoosh whoosh. A strong force spread out from his body, shocking him. He was secretly shocked. "It's just a talisman, and it gave me so much power. How terrifying." It was only twice. If Night Emperor used 5 times, or even 10 times, he would be shocked to the point of doubting his life. To be honest, if Xianxia had eaten some kind of pill, he could still understand. However, a piece of yellow paper gave him twice the power. It definitely subverted his understanding of martial arts. This must be a talisman from the upper realm that was strengthened by some kind of Dao technique. "Begin," Xianxia said. Whoosh. Xianxia, whose strength had increased, could not wait to make the first move. Whoosh whoosh. He used the rupturing fist, and a gust of wind swept up. The strength of his attack directly hit 250,000 pounds. Peak of Wuzong saw this and his expression changed. He instinctively chose to dodge. If it was Li Qingyang or Xiao Ziji, he could definitely dodge. However, he was facing Xianxia, a former martial emperor. Dodge. He hid behind his fist. Bang! Xianxia's fist, which seemed to have no blind spots, directly hit the evil sect master's face. Not only was his head knocked to the side, 2 bloody front teeth flew out. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of punching style of hitting half of the opponent's face with one punch was simply too valiant. Thump thump thump. Peak of Wuzong staggered back. The left side of his face was red and swollen. Swoosh. Xianxia appeared on the other side and used the mountain-splitting palm to hit the other half of his face. 2 moves were over. Peak of Wuzong's face was swollen like a pig's head. He looked very miserable. This was just the beginning. What awaited him was Xianxia's storm-like destruction. Bang! 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 In the life and death arena, Peak of Wuzong was like a spinning top. He was constantly being tortured. In the end, sect leader Jun could not stand it anymore. He said telepathically, "Don't torture him to death. Quickly get off the arena and end the battle." Xianxia, who wanted to continue, could only punch Peak of Wuzong off the arena. Once again, he felt the double strength brought by the strength-increasing talisman. He could not calm down. This talisman is too magical. Xiao Ziji's recklessness, Li Qingyang's steadiness, and Xianxia's attack just now could be called tyrannical. 3 disciples went out and won 3 rounds. This made all the martial artists realize that the Iron Bone sect was really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. They could not be underestimated. "Continue fighting," Elder Zhan said in a low voice. Therefore, another evil sect expert took the initiative to fight. Xianxia would decide which disciple to fight based on the opponent's strength. In the 6th round, Su Xiaoma used his speed and double strength to kick a mid-stage 8th stage Wuzong around the arena. In the 7th round, a sword cultivator, Zhou Hong, came out. The two of them talked for a long time and finished the battle easily with the linear speed technique. In the 8th round, Li Fei came out. His opponent was only a mid-stage 7th stage Wuzong. It was easy for him to defeat him. In the 9th round, Tianqi had an even easier time because his opponent was only a mid-stage 5th stage Wuzong. In just 20 minutes, they fought 4 rounds. All of them were solid and not weak at all. Unbelievable. The disciples of the Iron Bone sect are too strong. Martial masters are fighting Wuzong like it's a game. Are they even human? Many martial artists broke down. However, the martial artists of the Azure Sun County were more worried. They had to win 9 out of 10 rounds of life and death battles. They had to win 9 rounds and not drop the ball in the last round. The evil sect of the Huayang County sent out their last contestant. He was a high-stage 3rd stage Wuzong. His strength was on par with Wan Xiaoxian. Jun Chongxiao also sent out his last disciple. Who, Lu Qianqian? Letting a woman fight the last round? Isn't this too reckless? If they lose, the leader of the Iron Bone sect and his disciples will have to kill themselves. The martial artists of the Azure Sun County broke down when they saw Lu Qianxian walking up the life and death ring. However, only Xie Guangquan, Ai Xiangyao, and the others were calm. They had seen Lu Qianxian fight in the Sacred Spring sect and knew that she was a rare ice-type martial artist. Her strength was also very strong and was definitely not weaker than Li Qingyang and Yi Xingchen. It was settled. With the eldest disciple as the finale, winning all 10 rounds was not a problem. Xie Guangquan and Ai Xiangyao's tense faces finally showed a smile. 6. On the arena of life and death. The rank 3 Wu zone was covered in layers of ice and turned into a lifelike ice sculpture. Below the arena, all the cultivators widened their eyes. Oh my god, that female Iron Bone disciple was actually an ice martial cultivator. She was able to freeze her opponent in ice. Ka. After a while, the ice on Wu Zong's body fell off and he fainted from the cold. At this point, the battle was over. Lu Qianxian walked down the arena of life and death without even looking at her opponent. From the start to the end, it took at most 10 seconds. Not bad, not bad. Jun Changxiao said, "You've become much stronger." "I'm still far from being able to compete with the sect master," Lu Qianxian said. She was speaking the truth. After all, if it were her, she definitely wouldn't be able to defeat a rank 2 martial king. Jun Changxiao walked up the arena of life and death and looked at Elder Zhan. He clasped his hands and said, "My apologies. My Iron Bone disciple won 10 matches by luck." Everyone's mouth twitched. After 10 matches, they realized something in common. None of them were evenly matched. The Iron Bone disciple didn't fall into a passive position either. She either had the upper hand or crushed her opponent. This was simply too terrifying. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe. Elder Zhan's face was extremely ugly. They had come with such great momentum, but in the end, they did not win a single one of the 10 battles. Their face had been thrown to their grandmother's house. According to our previous agreement, Jun Changxiao said, "Everyone, please return the way you came and mind your own business." Elder Zhan felt even worse. He came to Azure Sun County under the orders of the branch master, but he failed to eliminate the Iron Bone disciple. How was he supposed to report back, not admit defeat and not compromise? He could do that. It was also in line with the demonic faction style. However, the Iron Bone disciple wasn't weak either. There was an elder who defeated him, a sect master who defeated Elder Gua, and a group of powerful disciples. If he fought head-on, he would have to pay a heavy price, not to mention whether he could eliminate the Iron Bone disciple or not. What should he do? After hesitating for a while, Elder Zhan clasped his hands and said sullenly, "Farewell." He admitted defeat. "Let's follow the rules of Jianghu." Jun Changxiao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Now that he had finally gotten rid of this problem, he could once again take his disciples out to show off and have fun without any worries. The Azure Sun County cultivators also felt a huge weight lifted off their shoulders as they felt even more respect for Sect Master Jun. 20 heretical sects and tens of thousands of heretical cultivators came from Huayang County. It was a deadly situation, but it was turned around and resolved. Elder Zhan did not dare to risk his life to launch an attack on Iron Bone's horn. He could only return the way he came. However, just as he was about to leave, a young man walked out of the forest. It was a man with a fair complexion and a slender figure. He looked like an elegant young master from an aristocratic family. Elder Zhan's expression changed and he exclaimed, "Elder Bai." "Ah?" Guodi Gang, who was being carried, endured the pain and tried his best to raise his head. When he saw the person's appearance clearly, his eyes were filled with shock, and he hurriedly closed his eyes and pretended to faint. Jun Changxiao frowned. This person was about the same age as him, but the aura he emitted was much stronger than Elder Zhan's. Sect Master Xianxia, who looked lazy, had a serious expression as he transmitted his voice. "This person is an expert from the Deicide Hall headquarters. His strength is probably," the system said, "peak martial king." Jun Changxiao was startled, and then the corner of his mouth twitched. What kind of joke was this? This guy who didn't even look like he was fully grown was a peak martial king, like a young man strolling in the forest. He suddenly dragged an afterimage and stopped in front of Elder Zhan at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Pa, he slapped his face and scolded, a bunch of trash. A palm print appeared on Elder Jean's right cheek, and he felt a burning pain as he said, Elder Bai, please calm down. His voice was trembling, and cold sweat seeped out of his forehead and back. Elder Bai flicked his black hair and said, the division leader was worried that there would be a change in the situation, so he sent me over to supervise. As expected, he guessed right. Elder Bai, Elder Jean said in fear, this iron bone is very strong. I am worried that if I use force, it will cause a lot of damage. He was also an elder, but only a branch elder. The young man in front of him was an elder of the headquarters. In terms of rank, he was much higher than him. So, Elder Bai said indifferently, is this the reason why you cowered? His sharp eyes stared at Elder Jean, causing him to be extremely afraid, and his legs began to tremble. The 20 upper echelons of the evil sects behind him were also uneasy. They had already seen the golden token on the young man's waist with the words deicide engraved on it. They realized that he was definitely an expert from the deicide hall's headquarters. The martial artists of Qingyang County didn't know. But when they saw a martial king keeping quiet in front of him, they guessed that the other party's status must be high, and his strength must not be weak. This is troublesome. Xie Guangquan and Ai Shang, who had just relaxed, frowned again. As expected, Elder Bai raised his head and looked at Jun Changxiao on the life and death arena. He smiled faintly and said, today, iron bone must be removed from the Jianghu. His voice was gentle and unquestionable. All the martial artists had the same thought, this person would definitely do what he said. How strong is this guy? Jun Changxiao said. The middle grade strength increased talisman still had about 30 minutes left. If the other party insisted on coming, at most, he would take out the green dragon crescent blade and fight with him, the system said, an extreme peak martial king, not including martial skills, is at least 3 million gene. F***ck. Sect leader Jun cursed in his heart. He was only 5 million with the 10 times strength increased talisman. There was a difference of 2 million gene between him and the other party. Even if he activated the special effect of the green dragon crescent blade, he definitely wouldn't be able to win. It wasn't easy to deal with this group of evil sect martial cultivators, but in the end, a peak martial king appeared. Was he destined to bring his disciples to hide in the sect protection array? Friend, Jun Changxiao said, we have an agreement. Out of 10 battles, my iron bone will win 10 battles. From now on, we won't interfere with each other. It would be best if he could rely on words to resolve it. Elder Bai smiled and said, that's your agreement with the trash, not with me. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Damn it, do you want to force me to use my unstoppable blade? No. When the green dragon crescent blade's special effect was activated, it was mistaken for a divine weapon with a spirit. If he pulled out the 40-meter-long blade, even if he could deal with this peak martial king, it would definitely cause more trouble if word got out. He couldn't win, so he could only enter the sect protection array. Disciples, listen up. Sect leader Jun hurriedly sent a voice transmission to the group. Everyone, return to the sect. A wise man knows when to retreat. I can't afford to offend him, but I can't hide, swish. Swish. Swish, the iron bone disciples obeyed the sect leader's orders and hurriedly used the cloud-treading steps to ascend the mountain. Seeing this, Elder Bai smiled faintly. He didn't chase after them. Instead, he locked his consciousness on Jun Changxiao and said indifferently, do you believe that as long as you take a step, I will destroy your soul? Is that so? Jun Changxiao sneered. Although he couldn't beat a peak martial king, he couldn't lose his momentum. After all, he was the sect leader, soon. All the disciples retreated. Only Xianxia was left in the life and death arena. No, there was one more person, and that was the medicine hall master, Elder Wei. Elder Wei. Jun Changxiao hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Please return to the sect quickly. Elder Wei got up and left. However, he didn't return to the sect. Instead, he walked forward and stood in front of the sect leader. His originally bent body straightened. This? Jun Changxiao's expression froze. Elder Wei's turbid eyes gradually became sharp. He said in a deep voice, "This is the territory of the Iron Bone Sect. It's not the place for an inexperienced junior to behave atrociously." Update 7. Today, I've been writing and publishing, so, for tomorrow's update at midnight, there might only be one update. The remaining 2 updates would be pushed to the day. Thank you for the rewards of the 9 heavens, please recommend me. Please vote. This is the territory of the Iron Bone clan. It's not the place for an immature junior to behave atrociously. When Elder Wei said this, although his tone was calm, an extremely strong aura appeared around him. Jun Xianxia and Xianxia, who were closest to him, immediately widened their eyes. This aura, this momentum, it was simply invincible. Grade 1 Martial Master, Grade 2 Martial Master, Grade 3 Martial Master. According to the changes in Elder Wei's aura, the system recited the realms. Finally, it paused for a moment and said, Grade 4 Wu Huang. What? Grade 4? Wu Huang? Jun Changxia's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He knew that Elder Wei was an old man with a story, but he never thought that he would be an expert of Wu Huang's level. Ai Sheng was also dumbfounded. This Elder Wei worked in his medicine store. He looked very old and his cultivation was not very high. How did he suddenly become so overbearing? His domineering aura was used exquisitely, compared to Elder Bai, whether it was his gaze, aura, or gestures, he was absolutely suppressed, an expert, an expert, an expert. This was the inference of various martial artists based on the comparison between the 2 of them. Xianxia, who was behind him, was extremely shocked. He thought to himself, this aura is definitely Wu Huang. It turned out that the sect that he joined not only had an expert who was neither human nor demon, but also an even more terrifying expert. Elder Bai furrowed his brows. To be exact, when Elder Wei no longer hid his cultivation and unleashed his true strength, Elder Bai's heart trembled and his fingers trembled. Was an ultimate peak martial king very strong? Very strong. Unfortunately, in front of a martial emperor, he was still much, much weaker. Elder Wei. Jun Changxiao was wild with joy and transmitted his voice, so, you're an expert. If he did not unleash his realm, he would have always thought that Elder Wei was just an outstanding medicine master. If he had known that there was such an awesome expert, he would not have activated the sect protection formation. Sigh. Elder Wei transmitted his voice, I just want to plant herbs in the Iron Bone. Unfortunately, the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind will not stop. His back was broad and imposing, but also showed his helplessness. If one were to interpret that sentence with a different meaning, the content would be, can't you cause less trouble and let me be a reclusive expert in peace? When Xianxia attacked, Elder Wei wanted to attack, but in the end, he restrained himself. Just now, when Elder Zhan brought people over, he also had the intention of intimidating them. In the end, the sect leader and a group of disciples resolved it. Originally, he thought that he would not have to make a move and would continue to be a dispirited old man planting herbs. Who would have thought that a peak martial king would appear and threaten the sect master? Thus, he could only step forward. What? All the cultivators present widened their eyes, their hearts shocked to the extreme. Ai Sheng's jaw dropped when he heard this. Oh my god, a Wu Huang expert was a temporary medicine master in his medicine store. He thought it was very ordinary and generously gave it to sect leader Jun. Qin Haoren was the most shocked. When he heard the words Wu Huang, he was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. Shen Tong, Situ Wang, and the others were also dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with shock. A martial king and Wu Huang. Was this Iron Bone really a 7th-rate sect? He had mocked and ridiculed them, and now he was here to watch them make a fool of themselves. If he angered them, he would not even know how he died. Old Wei was a martial emperor. Many martial artists were shocked when they found out that Old Wei was a martial emperor. Their expressions froze. Of course. Sect leader Jun was the most satisfied. They thought that they would have to retreat into the sect protection formation, but Elder Wei was suddenly possessed by a great god and confronted the peak martial king. Satisfied, super satisfied, Elder Wei said lightly, if I'm not wrong, you should be 400 years old. When I became a peak martial king, you were still reincarnated somewhere. Huff, huff. As he spoke, a strong pressure spread out, causing Elder Bai to break out in cold sweat. Do you believe it? Elder Wei said, if you blink, I'll destroy your soul. Those words sounded familiar, that's right. Elder Bai had said those words to Jun Changxiao in a very pretentious manner just now. However, he said to take one step, while Elder Wei said to blink. That was absolutely domineering. Jun Changxiao wanted nothing more than to hug old man Wei's golden thigh. With a face full of worship, he said, "Great God, please accept my knees. Take me to act tough, take me to fly, take me to the top." No, how can he be a hall leader? After this is over, I must give him the position of elder. Gulp. Elder Bai swallowed his saliva. No one knew how painful it was for him to bear the pressure from Wu Huang. As for his eyes, he definitely did not dare to blink. Although the evil sects are unscrupulous, Elder Wei said, they still have to consider the rules of the martial arts world, right? Elder Bai immediately understood the meaning of this sentence and hurriedly said, Sect leader Jun just won 10 rounds. According to the agreement, we will leave and mind our own business from now on. Just now, he said that it was Elder Zhang's agreement and had nothing to do with him. Now, he instantly admitted defeat and compromised. Little guy, Elder Wei said, I hope you keep your word. Otherwise, I don't mind going to the God-slaying hall to have a talk with Wei Xinhao. Elder Bai's expression changed again when he heard that. This name, this person, that was the previous hall master of the God-slaying hall. He had already stepped down and was respected as the Supreme Elder. He was Wu Huang and knew the Supreme Elder. He was definitely an expert of the older generation. Senior, please don't worry. Elder Bai said with an incomparably solemn expression, my God-slaying hall has always been a man of our words. We will never go back on our words. Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes. Just now, he was clearly going back on his word, but he actually licked his face and said that he would keep his word. Who? Elder Wei retracted his pressure and pointed to the front, I will count to 3. Take your men and these evil cultivators and disappear immediately. When he said the word disappear, Elder Bai had already left with an afterimage. Elder Zhan and the others also hurriedly carried the injured and retreated as fast as they could. A moment later, more than 10,000 evil cultivators disappeared without a trace. The martial artists of Huayang County who were watching the show also left. They were afraid that they would be misunderstood and think that they were here to help them destroy the iron bone. After everyone left, Elder Wei shouted in one breath, 1, 2, 3. Jun Changxiao almost couldn't hold back and added, blockhead. Sect leader. Elder Wei said, you won't blame me for letting that peak martial king go without permission, right? With Elder Wei's strength, killing him will be easy, but he will also offend the God-slaying hall. Therefore, it is the wisest choice to let him go, Jun Changxiao said. Elder Wei smiled and began to retract his powerful aura. After a while, his back arched again, and his sharp eyes returned to their turbid state. Sect leader Elder Wei exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said, I'll go back first. After saying that, he turned and left. The back view he left for everyone was old and dispirited. At that moment, the martial artists of Qingyang County would not underestimate this old man. After all, he was a hidden Wu Huang. Jun Changxiao sent an apologetic voice transmission, Elder Wei, I'm sorry. Because of me, you can't continue to live in seclusion and peace. Elder Wei stopped and said, Sect leader, you don't treat me as a member of the Iron Bone sect. Jun Changxiao smiled brightly. Plop. Elder Wei wasn't paying attention and tripped over a rock under his feet, falling to the ground in a sorry state. Jun Changxiao's smile froze, and black lines appeared on his forehead. This old man, is he really a martial emperor? P.S. I won't wait until midnight. I'll post it in advance. I'll get up during the day and write 2 chapters. Everyone is not a saint. Who can be free? I was busy renovating 2 days ago and didn't have time to write. Everyone, please understand me. I dare to work so hard today. Elder Bai fled with the evil sect of Huayang County in a sorry state. That was the end of the conflict. With a martial emperor like Elder Wei in charge, they would not dare to cause any more trouble. The martial artists of Qingyang County were still in a daze. The fact that Iron Bone had won 10 rounds in a row and resolved the situation of death had already shocked them. Who would have thought that at the critical moment, another expert Wu Huang would appear? Just his aura alone was enough to scare a peak martial king to the point that he peed his pants. After the matter ended, Iron Bone had also averted danger and many martial artists left. On the way, they were still discussing what they had just witnessed, such as the Iron Bone disciples, elders, and even the sect leader's performance in the life and death arena. This day was destined to be unforgettable. Xianxia and the alliance members left with their tails between their legs. This time, they did not manage to make a joke out of themselves. They were still worried that if Jun Changxiao held a grudge, would he bring Martial King and Wu Huang to bully them? They were thinking too much. If he really wanted to bully them, he would not have let them leave Iron Bone Mountain so easily. If it was before, if Jun Changxiao had the strength, he might really go and suppress the 100 Sect Alliance. But now, a bunch of trash, a bunch of ants, he could not be bothered with them. As his sect and his own cultivation grew stronger, this 100 Sect Alliance was not even worth a fart in Jun Changxiao's eyes. The other party just wanted to see a joke and did not do anything sinister. He just let them stand at the foot of the mountain and look up at Iron Bone like ants. However, the 20 evil sects led by the Deicide Hall had attacked and destroyed his own sect. Jun Changxiao would remember this grudge in his heart. When he had the strength in the future, he would definitely send troops to Huayang County, Iron Bone, in the main hall. Xie Guangquan, Ai Shang, and the rest were invited in. Jun Changxiao sat at the head of the table and cupped his hands. This time, my Iron Bone is in trouble and everyone came to help. Jun will remember this kindness. City Lord Ao said, Sect Leader Jun helping Azure Sun County to take revenge for the annihilation of the sects is a favor. We are only here to help with a little bit of effort. To be honest, he didn't do anything at all and was just a spectator the whole time. But since he was not afraid of the evil faction and dared to come to the Iron Bone to help, it was a kindness. Therefore, Jun Changxiao said in a clear voice, Patriarch Ai, please give each city lord and patriarch a body sculpting pill on behalf of Jun to express my gratitude. Yes. With a wave of his hand, Ai Shangyi took out 2 bottles of body-shaping pills and handed them to the 7 city lords and more than 20 patriarchs. This, City Lord Ao and the others were dumbfounded. Only 5 body-shaping pills would be auctioned off every month. Even if one had the money, it would be difficult to buy them. The AI family's patriarch actually took out so many at once. It was simply unbelievable, also. One sentence from sect leader Jun, Ai Shang was willing to take out so many body-shaping pills. What kind of terrifying face was this? Everyone. Jun Changxiao said, I've already made the arrangements. Please stay for a meal. Sect Master Jun, City Lord Ao clasped his hands and said, I still have things to do in the city. I'll take my leave first. The other city lords and patriarchs also stood up and bid farewell. Jun Changxiao did not urge them to stay. He personally sent them to the door and said, in the future, my Iron Bone will have to rely on everyone in Qingyang County. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Your Iron Bone is so strong, and there's also King Wu and Wu Huang. It should be us relying on you. After some polite words, City Lord Ao and the others left. Xie Guangquan did not leave. Instead, he stood at the door and shook his head. They are wrong. This is a delicacy that will last them a lifetime. That's right. Ai Shangyi agreed. The 2 of them did not leave because they wanted to eat Lu Wancher's cooking. Sect leader Jun at the dining table in the cafeteria, Xie Guangquan raised his cup and said, today's Iron Bone really opened my eyes. First, they won 10 matches in a row. Then, there's the appearance of Elder Wei and Wu Huang. When the news spreads, it will definitely cause a huge commotion. Ai Shangyi also raised his cup. One was the city lord of Qingyang County, and the other was the patriarch of Ai clan. Both of them had a good relationship with Jun Changxiao, so they were naturally very happy. Sigh. Jun Changxiao raised his cup and said, I only want to develop the sect in a low-key manner. Unfortunately, the wind will not stop. Xie Guangquan and Ai Shangyi's mouths twitched. Going to Huayang County to destroy 4 evil sects in a row. This was simply too low-key. Come. Jun Changxiao said, let's drink. The 3 of them drank to their heart's content. After 3 rounds of drinking, Xie Guangquan raised his cup again and said, Sect leader Jun, if Xianxia County invades, please help us. This was the real reason why he stayed to eat and drink. The war in southwest Yangzhou could affect Qingyang City at any time. Although City Lord Xia had already made preparations, he still couldn't eat or sleep in peace. Now, not only did the Iron Bone sect have a martial king, they also had a martial emperor. This made him realize that if they were present, the Xinjiang County would definitely have scruples about annexing the Azure Sun County. Qingyang City is my home. I won't allow anyone to bully it. Jun Changxiao said. Even if he didn't have any feelings for Qingyang City, just by the fact that City Lord Xia had been supporting him all this time, he wouldn't allow anyone to recklessly offend them. Ai Xianxia said, when the nest is overturned, no eggs will remain intact. If Xinjiang County invades, Huyang City will also be in trouble. Therefore, I hope that sect leader Jun can help us. No problem. Jun Changxiao said straightforwardly. Not to mention Huyang City, just by the fact that the city lords and patriarchs had come to support him today, whoever dared to touch Qingyang County would be touching him, of course. The 100 Sect Alliance was excluded. Jun Changxiao wasn't in the mood to care about this organization that wanted to see him become a joke. Naturally, he wouldn't help them. After drinking to their heart's content, Xie Guangquan and Ai Xianxia left happily. Sect leader Jun forced the alcohol out of his body and hurried to the herb garden. Elder Wei. When he arrived at the small pavilion outside the herb garden, he cupped his hands and said, "So you're the real boss." Cough, cough. Elder Wei, who was sitting on a stone bench, coughed twice and said with a haggard face, "You're an old man with half a foot in the grave. How can you be considered a boss?" Jun Changxiao's expression froze. He could feel that Elder Wei's current appearance was much older than before he unleashed his cultivation. Sect leader. Elder Wei's eyes were filled with bitterness as he said, "Although I have Wu Huang's cultivation, I don't have Wu Huang's strength. I can only use my aura to scare people." Jun Changxiao was dumbfounded. Elder Wei said, "There are many difficult and complicated illnesses in this world. For example, one's strength is declining day by day despite having a high cultivation." "What kind of illness is this?" Jun Changxiao asked. Elder Wei shook his head and said, "I've searched all over the Falling Star continent and visited countless famous doctors. The answer I received was that it's an incurable illness." Jun Changxiao was silent. Elder Wei's face was slightly pale now. When he thought of how he was tripped at the foot of the mountain just now, he realized that he had paid a great price for unleashing Wu Huang's cultivation. Elder Wei. Jun Changxiao's eyes were firm as he said, "There's no illness in this world that can't be cured. There are only incompetent doctors. I'll definitely find a way to eradicate your difficult illness. I know my own illness." Elder Wei smiled and said meaningfully, "But sect leader, don't think that you can sit back and relax just because the sect has Wu Huang. You still have to rely on yourself in the future." Elder Wei was Wu Huang, but he only had the realm and no strength. If Elder Bai had insisted on destroying Iron Bone at that time, he would have been powerless. This was a difficult disease that was very difficult to cure. Elder Wei, who had lived for a long time, knew about his illness, so he did not have any hope. After learning about the situation, Jun Changxiao naturally would not let him stay sick. He had to find a way to treat him. The doctors of the Falling Star continent couldn't do it. "It's fine, I have the system. I can definitely find a cure." Elder Wei. Jun Changxiao said, "I have a high-level healing pill here. Try it first." He did not know that Elder Wei was sick, so he never thought that he would let a normal person take a mid-grade healing pill. The system poured cold water on him. The mid-grade healing pill is only suitable for Wuzong at best. It has no effect on powerhouses like Wu Huang. Jun Changxiao knew, but he had to try. What if he was cured? It was a pity. After Elder Wei took it, he was as haggard as ever. Even if the healing pill was effective on Wu Huang, it was only for healing. It definitely could not cure him. "Sect Master," Elder Wei said, "don't worry about me. Just focus on how to make yourself and the sect stronger as soon as possible." Because of the illness, Wu Huang's realm and no strength could not help Iron Bone at all. He hoped that Jun Changxiao could rely on his own efforts to become stronger. Treatment could not be rushed. Even if there were healing drugs in the shop, it would depend on luck to refresh them. Therefore, Jun Changxiao said seriously, "Let's wait for the spiritual aura to recover." Elder Wei glanced at the medicinal garden and said, the soil of Ironbone Mountain is very ordinary. It will take a long time to cultivate medicinal herbs and gather spiritual power. We can only wait. Oh? Jun Changxiao said, Elder Wei means that if the soil quality is very high, the spiritual aura can recover faster? That's right, Elder Wei said. Jun Changxiao asked, what kind of soil is it? Elder Wei said, the better ones are red earth and leap earth. The better ones are rare earth and spirit earth. The more advanced ones are thick earth and carrier earth. Where can I find thick earth and Zai earth? Jun Changxiao said. Since he knew that there were so many types of soil, he would definitely choose the highest grade. Elder Wei shook his head and said, this kind of soil is extremely rare in the Starfall continent. Even first-rate sects might not have it. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Since that was the case, he would settle for the next best thing, rare earth and spirit soil. However, Elder Wei continued, could it be that sect leader wants to find soil to improve the quality of the Ironbone Mountain? Okay, Jun Changxiao replied. Elder Wei shook his head and said, if you want to improve the geology of an area, you have to do it on a large scale. If it's only about 10 mu, it won't have much effect. How big is this scale? At least 10,000 mu. Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes. Not to mention whether or not he could find rare earth, it would be a huge project to improve 10,000 mu of land. Of course. Elder Wei said, if sect leader wants to improve the quality of the soil, I have a way. What way? Jun Changxiao hurriedly asked. Elder Wei was silent for a moment and said, if sect leader can subdue a high-level earth-type dire beast and continuously release its earth attribute, you can slowly improve the quality of the soil. This, Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, but a high-level earth-type dire beast isn't, ga. His voice suddenly stopped. He suddenly thought of something, wasn't Peppa Boar an earth-type dire beast? Moreover, it was a phantasmal beast. It should be worthy of the word high-level, right? Elder Wei. Jun Changxiao hurriedly said, can an earth-type phantasmal beast work? Elder Wei said, phantasmal beasts are mutated dire beasts. As long as they have earth-type attributes, they will definitely be stronger than other dire beasts. Naturally, they are suitable for improving the quality of the soil. Bang! The sect leader's ball flew out and Peppa Boar, who was curled up, appeared on the grass. Every time he saw such a lazy contract beast, Jun Changxiao couldn't help but sharpen his knife to chop it up. He suppressed his anger and said, Elder Wei, what do you think of it? Elder Wei was very surprised. The sect leader summoned a dire beast with a wave of his hand, but he still looked at it seriously. Then, he said a little speechlessly, this, looks like a pig, right? He had seen Little Dragon and Ice Lion before, but he had never seen this little guy before. The main reason was that it was too embarrassing, so Jun Changxiao rarely took it out. Even Wu Huang couldn't tell its breed, so he just treated it as a real pig. Jun Changxiao said, Elder Wei, although it looks like a pig, it is a genuine earth-type phantasmal beast. Elder Wei said, in that case, sect leader, please let it release its earth-type attributes. I will see if it can improve the quality of the soil. Bang! Jun Changxiao kicked Peppa Wild Boar's butt and said, stand up and release your earth-type attributes. Coo, coo. Peppa Wild Boar made a sound and then continued to sleep on the ground, not even opening its eyes. Jun Changxiao, Elder Wei, coo, coo. Outside the herb garden, Peppa Wild Boar ran wildly with its 4 short legs, its face ferocious. Why isn't it sleeping? Why is it so energetic? Because, behind it, Jun Changxiao was holding the green dragon crescent blade and chasing after it with a murderous aura. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were also chasing behind, and they advised loudly, sect leader, you must calm down, it is your contract beast. I don't have a contract beast like this. Sect leader Jun said crazily, I will kill it today and let the disciples eat roast suckling pig. Everyone stopped in unison, holding their chins and saying, we can have this. Bang! Ma Yoning, Dahe, and Ariai put down the chopping board. Lu Wancher, who was wearing an apron, held 2 kitchen knives in her hands and said with a gloomy face, sect leader, let me cut it later. Coo, coo. Peppa Wild Boar was scared out of its wits when it saw this. Plop. Suddenly, its 4 legs kicked, and it fell straight to the ground. Its mouth was crooked, and its eyes were slanted. It was foaming at the mouth, and it seemed to have fainted. Bang! The green dragon crescent blade was inserted in front of its eyes. Bang, 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 bang. Cold edge sword, cold light sword, overlord spear, and unyielding iron shield were all inserted around it. Xianxia squatted down and said with a ferocious face like a demon, "If you don't want to die, hurry up and release the earth element." Swoosh! Peppa Wild Boar, who was pretending to be dead, stood up directly. Its eyes were unprecedentedly serious, and brown elements appeared around its body. As expected. Elder Wei said, "It's an earth element dire beast." Huff, huff. A thick aura spread out and gradually turned into a majestic dire beast about 4 to 5 meters tall. It looked like a lion, a tiger, and a leopard. Elder Wei frowned. As an experienced cultivator, Wu Huang could not tell what kind of dire beast Peppa Wild Boar was from the form it transformed into. He was not the only one. Yi Xingchen had never seen it before. Roar! At this moment, Peppa Wild Boar raised its head and roared. The dire beast that it transformed into also opened its bloody mouth and roared. Instantly, a visible sound wave was formed and spread in the herb garden like a ripple. The sound made everyone's heart tremble. Swoosh! 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 At the same time, the ground that was affected by the sound wave shone with a special luster. Every grain of sand seemed to be covered by it. Under the threat of its master's various weapons, Peppa Wild Boar obediently activated its phantom soul and roared angrily. The sound was awe-inspiring. At the same time, it also contained a majestic earth attribute that instantly enveloped every grain of dust in the herb garden and carried out a comprehensive cultivation. However, with just a roar, Xianxia said, "Elder Wei, how is it?" Elder Wei squatted on the ground, picked up a pile of soil, and felt it slightly. He murmured, "There are some changes." "A little?" Xianxia was not satisfied. Then, with a gloomy face, he looked at Peppa Wild Boar and said, "Don't just stand there, continue roaring." The chubby little guy's eyes were suddenly filled with tears. It felt wronged and could not express its bitterness. "Hurry up!" Xianxia scolded. Phew! Peppa Wild Boar was afraid that its master would take out another set of weapons, so it hurriedly activated its phantom soul again and roared. Although the sound was not as strong as before, the earth attribute was still powerful. Elder Wei grabbed a handful of soil and said, "Sect leader, your contract beast has a good understanding of the earth attribute. If it continues to activate its phantom soul every day and release its own attributes, it should be able to improve the soil in the herb garden very quickly." "How long?" Xianxia asked. "If it can release dozens of times a day, it will take about 10 days to half a month," Elder Wei deduced. Plop! Peppa Wild Boar directly fell to the ground with its 4 legs, and tears flowed uncontrollably. "I'm also Master's contract beast, why am I so unlucky?" Xianxia said. "From now on, you will live in the herb garden and release dozens of times a day. When the soil is improved, you will be put into the sect leader's ball." Peppa Wild Boar heard this and cried even more miserably. "Of course," Xianxia said, "if you dare to slack off during this period, you will be made into a roasted suckling pig." Under the threat of its master, Peppa Wild Boar began to improve the soil in the herb garden. It had to release its earth attribute dozens of times a day and would collapse on the ground at night. At night, Xianxia sat in the study, opened the beginner-grade sword path aptitude liquid, and drank it happily. It tasted similar to the aptitude improvement liquid. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sword Dao aptitude. A notification sounded in his ears. In Xianxia's sea of consciousness, some strange knowledge seemed to appear out of thin air. This knowledge was all related to the way of the sword. Understood, understood. Xianxia murmured, his eyes gradually brightening. He walked out of the study and went to the small practice field in the inner yard. He took out the mid-grade cold light sword. After consuming the elementary Sword Dao aptitude liquid, a lot of Sword Dao knowledge had been instilled into him, allowing him to have a great understanding of the first form of the Ling Jian God art, the one-word sword technique. To be more precise, it was as if he had been enlightened and suddenly saw the light. Shwa! Jun Changxiao placed one hand on the hilt of his sword, and a sword aura emanated from his body. It was as if he had transformed into a sharp sword. Zhou Hong, who was comprehending the sword Dao, immediately sensed it. He turned around and asked in surprise, Sect Master, he is also a sword cultivator? Not bad. Jun Changxiao was also a swordsman now. There were different levels in swordsmanship. What level was he at now? The simplest and most direct way to judge was how many sword moves he could make in one breath. Take Zhou Hong for example. After coming to Iron Bone, he could make 23 sword moves in one breath without the support of sword techniques. He was a rare seedling in the way of the sword. Take Xianxia for example. Although he was not a professional sword cultivator, he had a lot of experience in martial arts. He forcefully comprehended the one-word sword technique and could make 24 sword moves in one breath. Judging from the sect master's aura, he should have a good understanding of the way of the sword. It shouldn't be difficult for him to make 15 sword moves in one breath. Zhou Hong judged from a professional point of view. Yi Xingchen, who had just returned from the Tower of Trials, also saw Jun Changxiao. He was quite surprised and asked, "He's a sword cultivator?" No. He had never seen him use it before. Clang. The cold light sword was unsheathed, and sword light flashed. Shwa. Shwa. The sword aura turned into a white light, shining dazzlingly in the dark night. Clang. Jun Changxiao sheathed his sword, and his face was unusually calm. Zhou Hong said in surprise, 20 sword moves. This, Yi Xingchen was also dumbfounded. Jun Changxiao did not use any sword techniques when he attacked. To be able to make 20 sword moves, he was definitely a good seedling with a good aptitude in the way of the sword, of course. It could not be compared to Zhou Hong's 23 sword moves in one breath. However, Jun Changxiao had just taken the elementary sword Dao aptitude liquid and had the knowledge of the way of the sword. This was the first time he used it to test his skills. Clang. He attacked again, shush. 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 The white light of the sword shadow spread out. When Jun Changxiao sheathed his sword, he made 50 sword moves in one breath. This time, he used the one-word speed formula. Not bad, not bad. The system praised, given your understanding of the way of the sword, you should be comparable to an upper-middle level swordsman. Jun Changxiao said to himself, true enough, the so-called elementary items in the system are not simple even in the other world. Indeed, they were not simple. When Yi Xingchen first comprehended the one-word sword technique, he could only make 24 sword moves in one breath. He could make 50 sword moves in one breath. He was really quite powerful. Zhou Hong, who cultivated later, could only make 60 sword moves in one breath when he used the one-word sword technique for the first time. It was not difficult to come to this conclusion based on the number of sword moves. In terms of the way of the sword, Jun Changxiao was stronger than Yi Xingchen and weaker than Zhou Hong, but not by much. I didn't expect this guy to be a hidden master of the way of the sword. Yi Xingchen was secretly shocked. No. He hurriedly corrected himself, he is a dual cultivator of sword and martial arts. Yi Xingchen recognized Jun Changxiao's martial arts ability very much. After all, he was able to reach second-grade Wuzong at such a young age. Even in his previous life, it was difficult for him to do so. Now that he had an extremely high aptitude in the way of the sword, he was definitely a one-in-a-million genius in both the way of the sword and the way of the sword. The so-called dual cultivation of the sword and the way of the sword seemed very powerful, but in reality, it was useless. Because cultivating the way of the sword and the way of the sword at the same time would only waste more time. It was definitely not as fast as cultivating the way of the sword and the way of the sword. Of course. If a dual cultivator could reach a higher level, especially the level of the king of sword and martial arts, his combat strength would be incomparable to that of a single cultivator. At the same level, a martial cultivator could not defeat a sword cultivator, and a sword cultivator could not defeat a dual cultivator of the sword and the way of the sword. Over the years, there had been many dual cultivators of the sword and the way of the sword in the Starfall continent. However, the number of dual cultivators who had reached the level of King of Sword and the way of the sword could be counted with 10 fingers. Why was this? Because when one reached the pinnacle of the sword and the way of the sword, there would be a multiple choice problem. Either one would be stuck at the level of the sword and the way 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 of the sword. Many dual cultivators of the sword and the way of the sword and the way of the sword reached the pinnacle of Wuzong first. Because they could not bear to cultivate the other way of the sword, or because they wanted to become stronger faster, they had no choice but to focus on one way. In short, dual cultivation of the sword and the way of the sword and the way of the sword was a blessing and a curse. From historical experience, focusing on one way of the sword was the most correct choice. Jun Xianxia did not know that he had become a 1 in a million dual cultivator of the sword and the way of the sword. After he returned to the study, he asked, "Is there any mid-grade sword aptitude liquid?" "Yes," the system said. Jun Xianxia touched his chin and said, "So, I don't need to comprehend the way of the sword at all. I just need to wait for the mid-grade one and use it to improve." "Yes," the system said. Clap. Jun Xianxia clapped his hands and said, "Perfect." Therefore, the explanation of the dual cultivation of the sword and the way of the sword was only limited to the martial artists of the Falling Star continent. With the system in hand, he was completely a superbug that jumped out of the 5 elements and was not in the 3 realms, cultivating the way of the sword and the way of the sword together, no way. He only needed to focus on the way of the martial way, and the way of the sword could only be improved by consuming the aptitude liquid. Shua. Jun Xianxia's mind moved, pulled out the shop, and then rubbed his hands, saying, "Now that I have more than 4,000 contribution points, I must squander them well." Sect leader Jun, who had 4,760 contribution points, clicked on the mid-level store without hesitation, giving off the feeling of a nouveau riche. The last time he refreshed the mid-level store, he bought the Mystical Gate 32 formation. Because he didn't have enough contribution points, he didn't look at the other products carefully. This time, he looked carefully. If he saw something he liked, he would buy it without hesitation, needless to say. The first time he refreshed the mid-level store, there were a lot of good products. Jun Xianxia looked at the 3rd row and saw a product called Mission Publisher. Wasn't this the thing the system said before? Jun Xianxia quickly clicked on the introduction. Item. Mission Publisher. Introduction: it can automatically publish missions of different difficulty every day. After the sect disciples complete them, they will receive the corresponding contribution points. Advantage: there is no need to wait for the sect to be full to trigger missions for the disciples to gain experience and obtain resources. Disadvantage: must have the sect mission board vending machine to use it normally. After the disciples complete the sect missions, the host will not receive any rewards. Price: 1,000 contribution points. Seeing the disadvantages, Jun Xianxia held his chin and said, "I have both of them. I can use them after buying them. But if the disciples complete the sect missions and don't receive any rewards, that's a bit **ket up." The system said, "There are more and more disciples in the sect. If the sect is full, it won't be enough for each person to complete one mission. Therefore, the host is recommended to buy 5 stars. I'll buy it." Jun Xianxia clicked on the purchase button. Ding. The host has spent 1,000 contribution points. You have obtained Mission Publisher X1. It has been transferred into the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 37605000. After buying this product, Jun Xianxia continued to look. Finally, he saw a martial skill called Scarlet Heaven Raging Flame Slash. Just from the name, it's very strong. He hurriedly clicked on the introduction. The content was, Item, Scarlet Heaven Raging Flame / Introduction, a martial skill of the Scarlet Heaven Emperor from a certain plane. It is fierce and powerful, and its killing power is extremely strong. Advantage: the longer it accumulates power, the stronger it becomes. It can be used as a trump card. If it's a fire-type martial cultivator, it will be much easier to comprehend and its strength will increase greatly. Disadvantage: this move is extremely strong and is suitable for male martial cultivators. It's not suitable for female cultivators, even transvestites. Price: 2,000 contribution points. Grade: Mid-Divine Grade. F***CK. Jun Xianxia almost jumped up and said excitedly, another divine grade martial skill. The best part was that it was a mid-divine grade weapon, suitable for fire element cultivators. It was completely tailor-made for him. Oh. If he didn't mention it, he would have forgotten about it. Not only was sect leader Jun a dual cultivator of sword and martial arts, he was also a fire cultivator, of course. The so-called fire elementalist was actually a branch of armaments. The technical term was called fire elemental armaments. It's normal. The system said calmly, the chances of getting a divine grade martial skill in an intermediate level mall are much higher than in a beginner level mall. It's just too expensive. 2,000 contribution points made Jun Xianxia's heart ache a little. The system said, host, you don't have to buy it if you think it's too expensive. Quickly refresh it. Jun Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, only a fool wouldn't buy it. Only a fool would refresh. Ding. Host has spent 2,000 contribution points and obtained Scarlet Firmament Raging Flame /X1. It has been transferred into the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points 17605000. Originally, he had 4,760 contribution points, but after buying 2 items, he only had 1,760 points left. The items in the intermediate level mall were really expensive. Ding. Detected that host has bought a spiritual force martial skill from the mall, automatically matching it with a sect martial skill. Jun Xianxia retreated and saw the words, Scarlet Firmament Raging Flame / added at the end of the sect martial skill. This meant that not only could he learn it, but male disciples could also learn it. Copy. Sect leader Jun spent another 50 contribution points and copied 5,000 Scarlet Firmament Raging Flame / With so many mid-divine grade martial skills, if they were to be thrown into the outside world, it would definitely cause chaos. After buying, Jun Xianxia hurriedly returned to the intermediate level mall. He was afraid that if he looked at another item, he would spend all his contribution points. Schwa. He opened the beginner level mall. There were 1,710 contribution points left. Sect leader Jun, who had OCD, had to use them. Ding. Sect contribution points 17005000. The beginner level mall changed, and new items appeared. Because Jun Xianxia had bought a lot of good things in the intermediate level mall, he only looked at the beginner level items briefly. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at the back row. It was a picture of a gun, named, God Modified, AWM Sniper Rifle. Aya, holy shit. Jun Xianxia exclaimed, another sniper rifle refreshed. The system couldn't help but ridicule, dog, shit, luck. Although Jun Xianxia didn't know much about firearms, he had played a lot of FPS shooting games, and AWM sniper rifles were undoubtedly the most common. In terms of power and performance, it was definitely stronger than the Type 88 sniper rifle. There was a more important point. This wasn't a magic modification, but a god modification. Sect leader Jun had refreshed the mall countless times, and there were a lot of magic modified items, but the only god modification item was the green dragon crescent blade. He clicked on the description, and the contents were as follows: item, god modified, AWM sniper rifle. Description, military bolt action sniper rifle. Effect, fast firing rate, long range, strong penetrating power. Weakness, magazine capacity of 5 rounds, strong recoil. Special effect, activating super weapon mode, can gather 5 bullets together to form a super bullet. Price, 500 contribution points. As expected. Jun Xianxia said, the god-modified green dragon crescent blade has a special effect, so does the god-modified AWM sniper rifle. Just because of the special effect, he had to buy it. Ding. Host has spent 500 contribution points, obtained God-modified, AWM Sniper Rifle X1, has been transported into the space ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 11005000. In a short period of time, Sect leader Jun had spent 3,660 contribution points, falling from a nouveau riche to a person at the bottom. However, obtaining a Sect publisher, a God-ranked martial skill, and a god-modified sniper rifle, to him, was still very worth it. Schwa. Jun Xianxia waved his hand, and took out the heavy AWM sniper rifle. The body of the gun was very long, and it was painted with camouflage colors, definitely the most common design in FPS games. Its power should be much stronger than the Type 88. Sect leader. The next day, Xianxia played with the AWM sniper rifle, and said, "This newly developed gun doesn't seem to be any different from the Type 88. Whether there is a difference or not, you'll know once you try it." Xianxia said. "Okay." Xianxia stood up and raised the gun. The bullets used in the God-modified AWM sniper rifle were not magnum bullets, but the same bullets that were condensed from crystal nuclei. Xianxia reminded, "The power of this gun might be a bit strong, you should lie down and wear the shoulder pads." Xianxia grinned and said, "Disciple's skin is thick, I should be able to withstand it." With the increase in cultivation and the strength of his body, using the Type 88 sniper rifle, even if he did not wear shoulder pads, he would be able to steadily suppress the recoil. Bang! The sound of the gunshot was deafening. Holy shit! Xianxia's mouth twitched. This is definitely the sound of a cannon firing. Turning his head to look, he saw the AWM sniper rifle smoking on the grass. Xianxia was nowhere to be seen. If he did not guess incorrectly, sure enough, when he turned his head, he saw that on a tree 20 to 30 meters away, Xianxia was hanging on a branch, foaming at the mouth, and both of his boots had been sent flying. Sect leader, the power, isn't it a bit strong? Xianxia ignored him, and said with a burning gaze, "This gun is awesome. P.S. 2 is stronger, during the day. It should be more than 1, depending on my condition. After the peak of the evil sect invasion, I will definitely collapse for a while. I'm a man, you know." Xianxia, a 6th grade martial master, was holding an AWM and shooting while standing, but he was sent flying more than 20 meters away. The recoil was really strong. It was also sect leader Jun's fault. In order to test the power of the sniper rifle, he didn't use low-grade bullets, but high-grade ones. Poor Xianxia. His muscles were stiff from the recoil, and he was still holding the gun with his neck tilted. When he returned to the sect, he was greeted by the senior and junior brothers. "Junior brother Xiao, what happened to you? Could it be a brand new cultivation method? Let me try." Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot came from the back of the mountain, causing everyone's ears to buzz. Boom! There was another sound, and the ground shook. What's going on? Could it be the mountain collapsed? Let's go and take a look. The disciples hurried to the back of the mountain. As soon as they entered, they were all stunned. The first thing they saw when they entered the back of the mountain was that there was a small mountain in the distance, but it was now cut in half. "Senior brother, what's going on?" Li Fei asked in shock. Su Xiaoma's mouth twitched. "You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask?" "Look!" Someone exclaimed, "The sect leader is on the tree." The sect leader is on the tree. Everyone looked over and saw the sect leader, hanging on the tree, his eyelids rolled up, and white foam came out of his mouth. Not good, not good. The sect leader is injured. Quick, go to the medicine hall to save him. The iron bone was in chaos. On the training field, sect leader Jun was holding the gun with his hand, and he was doing morning exercises with his disciples with his neck tilted. After Xianxia tried the gun, he also tried it. He even activated the special effect, and 5 bullets were combined into 1 super bullet. In the end, he was shaken to this extent. Although it was tragic, he was happy, because of the special effect of the modified AWM sniper rifle. Its power was terrifying. A small mountain in the back of the mountain was blown up, and it was comparable to a mortar. "Can the Martial King take it?" Xianxia asked. System, in the past, it had always emphasized that the strength of firearms was ultimately limited. If one wanted to become stronger, they had to rely on martial arts techniques and weapons that were suitable for the world of martial arts. Now that the God-modified AMW had blasted away the small mountain with a single shot, they were once again slapped in the face. The system said, "This gun's special effects are very strong, but does the host still expect to rely on special effects to hit a Martial King every time?" "Of course not." Xianxia said, "I can take it and go to the evil sects and destroy their sections." The system was speechless. "You're using the AMW like an Italian cannon. Can't I?" After testing the power of the spear, Jun Changxiao was very satisfied. He planned to find some time to go to the Sect in Huayang County. If the departing cultists saw the power of the AWM super bullet and knew what this guy was thinking, they would definitely be trembling in fear. Mission Pavilion. Jun Changxiao walked in after finishing his morning exercises. After the last round of sect missions were completed, there were no more missions issued. There were no disciples inside, so it seemed empty and desolate. Shua. He took out the mission issuer. From its appearance, it looked more like a TV remote control. There were only 2 buttons on it, on and off. This is too simple. Jun Changxiao was speechless. He pressed the on button. Swoosh, the sect mission board suddenly lit up. All kinds of missions were presented. There were 1-star, 2-star, and 2-star missions, as such. There were missions on the mission board every day. When the disciples received the missions and completed them, not only could they take the opportunity to gain experience, but they could also obtain contribution points to buy the required items. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Unfortunately, most of the goods in the vending machine in the disciples' shop were of lower quality. The only thing that had value was the chi-gathering elixir. The system said, "Do the host still hope that the goods inside are all kinds of divine weapons and skills?" "That's not it," Jun Changxiao said. The system said, "Therefore, the value of the disciples' shop is that it can provide a necessary guarantee for all the disciples. If there are really many high-end goods, then everyone has a system." These words made Jun Changxiao speechless. Furthermore, the system said, "Some of the goods in the disciples' shop are better than those in the large sections. As the sect grows in size, it becomes more important." "That makes sense," Jun Changxiao said. Various high-level martial arts and weapons had to rely on one's own system and various functions. The disciples' shop was for the general public. It was normal that the goods inside were ordinary. This was only compared to Sect Master Jun's system. If this was placed in any sect, it would definitely be super awesome. Of course. The system added, when the host sect level and construction are higher, the disciples' shop will automatically replace the goods with better ones. But in short, it will not be too amazing. Understood. Jun Changxiao called Li Qingyang over and told him that missions had been opened in the mission board. He asked the disciples to come and collect them. After a while, a large number of disciples gathered in the mission board. They crowded around the mission board. Although there were elixirs and spirit-gathering arrays in Iron Bone, who would complain about more resources? Therefore, they had to complete missions to exchange for the chi-gathering elixir. Those who were strong would take on high-star missions. Those who were weak would take on low-star missions. Except for the inner sect disciples. Because their focus now was to become stronger, all resources were provided by Jun Changxiao. The sect's mission board, vending machine, mission board. The combination of the 3 gave Iron Bone a complete mission system. It would continue to be the norm. What a pity. The missions posted by the mission board would only give disciples contribution points after completing them. Jun Changxiao would not get anything. Otherwise, the contribution points and achievement points would be inexhaustible. I still have to rely on my own hard work to create. Sitting in the main hall, Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, "There is still a bottle of supreme-grade aptitude modification elixir. Who should I give it to?" Li Qingyang and the others all had supreme-grade spirit roots. Therefore, they were considered as the second batch of inner sect disciples. Long Xiang's growth is not bad. He can be nurtured, Jun Changxiao murmured. Qingyang. He said, "What do you think?" Sect leader. Li Qingyang said, "Junior brother Long's aptitude is without a doubt, and he is also very hardworking in his cultivation. But recently, his mood has been a little low, as if there is something bothering him." As the head butler, he was always concerned about the situation of his junior brothers. "Call him over." Yes. Not long after, Long Xiang walked in and cupped his hands, sect leader. Jun Changxiao said, "I heard that you haven't been very active in your cultivation these few days. Is there something on your mind?" No. No. Long Xiang said. This tone, this small expression between his eyebrows, who would believe that there was nothing on his mind? Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, if there is anything bothering you, you must boldly say it. Sect leader will help you solve your problems. Long Xiang was silent for a moment, then clenched his fists and mustered up his courage. Sect leader, can I go home for a while? Why do you want to go home? Jun Changxiao said. Long Xiang said, in 5 days, it will be the day of my family's large competition. This disciple wants to participate. TSK. Jun Changxiao drank a mouthful of tea and said, a family also has a large competition, it's not simple. Long Xiang said, sect leader, since things have come to this disciple will not hide it from you. I am a direct descendant of the Long family in Longyang City. Pfft. Jun Changxiao spat out a mouthful of tea. First, there was the Lily Sacred Sect, and now there was the Longyang City. The names of the sects and cities in this foreign world were really slippery. Longyang City, Long family? Li Qingyang, who was at the side, was startled, and said in shock, that is a big family that is comparable to the 4 or 5 sects. There were many cities in southwest Yangzhou, and the strongest was the heavenly mandate Imperial City. If the Imperial City was considered a first-tier city, then there were many quasi-first-tier cities, such as Longyang City. This Longyang City did not mean that it was good. Don't think too much. There were many forces in Longyang City, and there were many experts. It was said that it was the most promising city to become the second imperial city in southwest Yangzhou. There were 3 major families in the city, the Long family, the Qi family, and the Ren family, as well as many other small and medium-sized families. No matter how small those small clans were, as long as they came to the cities of the Azure Sun County, they would definitely be a huge existence. Long Xiang came from Longyang City, from the Long family. Why did he join the Iron Bone? That was a long story. Would you believe me if I wrote a few chapters? So, to put it simply, although Long Xiang was a direct descendant of the Long family and had good potential, for some reason, he could not understand the family's martial arts. As a member of the Long family, he could not cultivate the Long family's martial arts. This was no different from the trash in traditional novels. So, Long Xiang was naturally mocked by his own family and ignored by the higher-ups. Xiang, look, I just learned the Dragon Roar Palm. What do you think? Oh, I forgot, you can't learn it at all. Xiang went to the martial technique pavilion again. Did he not realize that he can't cultivate the family's martial arts? I even suspect that this kid is a direct descendant of the Long family. Otherwise, why can't he understand the most common Long family martial arts? Long Xiang pretended not to hear the mocking and discussions of his own family, but he clenched his fists every time he returned to his room. They have spiritual roots, and I'm stronger than them. They can't cultivate fast, but I can break through quickly with the most common mental cultivation method on the market. Why can they cultivate the Long family's martial arts, but I can't accept this. Master, if you can't cultivate the Long family's martial arts, your future will be limited. Why don't you let Long Xiang manage the family business? One of the elders had said this before. Long Xiang was furious when he heard this. Managing the family business meant that he could no longer cultivate martial arts, and he would be a marginal figure in the Long family. I don't agree. He rushed into the hall and loudly voiced his thoughts in front of the patriarch and elders. Then, he was punished with 50 strokes of the cane. Long Xiang's fellow clansmen, who were originally weaker than him, began to come into contact with more of the Long family's martial arts. Every time they came to show off, Long Xiang's mental state was on the verge of collapse. On the eve of being assigned to manage the family business, he finally couldn't take it anymore and secretly packed his luggage, resolutely leaving the Long family that he had lived in for more than 10 years. Long family. Before leaving, Long Xiang stood under the night sky and looked at the signboard with the words Long family. With a determined gaze, he said, I will come back. I will tell you that even if I don't cultivate the Long family's martial arts, I, Long Xiang, can still become stronger. From today onwards, the wide sea allows the fish to leap, and the high sky allows the birds to fly. Then, as soon as he turned around, he was caught by the family's experts and was beaten 50 times. It was only when he was sent to manage the sect's business that he found an opportunity to escape. Long Xiang, who had left his family, had no one to rely on, and had lost all his resources. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to rely on himself. At the beginning, he had planned to be a rogue cultivator, but he had unintentionally passed by the Azure Sun County and heard that Li Qingyang and Mo Shangfei had fought and used a spiritual force-type martial skill. Why was he not liked in the family and was repeatedly bullied? Wasn't it because of his martial arts? I can't cultivate the Long family's martial arts, but I can cultivate other martial arts. Then, I can use the martial arts I learned to defeat my fellow clansmen who cultivate the Long family's martial arts and prove myself. As a result, Long Xiang went to the Iron Bone. He, Li Tiantian, Ling Yuanxue, Yang Yuhua and the others became the second batch of disciples. At that time, Long Xiang's idea was very simple. After learning he would secretly leave and transfer to other sects to learn martial arts. In the end, a single slip would cause everlasting sorrow, and when he looked back, 100 years had passed. What did this mean? In other words, stepping 1 foot into the Iron Bone was equivalent to falling into a bottomless abyss and never being able to climb out again. One day, when he recalled the past, he was already happily eating Lu Wancher's fried rice and saying that it was really fragrant. Sect leader. Long Xiang clenched his fists and said, "This is my story." June. Xianxia was silent. Xiao Ziji was silent. Lu Qianxian was silent, Yi Xingchen was silent, Su Xiaoma was silent. Wait a minute, Long Xiang looked at the group of senior brothers behind him with a wonderful expression, and said while grabbing his hair, "Why are all of you here? When did you all come? Also, why was Lu Wancher wiping her tears? Was my story that sad?" Sect leader. Lu Wancher's eyes were red as she sobbed. Senior brother Long's background is too tragic. Everyone nodded. The corner of Long Xiang's mouth twitched, as 10,000 grass mud horses ran wildly in his heart. Senior brother Su, when you nod, can you not laugh? Senior martial brother Li, when you nod your head, can you stop picking your nose? And Lu Wancher, you're holding a green onion in your hand, are you crying from the bottom of your heart, or are you crying because of the spicy smell? Pod. Just as Long Xiang was cursing in his heart, Jun Changxiao walked down, patted his shoulder, and said seriously, "The disciples of the Iron Bone clan can never be underestimated. I will allow you to go home and participate in the competition." "Thank you, sect leader." Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Jun Changxiao. "Since you snuck out, you will definitely be punished when you return." Long Xiang was silent. He should have gone to manage the family business, but in the end, he left. If he returned to the Long family, he would definitely be unlucky. "So," Jun Changxiao said, "I will go with you." Looking at the sect leader holding his head high and puffing out his chest, Long Xiang's eyes were filled with deep admiration. At the foot of the mountain, Long Xiang's shoulders drooped as he rode on the Hurricane Wolf, traveling unhappily. The sect leader was personally accompanying him to Longyang City. How could he not be happy? Because behind him were Lu Qianxian, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingchen, Su Xiaoma, Tian Qi, Li Fei, and even Lu Wancher and Yao Menjing. "I'm going back to the family to participate in the competition, not to fight. Why did I bring so many people?" Xiang. Jun Changxiao, who was riding on the Hurricane Wolf King in front, said, "Although you are a direct descendant of the Long family, you are also a disciple of my Iron Bone. I hope that you can obtain the first place in this family competition and show the might of the sect." Long Xiang said with a serious gaze, "This disciple will not disappoint the sect leader." Although he had initially come to Iron Bone to learn martial arts, after a long period of contact, he had completely recognized this sect, the sect leader, and his fellow disciples. "Long family, I, Long Xiang, am coming back. Prepare to tremble in fear." At that moment, his eyes flickered with a strong fighting spirit, and his iron bones straightened even more. "Junior brother Long, is there any fun place in Longyang City? Junior brother Long, are there many beauties in Longyang City? Junior brother Long, are there any special dishes and wine in Longyang City?" Long Xiang, who had just nurtured a heroic aura, instantly fell to the bottom after being asked by Su Xiaoma and the others. His shoulders drooped as he held in his heart dejectedly, "They're not going to cheer, they're going to Longyang City to play." From Qingyang City to Longyang City, at normal speed, it would take at least 7 to 8 days. However, Jun Changxiao and the others had wind-type beasts, so if they followed the official road, they would be able to arrive in about a day. Of course. There were still 5 days before the Long family's large competition, so the time was very relaxed. Jun Changxiao was not in a hurry. Every time he reached a beautiful place, he would take out his magic-modified camera and take photos with his disciples as a souvenir. Hoo-hoo! In the bamboo forest, flames rose. Lu Wancher passed over the skewers that she had finished grilling and said with a smile, "Sect Master, has my cooking improved?" Her cute little face was filled with the words, "Praise me, praise me." Jun Changxiao took a bite and praised, not bad, the student has surpassed the master." Lu Wancher's smile became even more brilliant. "Menjing, here." She passed the skewer over. Yao Menjing received it, and after eating, she laughed, "Sister Du, this skewer is really delicious." The little loli had joined Iron Bone for a period of time. However, because of her age, she had never come into contact with martial arts. She had always followed Lu Wancher and became a little shadow that could not be shaken off. Li Qingyang passed the mountain spring water that he had just taken over, and said, "The water is very sweet, little junior sister apprentice, do you want to try it?" "Thank you, senior apprentice brother." Yao Menjing took the water bag and drank a few mouthfuls, a smile appearing on her small face. The little girl had just joined Iron Bone, so she had a strong resistance. Senior brothers and senior sisters cared for him in every possible way, and only then did he gradually open his heart. Yao Menjing had lost Grandpa Lu and gained a sect with love. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. Sect leader. Su Xiaoma drank a bowl of wine and said with a grin, "Cultivating in the sect every day is a bit boring, it's not bad to come out for a walk." Long Xiang muttered to himself on the verge of collapse, as expected, cheering is secondary, the real purpose is to play. Tsk, Yi Xingchen chewed on the skewer, and thought to himself unhappily, that guy is going to participate in the clan competition, why did he bring us here, isn't this a waste of time? Right now, he was more concerned about cultivation. Unless it was something related to the sect, such as the invasion of the evil sects, they wouldn't care about anything else. Under the dual comprehension of the Taishan Sutra and the body metamorphose scripture, Yi Xingchen's cultivation speed gradually revealed itself. It was possible for him to step into the 8th grade of martial master at any time. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were still stuck at the 6th grade martial master realm. They were still a short distance away from breaking through. Seriously. His speed of improvement was very impressive. But Yi Xingchen still felt that it was not fast enough. After all, the purpose of his rebirth was to drag the Empress down from her pedestal. With his current cultivation as a martial master, if he were to seek revenge on that woman, he would only be reduced to ashes with a single glance. Shua. Shua. On the official road leading to Longyang City, more than 10 hurricane wolves were galloping. Everywhere they passed, blue whirlwinds were left behind. F***ck. The thing that ran past me just now seemed to be a gale wolf, right? There's no way a gale wolf can run that fast. Could it be a hurricane wolf? Oh my god, could it be a disciple of the Iron Bone that just passed by? On the official road, many martial artists suddenly exclaimed. It was no secret that the Iron Bone had a large number of hurricane wolves on their way to Huayang County to destroy the 4 evil sections. Therefore, Jun Changxiao did not choose to keep a low profile. Riding a hurricane wolf on the road, so awesome. Not only that, but this seemingly 7th grade Iron Bone also has a martial king and Wu Huang. The peak martial king of the Godslaying Hall was scared away. In the past few days, the news of the invasion of the evil sects in Huayang County had already spread in all the counties. It had become the hottest topic at present. Iron Bone had won 10 consecutive battles, and Wu Huang's appearance had scared off the peak martial king. All the forces and rogue martial artists were shocked. They even suspected that it was a rumor. The Battle of the Sacred Spring Sect, the destruction of 4 6th grade evil sects in Huayang County, and the frightening of the peak martial king under the life and death arena. Many things combined made Iron Bone's reputation soar. To be exact, the name of Iron Bone had already resounded throughout southwest Yangzhou. The most shocking thing was that this was only a 7th grade sect. Ha ha ha. At the certification headquarters in southwest Yangzhou, Elder Zhou received the news and laughed heartily. Sect leader Jun, everything you've done during this period of time is very explosive. He had personally certified the top 3 of Iron Bone. Now that he had performed so strongly, he was naturally in a good mood. Hall Master Tianjin shook his head and said, first, he challenged the Sacred Spring Sect, then offended the Demon Fiend Sect, and now he has a grudge with the God-slaying Hall. This little guy is also a troublemaker. If Jun Changxiao heard this, he would definitely argue with him. The reason for challenging the Sacred Spring Sect was that the Spirit Spring Sect had plotted against him first. The reason for offending the Demon Fiend Sect was that the other party wanted to snatch the saber. The God-slaying Hall was also worried about nothing and had to stand up for the destroyed sect. I was just defending myself. How did I cause trouble? If one had to talk about causing trouble, then going to Huayang County to destroy the 4 evil sects could barely be counted. But then again, only others were allowed to bully their own disciples openly, but they couldn't bring their disciples to bully them. Han Shan asked Shurde, someone slandered me, bullied me, humiliated me, laughed at me, despised me, cheated me, how should I deal with it? Shurde said, just tolerate him, let him, avoid him, tolerate him, respect him, and ignore him. Wait a few more years, then look at him. This was a kind of open-minded, detached, magnanimous, and free and easy performance. If Han Shan asked Jun Changxiao, his answer would definitely be, just scold him, spit on him, hit him, kick him, beat him, and torture him to death. After this, look at him, he's absolutely obedient. Unbelievable, unbelievable. In the main hall of the Long family in Longyang City, the current patriarch of the Long family, Long Padian, sat at the head of the table, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had already received the news that the Iron Bone had Wu Huang and scared away the experts of the God-slaying Hall. He had also heard a little about this Iron Bone clan after challenging the Haoqi sect, but he didn't pay attention to it. After all, it was just a low-level sect from a low-level county. Even if an 8th-rate sect defeated a 6th-rate sect, it wasn't worth paying attention to. Who would have thought that they would first challenge the Sacred Spring Sect and then defeat 2 martial kings? All kinds of news came in one go, so it was hard for him not to pay attention to it. Patriarch. An elder of the Long family said, I heard that many youths who weren't very talented would have a good improvement after joining the Iron Bone. The number 1 genius of Qingyang County, Li Qingyang, joined the Iron Bone when he was only at the 10th stage of the Meridian Opening Realm. Now, he has already entered the 6th stage of the Martial Master Realm. His progress can be said to be rapid. Another elder said. TSK. Someone praised, this sect leader Jun is not simple. Patriarch. The elder who spoke first said, this old man thinks that we can choose a few disciples with ordinary talent to join the Iron Bone. Perhaps they will have a good improvement. Our Long family's direct descendants are all outstanding. It's not easy to find those with ordinary talent. Someone said narcissistically. If Ziying didn't run away, letting him cultivate in the Iron Bone would not be better than idling at home. As soon as these words were said, the elders immediately shook their heads. Although their Long family's direct descendants were not all top geniuses, if they were released, the big sects and even sects would definitely fight for them. The only exception was that he had a high spiritual root, but he couldn't cultivate the family's martial arts. Long Padian slapped the armrest and said angrily, let that brat manage the business, but he was unwilling to sneak away. When we find him, we must punish him severely. All the elders were silent. They knew that the patriarch was just talking. If he really wanted to punish his own son, it would definitely be a few dozen beatings. Patriarch. At this moment, the guard at the door hurried over and said, young Master Ziyang is back. P.S. Here's another chapter. Quick, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, let's go. Long Ziyang's father was Long Padian. In the eyes of the servants, he was the young master, and no one dared to offend him. The kind of trash that could not cultivate and would be kicked by all kinds of brainless servants was very rare in the Falling Star continent. Therefore, when the guard reported, not only did he call him young Master Ziyang, his tone was also respectful. What? Long Padian stood up and said, that little bastard is back? As a father, he definitely doted on his child. However, with so many elders present, he could only pretend to be angry and say, "Good, capture him and punish him according to the family law." Black lines immediately appeared on the elders' foreheads. If our Long family's family law was to be beaten, if this were to spread, we would definitely be laughed at. Patriarch. The guard said, young Master Ziyang brought back quite a few people. They have already entered the inner courtyard. He brought a lot of people? Long Padian was startled and walked out of the hall. The few elders of the Long family hurriedly followed, thinking unhappily, did this brat forget that not just anyone can enter the Long family? The Long family was one of the 3 great families in Longyang City. In terms of strength, compared to the Sacred Spring Sect and the Xianxia Sect, they were definitely stronger. Ordinary people could not casually enter this kind of family. Even if the patriarchs of small and medium-sized families came to visit, they would have to politely wait for the notification. If they were allowed to enter, they could only sigh and leave. Long Xiang bringing people in without permission was a big problem. Fortunately, he had a father who was the patriarch of the family to protect him. Otherwise, he would not only be punished by the family law, he would also be punished severely. Inner courtyard. Jun Changshao led the disciples and stood on the martial arts practice field. This Long family is really impressive. Su Shama stood at the back, looking around with his eyes wide open. He was deeply shocked by the magnificent buildings around him. Tian Qi and Li Fei also looked like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Lu Qianqian and Yi Xingchen were both people who had seen the world. One continued to be cold while the other continued to be arrogant. Li Qingyang was also looking and memorizing some of the good architectural styles. He secretly thought that he could use it as a reference for the next time when the sect was remodeling. Look at this awareness, it would be a waste of talent if he wasn't given the position of head of internal affairs. Look at you guys. Jun Changxiao said, straighten your backs for this seat. Yes. Su Shama and the others held their heads high and their chests out. With their hands behind their backs, they stood as straight as a pole. Sect leader. Long Xiang said, I'll go inform them. Sect leader? The guards who followed him in were all dumbfounded. This young man who looked like he was only 18 or 19 years old was the sect leader of a sect, also. The young master had been away from home for such a long time. Had he entered a sect? Cough, cough. At this moment, Patriarch Long walked out of the hall with the elders. When he saw his son, he scolded him to his face, you bastard, where have you been all this time? The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Isn't this my iron bone? Plop. When Long Xiang saw Long Padian, his legs went soft and he immediately knelt on the ground. When he was young, he was mischievous and would often be punished by the patriarch. As he grew older, not only did he grow taller, his butt was also beaten until it was round and perky. Don't believe it, if he lifted the back of his school uniform, he would definitely be able to see Long Xiang's perky butt. Because his upbringing was too strict, Long Xiang developed a strong fear of his father. Especially when he was angry, he would definitely be so scared that his legs would not listen to him. Jun Changxiao's face darkened. Xiang, this seat once said, a man's knees do not kneel to the heavens or the earth, but only to the parents who gave birth to you and raised you. He wanted his disciples to have backbone and integrity. Even if the other party was the head of the family, even if he was a junior, he must not kneel. Sect leader, Long Xiang lowered his voice and said, He is my father, father is not, father. Jun Changxiao's serious face instantly disappeared, he pretended to look at the spectacular building, and said, then continue to kneel. This change in attitude was too quick. Xiang. Long Padian looked at Jun Changxiao, Li Qingyang and the others, and said with a gloomy face, it's one thing to run away from home, but why did you bring so many people back? What kind of place do you think the Long family is? Father. Long Xiang anxiously said, he is. Just as he was about to speak, a Long family elder behind him coldly shouted, how can this kind of person step into my Long family, quickly scram. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Were all the big families so powerful? Sorry. Jun Changxiao spread out his hands and said, I have always walked, I don't know how to roll, why don't you personally demonstrate? Poochie. Lu Wancher covered her mouth and laughed. The sect leader's words were so funny, the Long family elder glared at him and said, "Brat, are you provoking this old man?" "No, no, no." Jun Changxiao raised both of his hands, extended his middle finger, and said with a face full of disdain, "This is called provocation." Indeed. Giving the middle finger to others was definitely a provocation. If this was on Earth, especially to foreigners who were very sensitive to the middle finger, they would definitely fight. Although the falling star continent did not have such an insulting gesture like giving the middle finger, the Long family elder could tell from Jun Changxia's expression that he was humiliating him. In front of his own house, he dared to be so arrogant. This was unbearable. Hoo-hoo. The Long family elder's sleeves fluttered without any wind, and the cultivation of the sixth stage Wuzong instantly erupted. A gurgling stream of brilliant spirit energy spread out, and that old face was filled with anger. Shua! Shua! Xiao Ziji immediately stood in front of the sect leader and communicated with the iron shield in the space ring, allowing it to be taken out at any time. Iron Bone was the meat shield, and it was his responsibility to protect the sect leader from harm at all times. Li Qingyang, Li Fei, and Tianqi also came over. Lu Qianqian raised her eyebrows, and her white and cold jade-like hand was already quietly placed on the hilt of her sword. On the other hand, Yi Xingchen did not move at all. He looked at the Long family elder who had unleashed his cultivation and said disdainfully, "Vulgar person." Long Xiang panicked. He hurriedly said, "Father, this is Xiang." Jun Changxiao interrupted, "This should be the Long family's special way of treating guests. Since I'm here, I naturally have to experience it." After saying that, he waved his hand and said, "Leave." Shua! Xiao Ziji, Li Qingyang, and the others left. "Arrogant junior, you dare to behave atrociously in my Long family. I'm afraid you've eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall." The Long family elder shouted coldly, and the cultivation around him became more and more powerful. Long Xiang's mouth twitched. "My second elder, the sect leader, has completely defeated a rank 2 martial king. If you think you're stronger than a martial king, then continue your show." "Long Xiao, wait a moment." The second elder's hands moved, and just as he was about to use the Long family's martial skill, Long Padian raised his hand to stop him. "You call yourself this lord, could it be that you're someone with status?" "Not high." Jun Changxiao said, "Sect leader." "Sect leader?" The Long family elders immediately sneered. This young man looked to be only 18 or 19 years old, and he was the leader of a sect. This bragging was quite good. Or was it because the Iron Bone sect leader was young and famous, so many youths who hadn't even grown hair all imitated him and casually pulled a few people to form a sect? Long Padian said, "What sect?" He understood his son, and he wouldn't bring strangers in for no reason. These youths might not be simple, or they might be brought in to find a good job in the family. My son has finally grown up. After going out for a trip, he even brought back a few youths with a good aura to add to the family. Iron Bonjing sect. Jun Changxiao's voice was very calm. But when Long Padian and the Long family elders heard this, they were all dumbstruck. P.S. Ever since the book was published, the weekly recommendation votes have not exceeded 10,000. This week, there is only a little more than a day left, and there are already more than 8,000 votes. Whether or not it can exceed 10,000 depends on everyone. What were Long Padian and the Long family elders talking about in the hall just now? That's right. They were talking about Iron Bone. They were thinking of finding a few ordinary direct descendants to join this sect and see if they could be nurtured into talents. Now, the young man standing in the martial arts practice field actually said that he was the sect leader of Iron Bone clan. They were a little caught off guard and a little **ket up, Long Padian said in disbelief, "You are Jun Changxiao?" Had the Long family heard of his name, Jun Changxiao suddenly felt a little smug, but he still said seriously, "I am Jun Changxiao." This was a very beautiful way of saying things. However, what he got in return was a wave of suspicion and doubt from the Long family elders. The news said that the sect leader of Iron Bone was young, but Longyang City was at least 2,000 miles away from Qingyang City. Why would he come here? Xiang. Long Padian looked at Long Xiang and said in a deep voice, "Is that so?" He was not sure, so he could only ask his son. After all, he was the one who brought him here. "Father, it's like this," Long Xiang said truthfully. Humph! The second elder, who had forcefully held back his move and almost suffered internal injuries, pulled a long face and said, "Who knows if he's just an imposter? In my opinion." The third elder said, Xiang was worried that he would run away from home and be punished when he returned, so he found an outsider to impersonate him. It wasn't that they were stupid. It was that Long Xiang suddenly brought back the sect leader of Iron Bone, who had been in the limelight recently. This was really unrealistic. Xiang. An elder joked, "Why did you only bring back a county sect leader? Why didn't you bring back the Night Emperor who died thousands of years ago for us to take a look?" Everyone laughed heartily at once. Xianxia was stunned. He didn't expect that this small family would have heard of his emperor title. Of course. Bringing back the Night Emperor was just to tease him. In fact, Long Xiang had really pulled Night Emperor over, but it wasn't his original body, but his reborn body. Long Padian was also suspicious. After all, his son had run away from home for so long. It was quite possible that he was worried about being punished. Xianxia felt depressed. In the past, other people thought that he didn't look like a sect leader. Now, they didn't think that he was the Iron Bone sect leader. Could this be any worse? Yes. Depends on my mood. Sect Master Jun, is it? Long Padian cupped his hands and said, "Seeing is believing. Please, could you be more sincere? The expression on your face shows that you don't believe that I'm Iron Bone sect leader at all." Patriarch. The second elder said, "Whether or not this boy is the Iron Bone sect leader, won't we know if I test him?" This, Long Padian was very conflicted. Sect Master Jun, what do you think? It doesn't matter. Xianxia shrugged. He knew that this test was actually just a fight. Huff huff. The second elder's sleeves bulged again, and pure elemental energy burst out. High rank 6 Wuzong. The system analyzed. Strength is around 270,000 gene. Only high rank? Only 270,000? Xianxia didn't take it to heart. After all, he was a high rank 2 Wuzong, and his strength was close to 350,000 gene. Sect Master. At this moment, Long Xiang transmitted his voice. Please give me face and don't hit him too hard. The memory of instantly killing a rank 2 martial king on the life and death platform was still fresh in his mind. He worshipped him very much. He was afraid that the sect master would accidentally kill the second elder. It was the second elder's suggestion to take care of the family business. He had always been against him. Long Xiang naturally didn't ask the sect master for mercy because he cared about him. He was mainly worried that the family and the sect would become enemies. Yes. Xianxia said, "I'll give you face and beat him up lightly." Long Xiang probably didn't know that the reason why he could instantly kill a rank 2 martial king was because of the strength amplification talisman. Now that he had nothing, it was impossible to kill the second elder with 1 or 2 punches. Sect Master Jun, the second elder said coldly, "Are you ready?" Xianxia raised his other hand and said with a smile, "Please enlighten me." Huff huff. The second elder's hands moved in the air, and powerful spiritual energy started to swirl like water. Dragon roaring in the 9 heavens. He suddenly pushed his palms forward, and the circular spiritual energy ball formed an illusory dragon. It dragged its long body and roared as it charged forward. Huff huff. The wind howled, and the force was unrestrained. The dragon formed by the martial skill was not only powerful, it was also very lifelike. It was 1,000 times better than the special effects in the local dramas. Xianxia stood in the martial arts arena. His black hair fluttered in the wind, revealing a calm and handsome face that was so charming that it could kill a person to death. However, his eyes were closed. Seeing this, the Long family's elders sneered. This guy definitely knew that he couldn't dodge, so he chose to give up. As long as he hit, he definitely wouldn't be the Iron Bone sect master. Everyone had heard of Xianxia's matter. Not only did he instantly kill a rank 2 martial king at the life and death stage at the foot of the mountain, he also defeated the patriarch at the Sacred Spring Sect. The strength of the second elder's attack was around 300,000 gene. If he couldn't withstand it, he would definitely be a fake brat. There was a price to pay for cooperating with that brat Xiang. It was strange. Facing the roaring dragon, Li Qingyang and the others clearly saw that Jun Changxia's eyes were closed, but they weren't worried at all. This level of strength was very strong for them, but to enter the sect master was a bit wishful thinking. Fire, the essence of bewilderment. Propriety by nature, a good person asks what's on his mind. Bowing down to him with propriety, everyone can comply. As the dragon attacked, Jun Changxiao, who was standing proudly, silently chanted the incantation in his heart. The exquisite fire in his dantian became restless, instantly forming a net of fire that enveloped his spirit core and many other cyclones. Swoosh! Suddenly, Jun Changxiao opened his eyes. 2 blazing flames flickered in his pupils. Whoosh whoosh! In an instant, boundless flames spread around his body. His black hair and eyebrows seemed to have turned red under the flames. Lu Qianxian was stunned. The strength of the flames released by the sect master made her, an ice martial cultivator, feel uneasy. She wasn't the only one. Yi Xingchen was also shocked. As for Long Padian and the others, they were a bit far away. When they felt the heat wave coming, Jun Changxiao had already raised his hand and chopped down. Red sky raging flame cut. Whoosh whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the rising flames instantly gathered together and whizzed in the direction of the falling palm. In the process of galloping, it evolved into a flaming palm in the shape of a knife. Hiss hiss hiss, the flames and the air collided violently, producing crackling sounds. Not good. The second elder's face suddenly changed. He wanted to withdraw his move, but it was too late. Boom, the blazing flame palm domineeringly blasted on the roaring dragon, directly scattering the gathered spiritual energy and evaporating it in an instant. Thump thump thump. The second elder, who was forced to retreat until he reached the door of the hall. His arms grabbed the edge of the door, and his 10 fingers sank into the door frame. Only then did he stabilize his body with difficulty. Wah! His meridians were disordered, and blood spurted out. One word, miserable. Swoosh! Jun Changxiao waved his sleeve, and the flame palm that filled the area between the hall and the martial arts field dissipated instantly, turning into wisps of fire attribute that returned to the main body. From the moment he made the move to everyone's thoughts, to the moment the second elder vomited blood. It seemed to take a long time, but it actually happened in a flash. Long Padian was dumbfounded. The elders of the Long family were also dumbfounded. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others standing behind Sect Master Jun also widened their eyes. Obviously, even they didn't expect the Sect Master to suddenly use such a powerful move. Yi Xingchen and Lu Qianxian said firmly in their hearts, this is definitely a divine martial art technique. P.S. A real man has another wave of orgasms after the climax. That's all for today. If it's midnight, it should be one update. I'll continue to write tomorrow. Also, thank you for the reader's tips. Finally, please recommend me, please vote. A divine rank martial skill like the Scarlet Sky Raging Flame Slash inherited the advantages of the system and was very easy to comprehend. What about the Lingjian divine art? This kind of sword skill was like a heavenly book to a martial cultivator. However, for a sword cultivator with the way of the sword, it was also very easy to comprehend the first move. Not to mention, as a fire attribute martial cultivator, Jun Changxiao was able to cultivate the Scarlet Sky Raging Flame Slash with twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, when facing the second elder's dragon roar of the 9 heavens, he directly used it. Power. Jun Changxiao thought, it's not very strong. The Scarlet Sky Raging Flame Slash that he displayed, in terms of strength, was only around 400,000 kilograms. According to the introduction, this could be used as a trump card. The system was speechless, the host has only comprehended a little, so its power is naturally not strong. That's true. From the time he obtained the Scarlet Sky Raging Flame Slash to the time he used it, it had only been a day or two. Moreover, the system continued, the power of this move also depends on the accumulation of power. For the host to condense flames and then use it, it is reasonable that the power is weak. Understood. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands in a carefree manner, and said, everyone, do you believe me now? Long Padian and the Long family elder regained their senses and looked at the young man in the martial arts arena. Their eyes were still filled with shock and disbelief. With just one move, he was able to force the second elder to retreat and vomit blood. This child's strength was definitely strong. In the southwest Yangzhou, such a young martial cultivator with such a high cultivation, in their knowledge, there was only the Iron Bone Sect leader who had recently risen to power. If you still don't believe me, Jun Changxiao said, I can take out the sect seal to prove my identity. Sect leader Jun. Long Padian cupped his hands and said, please forgive me for not welcoming you when you visit my Long family. This was very sincere. The Long family patriarch no longer cared if the other party was the Iron Bone Sect leader or not. Just by having such a strong cultivation, he definitely had a great background. Please take a seat. Long Padian turned to the side and invited him in. The elders of the Long family all made way, their faces filled with respect. Although the Iron Bone Sect was only a seventh-rate sect, what they had done during this period of time, they were not inferior to a fourth-rate sect at all. In the hall, Long Padian sat at the head of the table and glanced at the disciples standing behind Jun Changxiao. Sect Master Jun, are these your disciples? Not bad, Jun Changxiao said. The Long family's elder carefully sized them up and thought to himself, as expected, they are not ordinary people. Before they knew their identities, they had thought that Li Qingyang and the others were special. Now that they knew that they were Iron Bone disciples, they looked at them in a different light. Wait a minute, why did Long Xiang bring Iron Bone Sect leader here? Long Padian also realized this, and he thought more than they did. He hurriedly asked, Sect Master Jun, could it be that my son has joined your sect? He had deduced this from the way Long Xiang addressed him as sect leader. Under normal circumstances, when an outsider addressed a person as the leader of a sect, they would use their surname. If they didn't, it meant that they were from the same sect. Not bad. Jun Changxiao said, recently, Xiang has been cultivating in this secluded corner of mine. Long Potion's face immediately turned red. Sect Master Jun, he clasped his hands and said apologetically, I didn't mean to say that just now. Please don't take it to heart. Long Xiang, who was sitting at the end of the table, was stunned when he saw his father being so polite. He clearly remembered that even if the patriarch of a fifth-rate sect came to visit, his father would still be very dignified. Why did it seem like he was a different person now? Because the Iron Bone Sect had Wu Huang, this kind of expert directly raised the status of a seventh-rate sect by many levels. Even the Long family's patriarch didn't dare to slight him. If a ninth-rate sect had a martial emperor, they would definitely come from all directions to pay their respects. If I take it to heart. Jun Changxiao paused for a moment, then smiled at the second elder and said, this elder won't just vomit blood. This pretentious act was round and smooth, full and moist. The second elder, who was recuperating, felt a chill down his spine when he heard this. This child instantly killed a rank 2 martial king on the life and death stage. If he wanted to kill him just now, he would probably be a corpse now. Long Padian smiled awkwardly and said, it's my son's fortune to be able to enter your sect. Although he said that, he didn't think so in his heart. There was no denying it. The Iron Bone Sect was in the limelight recently and had great potential. However, it was still a seventh-rate sect. His son had a high-quality spiritual root, so it was worth it to join the Iron Bone Sect. Xiang usually works very hard and his growth is also very fast. He has already been promoted to an inner disciple, Jun Changxiao said. Long Padian smiled and said, thank you for your concern, Sect Master Jun. In his opinion, it was very normal for his son to become an inner disciple. However, the Long family's patriarch probably didn't know that Long Xiang's cultivation was high before he entered the sect. If he entered the sect a bit later, it would be very difficult to compete for an inner disciple spot in the sect competition. In short, the Iron Bone Sect had all sorts of resources. As long as the spiritual root wasn't too low and started early, it might not be weaker than a high-quality spiritual root, and this was also what Jun Changxiao was pursuing. I don't need you to have a high aptitude to join the sect. I only need you to work hard enough to cultivate. Sect Master Jun. Long Padian asked, why have you come this time? I heard that the Long family is about to hold a family competition. Ziyang wants to participate, so I came uninvited. Jun Changxiao said. So that's how it is. Long Padian understood and was overjoyed in his heart. The disciples of the Iron Bone sect, under Sect Master Jun's guidance, their strength has increased extremely quickly. My son should be able to perform well this time. As a father, he was very strict. But he also hated iron for not becoming steel. If his son became stronger in the Iron Bone sect, he would naturally be very gratified. The few elders of the Long family also understood. Long Xiang left home to join the Iron Bone sect to learn from his master. Now that he had returned, he wanted to show off his skills in the family competition. That's right. This was the purpose of Long Xiang's return home. He wasn't trying to show off, he was trying to tell the Long family. Even if I, Long Xiang, am unable to cultivate the family's martial arts, I will still be stronger than you all when I return from cultivation this time. I will still be able to oppress you all. Young people were unyielding and could not tolerate being looked down upon by their own clansmen, so they had to prove themselves. I can do it, I can do it. P.S. I'll update at midnight and continue during the day. On the last day of the weekend, I'll leave it to everyone to see if the recommendation votes can break through 10,000. Have you heard? Long Xiang, who ran away from home, is back. What? That fellow is back? Did the patriarch spank his butt? He didn't receive any punishment. That can't be, right? He abandoned the family business and disappeared for almost a year. He didn't receive any punishment? In the inner courtyard, many of the Long clan's direct descendants were discussing. From their expressions and words, it wasn't hard to tell that they wanted to see Long Xiang embarrass himself. Although he was the son of the patriarch, he wasn't welcomed by many of his cousins because he couldn't practice the Long clan's martial arts. Furthermore, he was the son of the patriarch. Otherwise, Long Xiang's treatment in the Long clan would be similar to that of the fallen genius, Xiao Ziji. I heard that Xiang brought the Iron Bone sect master over. The patriarch and the elders were very enthusiastic. They didn't even think of punishing him. Iron Bone? Isn't that the sect that has been making a lot of noise in the city recently? I heard that the Iron Bone sect master is around. The same age as us, but he was able to defeat Wuzong at the peak and even a rank 2 martial king. Is he that powerful? You definitely didn't expect that Xiang has already joined the Iron Bone. He came back to participate in the clan tournament. A trash who can't even learn the most basic martial arts of the Long clan dares to participate in the clan tournament? Who gave him such courage? I also heard that many of the Iron Bone's disciples came. The patriarch has arranged for them to stay in a small courtyard in the west courtyard. I heard that the disciples of this sect have fought with the disciples of the Sacred Spring sect for over 70 rounds. They haven't lost a single round. They are very powerful. Let's go and take a look. In front of the courtyard in the west courtyard. Some of the Long clan's disciples were looking inside while others were blocking the entrance. Unfortunately, after looking for a long time, they didn't see anyone coming out of the room. This made them puzzled. Was there anyone living inside? There was someone living inside. The one living inside was Xianxia and a group of disciples. They were cultivating in their own rooms, unlike the direct descendants of the Long clan. The clan tournament was about to begin, but they still had the leisure to watch the show. Xianxia brought his disciples along with Long Xiang. Firstly, he wanted to help him avoid punishment. Secondly, he hoped to win first place and make Iron Bone famous. This was his home ground. Therefore, he had Li Qingyang and the others cultivate in their rooms instead of showing off in the Long family to prevent them from stealing the limelight. Although Su Xiaoma and Li Fei really wanted to go out and have fun in Longyang City, they could only cultivate in peace in their rooms. As for Lu Wancher, because she was not bound by cultivation, she often brought Yao Menjing out to play. When she came back, she would also buy a lot of strange gadgets. 3 days later, on the eve of the clan's tournament, Long Xiang found Xianxia and said with a bitter face, "Sect master, because I came back to participate in the intersect tournament, many of my cousins who were in closed-door cultivation came out and applied to participate in the clan tournament. Scared? I'm not afraid, I'm just a little nervous." Long Xiang's talent was not bad, but not only did his cousins have high-grade spirit roots, they were also extremely talented in comprehending the family's martial arts. Their strength was much stronger than his. For example, His third cousin had already broken through to the 6th grade martial master before he left home and had grasped many of the Long family's martial techniques. There was also his eldest and second cousins who had entered the 7th grade martial master early on. The former even had a top-grade spirit root and could be said to be the strongest direct descendant of the Long family's new generation. Speaking of which, the age difference between Long Xiang and his cousins was only 2 or 3 years. Why was there such a huge difference in their realms? It was very simple. They cultivated the Long family's unique mental cultivation method, the dragon breath art. Its quality had already reached the high level of the top grade, and it was said that it was comparable to the holy rank. The reason why the Long family was able to establish themselves in Lonyang City and had the strength comparable to a 4th or 5th-rate sect was all because of the dragon breath, this high-level mental cultivation method. In the Falling Star continent, there were countless forces that relied on mental cultivation methods to establish sections. The most famous one was Tai Xianxia, who used the remnant of Tai Xuan's ice heart art to forcefully create a first-rate sect. The Long family's mental cultivation method was very strong, and the direct descendants' cultivation speed was very fast. Long Xiang's talent was not bad, but he could not cultivate any of the family's martial techniques, so he could only choose the universal mental cultivation method. It was normal for him to be left far behind by his cousins. It was because he knew that the family's martial techniques were very strong that he was nervous when the competition was about to start. He was afraid that he would not be able to win against his cousin and not be able to make a name for the iron bone. I have a heart-calming liquid here. You won't be nervous after drinking it. Xianxia threw a small bottle over. Long Xiang was a little confused. Out of absolute trust in the sect leader, he opened the bottle and drank it all. The taste was a little bitter and a little mellow of malt. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a strong aura burst out of Long Xiang's body. In just a moment, his perception of the heaven and earth attribute was also instantly strengthened. His realm had also entered the 5th grade martial master level from the 4th grade, that's right. He had drunk the top grade aptitude modification liquid. Sect leader. Feeling the changes in his body and the increase in his realm, Long Xiang's eyes immediately widened, and he said, "This. What's going on?" Xianxia said, "Are you still nervous?" Ka. Long Xiang clenched his fists, and an even stronger power gathered in his meridians. His gaze was burning as he said, "I'm not nervous at all, I even want to dance. Let's go learn how to meow and meow together." Early the next morning, a dynamic and rhythmic tune resounded throughout the Long family's inner courtyard. In the courtyard, Lu Wancher and Yao Menjing stood in front, learning how to meow and meow. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others stood behind to dance. Although they were not in the sect, they could not miss out on morning exercises every day. What's that sound? The direct descendants of the Long family who had woken up early heard the sound and came over. Passing through the open courtyard door, they were all dumbfounded when they saw the Iron Bone disciples doing strange actions. How embarrassing. A man is still pouting. If this were to be seen by outsiders, my Long family's face would definitely be lost by that guy. The direct descendants of the Long family all despised him. If it was in the past, being watched by so many people, especially those of the same clan, Long Xiang would definitely be very embarrassed. But now, he was completely immersed in dancing. This kind of dancing morning exercise can make one feel good. After you experience it for yourself, you will be unable to extricate yourself from it like me. The song ended. Xianxia turned off the magically modified sound system, and said, "Let's go." Shua. With a wave of his sleeve, he walked forward. The disciples followed behind and arrived at the outer courtyard under the gazes of the direct descendants of the Long family. Today was the day of the Long family's great competition. Although the sky had just brightened, many direct descendants had already gathered in the martial arts arena. Sect leader Jun walked over with his disciples, immediately attracting their attention. The ones following behind should all be Iron Bone disciples. Why are there 6 or 7-year-old children? It doesn't look like much. It's really unbelievable to win more than 70 matches against the Sacred Spring sect in a row. The arrival of Xianxia and his disciples caused a heated discussion among the direct descendants of the Long family. Little brother Ziyang. At this moment, an extraordinary-looking young man smiled and greeted him as he walked over. Long Xiang frowned slightly, but still called out, "Second cousin." Second cousin Long Zishan walked in front of him and said in a low voice, "Joining the Iron Bone and participating in the great competition, you're quite promising now. However," he grinned and said, "when the great competition starts later, if you meet me, don't run around the martial arts arena with your head in your hands like last time." Long Xiang's face immediately turned ugly. Xianxia, who was at the side, could tell from Long Zishan's smile that he was mocking his junior brother. He almost couldn't help but kick him. "Calm down, calm down." The sect leader had said that today was the stage for his junior brother's performance, so he couldn't steal the limelight. P.S. When I woke up, I had almost 12,000 recommendation votes. Thank you everyone, continue to ask for recommendation votes, monthly votes. I also entered battle mode and sent it out. The Long family's clan competition was similar to the Iron Bone competition. It was also divided into levels, and those with similar strength would fight together. However, there was another way to declare war on someone. Last year, before Long Xiang ran away from home, there was a clan competition, and he was unfortunately challenged by many of his cousins. Without exception, all of them were defeated. In terms of strength, he was definitely stronger than his cousin who started cultivating martial arts later. However, he did not have any good martial skills and was beaten to a sorry state. Especially after being challenged by his second cousin, he ran away with his head in his hands, almost making Long Potion's nose crooked from anger. After it ended, he was spanked again. In the Falling Star continent, the strength of a martial artist was not only dependent on his own strength, but also on external objects. For example, martial skills, weapons, and treasures. If a 5th or 6th level meridian opening cultivator cultivated a higher level martial skill or had a good weapon, he would definitely be able to defeat a 11th or 12th level meridian opening cultivator. The most typical example was Xianxia. He had just transmigrated and participated in the recruitment of the 100 sects. Relying on the low-grade cold edge sword, he cut off an arm of the Spirit Spring sect's elder. You said he was stronger than Wei Inu. In terms of realm alone, the difference was too great. To be able to injure the other party was due to the weapon. Because Long Xiang did not have a suitable martial skill, he could not even beat his younger cousin who cultivated the family's martial arts. Therefore, he could only run away from home and learn from his master. Second cousin. He said proudly, "I am no longer the me from a year ago." This cousin was just like his name. In front of the Long Xiang, he was like an insurmountable mountain. Now, it was very ordinary. Is that so? Long Zishan smiled, turned around and left a message. I hope that when the clan competition starts, it will be an eye-opener for me. It's more than an eye-opener. Long Xiang clenched his fists, and said in his heart, I will make it unforgettable for you for the rest of your life. The Iron Bone had become the focus of the Long family's direct descendants, and Long Xiang had also become their topic of discussion. Many of the direct descendants who had abused him in the past naturally didn't think that he would be very strong after returning this time. In fact, if they were more well-informed, they would know that Long Xiang had also participated in the battle at the Sacred Spring Sect and had defeated an inner disciple cleanly. Without little brother Xiang around, we didn't have much fun. Now that we're back, we must have some fun. I wonder what level the Patriarch will place him in. Will he be in the ordinary group? If that's the case, we can only wait until it's over and declare war on him. While the direct descendants of the Long family were discussing, they didn't forget to look at Long Xiang with a mocking smile. Junior brother. Xianxia said in a low voice, you're really miserable. Long Xiang's eyes flickered with anger as he said, when it starts, I'll make sure none of them can laugh. A short while later, Long Padian walked out of the hall, then cupped his hands towards Xianxia and arranged a good viewing area. Junior brother, do your best. Junior brother, you are the strongest among the direct descendants of the Long family. Junior brother, don't disappoint us. When they were heading towards the spectator area, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma and the others all cheered for him. However, the words you are the strongest among the direct descendants of the Long family immediately attracted a wave of sighs and disdain from the direct descendants of the Long family. Because the large competition was held every year, the direct descendants all knew the rules, so Long Padian did not waste any time and directly announced the division of the direct descendants participating in the large competition. There were a total of 3 groups. The strongest group, the middle group, and the ordinary group. Long Zai, the middle group. Long Ziming, the ordinary group. Long Zishan, the strongest group. Long Ziang, the strongest group. Ga. The entire martial arts arena immediately fell silent, and the direct descendants of the Long family all had looks of disbelief. Did I hear wrongly? Long Ziang, that guy, entered the strongest group. What a joke, that guy joined the ordinary group last year, and now he directly applied for the strongest group. Was his brain kicked by a donkey, or was it that after running away from home for a year, his skin itched so badly that he had to find his cousin to ruthlessly beat him up? The Long family's elders were also astonished. The Iron Bone sect leader was very strong in teaching disciples. However, that brat was only at the 10th stage of the Meridian opening realm before he left home. How strong could he be in a short year? Long Ziang straightened his back. He was the one who had applied to enter the strongest group from his father. Since he was here, he would fight the strongest direct descendant of the Long family. Only then would he be able to prove his strength. Cousins. Long Ziang's eyes flashed with fighting spirit, and said, "Tremble in fear." After the groups were divided, the large competition began. The first to enter was the ordinary group. The direct descendants of the Long family were all at the channel opening realm, so it was very boring to fight. Li Qingyang and the others sat on the chairs, so bored that they almost fell asleep. On the other hand, Jin Changxiao was watching with relish. He was not watching the fights, but the strength of the direct descendants of the Long family. To be honest, as expected of a family comparable to a 4th or 5th-rate sect, everyone who went up was at the 10th stage of the Meridian opening realm, and their understanding of martial techniques was not bad. This is the foundation. Jin Changxiao thought to himself. After 2 hours of fighting, a 12th stage Meridian opening realm disciple of the Long family successfully won the championship of the ordinary group. Next was the competition of the intermediate group. The direct descendants of the Long family were all at the martial disciple level, and there were even many peak-level martial disciples. TSK. Jin Changxiao sighed, a big family is a big family. The strength of the intermediate group was higher, and the fights were quite exciting, so Li Qingyang and the others were also interested in watching. Occasionally, they would also compare the direct descendants of the Long family with some of their fellow disciples. In the end, the conclusion was that if many outer sect disciples participated, they would be able to beat the direct descendants of the Long family to the ground. After more than an hour, the intermediate group ended, and a 9th stage martial disciple won first place. Next, it was the finale of the competition between the strongest groups. To be able to enter this level, the weakest of the direct descendants of the Long family was at least a martial master. Long Ziang, Long Zisong. Long Padian announced the first battle of the strongest group. Li Qingyang and the others immediately became spirited, but when they saw the direct descendant called Long Zisong go up the stage first, and the strongest aura he emitted was only a 2nd or 3rd stage martial master, they lost interest. Damn it. Can't you find a decent opponent for your junior brother? The direct descendants of the Long family all sneered. It would be very interesting to see Long Ziang get beaten up in the first battle of the strongest group. Little brother Ziang. Long Zisong laughed, you didn't sign up for the ordinary group and came to the strongest group to join in the fun. Do you want to be beaten up by me like last year? Long Ziang, who walked up the stage, did not say a word. Begin. An elder of the Long family shouted. Shua. Long Zisong used the Long family's martial art, dragon swimming steps, and circled around. However, in the process of moving, a palm cut through the void and fiercely swung over. Pa, a crisp sound was heard. They only saw how Long Zisong flew out in a fancy way, and then rotated 160 degrees in the air and fell fiercely outside the martial arts practice field, a bright red palm print on his face. Good. Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and Tianqi stood up and applauded. The direct descendants of the Long family, who originally wanted to see how Long Ziang would be beaten up by their cousin, were all dumbfounded. When they came back to their senses, they saw that the guy had already walked down the stage. The elder who just shouted the start of the battle twitched the corner of his mouth. Seeing that it had only been a few seconds, and the battle was over? Heh. Long Zishan crossed his arms and looked at Long Ziang, who was walking down the stage. He smiled with interest. My cousin has really grown a lot after returning this time. Long Ziang's swift and decisive defeat of Long Zisong caused the direct descendants of the Long family to be dumbfounded. Of course. A powerful direct descendant like Long Zishan did not take it to heart. After all, if he were the one on stage, he could also instantly defeat a rank 2 or 3 martial master. It was undeniable. Long Ziang, who had only left for a year, was able to achieve this level. He had grown a lot. Long Potion's face was expressionless, but his heart was blooming with joy. A year ago, his son was tortured by a direct descendant of a level 7 or 8 Meridian opening realm in the grand competition. In a short period of time, he was able to torture a beginner-level martial master. This growth speed was earth-shattering. Don't worry. Patriarch Long's happiness was yet to come. Because as the strongest group's competition continued, as Long Ziang went on stage one after another, regardless of whether his opponent was at rank 3 or rank 4, they were all sent flying. He was so strong that it was completely unreasonable. After cultivating in the sect for so long, he was already very strong. Then, he took the aptitude modification liquid and raised his spirit root to the highest grade. Don't we know if he's strong or not? Plop. In the fourth match, a rank 5 martial master of the Long family's direct descendant fell to the ground outside the martial arts practice field. The Long family's direct descendant was so shocked that he couldn't recover for a long time. Another instant kill. This guy was too strong. Long Zishan, who was still laughing at first, had a serious expression. Although his cousin who was beaten down was weak, his spirit root aptitude was not weak at all. Even if it was him, he might not be able to defeat him cleanly. Sigh. Long Ziang, who was standing on the stage, shook his head and said, "There's not a single one who can fight." Xianxia was full of smiles. His disciple was showing off on stage. As the sect leader, he would definitely have face. The Long family's direct descendants' expressions were uglier than the other. The guy who was bullied by them back then suddenly became so awesome. They really couldn't accept it. Long Padian was having a great time. His son had fought 4 matches, from rank 2 all the way to rank 5. All of them were ended quickly. This could only mean that his strength was very strong. Long Padian looked at Jun Changxiao, his eyes filled with even more admiration. In just a year's time, his son had become so valiant. This sect leader must have real ability. The elders of the Long family began to ponder. Long Ziang, who seemed to be a very ordinary direct descendant of the family, had been trained to be so valiant by him. If he let the outstanding direct descendant go, wouldn't that be like going to heaven? It was hard to say whether he would ascend to heaven or not. However, based on how Long Ziang had been bullied and ridiculed by the direct descendants of the Long family, it was unlikely that he would have any chance of joining the Iron Bone Society. The battle between the strongest groups was still ongoing, but the atmosphere had changed. In the beginning, many direct descendants of the Long family hoped to be matched with Long Ziang and then ruthlessly trample on him. Now, they were secretly praying that they wouldn't meet this guy. Some things were destined by the heavens, and it was hard to avoid them. In the round of 16, the number plate that Long Zishan drew just happened to match Long Ziang, so the two of them would compete for a spot in the top 8. Here comes the show. Su Xiaoma grinned. Before the large competition began, Long Zishan had ridiculed his junior brother. He stood at the side and wanted to kick him. Now that he had met him so early, it was not a bad thing. Li Qingyang said, "This person is at least an 8th stage martial master. Junior brother Long shouldn't win too easily." Jun Changxiao leaned against the back of his chair, crossed his arms, and looked at Long Ziang who was on the stage, and sent a sound transmission. "Ziang, only this battle can prove yourself." Ta. Long Ziang strode onto the stage and said, "Sect leader. This disciple will use my strength to tell father, to tell everyone in the Long family, that this stage belongs to me, Long Ziang, the Iron Bone clan." His spine was straight, revealing the aura of an iron bone. When the evil sects attacked, Long Ziang did not fight. because his strength was far inferior to Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others. However, seeing his senior brother defeat his opponents time and time again, he was deeply moved below the stage. Although the clan's grand competition represented him, behind him was the sect leader and the senior brother who defended the sect's honor. In this battle, no matter what, he could not lose. Hoo-hoo! In an instant, Long Xiang's body erupted with a powerful aura, and his eyes flickered with a strong fighting spirit. Sect leader, senior brother, senior sister. He clenched his fists tightly and said loudly with a sound transmission technique, "Today, I, Long Xiang, will continue my undefeated record on the life and death arena." Jun Xianxia was speechless. Why did he have to be so hot-blooded to bully a group of little martial masters? Long Zishan, who had just walked onto the stage, frowned and thought to himself, just how strong is this brat? From the initial ridicule to the current caution, it was enough to show that this cousin of his was no longer the same as before. Begin! The Long family elder shouted again. Shua! Long Zishan stepped on the dragon swimming steps and was the first to attack. As an 8th stage martial master, he was clearly much stronger than Long Zisong in terms of using his family's movement technique. With a single step, his afterimage was almost dragged out. Shua! Just as Long Zishan moved, Long Xiang also rushed over with the cloud steps. In terms of speed, it was obvious that he was faster. The Long family's dragon swimming steps, high-grade mid-rank. Was it high? High, however, in front of Iron Bone's cloud steps, it was still a bit weaker. Comparing speed, comparing who is faster, you really can't do it. Shua! Long Xiang took a step forward, and his fist, which carried a strong psionic power, suddenly cut through the void and fiercely blasted over. Rupturing fist, high-grade mortal rank. So fast. Long Zishan was secretly shocked, but he did not hesitate to raise his fist and punch over, and a sound similar to a dragon's roar was heard. Dragon roar fist, high-grade mid-rank. Boom! Boom! 2 loud sounds rang out almost at the same time, and layers of psionic power exploded and formed a wave of air that immediately spread out in the martial arts practice field. In the battle area, Long Xiang's right fist punched Long Zishan's chest. Long Zishan's fist also landed on his chest. Both of them were in an attacking posture. Thump 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 thump, Long Zishan explosively retreated, and then spat out a mouthful of blood. Long Xiang also retreated, but only 1 step. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said, "Second cousin, I haven't seen you for a year, and your strength is only so. There was a difference in strength, but he had the upper hand. Rupturing fist, victory! Shua! Long Padian, who was sitting on the chair, immediately stood up, his eyes flashing with shock. Just now, when the two of them exchanged blows, his son's explosive strength had already reached 80,000 jin, which was not inferior to an 8th-grade martial master like Long Zishan. Could it be? His hands trembled, and he could not help but say, "My son is a 5th-grade martial master?" Patriarch Long Jun Changxiao, who was sitting next to him, said, don't be agitated, please sit down and watch the battle." How could Long Padian sit down? He just stood there and watched. The elders of the Long family were all dumbfounded. It was difficult for them to calm down after Long Xiang exploded with such a strong power. No. Impossible. Long Zishan, who had been blasted to the point of vomiting blood, had a look of disbelief in his eyes. Judging from the aura that fellow was emitting, he was clearly only a 5th-grade martial master. Why was his strength not inferior to his at all? Shua! Long Xiang rushed over once again, his right hand formed a palm, and shouted, "Mountain-splitting palm." Who? The wind howled, and waves of air spread in all directions. Seeing this, Long Zishan took a step back and shouted angrily, "Arrogant dragon palm." Hoo-hoo! Boom! Long Xiang directly broke through the condensed arrogant dragon palm and used the back of his hand to slash at Long Zishan's left shoulder. The powerful force erupted like a flood. Wah! Long Zishan spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body flew up and landed heavily at the edge of the martial arts practice field. The direct descendants of the Long family were dumbstruck. In 2 moves, Long Zishan, who was known as one of the strongest direct descendants of the Long family, had been beaten to such a miserable state, Long Xiang walked over step by step and stood in front of his injured second cousin. He looked down at him with the bearing of a strong man and said expressionlessly, "Have you broadened your horizons?" A year ago, Long Zishan didn't use any of his family's martial arts skills, but like a cat playing with a mouse, he tortured Long Xiang until he ran all over the martial arts practice field. A year later, he used the Long family's unique movement technique, fist technique, and palm technique. In the end, he was completely suppressed by Long Xiang, and fell to the ground in 2 moves. To Li Qingyang and the others, it was nothing more than a normal operation for their junior brother to do this. After all, he was only 1 or 2 stages lower than them. However, to the direct descendants of the Long family, it was absolutely shocking. Long Padian was so excited that his hands were trembling, and the happy expression on his face couldn't be hidden no matter how hard he tried. If it wasn't for the fact that the competition was still ongoing, he would have definitely turned around solemnly and bowed to Jun Changxiao. His son was useless in the Long family and suffered humiliation from his own clan. As a father, he saw this and felt pain in his heart, but he couldn't do anything about it. If every direct descendant of the Long family wanted to establish themselves in the Long family, they had to become stronger. Weak, they deserved to be bullied. This kind of family was very cruel and heartless. But it was also because of this that the direct descendants didn't want to be bullied and ignored by the higher-ups. Only by constantly becoming stronger could the Long family gradually become stronger. In a world where martial arts were respected, it was about the survival of the fittest. Later on, the Long family's patriarch could no longer hold it in and could only accept the second elder's suggestion to send Long Xiang to manage the family business. Although he would be mediocre for the rest of his life, at least he wouldn't be bullied in the family anymore. However, Long Padian never thought that Long Xiang would run away from home, join the Iron Bone Sword sect, and bring sect leader Jun and a group of senior brothers back before the family competition, even more unexpected. Today, in the martial arts practice field, with absolute strength, he defeated one of the strongest direct descendants of the family, Long Zishan. Looking at his son's back, he recalled the scene of him squatting alone in a corner and burying his head in his legs every time he was bullied. The Long family's patriarch's eyes gradually moistened. At this moment, Jun Changxiao handed him a tissue and said, "My son has made a name for himself. This is a matter of crying tears of joy." As someone who has experienced it before, I can understand. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were stunned. An experienced person? Could it be that the sect leader had a child? He didn't have a damn thing to say. He was just trying to give Long Padian a way out of this embarrassing situation. Sect Master Jun, Patriarch Long, did not take the tissue. Instead, he said seriously, "It is my son's blessing to be able to enter Iron Bone and be trained by you." He had said something similar before, but it was nothing more than pleasantries. Now, he was being sincere. Jun Changxiao said, "I also want to thank the Long family head for giving birth to such a talented and hardworking son, allowing me to be proud of him." Boom. On the martial arts practice field, Long Xiang kicked down Long Zishan, who was unable to get up from the ground, and then walked out under everyone's gazes. On the way to the Long family, he had thought about how to torture the people of the same clan who had bullied him before. He also thought that it would definitely feel good, but when he really experienced it, he realized that it was just that. The main reason was that he was too strong. There were no twists and turns, so he felt that it was not exciting enough. The competition continued. Long Xiang continued to fight, and defeated the direct descendants of the Long family in the top 8 and top 4 battles. As his opponent was not as strong as Long Zishan, he won easily. Not long after, the final battle of the strongest group began. This kind of battle that determined the champion was usually the most exciting. It was even normal for 2 participants to fight for 3 to 5 rounds. However, in the strongest sect of all time, especially with Iron Bone disciples participating, they did not take the usual path. Bang! 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 When the finals began, Long Xiang used exploding fist and mountain-splitting palm consecutively, and began to beat up the direct descendants of the Long family. In the end, the 4th cousin was unable to withstand it. He was beaten until he staggered back and sat down outside the martial arts practice field. The corner of the Long family's mouth twitched. Actually, when Long Xiang defeated Long Zishan, they already knew that the most valuable large competitions champion was already in his bag. But who would have thought that after the entire battle, that guy didn't even pant? This was definitely a crushing defeat. Ding! Side quest completed. Congratulations to host for obtaining 500 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 16005000. Jun Changxiao laughed. After Long Xiang applied to return home and told them about his tragic background, the system gave them a side quest. The content was, personally witness disciple Long Xiang winning the large competition of the Long family. The battle of the strongest group had ended, but that did not mean that the large competition of the clans was over. Long Xiang strode onto the martial arts practice field, pointed at a direct descendant of the Long family, and said, "Come on stage and fight." There were many direct descendants who bullied him in the Long family. Although some of them were also in the strongest group, they were not matched, so he naturally would not let them go. The corner of Long Xi's mouth twitched. Although he knew that he couldn't beat Long Xiang, he still walked up with a bitter face. In the Long family's large competition, if a direct descendant of the same clan declared war, even if they were weak, they would still have to fight. This was a rule that had been set a long time ago. Bang bang bang. The moment Long Xi went on stage, he was immediately taken care of by Long Xiang's fists. By the time he was sent flying, his face was already swollen like a pig's head. Long Ziming, come on stage and fight. Bang. 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 Not long after, the direct descendant of the Long family called Long Ziming was also brutally beaten up. Then, his entire body twitched as he lay outside the arena. An hour later, all the direct descendants of the Long family who had bullied him a few years ago, especially during the large competition last year, were all called up by Long Xiang. Their entire family was lying on the ground in an orderly manner. Last year, during the declaration of war, Long Xiang was a punching bag, and was declared war on by the direct descendants of the Long family one by one. Now, he was standing alone on the stage, beating up a group of direct descendants of the Long family like punching bags. Awesome. 2F** King awesome. The grievances that had been accumulated for a long time from being bullied by his clansmen were vented out by beating up his opponents time and time again. Not only did Long Xiang feel refreshed, he also felt that the entire world was exceptionally beautiful. However, it was not exciting enough, not satisfying enough. Long Zi, just as he was about to call out the name of another direct descendant, he was suddenly interrupted. That's about enough. The voice did not come from the martial arts practice field, but from the inner courtyard. For a moment, all the direct descendants of the Long family turned their heads and saw a man about 20 years old leaning against the edge of the door, his face expressionless. Eldest cousin! Everyone exclaimed. Long Padian frowned and said, "Isn't he in closed-door cultivation? Why did he come out at this time?" Jun Changxiao also looked over and said, "This person seems to be quite powerful." The system said, Saint grade. Spirit root, 8th grade martial master. Saint grade? Jun Changxiao frowned and said, "This is a top genius who can compete with the sacred spring Sect's Gu Chaojiu." Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others also looked over. If this wasn't junior brother Long's home ground, they might have forced their way out and challenged the top genius of the Saint grade spirit root. Long Xiang's expression changed slightly. His eldest cousin was definitely the strongest existence in the direct descendants of the Long family. Although he had never bullied him before, he had never given him a good look either. Of course. Long Zishuan said, "If you don't have enough fun, you can declare war on me." Long Xiang's brows relaxed, the corner of his mouth raised into a smile, and said, "This way, it will be exciting." Long Zishuan. He stood on the martial arts practice field, pointed at Long Zishuan who was standing in the inner courtyard, and said loudly, "Come on stage and fight." With that said, the direct descendants of the Long family and the elders of the Long family all widened their eyes. This guy. He actually declared war on the strongest direct descendant of the Long family. Long Padian was also greatly surprised, but when he saw his son's proud expression, he was instead incomparably gratified and proud as he thought to himself, "This is my, Long Potion's, son, this is my, Long Potion's, direct descendant." To be exact. This was a disciple of the Iron Bone clan. That's all for today. Thank you for your rewards. Please recommend me for your monthly votes. The strongest group won first place, and then beat up the direct descendants of the Long family who bullied him one by one. Although it was very satisfying. But Long Xiang felt that it was not exciting enough, not satisfying enough, simply put. Not a single one of them could fight. At this moment, the strongest direct descendant of the Long family, Long Zixuan, appeared and even said that if you haven't had enough fun, you can declare war on me. Facing his eldest cousin in the family, he was in the sky, he was on the ground, and he was even a weak ant. But now, he realized that it was only SOSO. At most, his aptitude was higher than his, and his cultivation was stronger. Since that was the case, what was there to be afraid of? Long Xiang stood outside the martial arts arena, pointed with one hand, and the camera followed through a few hundred meters, landing on Long Zixuan, and said, "Long Zixuan, come on stage and fight." That voice. That expression. Incomparably arrogant, under the watchful eyes of the Long family, declaring war on the strongest direct descendant made his blood boil, and he also felt that it was very exciting. Seeing his son so domineering, Long Padian was not only gratified, but also proud. Shua. Long Zixuan stepped on the complicated dragon wandering steps, dragging an afterimage as he stopped on the martial arts arena, and said, "After leaving home and returning, not only did my cultivation increase, I also became very arrogant." "It's alright," Long Xiang said. "When I was still weak, I was casually bullied by you guys, so I could only go and learn from you. Now that I have become stronger, if I don't show off, would I be able to live up to my experiences in the Iron Bone? Senior brother Long, do your best." Lu Wancher also knew that Long Zixuan was a strong enemy, so she waved her hand and shouted. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others also gave their junior brother an encouraging look. To them, this kind of 8th grade martial master was also a powerful enemy. Junior brother going to fight with him would definitely be the greatest test. Jun Changxiao sat firmly on the chair with a smile on his face. With the sect leader's gaze and the encouragement of his fellow disciples, Long Xiang's eyes flashed with an intense fighting spirit. "Can we begin?" "Come." "Who?" Long Zixuan used dragon swimming steps and appeared in front of Long Xiang at an extremely fast speed. His fist, which carried the sound of a dragon's roar, punched out. As expected of the strongest direct descendant of the Long family, the dragon cry fist he used, whether it was speed or power, was much stronger than Long Zixuan. Boom, the sound of an explosion rang out, and shockwaves flew in all directions. Thump. 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 Long Xiang took 6 or 7 steps back before he could stabilize his body. His gaze was unprecedentedly solemn. Long Zixuan's speed was too fast. Although he could catch him, it was difficult for him to dodge. He could only use his body to resist. Fortunately, he had gone through all kinds of tempering of his physical body. After receiving the punch, he was only pushed back a few steps. More importantly, he was wearing soft silk armor. The elders of the Long family were dumbfounded. Some of them were only 3rd or 5th rank Wuzong, and it was extremely strenuous for them to take a punch from Long Zixuan. Not only did that brat catch it, he even looked as if nothing had happened. Wasn't his physical body a little too strong? Shua. Long Zixuan rushed over once again, using the dragon roar fist. The fist shadows and the sound of the dragon roar spread out in the martial arts practice field. Bang! 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 Long Xiang's strength was a little lower than his. Although he could dodge 1 or 2 attacks, it was impossible for him to dodge all of them. He was hit several times and was pushed back to the edge of the martial arts practice field. "Are you still arrogant?" Long Zixuan asked. "Ka ka ka." Long Xiang shook his head and shoulders. Enduring the pain from his body, he grinned and said, "This is exciting, this is satisfying." Long Zixuan frowned slightly. Each of his attacks was more than 12 or 13,000 pounds. This guy should be injured after taking them continuously. Shua. Long Zixuan attacked again. This time, he used an even stronger dragon palm. Powerful palm prints instantly spread out, and the strength soared to 150,000 pounds. Shua. 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 Bang. Bang. Bang, Long Xiang was hit again. He was hit from one edge to another before he finally staggered and stabilized his body. Why didn't he dodge? Because he couldn't dodge at all. The gap between an 8th grade martial master with a sacred spiritual root and a 5th grade martial master like him was huge. The only thing he could do was to resist with his physical body. Eldest cousin is amazing. Look, that guy was quite arrogant just now, but now he's being beaten to the point where he can't fight back. A genius like eldest cousin would definitely be a core disciple in a first-rate or second-rate sect. Does he think he's qualified to declare war just because he learned a few moves outside? The direct descendants of the Long family discussed with joy between their brows. Long Xiang's performance just now shocked them and they couldn't accept it. Now that they saw him being beaten, they were naturally happy. Long Padian muttered, "My son, although you're not Long Zishuan, you've resisted for so long in the martial arts practice field. Even if you lose, it's still a glorious defeat." Even if he lost, it's still a glorious defeat. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "Patriarch Long, don't jump to conclusions so early." Long Padian was startled and said, "Could it be that my son has a chance of winning?" Jun Changxiao said, "It's hard to say until the end of the battle. However, with my understanding of Long Xiang, he has a 99% chance of winning." Long Potion's mouth twitched. What was the difference between a 99% chance of winning and a 100% chance of winning? However, since Sect Master Jun was so confident, Patriarch Long couldn't help but think, could it be that my son really has a chance of winning? Under the suppression of strength, martial skills, and aptitude, he really couldn't figure out how his son could win. On the martial arts practice field, Long Zishuan didn't attack for the time being and said indifferently, "Your physical defense is not bad." Long Xiang's entire body was sore, but he endured it and smiled proudly. In the Iron Bone sect, there are many senior brothers whose physical bodies are stronger than mine. Is that so? Long Zishuan looked at Li Qingyang and the others below the stage and said, "After defeating you, I really want to fight with them." "Sorry." Su Xiaoma said, "We never fight with people who lost to junior brother." "That's right." Li Fei said, "Someone who can't even defeat junior brother Long doesn't have the qualifications to challenge us." The two of them spoke arrogantly, causing the direct descendants of the Long family to be furious. Long Xiang, that brat, was clearly being tortured by his eldest cousin. Didn't this Iron Bone disciple see that? "All right." Long Zishuan retracted his gaze and said, "Then I'll defeat you first before challenging your senior brother." Whoosh whoosh. As he spoke, a powerful aura emanated from his body. This aura was exactly the same as the move that the second elder had used to attack Jun Changxiao in front of the hall. Dragon's Roar of the Nine Heavens. Eldest cousin brother is getting serious. Ha ha ha, that brat is going to be unlucky. The direct descendants of the Long family immediately laughed at his misfortune. The Dragon's Roar of the Nine Heavens was a spirit energy type martial technique, and its quality had already reached the early stage of the supreme grade. In the Long family, the only ones who could comprehend this martial technique were the elders and the patriarch. Long Zishuan was able to cultivate it at the age of 20. It could be seen how powerful his aptitude was. Interesting. Long Xiang's lips curled into a smile. You can still laugh at a time like this? Doesn't he know the power of the Dragon's Roar of the Nine Heavens? Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, Long Zishuan waved his hand and quickly spun in the air. The psionic energy that erupted also stirred up. Dragon's Roar of the Nine Heavens. Both of his palms struck out, and a dragon beast dragged its long body out of the energy circle with a roar. In terms of power, although it was weaker than the second elder, it could still be said to be powerful. As for the strength it carried, it had also reached 170,000 jin. This strength was comparable to the 8th grade Wuzong. The powerful dragon beast swept over. Long Xiang stood in place without moving. His mind entered the space ring and pinched the strength-increasing talisman that he had stored for a long time between his fingers. Pa! The talisman was crushed, and his strength skyrocketed. Ta! Long Xiang took a step forward, and the attributes of his body erupted. In an instant, his black hair fluttered in the wind. He angrily shouted, "You are not qualified to challenge my senior brother." Whoosh whoosh, the explosive fist cut through the void. Under the violent air waves, it seemed to have turned into a roaring tiger, pouncing towards the lifelike dragon beast. At this moment, dust flew, covering the sky and the sun. At this moment, when dragons and tigers fight, one of them will definitely be injured. P.S. It's still one update at midnight. I'll continue to update during the day. It's a new week. The moment Long Xiang raised his fist and punched over, the elders of the Long family all stood up in unison, their eyes filled with shock. That aura, that strength. It was definitely not weaker than Long Zishuan's dragon roar of the 9 heavens. Long Potion's expression suddenly became sluggish, and the muscles on his face also became stiff. My son is only a 5th grade martial master, but he can actually unleash a power that is not inferior to Long Zishuan's. How terrifying is this? Jun Changxiao, who was sitting at the side, had a calm expression. Long Zishuan was very strong, he could not deny this. Among the disciples he had brought, only Lu Qianqian and Yi Xingchen could fight against him. However, this did not mean that Long Xiang did not have a chance to reverse the situation. If he wanted to win this match, he could only rely on the strength-increasing talisman that he had given him. Long Xiang, whose spiritual root had been upgraded to peak grade, and his cultivation had increased to 5th grade martial master. His normal strength was close to 80,000, and with a 2-fold increase in strength, he could naturally make up for the difference in cultivation between him and Long Zishuan. Let's fight. My disciple, boom, the explosive fist that contained close to 200,000 kilograms of strength was like a fierce tiger pouncing on the gathered dragon beast, ruthlessly tearing it apart. Thump. 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 Long Zishuan's figure explosively retreated, his expressionless face filled with disbelief. The blood in his body boiled, and he almost couldn't help but spit it out. If his move was broken by a stronger force, it would injure his internal body. A few days ago, Jun Changxiao had used the Scarlet Sky Raging Flame Slash to break the second elder's dragon roar of the 9 heavens. Shua. Long Xiang did not let him off, and used the cloud-treading steps to rush over. His eyes flickered with a monstrous fighting spirit, and his entire person was like a rampaging tiger. I'll chop. I'll chop, chop, chop. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, in an instant, crescent moons of energy dragged along. Streams of light, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Dragon roar of the 9 heavens is very strong? Then I'll show you today what a spirit force type martial skill is. If there weren't any restrictions, Long Zishuan could definitely rely on the dragon swimming steps to dodge all of them. Boom. Boom. Boom, the crescent-shaped flowing light shot out like a cannonball. Spirit energy spread out, forming a lingering mist that filled the entire training field. The direct descendants of the Long family were dumbfounded. A battle of this level was definitely stronger than the previous finals of the strongest group. Shua. Long Zishuan rushed out of the fog. Psionic energy erupted from his body as he executed the Long family's martial arts technique again. What dragon wave fist, what dragon palm, as long as he knew it, he would use it all. Long Xiang relied on his iron bone martial arts to contend against him. The two of them instantly engaged in a fierce battle in the arena. Sometimes they would cross paths, and sometimes they would separate. The camera was also constantly changing. Bang. 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 In a short period of time, they had exchanged dozens of blows. As the fight became more and more intense, the spiritual aura that enveloped the martial arts practice field became denser and denser. In this battle, only then could it be considered exciting, only then could it be considered satisfying. Boom. The two of them exchanged another blow, and Long Zishuan was at a disadvantage. He took a few steps back again, and his expression became even more serious. Although he was proficient in many types of Long family's martial arts, Long Xiang's strength was stronger. If this continued, he would definitely be defeated. Shua. Long Zishuan raised his hand and bit his thumb. This, Long Padian and the Long family's elders saw this and suddenly widened their eyes. Long Xiang's expression became dignified. Although he couldn't cultivate the Long family's martial arts, he also knew that the Long family had the strongest martial arts called Illusory Tyrant Dragon Palm. Could it be that his cousin had already comprehended this martial arts technique that was infinitely close to the sacred level? Hoo-hoo. At this moment, a majestic aura emerged from Long Zishuan's body and instantly transformed into an existence similar to a Dharma idol. Phantom soul? Jun Changxiao was surprised. The system said, this is not a phantom soul. This is a profound spiritual force-type illusion technique. Hoo. Long Zixuan's aura continued to release, and the illusory Dharma idol became bigger and bigger. In the end, it reached a height of 4 to 5 meters and stood in the training field, emitting a powerful aura. Illusory tyrant dragon palm. He shouted angrily. Blood flowed from the thumb that he bit, covering his entire palm. He squatted down and slammed it on the stone floor. Hoo. The Dharma idol behind him raised its right hand and pressed down on Long Ziyang. The force and the air violently rubbed against each other, instantly forming an even thicker mist. Oh my God! My cousin actually comprehended the strongest martial arts technique of the Long family. The direct descendants of the Long family exclaimed. The Long family's elders were overjoyed. Long Zixuan, who was in his early 20s, comprehended the illusory tyrant dragon palm. This was definitely a huge surprise, Long Padian frowned. When that palm pressed down, its strength had already skyrocketed to 300,000. As the level of the martial arts technique continued to increase, the explosive power was also unimaginable. For example, the supreme-grade illusory tyrant dragon palm was already very powerful. Even Long Ziyang, whose strength had skyrocketed, was inferior in front of it. Jun Changxiao thought to himself, the Long family really has a lot of martial arts techniques. Following Long Ziyang to the Long family, he realized that although the disciples' strength was good, the sect lacked high-level martial arts techniques. Exploding fist and mountain-splitting palm were fine at the beginning. However, in front of a high-level warrior with many martial arts techniques, it was not enough. In the end, they could only rely on their strength to increase their attacks. With a critical hit, a normal attack was no problem. The key was not there yet. Therefore, he had to consider more about getting some high-level martial arts techniques for his disciples to cultivate. Actually, it wasn't that the Iron Bone didn't have any awesome martial arts techniques, such as the Scarlet Heaven Raging Flame Slash, but they had just been spawned and hadn't been equipped with them yet. Hoo. The palm print whistled down, as if Mount Tai was pressing down. When Long Zixuan used his strongest martial arts technique, Long Ziyang could have dodged in advance, but he remained motionless. You mocked me for not being able to cultivate the Long family's martial arts. You thought that I was not worthy of being a direct descendant of the Long family. Today, I will prove to you that even without the Long family's martial arts, I can still cultivate other martial arts and fight against those who have learned the Long family's strongest martial arts. Whoosh whoosh, the large hand pressed down like a dark cloud pressing down. Boom, the ground shook violently, and the stone slabs were instantly lifted up. The people of the Long family who had witnessed the entire process all widened their eyes and mouths, their eyes filled with disbelief. Long Ziyang raised his palms to the sky, catching the falling palm. Above him, there was a stream of light lingering and enveloping his body, forming a defensive layer similar to a barrier. Iron Bone's defensive martial arts technique, seal cover. Long Zixuan's expression was extremely ugly, but he raised his palm again and slammed it on the ground. The Dharma idol that had formed retracted its large palm and pressed it down again. Boom, under the pressure of the force, the stone slabs instantly shattered. Long Ziyang used the seal cover to block the illusionary tyrant dragon palm that weighed 300,000 jin once again. Long Zixuan's face flushed red as the blood in his body boiled violently. Ah! He shouted loudly and raised his hand to strike the ground 3 times in a row. Whoosh whoosh, the Dharma idol raised its large hand and also struck Long Ziyang 3 times. Under the explosion of power, the stone slabs more than 10 meters around the martial arts practice field were all shattered. Wah! Suddenly, Long Zixuan spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale, and finally, he sat on the ground. The Dharma idol behind him, as his mind weakened, instantly disappeared into nothingness. It's over, Jun Changxiao said. Although the illusionary tyrant dragon palm was very strong, forcefully using it with the cultivation of a martial master would not only consume a lot of energy, but it would also bring a huge burden to the body. After 5 palm strikes, not only was Long Zixuan's body hollowed out, even his meridians suffered different degrees of backlash. Huff huff, he sat on the ground and lowered his head to breathe weakly. Ta! A pair of feet appeared in his field of vision. Long Xiang stood in front of his eldest cousin, who he had once regarded as the sky, and said, "You lost." Long Zishuan, who didn't even have the strength to raise his head, squeezed out a bitter smile with difficulty and said, "You won." Long Xiang won, but he didn't feel good about it. Because Long Zishuan lost because he had forcefully used a high-level martial skill, and not because he had personally defeated him. In fact, from another perspective, to be able to withstand 5 attacks with the seal barrier and remain unscathed, it could be considered a victory. As soon as Long Zishuan said the words "you win," the battle came to an end. All the direct descendants of the Long family were stunned. The strongest direct descendant of the Long family had used the strongest martial skill of the Long family, but he still couldn't defeat that guy. This was simply unimaginable. Plop. Long Xiang sat down on the ground and grimaced, "Big cousin, your illusionary tyrant dragon palm is too strong, I almost couldn't withstand it." Long Zishuan, this guy was definitely acting to save some face for himself. Yes. Long Xiang sat on the ground paralyzed, giving his eldest cousin some face. After all, they were from the same clan, and there was no deep hatred between them. Even the direct descendants of the Long family who were lying neatly together were only beaten up by him, and did not suffer any internal injuries. Long Potion's tears flowed down his face as his hands trembled violently. My son won. He won against the strongest person in the younger generation of the Long family. At that moment, as a father, he was proud and proud. Jun Chongxiao laughed. And his sweaty fists relaxed. When Long Zishuan used the illusionary tyrant dragon palm, he looked extremely calm, but in fact, he was panicking inside, afraid that his disciple would not be able to withstand it. The system said, "This disciple of yours is weaker than Long Zishuan in terms of strength, but his physical body is far stronger. Furthermore, he used the seal barrier, so there is no problem for him to resist the spirit energy type illusion technique. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's not bad to make the host nervous." F***ck. The Long family's great competition had ended. Long Xiang had won first place in the strongest group and defeated the strongest direct descendant of the Long family. At the same time, it also proved the Iron Bone's martial skill. Although its level wasn't high, it wasn't inferior to most of the Long family's martial arts. Sigh. In the courtyard of the West Courtyard, Su Xiaoma rubbed his hands and said, "I also want to fight with that saint-rank spirit root Long Zishuan." Li Qingyang shook his head. "This direct descendant of the Long family is too strong. If we don't rely on the talisman given by the sect leader, it would be very difficult for us to win." Yes. It was difficult for them to contend against Long Zishuan. At least, their physical body was stronger than the other party's physical body. High defense, sometimes, it could also be considered an attack. For example, Long Xiang had exhausted Long Zishuan's energy by forming a seal barrier. Shi, who was sitting sat S's S, TTTTSTT. Why was the Night Emperor so confident? Tst SSS martial arts. Long S longs longed, S to use as longs SSS. Do you have more than our Night Emperor? If it was Yi Xingchen who had fought with Long Zishuan earlier, he would have been dazzled by the use of all sorts of martial techniques. Unfortunately, this was the Long family, Long Xiang's home ground. It would be difficult for Night Emperor to show off. Son. In the study room, Long Padian said with his hands behind his back, "Don't go back to the Iron Bone, stay in the family and continue cultivating." Huh? Long Xiang was dumbfounded. Long Padian said, "Father and the elders are old. It's time for you juniors to take responsibility." Father, based on your performance yesterday, I believe that no one will object to you inheriting the position of patriarch in the future. Long Xiang was stunned again. He had never even thought about being the head of the family. After all, the gap between him and his eldest cousin was too big. He didn't expect that his father would think so highly of him. "Stay here, I will explain to sect leader Jun," Long Padian said. "Father." Long Xiang said, "As long as I am a disciple of the Iron Bone sect, I will be a disciple of the Iron Bone sect forever. Please let me follow sect leader back to the sect to continue cultivating." That's right. The position of patriarch was very tempting. But Long Xiang had never thought about inheriting it. He only wanted to follow the sect leader wholeheartedly and live with his senior and junior brothers in the sect. Sect leader Jun can nurture you, but our Long family also needs a successor. Long Padian said solemnly. Plop. Long Xiang knelt down and said, Father, I only want to follow sect leader Jun, eldest cousin, and the others are also qualified to be the successor. Bastard. Long Padian reprimanded. As a father, he had his own selfish motives. Naturally, he wanted to pass the position of patriarch to his son and not to his nephew. In the past, Long Xiang's performance had disappointed him, so he didn't consider it. Now that his strength had increased and he could defeat Long Zixuan, he naturally had plans to make him the young patriarch. Those elders definitely wouldn't have anything to say. Unfortunately, Long Xiang didn't want to take over a family that was comparable to a fourth or fifth rate. He was more willing to stay in the Iron Bone clan. Although cultivation was tough and he would occasionally be hit in the face by balls, there was warmth and love there. It was his second home. Father, don't say any more. Long Padian said, I have already talked to sect leader Jun. He has already taken his disciples away. From today onwards, you will learn how to run a family from me. Sect. Sect leader left? Long Xiang's body trembled and he stood up and rushed out. When he arrived at the courtyard, he didn't see the sect leader or his fellow disciples. He only saw a piece of paper on the table in the living room. Xiang, be a good descendant of the Long family. When you take over as the patriarch, I can show off to outsiders that the current patriarch of the Long family was nurtured by me. Remember. A disciple of the Iron Bone clan for a day, a disciple of the Iron Bone clan for a lifetime. Don't chase. This is the sect leader's order. The person who signed it was Jun Xianxia. Sect leader. Long Xiang held the letter in his hand and couldn't help but cry. Hua hua, dark clouds covered the sky and heavy rain poured down. Looking at Longyang City from the wilderness, under the lingering rain and fog, it was as if it was covered in a thin layer of gauze. On the official road, Jun Xianxia brought his disciples and walked in the rain. Because of the protection of his spirit energy, the moment the water droplets came into contact with his clothes, they were bounced out. Sect leader. Li Qingyang said, Junior brother Long isn't going back with us? After all, he is a direct descendant of a large family. How can he stay in the Iron Bone clan forever? Jun Xianxia said. Sigh. Su Xiaoma said rather sadly, I didn't expect that coming to the Long family with junior brother Long this time would be a farewell. Lu Wancher cried, Sect leader, I don't want senior brother Long to leave. I hope that everyone can be happy together forever. Jun Xianxia raised his head and looked at the dark sky, his emotions complicated. All good things must come to an end. Everyone fell silent. A year's time was not too long, but these disciples, amidst the laughter and arduous cultivation, had long cultivated a deep relationship with each other. Now that they were separated from Long Xiang, their emotions were complicated. At this time, Su Xiaoma raised his head, pointed to the front, and exclaimed, Sect leader, look. Jun Xianxiao, Li Qingyang and the others all looked over, and saw a man who was drenched standing on the official road in front of them. His hair was wet, and there were water droplets on his eyelashes, but his gaze was firm. Who was it? It was Long Xiang. Sect leader. He clenched his fists and knelt on the ground with a plop, causing waves of water to splash out. He shouted loudly, Unless you expel me from the sect, I, Long Xiang, will always follow you, and will always be a disciple of the Iron Bone clan. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others laughed. Lu Wancher, whose eyes were filled with tears, also laughed through her tears. Jun Xianxiao shook his head and walked over. Then, he summoned the historical record bamboo scroll and patted his head, saying, The men of the Iron Bone clan have gold under their knees, stand up for me. Shua. Long Xiang stood up and straightened his back. Jun Xianxiao turned around and shouted towards Longyang City, Patriarch Long, this is your son's own choice. I, Jun Xianxiao, will take him away today. Sigh. On the city tower, Long Padian let out a long sigh. Son, I respect your choice. Last night, Long Padian invited Jun Xianxiao over. First, he thanked him properly, then he talked about Long Xiang's future. After all, he was a direct descendant of the family. As a father, He naturally hoped that his son would inherit the position of patriarch in the future. On this point, Jun Changxiao could understand. Who wouldn't want their son to have a high position and not be a disciple in a sect? Patriarch Long, Jun Changxiao said, neither you nor I can decide Xiang's fate, the path he wants to take. Naturally, he will have to choose it himself. Thus, the two of them made a small bet. Bet on whether Long Xiang would stay in the Long family or follow him back to the Iron Bone. In the end, Long Padian lost the bet. His son gave up the right to inherit the position of patriarch and followed Jun Changxiao back to the Iron Bone. This was his choice, and the patriarch Long would not interfere. Son. Standing on the city gate tower, looking at the group of people who gradually disappeared into the rain and fog, Long Padian muttered, "Father hopes that you can continue to grow stronger." Long Xiang, who was walking on the official road, seemed to have heard his father's thoughts, and said to himself, "Father, the reason your son chose this path is to continue to break through and become stronger." On this day, the son of the patriarch of the Long family, the most official one, followed the Iron Bone sect leader. He was no longer pretending to be a disciple of the Iron Bone, and had truly treated himself as a disciple of the Iron Bone. All disciples, listen up. Jun Changxiao, who was walking on the rainy road, shouted, "Follow me to conquer the world, fight out of the falling star continent, and fight all the way to planet Namek." All the disciples were startled. What kind of place was planet Namek? Iron Bone. Jun Changxiao and the disciples rode on the Hurricane Wolf and returned. Including the trip back and forth and the stay in the Long family, it had been 7 days. During this period of time, the disciples were doing missions in the mission pavilion as usual, and everything was normal. However, just as Jun Changxiao sat down in the main hall, Li Luoqiu handed over a letter and said, "Sect leader, someone sent this 2 days after you left." A letter of challenge? Jun Changxiao opened it and took a look. There were beautiful words written on it. The content was, 9th day of the Lunar New Year, I'm here to visit sect leader Jun and the Iron Bone Upright sect. The signatory was Shi Jingxian. Pa Jun Changxiao slapped his forehead and said, "I forgot about Miaohua Palace's visit." That's not right. That woman was born with an eye disease. How could she know how to write? Moreover, her handwriting was so beautiful that it was almost comparable to his own. The system was speechless. While praising other people's good handwriting, he also praised himself. This was really shameless. Hall Master Li, Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and asked, "What day is it today?" "The 8th day," Li Luoqiu said. "Damn, isn't that tomorrow?" "Qingyang." Jun Changxiao said, "Bring the disciples to clean up the sect. Make sure it's clean." "Yes." Li Qingyang accepted the order and went down. Long Xiang, who had just made the most important choice in his life, was sweeping the outer courtyard with a broom. "Father. If I had known earlier, I would have stayed and been a young master at home." A visit from a fourth-rate sect was a big deal. Jun Changxiao ordered Lu Wancher to prepare more high-quality food. When the time came, he would prepare some delicious dishes to entertain the guests. Sect leader. Lu Wancher pouted and said, "Wasn't the food I made before delicious?" Jun Changxiao pinched her puffed-up cheeks and said with a smile, "What I mean is to make even more delicious food so that the guests will have endless aftertastes." "No problem." Lu Wancher's eyebrows relaxed, and she smiled brightly, "Leave it to me." Jun Changxiao left the canteen, pointed at Su Xiaoma and said, "Stinking brat, hang up the red lanterns in the main hall for me." "All right." Su Xiaoma began to get busy again. It could be said that because Miaohua Palace was about to visit, all the Iron Bone disciples were busy. In a short period of time, Iron Bone was cleaned up, red and green. Coincidentally, when family head AI came to visit and saw the red ribbon on Iron Bone's signboard, he was stunned. When he walked into the sect and saw the red lanterns and red ribbons hanging in the main hall, he felt even more apprehensive. Sect leader Jun, sitting in the main hall, the first thing AI Shang said was, "You're getting married?" Pfft. Jun Changxiao, who had just taken a sip of tea, spat it out. He wiped the water from the corner of his mouth and broke down, "I don't even have a fiancé, how can I get married? Could it be that a disciple is getting married? Impossible, as the sect leader, I'm still a single dog, how can I allow someone to get married and show off their affection to me? If the disciples heard this, they would definitely cry out loud. It seemed that the sect leader couldn't get rid of his single status, and they, as disciples, had to accompany him for the rest of their lives. Single dog food, family head AI was at a loss. Jun Changxiao said, to be honest, the palace master of Miaohua Palace will bring her disciples to our sect for a friendly visit tomorrow. I see. Family head AI understood and smiled. Palace master Shi's looks are extraordinary, quite compatible with sect leader Jun. Why don't we ask the Blue Mountain sect to be the matchmaker? Jun Changxiao shook his head. Does family head AI think that I, the leader of a small 7th-rate sect, am worthy of the leader of a 4th-rate sect? The system said, it's rare for the host to have self-awareness. Brother N. AI Shang said, first you fought the Sacred Spring sect, then you defeated the murdering shrine. Sect leader Jun is now famous in southwest Jiangzhou. If you're not worthy of the palace master of Miaohua Palace, then no other young talent is. Am I that awesome? I didn't even know. After being praised by family head AI, sect leader Jun felt a little smug. However, he really didn't have any thoughts about the palace master of Miaohua Palace. It wasn't that he disliked the other party's eyesight, but that he still needed to develop his sect and didn't have any plans to date for the time being. These words, it was as if he wanted to date and girls would come to love him to death at any time. Did they not know that he had always been single based on his strength? Family head AI. Jun Changxiao said, let's get down to business. As soon as they got down to business, AI Shang immediately handed over a spatial ring. Not only were there banknotes inside, there were also all kinds of herbs and seeds. The AI family gave him a fixed amount of money every month. The Iron Bone Beast material store made a huge profit every day. Sect leader Jun's wealth was accumulating day by day. When he was poor, he often thought, why don't we rain money? When he was rich, he began to worry, how am I going to spend so much money? Why don't I just put it in the toilet and use the banknotes to wipe my ass? The system said, how despicable. With Miaohua Palace's visit, Jun Changxiao still needed to do one more thing, and that was to put away all the things that shouldn't be seen. This was to prevent them from accidentally leaking and bringing unnecessary trouble to the sect. The next day. Early in the morning. At the foot of Ironbone Mountain, a group of female cultivators dressed in fluttering white clothes appeared. They looked like otherworldly fairies. The leader was Xianxia, the palace master of Miaohua Palace. Although her eyes were still empty and lifeless, her outstanding beauty couldn't be hidden. Palace Lord. Li supported her and said, we've arrived at the foot of Ironbone Mountain. Xianxia touched the scattered hair on her forehead and said shyly, Li this palace lord looks very tired after rushing all the way here, right? Palace Lord is still so beautiful. Ironbone sect leader and his disciple got lucky. Li said. No. Xianxia said, help this palace lord tidy up my clothes, so that Jun Changxiao doesn't see me as a joke. Li was speechless. It wasn't that the palace lord hadn't gone on a long journey before, but this was the first time she paid so much attention to her appearance. Could it be that she had feelings for that guy, so she would dress up for him? Damn it. Wasn't that guy just a little handsome? What charm did he have to make the palace lord care so much about him, that, wasn't it enough that he was a little handsome, P.S., 4 and more. Let's talk about the update situation. Because it had been a burst of updates for the past few days, it couldn't be done at midnight and had been pushed to the day. For the next few days, it was the same. If there was an update, it would be released. At midnight, there wouldn't be too many manuscripts. Finally, I'm looking for recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Palace Master. Li pointed at the platform in front of them and said, this is the arena of life and death. After the evil sect incident in Huayang County, Jun Changxiao didn't ask the disciples to dismantle the arena of life and death. There were many cultivators in the Azure Sun County who came to visit after hearing of Xianxia's valiant deeds. When they saw the flamboyant words on the wooden board, their eyes were filled with admiration. They didn't have cameras or mobile phones. Otherwise, they would definitely stand in front of the arena of life and death and pose for photos. Miaohua Palace had heard about the Iron Bone, Wu Huang, who scared away a peak martial king. Naturally, they knew about the arena of life and death. Lier, I heard that the couplet on the platform was personally written by sect leader June. How's his handwriting? Xianxia asked curiously. Lier said, it's SOSO. She was speaking against her conscience. Sect leader June's handwriting was majestic and majestic. It definitely had the style of a master. Lier said this because the palace master also liked to practice calligraphy. If she knew that the guy's handwriting was good, she would be even more infatuated. What a pity. Xianxia said rather dejectedly, I can't see what sect leader June looks like or his handwriting. Lier and the disciples immediately panicked. Palace master, don't think too much. Palace master, you don't look good with such a sad face. Sect leader June will laugh at you if you go to the Iron Bone. This sentence was very effective. Xianxia, who was originally very depressed, suddenly smiled brightly and asked, do I look good now? Lier and the disciples were speechless. Xianxia walked up the stairs with the help of the disciples. Jun Changxiao, who received the news, wore a clean and decent school uniform and led the disciples to the mountain gate to welcome them. A group of beauties came to visit. As a gentleman, he had to go out and welcome them. They're here, they're here. Wow, they're all female disciples. They're not bad looking. Compared to our junior sisters, Su Xiaoma didn't finish his words and immediately shut his mouth because Ling Yuanxue and the other female disciples looked at him coldly. In this world, only a woman's gaze had the ability to kill everything. Everything else was fleeting. Palace Master. Lier said, Sect Master June is welcoming us. Xianxia said nervously, Lier, Ben Gong's heart is suddenly beating really fast. Looking at the palace lord's slightly red face, Lier broke down and thought to herself, it's over, it's over. The palace lord is really infatuated with that boy. Very soon. The group of people climbed up and stood in front of the mountain gate. Jun Changxiao was just about to walk over and shake hands with the palace lord of Ingenious Flower Palace when Lier stepped in front of him and said with a cold expression, Sect Master Jun, please keep your distance. Distance makes the heart grow fonder. I understand. I understand. Jun Changxiao took 2 steps back, cupped his fists and said, Welcome, Master of Miaohua Palace, to our sect for a friendly visit with your disciples. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. Su Xiaoma and the others shouted in unison. Xianxia smiled and said, Will this queen disturb Sect Master June and disciples' daily cultivation by bringing my disciple here? No, no. Jun Changxiao turned to the side and raised his hand. Palace Master Shi, please come in. Clap, clap, clap. Xianxia and the others entered the Iron Bone Mountain under the warm applause of Su Xiaoma and the other disciples. Although there was a faint spiritual energy lingering around the Iron Bone Mountain, there was nothing special about it. In fact, it was a little ordinary. However, when the disciples of Ingenious Flower Palace entered and saw the spacious martial arts practice field, the group of buildings, and the magnificent and extraordinary main hall, their eyes were filled with surprise. If it were in the past, they might think that a seventh-rate force was biting off more than they could chew by building such a grand sect. However, after learning that they had scared off 20 evil sects and a peak martial king at the foot of the mountain some time ago, they felt that they were qualified to build such a grand sect. Lier. Xianxia whispered, How is Sect Master Jun's sect? It's all right, Lier said. In short, in order to prevent the palace master from being too infatuated with Sect Master Jun, she would not say anything nice about him. From the looks of it, Jun Changxiao was not only single because of his strength, but also because of this disciple named Lier. I've already arranged top-grade delicacies to welcome Palace Master Shi and the disciples of your sect. Jun Changxiao said. When others came to visit, it was natural to receive them warmly. This was the way to treat guests. The canteen was also bustling with activity. Lier and the disciples of Ingenious Flower Palace were a little suspicious. Had the Iron Bone Mountain just finished a wedding and had not had time to cancel it? Heavens! A disciple sitting next to her chewed on the food and tugged at her senior sister's collar. She whispered, Senior sister, quickly try it. It's really delicious. Lier frowned slightly. She was a disciple of a fourth-rate sect. After all. Why did she act so inexperienced when she came to the Ironbone Mountain? No matter how delicious it is, isn't it just to fill the stomach? Leah raised her chopsticks, picked up a mouthful of food, and ate it. At this time I slowed down time a few times. Everyone can clearly see how her eyebrows, nose, eyes, mouth, and her entire face turned from calm to shocked. After chewing and swallowing slowly, Leah felt as if she was in front of a beach. The warm sun shone and a sea breeze blew. Her soul was about to float. Delicious. Too delicious, so fragrant. So fragrant. So fragrant, it was not just Leah. All the disciples of Ingenious Flower Palace who ate the food had exaggerated expressions on their faces. It was as if they were not eating food, but a heavenly treasure. Some of them even cried. Palace Master Xianxia, who was sitting opposite her, said, "Why aren't you eating?" That, Xianxia rubbed the corner of her clothes under the table and said, I'm not hungry." It was not that she was not hungry. She was afraid that she would not look ladylike when she ate and Xianxia would laugh at her. Sect Master June used the public chopsticks to pick up a few dishes for her and said with a smile, "Although my Ironbone Mountain is a little small, it is not sloppy when it comes to eating. Palace Master you must give me the honor of tasting it." All right then." Xianxia raised her chopsticks and used her senses to explore the plate before picking up the food. Seeing this, Xianxia felt pity for her. This woman had never seen light since she was young and had always been accompanied by darkness. She was truly pitiful. If mid-grade healing pills could treat eye diseases, he would be willing to risk being called a saint by the readers and give one to her. Wow. At this moment, Xianxia said in surprise, "Sect Master June, your Ironbone Mountain's dishes are so delicious. Eat more if it's delicious." Xianxia smiled. N. Xianxia did not care about being ladylike anymore and picked up her chopsticks to eat. Although her eye disease made it harder for her to eat compared to ordinary people, she was slowly getting used to it. Don't just eat the dishes. Drink some soup. Xianxia picked up a spoon to scoop the soup, but Leah snatched it away and said, "Sect Master June, let me do it." All right. Xianxia sat down and said with a smile, "Palace Master Ingenious Flower Palace should be quite a distance away from my Ironbone Mountain. 6,000 li so far? I'll go." Xianxia raised her head and looked at Xianxia with empty eyes. "Sect Master June wants to go to my Ingenious Flower Palace?" Xianxia almost fell off his chair. "I'll go, that's just a catchphrase." He scratched his head and said, "If I have time, I'll naturally pay a visit to Ingenious Flower Palace." Xianxia said expectantly, "When will Sect Master June have time?" Does she really think that I'm going to pay a visit to Ingenious Flower Palace? Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "Maybe 2 or 3 months, maybe 2 or 3 years." Xianxia smiled. "Then it's a promise. When the time comes, this palace will definitely invite the best chef to make delicious dishes for Sect Master June." Seeing the palace master smile so brightly, Leah was speechless. It's hopeless. It's really hopeless. After the meal, Xianxia wanted to walk around Ironbone. Xianxia personally led the way, showing her around the outer and inner courtyards. They even went to the herb garden. Xianxia couldn't see, but Leah and the other disciples could. Moreover, they looked very carefully everywhere they went. They were very curious. What was so special about Ironbone that it could nurture so many valiant disciples? It was a pity. Xianxia let them see as much as they wanted to see, but they definitely couldn't see what they shouldn't see. "Palace Master," Leah whispered, "Ironbone is very ordinary. There's nothing special about it." "What about the disciples?" Xianxia asked. Leah was silent for a moment, then said, "Although their levels are low, their auras are strong. They can be considered talents." During the tour, she met many Ironbone disciples. Although they were only martial disciples, most of them were in the middle to high levels. It was inconceivable that such a seemingly ordinary sect could nurture such talents. "How's the herb garden?" Xianxia asked. If a sect wanted to be strong, they needed to have pills. The key to refining pills was in the herbs. Not only did Miaohua Palace have a herb garden, but there were also many high-ranked herbalists in charge of it. The scale was not small, and the amount of herbs produced was enough to supply the entire sect. Li Er said, "It seems to be only about 10 acres. The herbs planted are also very ordinary." Xianxia said, "When I arrived at the herb garden, I felt the rich spiritual energy. If there weren't any high-ranked herbs planted, there's no way the spiritual energy would be so dense." As expected of the sect master. Professional. Li Er said, "It's really very ordinary. They're all low-ranked herbs." She didn't deliberately hide it. The herbs planted in the herb garden were indeed not high-ranked in the eyes of a fourth-rate sect's disciple. However, Li Er didn't expect that Elder Wei, who was in charge of the herb garden, was a hidden top-notch herbalist. The herbs he planted were no different from those on the market. However, the spiritual energy contained in them was more than 10 times higher. If all the herbalists of Miaohua Palace were to check the spiritual energy in a random herb, they would be ashamed. Palace Master Shi. At this moment, Xianxia walked over and said with a smile, "I've already arranged a room for you. Do you need to rest after traveling such a long distance?" "All right." Shi Jingxian and her disciples stayed at Iron Bone for the time being. The next morning, moving music came from the magically modified sound system, startling the disciples of Ingenious Flower Palace who had just woken up and washed their faces. They all rushed to the entrance of the inner court. On the training field, Jun Chongxiao led the disciples to dance happily. Li Er's beautiful brows frowned slightly, and she said, "A dignified sect leader actually did such a shameful action. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by others?" "Shameful action?" Shi Jingxian asked. "Li Er, what is Sect Master Jun doing?" Li Er thought for a while and said unhappily, "He's dancing with his disciples." "Ah?" Shi Jingxian was surprised. "Dance?" Li Er said in disgust, "Palace Lord, this guy doesn't care about his status at all. I think we should hurry back to the sect. You're getting along well with your disciples and even dancing with them." "Sect Master Jun is so cute," Shi Jingxian said. "My Palace Lord. What kind of bewitching potion did he feed you? Pass the ball, pass the ball." "Li Tiansheng, you're already passing the ball into the sky. Shoot. F***ck, why are you kicking junior brother Yang's face again?" After the morning exercises, Su Xiaoma led his disciples to a soccer match. Both sides went back and forth, and it was very lively. The disciples of Ingenious Flower Palace had never seen such a strange sport before. They stood outside the field and watched curiously as the two sides ran around the training field, fighting over that small ball. To be honest, the disciples of Ingenious Flower Palace were all good-looking. It was definitely a beautiful scene to watch from outside the field. With beautiful women watching, the disciples of Iron Bone seemed to be on steroids, and they were especially energetic when they kicked the ball. Men, naturally, they liked to show off their male hormones in front of women. "Palace Lord Shi, how long are you planning to stay at Iron Bone?" Jun Chongxiao rested his hands on the railing outside the main hall, and watched his disciples kick the ball. There was a spring breeze smile on his lips. This posture, coupled with this face, he was definitely the handsome male lead in a youthful campus romance anime. Unfortunately, Shi Jingxian, who was standing next to him, couldn't see it. She flicked her black hair that danced in the wind and said, "The atmosphere at Iron Bone is very good. If it weren't for the fact that I'm busy with sect affairs, I would like to stay here for a year or so." Jun Chongxiao turned around and leaned on the railing. "You don't have to do the sect affairs yourself. You can leave them to your disciples." "Don't ask why." "Because that was what he did." Shi Jingxian shook her head and said, "The sect is different from other sections. There are many things that I have to deal with. Otherwise, it will be a mess after a long time." Jun Chongxiao said, "Don't work too hard. Pay more attention to rest." These words were so gentle and sweet that Shi Jingxian blushed. "Right." Jun Chongxiao said, "Why do you like to cover your other eye with your fringe?" "Can I not answer this question?" Shi Jingxian asked. "Sure." Jun Chongxiao said, "I'm just asking." Swish, suddenly, he raised his hand and grabbed the happy football that was attacking Shi Jingxian. "You dare to kick such a beautiful girl? Bigly, you're courting death." I'll make you bloom today. Swish, Sect Master Jun swung his hand and the happy football flew out like a cannonball. Li Fei shrugged and said calmly, it's over. Bang, the happy football hit him in the face. Then, he rolled into the goal with the ball. Xianxia wasn't a little fangirl. She came to Iron Bone this time mainly to find out why these disciples were so strong. In the end, she didn't find out anything useful except that they would dance and play a sport called football. It seems. In the side room, Xianxia said, Sect Master Jun doesn't want us to know too much. He's deliberately hiding something. I've already said so. Li said, there's really something different about Iron Bone. Even if the Palace Lord came, he couldn't see it. However, Xianxia said, it's not a wasted trip. At least Sect Master Jun will pay a visit to Miaohua Palace. If Jun Changxiao knew about it, he would definitely break down. She actually remembered the words I'll go. He promised that he would come as soon as 2 or 3 months, and as slow as 2 or 3 years. It seemed like he had to go. Xianxia stayed at Iron Bone for 3 days. Then, she decided to return to Miaohua Palace. Before leaving, she asked, Sect Master Jun, will you participate in the Sect's martial arts competition in a month? Sect's martial arts competition? Jun Changxiao said awkwardly, I've never heard of it. Naturally, I won't participate. Xianxia said, it's a grand event for the upper echelons of various forces to exchange pointers and discuss the Tao. It will be held on Mount Hua. With Iron Bone's current reputation, you should be qualified to participate. Jun Changxiao was stunned. Mount Hua. The system said, not only Mount Hua, but also Mount Tai, Mount Song, Mount Hang, and Mount Hang. Damn. Jun Changxiao said, there are all 5 mountains. Is this a coincidence? The Falling Star continent is very vast. There are countless mountains and rivers. It's normal for them to have the same name as the mountains in your previous world. The system explained. Jun Changxiao said, I'm a little busy. I'm afraid I won't be able to go. Not to mention going to Mount Hua to discuss martial arts. Even if he went to Mount Hua to discuss the sword, it would be better to cultivate in the sect and train the disciples. Not to mention, this kind of event where the big shots of the sects gathered would definitely be filled with all kinds of fancy posturing and bragging. There was no point in going. Ding. Side quest triggered. Jun Changxiao opened the interface. The quest was, participate in the Mount Hua martial arts competition and discuss the Tao of martial arts with the various sect leaders. Palace Master Shi. Where's Mount Hua? P.S. Someone asked who the female lead is. It will be decided by everyone's vote. I will list a few, please reply with the number in the comments. 1 Li Qingyang, 2 Xiao Ziji, 3 Yi Xingchen. Those that are not listed can be added in the comments section. Anyone who participates in the voting will have the opportunity to receive a bottle of gay elixir exclusively sponsored by Iron Bone. Xianxia left with the disciples. On the way, she was all smiles, like a happy child. In Miaohua Palace, Xianxia was rarely idle and rarely had anyone to chat with. She spent her days mechanically cultivating and managing the sect. When she came to Iron Bone, she didn't have to think or do anything. Sect Master Jun could even chat with her. This kind of rare relaxation was something she had never experienced before. Palace Master is very happy. Li thought. She and Xianxia were about the same age. They lived together when they were young and were like sisters. Because of her eye disease and being abandoned by her parents, Li hadn't seen Palace Master smile for a long time. She was silent all day, as if she was isolated from the world. Later, Xianxia took over as Palace Master and began to manage the sect. She gradually walked out of her solitary personality and finally learned to smile. But her smile was forced and unnatural. It was as if she was forcing herself to smile. When she met Jun Changxiao in Sacred Spring Sect, Palace Master's smile turned from stiff to natural. When she came to Iron Bone, she could actually smile from the bottom of her heart. Then, what kind of magic did Sect Master Jun have? It was nothing. It was just that yesterday in the maple forest at the back of the mountain, when only the 2 of them were there, Xianxia said, Sect Master Jun, managing a sect is really tiring. She didn't say this to the disciples or the elders. Today, she mentioned it to Jun Changxiao because the two of them were about the same age and were both sect masters. Yes. Jun Changxiao said, the responsibility is great and the burden is heavy. It is indeed tiring to be a sect master. At first, if there was no time bomb, he might have become a free rogue cultivator and lived without worries in the Falling Star continent. The system added, yes, you were abused in the Falling Star continent without worries. It was the truth. Because he had the strongest sect system, he had the capital to become stronger and had powerful tools. If he was a rogue cultivator, he would have to rely on himself. He was one of those rookies in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range who risked his life for resources but could be killed or abused at any time. Of course. This was just the beginning. After trying his best to adapt to being the sect master, he also took in many disciples with different personalities. That kind of feeling made him feel very good. Sometimes, Jun Changxiao would think in the middle of the night that he didn't want to create the strongest sect, but a warm and comfortable home. There were many children at home. Although their personalities were different and they each had their own stories, they slowly grew up under his care. There might be hardships and tribulations, but there would also be warmth and joy. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changxiao said, the most important thing in life is to be happy. No matter how great the pressure is, one must always smile. So your name is Jun Changxiao? Shi Jingxian asked. Jun Changxiao said, yeah. Shi Jingxian fell silent. Girls who like to smile have good luck. Jun Changxiao smiled and said, therefore, Palatial Master Shi, don't give yourself too much pressure. The most important thing is to face each day happily. Girls who liked to smile often had good luck. This sentence made Shi Jingxian remember it in her heart. On the way back to the sect, every time she thought of it, she would unconsciously smile. Sigh. Jun Changxiao sat in the main hall and murmured, I still haven't given her the middle-grade healing pill. The system said, the healing pill can't cure diseases, let alone eye diseases. Jun Changxiao naturally knew. Therefore, this was also the reason why he didn't give it to Shi Jingxian. She's gone. Lu Qianqian leaned against the door and said with her arms crossed, Sect Master must be very disappointed and sad now. What's there to be disappointed about? What's there to be sad about? Jun Changxiao said. No, even if I'm disappointed and sad, does it have anything to do with her? As an expert in the field of emotions, Jun Changxiao suddenly smelled something. He looked at the cold Lu Qianqian and asked suspiciously, are you disappointed and sad because I'm closer to Palace Master Shi? No. Lu Qianqian said, I'm just worried that Sect Master couldn't resist the temptation of beauty and told Palace Master Miao Hua Palace all the things that shouldn't be said in the sect. Jun Changxiao was speechless. With beauties like you and Hall Masterly in the sect, I can still stay calm. How can I be tempted by other women? Ah. At this moment, Li Luoqiu walked in from outside and said with a smile, Sect Master, why are you praising me for no reason? Lu Qianqian stood up and left. Jun Changxiao said, Hall Masterly, is there something you need? Li Luoqiu blinked and said with a smile, am I disturbing you? Jun Changxiao, Li Luoqiu stopped joking and returned to the topic at hand. Sect Master, are you sure you want to participate in the Mount Hua Martial Arts Symposium in a month? Yes, Jun Changxiao said. The side mission was triggered for contribution points, so he had to go no matter what. Li Luoqiu said, as far as I know, those who can participate in such a grand event are at least fifth-rate. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for us to go. The Mount Hua Martial Arts Symposium was a martial arts symposium between sections. The so-called sects were at least fifth-rate. Iron Bone's reputation had improved a lot during this period, but it was still a seventh-rate sect. We have to raise its level. It has to be at least sixth-rate. Jun Changxiao called Li Qingyang over and asked about the disciples' recent cultivation progress. In the end, the answer he got was that the latest batch of disciples had already reached the standard to be promoted to a sixth-rate sect. What were they waiting for? They should hurry up and get certified. Hall Master Li, Jun Changxiao said, inform the shopkeeper of the beast material store in Qingyang City to contact Deacon Zhao of the certification center and ask him to come and certify Iron Bone. Understood. Li Luoqiu left. Qingyang City, Certification Center. Zhao Xingming was currently hesitating. He had already received news that Jun Changxiao had invited him to the Iron Bone Certification Center. However, what he was hesitating about was whether he should go or contact the headquarters and ask them to send someone over. This is a sect with the potential to reach the top 3. I should contact the higher-ups to certify it to prevent any mistakes. Zhao Xingming hurriedly contacted the headquarters in southwest Yangzhou City. The next day, the headquarters sent a letter saying that he was fully in charge of the Iron Bone Certification Center. Zhao Xingming was immediately overjoyed. For a sect with such potential to be assigned to him by the headquarters, it meant that they trusted him a lot. There's hope for promotion, there's hope for promotion. Zhao Xingming held the letter and was extremely excited. Of course. He also knew that whether he could get a promotion or a raise depended on Iron Bone. Deacon. A member of the certification center walked in and said, Spirit Snake Sect's people are here to certify, they are waiting outside. Spirit Snake Sect? Zhao Xingming muttered in his heart, isn't that just a 9th-rate sect in the 100 Sect Alliance? The member then said, Alliance head Qin also sent a letter. Zhao Xingming received the letter and the content was, Deacon Zhao, Spirit Snake Sect's sect leader is a relative of this Qin. Please make things convenient for us, we will prepare a generous gift for you. If it was in the past, Deacon Zhao would definitely be overjoyed when he saw the word generous gift. But now, he casually crushed the letter and threw it away, saying, Tell Spirit Snake Sect's sect leader to wait in Qingyang City. I have something to deal with. Yes. The member left. Zhao Xingming coldly said, Qin Haoran, I have already told the higher-ups about the agreement I made with you. If not for Iron Bone being certified as one of the top 3, I would have already lost my head. You still dare to come in through the back door. Sect leader Jun had also given him some advice. So as long as the members of the 100 Sect Alliance came to certify, he would do his best to ignore them. That morning, Zhao Xingming brought the certification tool and headed to Iron Bone as quickly as possible. P.S. In the previous chapter, there were actually 2 hidden choices, 4 Dai Lu and 5 Xie Guangquan. In the end, there were really readers who said it. Teacher Air Guzzi student of the green scarf guy quickly come to QQ group 702705427 to receive a bottle of gay liquid. Zhao Xingming stopped in front of the life and death arena. When he saw the words Iron Bone written on the wooden board, he was immediately filled with respect. After being certified as a 7th-rate sect, sect leader Jun led his disciples to challenge the Sacred Spring sect. Then, he destroyed 4 evil sects in Huayang County. Finally, he even scared off the experts of the Murdering God Hall. If he wasn't in Green Sun City, he would have suspected that he was dreaming if he didn't have first-hand information about these deeds. Thinking back to the first time he met sect leader Jun at the certification hall, Zhao Xingming was extremely grateful to Ma Yunting. If not for him, he definitely wouldn't have certified Iron Bone. In the end, he would have definitely offended him. Gold would always shine. If Iron Bone wasn't certified in Green Sun City, it would have been certified in other counties. If the higher-ups were suspicious and sent people to investigate, even 100 heads wouldn't be enough for them to chop off. Zhao Xingming was also very grateful to Jun Changxiao. He was grateful for his magnanimity. Otherwise, he would have died the same way. Therefore, when he entered Iron Bone, he said in the most sincere and respectful manner, Sect leader Jun, it's been a long time. Deacon Zhao. Jun Changxiao smiled, I'm sorry to have made you come all the way here. Zhao Xingming said, it's my duty to certify the sect. Jun Changxiao didn't waste any more words. He called his disciples over and began to certify them one by one. Bang! Finally, he punched the testing stone. Not only did his strength meet Wuzong's standards, but his aura also met the standards. After all the tests, Zhao Xingming handed over the 6th-rate sect certification token. He cupped his hands and said, in such a short time, Iron Bone went from a 9th-rate sect to a 6th-rate sect. This speed is amazing. Actually, he already knew whether or not Iron Bone had the qualifications to become a 6th-rate sect. The certification was just a procedure. It was a fluke. Jun Changxiao said humbly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the sect to a 6th-rate sect. The reward is 2,000 achievement points, 2,000 contribution points and 1 experience talisman. Ding. Sect contribution points, 36005000. Ding. Sect achievement value, 22005000. He didn't expect to receive so many contribution points and achievement points from the promotion of his sect to the 6th rate. What he didn't expect was that he would receive an experience talisman, F*CK. This was good stuff. Ever since he had transmigrated, Jun Xianxia had not received any experience talismans from the shop. He had only received one from the novice gift pack and had broken through from level 2 to level 5 in one go. The system said, the experience talisman is not for sale. It is impossible for the host to buy it from the shop, unless it is given as a reward. I've never heard you mention it before. The host has never asked. You didn't ask? Have you asked? Jun Xianxia couldn't be bothered with him. After sending Zhao Xingming away, he hurriedly returned to his room and closed the main door and the inner door. He looked like a thief. Who? Taking a deep breath, he took out the experience talisman from his spatial ring and said, I just transmigrated and it helped me open 3 meridians. This time, I hope I can rise 3 ranks in a row. The system said, the higher the rank, the more spiritual energy you need. The effect of the experience talisman will be greatly reduced. If you want to rise 3 ranks in a row, the host can wash up and sleep. It can be achieved in your dreams. This guy's poisonous tongue was far stronger than Lu Qianxian's. Jun Xianxia couldn't be bothered with it. Instead, he crushed the experience talisman with a paw sound. Hoo-hoo. In an instant, the heaven and earth attributes in the spirit core suddenly surged violently, as if someone had used a stick to stir it up. Ding. The host has successfully broken through to level 3 Wuzong. Ding. The host has successfully broken through to level 4 Wuzong. Ding. The host has successfully broken through to level 5 Wuzong. After the energy in the spirit core entered level 5 Wuzong, it began to calm down from its violent state until everything calmed down. Jun Xianxia felt refreshed and said, ah. The system, it just told the host to wash up and sleep, but it was slapped in the face again, since the battle at the Holy Spring Sect leader Jun hadn't leveled up for a long time. However, he easily broke through to level 5 Wuzong with the help of the experience talisman. This was really unfair to the martial artists of the Starfall continent. It couldn't be helped. After all, he was the main character and had all kinds of unreasonable system items. Boom. In the training room, Jun Xianxia, who had just broken through, punched the testing machine. It showed that his strength was 450,000 Jin. When he was at level 2 Wuzong, his strength increased by 350,000 Jin. After 3 consecutive victories, his strength increased by 100,000 Jin. This effect was very good. Sect leader Jun's aptitude was definitely not the best in the Starfall continent. The reason why he could reach the supreme rank was all because of the various products in the system. As for Li Qingyang and the others, as long as they continued to cultivate, they would definitely be extraordinary. There's still a gap to reach 1 million Jin of strength. Jun Xianxia wasn't very satisfied. The system was speechless. With the host's current level, even if you break through to the peak of Wuzong, your strength will only be 600,000 or 700,000. If you want to reach 1 million Jin, you can only wait until you become a martial king. Martial king, huh? Jun Xianxia was looking forward to it. Not to mention the higher level of martial arts, he could also form spiritual sense and spy on everything around him. He could do something meaningful. For example, spy on the female bathrooms and bathhouses. No. I'm the leader of a sect. How can I do such a despicable, shameless, and heartless thing? After breaking through, Jun Xianxia returned to the study and opened the shop. The trip to the Long family made him realize that when his disciples faced stronger opponents in the future, they couldn't rely on their physical body to resist and rely on the strength talisman to fight. Therefore, the most important thing now was to enrich the martial skills pavilion. How to enrich it? That's right, refresh it in the shop. With more than 3,000 contribution points, sect leader Jun's courage rose again. He continued to browse through the middle-level shop. In the end, he didn't get anything. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It was time to refresh again. But, should I refresh the beginner level or the middle level? The system said, I will definitely refresh the middle level. There are a lot of good things inside. Even if I get 2 or 3 of them, they will definitely surpass the goods in the beginner level shop. In order to make him spend more, this fellow really spared no effort to encourage him to waste more contribution points. Sigh. Let's do as he wishes. Xianxia locked onto the middle level shop and then fiercely bought it. After spending 100 contribution points, a brand new product was replaced. As expected. He wasn't disappointed. In the first row of products, there was a formula called the Middle Grade Insight Talisman. He clicked on the details. The content was similar to the introduction of the Beginner Grade Insight Talisman. It could see through higher level martial arts for 60 minutes. The disadvantage was that it couldn't see through the martial arts in the shop. I'll buy it. Although at Xianxia's current level, the Beginner Grade Insight Talisman was basically enough, he definitely had to prepare for the future. Not to mention, in a month's time at Mount Hua, it would either be a spar or a discussion of martial arts. Using a middle grade insight talisman to act cool definitely wouldn't be a problem. The system was speechless. Host is thinking too far. PS, 4 or more. Requesting recommendations, requesting monthly votes. Ding. Host has spent 1,000 contribution points. Obtained a middle grade insight talisman Formula X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 25005000. After purchasing, the formula was automatically matched to the talisman pavilion. Xianxia clicked on it, and the refinement materials panel appeared. As it was a middle grade 1, it required 10 middle grade 9 crystal cores, 20 middle grade 1 grade 2 crystal cores, and the supplementary material was a middle grade healing pill. Seeing that the supplementary material was a middle grade healing pill, Xianxia's mouth twitched. This was 2F** King Scientific. He had both crystal cores and pills, so he could refine quite a few of them. Most of the time, the insight talisman would not show its value, so Xianxia chose to refine 5 of them for now. After refining the talisman, Xianxia retreated to the middle grade store and continued to browse the refreshed products. He prayed silently that there would be a martial arts technique. Needless to say, there really was. On the third row, there was a martial arts technique called 7 Profound Sunglow Remnant Scroll 1, Remnant Scroll. Xianxia clicked on the introduction, item, 7 Profound Sunglow Remnant Scroll 1 Introduction, a martial arts technique created by the 7 Profound Sage of a high-grade plane. It gathers 7 colored light to form a mighty force. Strength, powerful and ferocious moves. Weakness, because it is a remnant scroll, it can only form 7 Profound Sunglow Remnant, so its power is greatly reduced. Price, 1,000 contribution points. Grade, Supreme Grade Beginner Stage. Note, the complete version is above Divine Grade. Damn. After reading the note, Xianxia exclaimed, above Divine Grade. Calm down, calm down. The system said, only the complete 7 Profound Sunglow Remnant Scroll is above Divine Grade. This Remnant Scroll is only at the Supreme Grade Beginner Stage. That's still awesome. Xianxia said. Bye. 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 Ding. Host has spent 1,000 contribution points. Obtained a 7 Profound Sunglow Remnant Scroll 1x1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 15005000. Xianxia waved his hand and took out the remnant scroll. When he saw the words 7 Mysterious Sunglow written on it, he was shocked. As expected of a superior divine martial technique, just the aura it exuded was far superior to that of a divine martial technique. Outside the falling star continent, in an incomparably dark world, thousands of streaks of light streaked across the sky like meteors. He woody. Suddenly, a furious roar resounded through the sky. Leave behind the 7 Profound Sunglow fragment and we'll spare your life. Ha ha ha. A loud laugh came from the light that was flying at the very front. He shouted, I found this treasure in the tomb of the 7 Profound Saint after going through life and death situations. Why should I give it to you? Since that's the case, don't blame us for being impolite. Hoo hoo. In an instant, the countless streams of light that were relentlessly pursuing him erupted with terrifying heaven and earth attributes. They instantly tore through space and blasted towards the person called Yiwudi. Huff, that terrifying power, that terrifying momentum, caused the space within tens of thousands of miles to distort and tremble. If Xianxia was present, he would definitely be shocked to the core when he sensed the energy fluctuations. Because even when he was at his peak, compared to this kind of power, he was still abnormally small and insignificant, abnormally not worth mentioning. Boom. Boom, the streaks of light flew in all directions and shattered heaven and earth. The entire sky was either shattered or sunken by the vast power. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. This group of martial cultivators who were surrounded by streaks of light could do such a thing. Their strength was simply unimaginable. Boom, boom. Yiwudi, who was running away, was bombarded by all kinds of colorful streaks of light. In the end, he landed on a mountain like a cannonball. Rumble, after the mountain was hit by his body, a large part of it collapsed and the entire ground caved in by dozens of feet. Damn. Damn it. Yiwudi stood up with difficulty from the deep pit. The streaks of light on his body dissipated, and an extremely angry and distorted face appeared. He had finally found the tomb of the seven profound sacred venerate and obtained one of the fragments of the seven profound sunglow art after going through all kinds of traps. However, in the end, news of it was leaked and he ended up being chased by many experts. Swoosh! 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 At that moment, thousands of streaks of light flew over rapidly and hovered above the deep pit. When the light dimmed, many martial cultivators who were emitting powerful auras appeared. Yiwudi, said an elder coldly. A stern old man said, "It isn't easy to step into the saint realm. Don't throw away your life for a manual." Yiwudi remained silent. His eyes were filled with bitterness. Then, he raised one hand and took out the fragment of the secret manual that he had obtained from the tomb. Many experts' eyes were burning with desire. Although the martial technique created by the seven profound sacred venerate was only one of the fragments, it contained the secrets of the great sage realm. However, it was said that it contained the secrets of the holy venerate realm. If one could comprehend it, even if they did not break through to the holy venerate realm, their cultivation would definitely improve further. Everyone. Looking at the cultivators who were discussing amongst themselves, Yiwudi raised the book and said, "This he will hand it over today. Whoever gets it will depend on their ability." He gave up. Although the secret manual could help him comprehend the secrets of the great sage realm, it was not as important as his life. Quickly, throw it over. Many experts said anxiously. Some even wanted to fly over and snatch it, a bunch of greedy people. When I cultivate to a higher realm, I will definitely take revenge for being besieged today. Thinking of this, Yiwudi no longer had any thoughts about the secret manual. He waved his hand and was about to throw it over and let them fight to the death. However, before Yiwudi threw out the fragment of the secret manual, it disappeared into thin air. Gah! He was dumbfounded. The experts who were ready to snatch the secret manual were also stunned. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Where is my secret manual? Why is it gone? Where did it go? Everyone, Yiwudi's mouth twitched. If I say that the secret manual suddenly disappeared, would you believe me? Believe my ass. It must have been put into your space ring again. Do you want to take it for yourself? It seems that you are determined to let your cultivation go down the drain today. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him here. Okay. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in an instant, the aura of the experts exploded again, just the energy waves formed were like turbulent waves, crazily wreaking havoc in the surrounding space. Seeing this, Yiwudi knew that there was no way he could explain himself. He could only burn his blood essence and turn into a red stream of light, rushing out of the encirclement and into the endless sky. He roared angrily in his heart, why did my seven profound sunglow fragment scroll disappear into thin air for no reason? Chase. Don't let him escape. If you don't hand over the seven profound sunglow fragment, you will die today. Boom. Boom. Boom, iron bone, in the study room. Xianxia placed the seven profound sunglow remnant scroll that had appeared out of thin air in his space ring on his desk and flipped through it happily. In the end, he couldn't help but sigh, this martial skill is really unfathomable. Where did he Wudi's 7 profound rays broken scroll go? The wise you must have figured it out already. I won't explain further in the main text. Let's talk about this martial technique. When Jun Changxiao tried to read it, he couldn't stop. He didn't even have the interest to look at the items in the store. After a night of studying, he could only use the word unfathomable to describe it. Of course, this unfathomable didn't mean that it was difficult to cultivate. Jun Changxiao felt that whether it was the chant or the words in the secret manual, it seemed to contain some kind of complicated meaning. Damn it, after dawn, he hugged his head and said with a broken face, I keep feeling that it's hiding something, but it's like a mirror, I can't touch it at all. The system said, the introduction says that this is a martial technique from a high-level plane. With the host's current IQ, can you comprehend it? The IQ it was talking about was martial IQ. Even if Xianxia tried to comprehend it, he would be dumbfounded and shocked. F***ck Jun Changxiao said, if it weren't for the fact that the insight talisman has no effect on the martial techniques bought from the system, I could comprehend the hidden meaning in minutes. What a pity, the system said, you can't use it, you can't use it. This guy was getting more and more naughty. Since his martial IQ was not enough to see through the mystery, Jun Changxiao gave up and started to copy it in large quantities. After purchasing the 7 profound rays broken scroll, the system automatically matched it with the Sect's martial technique. Ding! Ding! 5,000 secret manuals were copied. If those martial cultivators who fought for the secret manuals without caring about their lives knew that this kind of peerless treasure was copied so many times at once, they would definitely vomit blood. There's also a divine-grade martial technique like Red Sky Raging Flame Slash. It's just nice that I can give it out for the disciples to cultivate together, Jun Changxiao murmured. A divine-grade mid-level martial technique and a complete one above divine-grade martial technique were placed in the martial technique pavilion. High-level martial techniques, in the eyes of the strong, could be fought to the death for. But in the Iron Bone clan, they were placed on the shelf for the disciples to pick up. This was quite fierce. This was the characteristic of a sect. After the morning exercises, the disciples found out from the sect leader that there were new martial techniques in the cultivation method pavilion. Thus, they swarmed over. Isn't this the move that the sect leader used in the Long family? Su Xiaoma, who was holding the Scarlet Heaven Raging Flame Slash, almost jumped up in excitement. When Jun Changxiao fought with the second elder in the Long family, he used a flame battle to break the other party's dragon roar through the 9 heavens, which deeply shocked him. At that time, he was still thinking that if he could cultivate such a powerful martial skill, it would definitely be very satisfying. He didn't expect to get it today. Li Fei and Tianqi also took a book each, admiring it too much to put it down. No one was more excited than Long Xiang. The Long family's dragon roaring 9 heavens belonged to the more outstanding spirit energy type martial technique. The Scarlet Heaven Raging Flame Slash used by the sect leader was clearly several times stronger. 7 profound rays incomplete scroll 1? Li Qingyang held the secret manual in his hand and muttered, is it incomplete? He casually flipped through a few pages and was immediately attracted by the chants inside. Then, he silently kept it in his interspatial ring. Xianxia also came, and he was the most shocked among all the disciples. Because he casually flipped through the Scarlet Heaven Raging Flame Slash, he realized that this was definitely another divine rank martial technique, and it was a spirit energy type. Casually placing a divine rank martial technique in the cultivation method pavilion for the disciples to choose from, the sect leader is really generous. Xianxia thought. 7 profound rays incomplete scroll 1? He picked up the secret manual on the shelf and began to flip through it. Although Xianxia was surprised by the moves inside, he wasn't too shocked. Speaking of which, Jun Changxiao, a wuzong of this level, was able to pry into the profound meaning of the secret manual. As a martial emperor, why didn't he notice it? The reason was simple. The secret manual was copied by the system. That kind of unfathomable profound meaning could only be felt by the original. Although it's incomplete, its power should be extraordinary. Xianxia put away the 7 profound rays incomplete scroll, then returned to the side room and began to comprehend it. The biggest advantage of the system's martial techniques was that they were easy to learn. With Xianxia's martial arts experience, it only took him 1 day to comprehend the Scarlet Heaven Raging Flame Slash. Hoo-hoo, on the inner courtyard's martial arts field, spiritual energy burst out in the form of flames. In the process of slashing down, it instantly condensed into a flaming palm. Boom, it fiercely hit the floor, forming a wave of flames. Oh my god. Su Xianxia stared and said, "Junior brother, ye actually learned the Scarlet Heaven Raging Flame Slash. Too powerful." Tianqi and Li Fei were full of admiration. They also cultivated for a day. Although they had some small gains, compared to Xianxia, the difference was like heaven and earth. This was the difference in martial arts experience. It wasn't something that could be made up by relying on the system's resources. Shua. Xianxia retracted his spiritual energy and secretly said, "Although this move is easy to learn, if you want to reach perfection, you still need to diligently comprehend it." Moreover, during the execution process, spiritual energy can be converted into fire energy. If you have a fire attribute, the power should be increased by a lot. As expected of a martial emperor, he was really super professional. The strength of the Scarlet Heaven Raging Flame Slash could only be reflected with a higher level of comprehension. Xianxia also planned to major in this type of spiritual energy martial technique. Because as long as he comprehended it to a good level, it would be stronger than the martial techniques he cultivated before. There were countless martial arts in the world. It was definitely difficult for a person to cultivate all of them. Often, they would choose to focus on a few martial arts. Xianxia had a lot of martial arts. In his previous life, he only used a few types of martial arts to spar with. In the study, Xianxia stood in front of the window. He looked at the pensive Xianxia and said, "To comprehend the Scarlet Heaven Raging Flame Slash in one day and execute it, this disciple of mine is really not simple." The system said, "Among the many disciples, Xianxia is undoubtedly the one with the highest martial arts limit." Is that so? Xianxia laughed. To be praised by the system like this disciple must be carefully cultivated. However, his temperament was a bit arrogant. Although he wasn't careless when fighting, he always felt that he didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the sect. Of course. The system said again, eldest disciple Lu Qianqian is also not a mediocre person. In terms of martial arts attainment, she may not be weaker than Xianxia. Xianxia was silent. At present, Lu Qianqian and Xianxia were undoubtedly the sect's two main attackers. However, one was cold and the other was arrogant. They didn't match the sect's style at all. What about Qingyang and Sinner? These two also have great potential. However, it will depend on how the host trains them in the future. Don't worry. Xianxia said, as long as I am here, as long as they are Iron Bone disciples, they will all be nurtured into super geniuses. They will all be nurtured into dragons among men. This road was destined to be long, but he would be unwavering and courageous as he walked forward. Please vote. Xianxia didn't stay idle either. He had already begun to comprehend the 7 profound Sunglow remnant scroll. Although the secret scroll revealed unfathomable mysteries, it was easy to cultivate because it was only one volume and the quality was at the beginner level of supreme grade. The way this chant works is a bit special, Xianxia murmured. He had learned a lot of martial arts from the Falling Star continent with the help of the Insight Talisman. Although the chants were strange, the way they worked and how they were executed was actually similar. There was a big difference between the 7 profound Sunglow law and the Insight Talisman. The system said, different planes have different cultivation methods. Let's give it a try. Xianxia came to an open space at the back of the mountain and calmed his mind. He silently recited the chants and began to circulate his qi. Whoosh whoosh. Gradually, the attributes that were hidden between heaven and earth seemed to be drawn and gathered in his right palm, taking on a crimson color. The so-called 7 profound Sunglow law communicated with the attributes of heaven and earth and gathered 7 different colors. Red was the first color. Smart students would definitely think that the so-called 7 profound Sunglow law was red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. According to the remnant scroll, when the red energy gathered in one's hand to the extreme, it could be blasted out and instantly form a shockwave. Eh? What is the sect leader doing? The red light is gathering in his palm. Is he going to perform the 7 profound Sunglow law? Let's go and take a look. The disciples who were preparing to go to the Tower of Trials instantly gathered around. They had also comprehended the 7 profound Sunglow law, but they were still at the research level, so they hoped to benefit from the sect leader's performance. In a short time, more than 300 disciples gathered in the open space. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were also among them, staring intently. I feel it. After a few circulations, the energy gathered in Jun Changxia's right palm had reached the highest level he had comprehended so far. Step. He took a step forward and bent his body slightly. His hands were placed on the right side of his waist. His left and right palms were crossed and his fingers were bent. This posture was definitely the Kamehameha. So we have to make a pose before performing it. I thought it was just gathering energy and pushing it out. It's all thanks to the sect master's demonstration. Otherwise, we would have to take a lot of detours. The disciples discussed in low voices. Some people even imitated the actions of the sect leader and used the Kamehameha. Actually, there was no need for him to do anything when he used the 7 profound Sunglow break and condensed the energy in his palm. Sect leader Jun just wanted to fulfill his childhood dream. He was definitely a young man who wasn't Chunibyo. Hoo-hoo. The crimson stream of light gathered in his palms continuously rotated between his palms, creating waves of wind. Jun Changxiao's hair fluttered in the wind, revealing a handsome face that would make men fall silent and women cry. Turtle, ba, ba, ba. 7. Xian. Sunset. Light, his eyes narrowed as he slowly pushed his hands forward and shouted, break. Swish, the crimson flowing light that had gathered in his palm flickered with a dazzling light for a moment, and then quickly, extinguished, ka. Everyone was silent. Seeing this, the disciples who were looking forward to it were stunned. What's going on? Jun Changxiao was also stunned. The energy was clearly gathered to the extreme, and there was no problem with the chants and meridians. It should be possible to push it out. Let's try again. Jun Changxiao once again condensed the crimson attribute, and then used the Kamehameha pose, saying, 7. Xian. Sunset. Light. Break. Swish, the energy that had gathered in his palms quickly extinguished again. The disciples behind him twitched their mouths. 7. Xian. Sunset. Light. Break. Swish. 7. Swish. Break. 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 Jun Changxiao continuously condensed and pushed many times, but he still couldn't push the crimson energy out. He was so angry that he went crazy. This damn thing. The disciples were speechless. Did the sect leader know how to do it or not? The system couldn't help but ask, Host, can you not drag your voice when you shout? What? Jun Changxiao said, I want to be Chunibyo. Can't I drag my voice? The system collapsed. Then drag it out. Even if you drag it out, it won't work. F***ck Jun Changxiao once again used the chants, and the crimson energy gathered in his palms. 7 Mysterious Sunglow break. This time, he didn't drag his voice. He shouted the moment he pushed his palms out. The crimson energy flickered, and immediately formed a fist-sized light beam, which burst out with a red glow. Swish, the crimson light sped forward. Because it was close to the ground, not only did it crush the grass and trees, but it also created a long and deep ditch. Success! The disciples exclaimed. Boom! At this moment, a huge rock 100 meters away was hit by the crimson light beam and exploded into pieces. Oh my God! The disciples opened their eyes wide. Smashing a huge rock into pieces wasn't enough to shock them. After all, the rupturing fist could do the same. What shocked them was that the sect leader and the rock were 100 feet away. Second senior brother. Su Xiaoma's mouth twitched. The range of the 7 mysterious sunglow break is too far. Li Qingyang said solemnly, it's a very strong martial art skill. Yi Xingchen, who was standing next to the training tower, secretly said, it seems that it's necessary to comprehend this top-grade martial art skill. He had been immersed in cultivating the red sky raging flame slash and didn't take the time to cultivate the 7 mysterious sunglow break. Now that he saw the sect leader use it, and it hit so far, he realized that this skill's level wasn't high, but it was extraordinary. In fact, when using the 7 mysterious sunglow break, even if one didn't shout out the name of the martial art skill, as long as they maintained absolute focus, they could still use it. Jun Changxiao's previous dreams were fulfilled. Every time he dragged out the name of a martial art skill, he would be a little distracted, so what he got in return was failure. However, today's actions had successfully led the disciples astray. They had successfully cultivated the 7 mysterious sunglow break, and every time they used it, they would be in a horse stance with their palms pressed to their waists. As a result, in the following period of time, we were able to see the open space behind the mountain through the long lens. One disciple after another was performing movements similar to the Kamehameha. The scene was very beautiful, but also very Chinibu. Of course, it was undeniable that with the addition of these 2 martial arts skills, the Iron Bone martial arts skill library had become much richer. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others could use exploding fist and mountain-splitting palm in close combat, but when they fought, they relied more on long-range martial arts skills. The new disciples or outer sect disciples mainly focused on fist and palm techniques, because martial arts like the Red Sky Raging Flame Slash were too low level. Even if they succeeded in cultivating it, it was very difficult to obtain spiritual energy. Who? Sitting on the sect leader's seat in the main hall, sect leader Jun murmured, "Now we just have to wait to participate in the martial arts symposium on Mount Hua." Sect leader Elder Wei walked in and said, "There's another phenomenon in the mountain." What? Jun Changxiao hurriedly stood up. When he arrived at the medicinal garden, he saw that around the isolation array in the distance, there were 7 colored attributes appearing again. It was even stronger and denser than last time. Elder Wei. Jun Changxiao said, "What's going on?" The place where the spiritual energy had recovered was clearly sealed off by him with an isolation array. How could it appear in other areas? Elder Wei said solemnly, "If I'm not wrong, the day of the spiritual energy recovery of the Iron Bone Mountain is approaching. Such an eye-catching phenomenon will definitely be seen by outsiders." Jun Changxiao thought for a moment and said, "We must quickly increase the range of the isolation array. There can't be any leaks." Shua. Cloud-treading steps leaped up and flew 200 to 300 feet. After a few ups and downs, he stopped in the area where the 7-colored light was spreading and began to expand the isolation array. The area that showed signs of spiritual energy recovery was covered by Jun Changxia's isolation array. He didn't expect another place to appear, and the area was quite large. There was no other way. He could only continue to extend the array. After working for half a day, he finally covered the new area so that others couldn't see it from the outside. Sect Master. Elder Wei was in the isolation array. He looked at the colorful light gathering in the sky and said, "It should be less than half a month before the spiritual energy recovers." Is that so? Jun Changxiao was looking forward to it. The spiritual energy recovery could drive the Iron Bone's heaven and earth attributes. It could also be used to mine spirit stone veins. It was definitely an opportunity for the sect to become stronger. For safety's sake, Elder Wei suggested, "Sect Master, it's best to set up an isolation array on the periphery to avoid any mistakes and let others spy on us." That makes sense. The next day, Jun Changxiao rolled up his sleeves and began to set up an isolation array on a large scale. After working for 2 or 3 days, he covered a distance of 40 to 50 miles. Elder Wei. Jun Changxiao said, "It should be about time, right?" "It's about time." Elder Wei said, "Now we just have to wait for the spiritual energy to recover." Okay. Jun Changxiao would come over to take a look whenever he was free and continue to cultivate martial arts and comprehend martial arts techniques. Li Qingyang and the others had also comprehended the 2 martial arts techniques. Although they couldn't reach perfection, they could at least perform them. Back mountain. In front of a mountain wall. Jun Changxiao stood 10 meters away. His body suddenly released scorching exquisite fire, forming a flaming palm the moment he pounced over. Bang, the mountain wall couldn't withstand the bombardment. It couldn't withstand the scorching temperature and the wanton spiritual energy. In an instant, a 5 to 6 meter deep dent was slashed out, and the edges were scorched black. The system said, "The host's blow is at least 600,000 kilograms of strength." It can be considered as a small success. Jun Changxiao said in surprise, it's only a small success, but it increased by 150,000 kilograms. Wouldn't it be better for Li Shantian to comprehend it to the extreme? Li Shantian? The system poured cold water on him. With the host's current cultivation and understanding of martial arts, minor accomplishment is the limit. If you want to achieve great accomplishment, you have to at least become a martial king. Jun Changxiao said, can you not dampen my enthusiasm? I'm just telling the truth. The system said, if you don't like it, I'll tell you more in the future. F***CKU. Jun Changxiao once again assumed the posture of using the 7. Profound sunglow break. Then, he condensed a crimson light and blasted it over, blasting a large round hole in the mountain wall. The hole was more than 20 meters deep, scarlet heaven's raging flame slash, cut down from top to bottom, only destroying the mountain walls within the attack range. The 7 profound sunglow break was a form of impact. If it was strong enough, it would naturally penetrate deeper. After testing its power, Jun Changxiao discovered a problem. Although the power of these two martial arts techniques is not bad, the consumption of spiritual energy is much greater than my slash. I have one more cyclone than others, but I can only use the 7 profound sunglow break 5 or 6 times at most. Scarlet Heaven's raging flame slash is even more ridiculous. It can continuously store energy until it can't store anymore. Although the power is at its peak, it will still drain half of the user's body. That's why. The system said, both are spiritual energy martial arts, but the mysterious Almighty who improved my slash is the real strong one. That's right. Jun Changxiao deeply agreed. Although my slash's level is a bit low, its power will increase with the realm. Furthermore, the consumption of spiritual energy is extremely low. Without a super high-level martial art, it's impossible to create it. Scarlet Heaven's raging flame slash, and 7 profound sunglow break, although powerful, they still rely on spiritual energy to forcefully increase their power. I really hope that one day I can meet the Almighty who improved my slash. Jun Changxiao said. Forget it. The system said, with the host's half-baked martial arts level, he'll be burning incense to be able to meet Wu Xing. Don't expect to meet those almighty. You're attacking me again. Sorry, it's a habit. Scram. Jun Changxiao was comprehending the martial arts technique, and so were the disciples. Especially inner disciples such as Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji. Because of their high aptitude, they could already use it skillfully. As for its power, it depended on their comprehension level and the strength of their spiritual energy. Yi Xingchen was undoubtedly the best among the disciples. In terms of comprehension of the 7 profound sunglow break, he was even stronger than sect leader Jun. One of the 10 great martial emperors, he wasn't bragging. However, because he didn't have the fire attribute, his comprehension of Scarlet Heaven's raging flame slash was much weaker than Jun Changxiao's. Whoosh whoosh. A few days later. Similar to Elder Wei's inference, in the isolation array that covered dozens of miles, colorful streams of light were released on a large scale and finally connected together. The multicolored light poured down all around, making it look like a fairyland. Sect leader. Elder Wei said, the recovery of spiritual energy is today. Jun Changxiao's eyes suddenly burned. TSK. Xianxia, who was inside the array, said expectantly, I didn't expect that I would be able to witness the recovery of spiritual energy in my lifetime. After the life and death arena incident, he had entered the training tower to continue his training. He was just short of moving a bed to live inside. Whoosh whoosh. The colorful streams of light continued to erupt and eventually filled more than half of the isolation array. Fortunately, he had listened to Elder Wei's words and expanded the array in advance. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to accommodate this amount of light. Crack. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound. In the central area of the array, where the signs of the recovery of spiritual energy appeared for the first time, the ground began to crack rapidly and spread in all directions like a spiderweb. Looking down from the sky, the cracks formed a circle that seemed to contain some kind of restriction pattern. The spiritual energy recovery array. Elder Wei said excitedly, it's indeed the recovery of spiritual energy. Swoosh. Swoosh, as he spoke, a seven-colored radiance suddenly flashed from the crack in the ground that was the size of a finger. Then, it flew out like a barrier of light. The light barriers continued to extend and seemed to be rushing into the sky. Sect Master, Elder Wei said, quickly increase the height of the array. Jun Changxiao had long sensed that something was wrong. He communicated with the isolation array, and the array and lines flashed. The invisible flowing light barrier extended toward the sky at the fastest speed. How high did it extend? It was more than 10,000 feet. F***CK. Jun Changxiao tried his best to strengthen the isolation array. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Why isn't the flowing light shooting up to the sky? Looking up from below, the flowing light combined to form a huge circular pattern. This was the spiritual energy recovery array. However, it was not set up by an array master. It was nurtured by heaven and earth. It only had one duty, and that was to awaken the majestic spiritual energy sleeping underground. Elder Wei said, the spiritual energy recovery array will last for a while. Sect Master, you must stabilize the array and not let the phenomenon be exposed. Jun Changxiao said, how long will it last? It'll take at least 7 days. What? Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. If it lasts for 7 days, I'll be exhausted to death. P.S. 4 or more. Please recommend me. Please vote. When the heavens give a great responsibility to a man, he must first suffer hardships to his will, and work his muscles and bones. The system's words echoed in his ears. Jun Changxiao said impatiently, can you shut up? The system said, although maintaining the array for a long time is a bit tiring, it can also temper the host's soul force. These words were more like it. Sect Leader Lu Wancher said, open your mouth. Ah. Sect Leader Jun opened his mouth. Lu Wancher stepped on the small stool and raised her chopsticks to send the food into his mouth. Very delicious, very fragrant. Jun Changxiao praised, your culinary skills have improved by a lot. If you participate in the cooking god competition, you will definitely be able to take the crown. Lu Wancher said in surprise, Sect Leader has also heard of the cooking god competition? I'll go. There really was such a competition? Jun Changxiao said, I have heard of it. Lu Wancher's eyes lit up, and said, that is the pinnacle of culinary arts in the Falling Star continent, and only true cooking masters are qualified to participate. It's a pity that it will take a long time before it's held. Moreover, you must win the Southwest Yangzhou's culinary arts competition and obtain the top 10 in order to obtain the entrance ticket to the cooking god competition. Sect Leader Lu Wancher raised her head and looked at the sky. Her eyes were filled with endless yearning as she said, participating in the cooking god competition and competing with the various cooking masters has been Dudu's dream since he was young. About that, Jun Changxiao said weakly, can you take the chopsticks away first? Lu Wancher turned around and found that the pair of chopsticks she was holding was poking into the sect leader's nostrils. Ah! She cried out in panic, Sect Leader, I'm sorry. Speaking of which, why did Lu Wancher start feeding Jun Changxiao? Because his hands were stuck to the isolation array, he was at a height of 10,000 feet all day long. He had to eat, drink, and poop here. After sniffling and shaking off the rice grains, Jun Changxiao said, when will the Southwest Yangzhou's culinary arts competition begin? There's still half a year. Lu Wancher said. Jun Changxiao said, when that day comes, I'll take you there. You'll definitely qualify for the God of Cookery tournament. This lowly was basically sent over for free. Every day, she would cook for him and his disciples. Since she had a dream, as the sect leader, he had to help her realize it, join the Iron Bone clan and create a dream together. Back then, the advertising slogan in the city wasn't just for show. Really? Lu Wancher said excitedly. Jun Changxiao said, really? Lu Wancher was very happy and excited. She could not control her emotions and wanted to pounce over. Stop. Jun Changxiao said, I'm controlling the formation. Lu Wancher stopped and smiled brightly. I definitely won't disappoint Sect Master and obtain the entry ticket to the God of Cookery tournament. It's not enough to just get a ticket. Jun Changxiao said, I'm a disciple of Iron Bone. Even if I have to participate in the cooking competition, I must take first place. All right. Lu Wanzhi said firmly, take first place. Jun Changxiao said with a smile, this is the agreement between us. You have to work hard to improve your cooking skills. If his hands were not on the barrier, he might have gently patted her head again. Yes, it's here. Aya, it's so comfortable. No, it's too weak. Damn, you guys are so strong. Are you trying to squeeze me to death? Within the isolation formation, Jun Changxiao's hands were still on the barrier. Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and Tianqi were massaging his back and shoulders. Sigh. It was good to have disciples. However, Sect Master Jun could still bear it at first. After the 4th day, he stood there numbly with dark circles around his eyes. He could only stand and could not relax at all. It was definitely torturous. 5th day. Jun Changxiao's eyelids were drooping. His hair was messy and he looked very miserable. 6th day. Jun Changxiao was no longer the Jun Changxiao from before. He was more like a soulless wooden stake. He muttered, one more day. One more day, this was really a great responsibility from the heavens. It must first make one's mind suffer, his muscles and bones toil, his skin and skin starve, and his body be empty. Jun Changxiao, who stood in the formation like a wooden stake, experienced what it meant to collapse. There would be returns when there was effort. Under his support during this period of time, the spiritual energy recovery formation inside the formation was extremely dazzling and could not be seen from the outside. If Jun Changxiao did not cover it up like this, the colorful flowing light appeared, and it could be clearly seen from the Qingyang city. 7th day, just as Jun Changxiao was enduring unbearable pain, the symmetrical circular pattern hanging in the air and on the ground began to spin crazily. Whoosh, 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 after a while, from the cracked ground, a rich and pure elemental energy spread out and spread toward the isolation array. At the same time, the colorful light in the sky dimmed from its initial dazzling brilliance until it completely disappeared. Elder Wei said, the phenomenon caused by the spiritual energy recovery has ended. Sect Master, you don't have to support it anymore. Plop. As soon as he finished speaking, Sect Master Jun collapsed to the ground like mud. He stood motionless on the spot for 7 days. He couldn't even sleep or take a nap. If he wasn't cultivating the martial Tao, he would have died long ago. Swoosh, without the support of the isolation formation, the invisible barrier that stretched tens of thousands of feet high quickly shrank back to its normal range. Although the heaven and earth anomaly had ended, dense heaven and earth attributes were still gushing out from the cracks. The spiritual energy is so pure. Jun Changxiao exclaimed. Elder Wei smiled and said, it has just recovered. After a while, it will surprise Sect Master even more. Is that so? Jun Changxiao waited. Elder Wei said, Sect Master, you can remove the isolation formation and let the recovered spiritual energy spread out so that the entire Iron Bone Mountain can benefit. Yes. Jun Changxiao removed the isolation formation one after another. It was just as Elder Wei said. 3 days later, the entire Iron Bone Mountain was releasing spiritual energy endlessly. The density and purity were 10 times higher than before. This meant that the Iron Bone disciples didn't need to enter the spirit gathering formation to absorb 10 times the spiritual energy at any time. This was not the end. The spiritual energy was still being released endlessly. 10 days later, the powerful spiritual energy covered the entire Iron Bone Mountain. The purity had increased by 20 times. Absorbing 1 day's worth of spiritual energy is equivalent to absorbing 20 days' worth of spiritual energy. This is definitely awesome. Jun Changxiao said excitedly. He and his disciple had cultivation techniques, spiritual roots, and various martial arts resources. They were not as good as the experts of the Falling Star continent because they didn't cultivate as long as them. Now that they had 20 times the spiritual energy attribute, they could definitely break through faster and even overtake others. Sect Master Jun had already begun to fantasize about how he and his disciple could quickly improve their cultivation under the high heaven and earth attributes. They would eventually reach the peak and marry a beautiful woman. Sect Master Li Qingyang came to report, the spirit gathering formation has also improved a lot with the improvement of the heaven and earth attributes. The initial estimate is that it is at least 30 times stronger than before. Is that so? Xianxia was overjoyed. When he went to the spirit gathering formation, he found that the attributes inside were 20 times stronger than the outside world. The system said, the elementary spirit gathering formation uses the Iron Bone Mountain's attributes to refine stronger spiritual energy. Now that the spiritual energy in the outside world has increased, it will naturally increase as well. Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed loudly with his hands on his hips. 30 times the spiritual energy intensity. Cultivating here for a day is equivalent to cultivating for 30 days. It's simply too awesome. It's quite awesome. The system said, however, if it spreads to the outside world, it will definitely bring about a disaster. Every time he was happy, he would attack Xianxia. How annoying. Although the system liked to pour cold water on him, what it said this time was not without reason. 20 times the heaven and earth attributes gathered in Iron Bone. If word got out, it would definitely attract the attention of various forces. Therefore, he had to think of a way to continue hiding it. I'm still not strong enough. Xianxia said helplessly, otherwise, why would I be afraid of being known by others? An ordinary man was innocent, but treasuring a jade ring was a crime. However, if one's own strength was so strong that the other party did not dare to provoke them, naturally, no one would dare to have any evil thoughts. Sitting in the study, Xianxia began to think of a way. Right. He had a flash of inspiration and said, can't we just control the spirit energy within a certain range? The current situation of Iron Bone Mountain was that there was high spirit energy everywhere. The wider the range, the higher the probability of being discovered. If they were well controlled and only existed in a fixed place, it would undoubtedly greatly reduce the probability of being discovered. Moreover, with such high spirit energy, there was no need to spread all over the mountain. It was enough to stay in a fixed place, such as a cultivation place or a herb garden. Elder Wei. Xianxia said, what do you think? Elder Wei thought for a moment and said, the spirit energy of Iron Bone Mountain is too strong. It's easy to attract attention. It's a good idea for the sect leader to fix it in a certain area. It's settled then. Xianxia began to get busy. He first set up an isolation array in the place where the spirit energy was released, then extended it to the sect, connecting to the spirit gathering array and the herb garden, so that the two would have enough spirit energy to supply. So on. Most of the areas of Iron Bone Mountain were isolated from the spirit energy and gradually returned to normal. There was an endless supply of high spirit energy around the spirit gathering array, and the interior was still releasing 30 times the spirit energy intensity. The herb garden also enjoyed high spirit energy, so the medicinal herbs would naturally mature faster. Of course. Xianxia also circled the wolf cave where the hurricane wolves lived. They could enjoy high spirit energy, which would also help them grow and improve their strength. After 2 days of busy work, except for specific areas, Iron Bone Mountain and even Iron Bone Mountain were as ordinary as ever. Even if there were powerhouses here, they would never think that there was a place where spirit energy recovered nearby. Done. After finishing his work, Xianxia entered the spirit gathering array and cultivated for half a day. Feeling that the speed of absorbing spiritual energy had increased a lot compared to before, he suddenly grinned. With 30 times the spiritual energy intensity, regardless of whether it was him or his disciples, they would have the capital to raise their cultivation realm faster. However, he was rather puzzled. The spirit gathering array can increase spiritual energy by 10 times, and the spiritual energy outside is 20 times stronger. How can it be more than 30 times? The system said, the upper limit of a primary spirit gathering array is 30 times. Just like the beginner grade strength increase talisman sold in the shop, it looked like it could increase one's strength by 5 times, but there was actually an upper limit. If that's the case, Xianxia said, if you want more spiritual energy, you have to use a more advanced spirit gathering array. As he spoke, he took out the Mystic 32 formations. He didn't look at the beginner grade chapter, but flipped to the middle grade chapter. Sure enough, he found a middle grade spirit gathering array. According to the introduction, it could condense spiritual energy 30 times stronger than the outside world. Isn't 20 by 30 600 times? Host, you're thinking too much. The system said, this kind of spirit gathering array is converted based on ordinary spiritual energy. After the spiritual energy of Iron Bone Mountain increases, it definitely can't be piled up with multiplication. Xianxia ignored it and tried to learn the middle grade spirit gathering array. In the end, he was dizzy. He kept the mystic 32 formations back into the interspatial ring, rubbed his temples, and said, I'm only a primary array master now, so I can't set up a middle grade array. The system said, be content with what you have. That's true. From the previous 10 times to 30 times, what was there for him to be dissatisfied with? After Xianxia thought it through, his mood immediately became much better. The increase in spiritual energy in the spirit gathering array brought great benefits to the disciples, and they all entered it to cultivate. In the past, 1 day of cultivation would wait 10 days for the outside world. Now, 1 day of cultivation would wait 30 days for the outside world. Therefore, the low-level martial disciples cultivated inside for 1 or 2 days, and they all had a breakthrough. Xianxia also cultivated seriously inside for an entire day. According to the degree of spiritual energy convergence in the spiritual core, it would take at least a month to enter the 6th grade of Wuzong after taking a high-strength spirit-gathering pill. Very good. The system said, at this speed, even the top genius of the falling star continent may not be able to advance 1 grade in a month by relying on spirit stones every day. Oh right, there are still spirit stones. Xianxia hurriedly found Elder Wei and said, the spiritual energy has also recovered. The spirit stone vein should be able to be mined, right? Yes. Elder Wei said. Xianxia was delighted and said, where to mine? Elder Wei said, where the majestic spiritual energy appears, there must be a spirit stone vein below. Sect Master can dig it out. Xianxia did not hesitate and hurriedly contacted Li Qingyang and the others. He took a pick and shovel to the place where the spiritual energy recovered and began to dig. This time, they did not dig 3 feet into the ground. Instead, they dug more than 500 meters deep and almost dug up the underground water before they touched the hard stone. Xianxia ordered the disciples to continue digging along the surrounding area. They dug a deep pit, and pieces of crystal clear jade the size of a fist appeared in the soil. These were spirit stones, moreover, they were nurtured by heaven and earth. Sect Master. Looking at the thousands of spirit stones embedded in the soil layer that blinded the eyes of the titanium alloy, Xianxia said with a burning gaze, we've only dug out a small piece and there are already so many. We're going to be rich. Xianxia said, you're a martial king after all. Can't you calm down? It was precisely because he was a martial king that he deeply understood the importance of spirit stones that he was so excited. Elder Wei said, Sect Master, you must be careful when mining spirit stones. If they break, all the spiritual energy inside will be lost. Did you all hear that? Xianxia said, when mining, you must be careful. Whoever breaks one won't be able to eat for 2 days. Yes. All the disciples shouted in unison. Su Xianma took a small pickaxe and started digging in the soil layer first. In the end, he accidentally knocked on a spirit stone. Whoosh, the spiritual energy inside flowed through the gap and instantly flew out, forming a faint cloud of mist. It's over. Su Xianma collapsed inwardly. I won't be able to eat for 2 days. Elder Wei hurriedly said, hurry up and absorb the spiritual energy before it completely dissipates. Absorb as much as you can. Before he finished speaking, he abruptly stopped. Su Xianma, Li Fei, and the others had already gone over and merged into the cloud of spiritual energy. They opened their mouths and breathed in and out. What made Elder Wei collapse was that Xianxia also joined in, breathing in and out with the group of disciples. This martial king was really useless. Sect Master, Elder Wei was about to speak when he realized that Xianxia, who was standing next to him, had disappeared. He instinctively turned his head and saw that the Sect Master was also standing in the cloud of mist, breathing in and out with the disciples. In the deep pit. The Sect Master, the elders, and the disciples breathed in and out at the same time. The scene was very awkward. The spirit chi contained in the natural spirit stone was very wonderful. Xianxia and the others could feel that the spirit chi they absorbed was even stronger than eating a high-quality chi gathering pill, And this was only the spirit chi in the process. If they took a complete spirit chi and absorbed it seriously, it would definitely be more satisfying. Dig. 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 Jun Changxiao hurriedly urged. He wanted to empty the entire spirit stone mine and put it into the space ring. Li Qingyang and the others carefully dug. As for Su Xiaoma, he would definitely be given a demerit and would not be able to eat for 2 days. In fact, it was not a problem to not eat for a few days after becoming a martial master. However, not being able to eat Lu Wancher's food was definitely a huge pain. With such a punishment system in place, everyone was extra careful when digging. The sun set in the west. Li Qingyang and the others were covered in mud as they dug out of the deep pit. It seemed that being a disciple of Iron Bone, not only did they have to cultivate martial arts, but they also had to take on various jobs, such as mining now. Baskets of natural spirit stones were placed on the grass. There were at least 5,000 of them. After Jun Changxiao counted them, he waved his hand and put them into the space ring. He only gave 1 spirit stone to each disciple who participated in the mining. The rest would be accumulated. This kind of naturally condensed martial Dao resource was limited with every use. It could not be mass-produced like pills, so it had to be carefully considered and planned. Night came. Jun Changxiao sat in the spirit-gathering formation, holding a freshly harvested spirit stone in his hands. Whoosh whoosh, the majestic spirit chi was guided by his mind and turned into a pure stream of light, entering his body through his mouth and nose. The spirit stones formed naturally were similar in size to those on the market, but the spirit chi they contained was large enough. In one night, Jun Changxiao had absorbed 10 spirit stones. Phew! He exhaled and murmured, "At this rate, I can enter rank 6 from rank 5 in 2 to 3 days if I keep absorbing and cultivating day and night." It took a month before, but now it only took 2 to 3 days. The speed was especially obvious, of course. Based on the daily intake of 20 spirit stones, it would cost 50 to 60 spirit stones in 2 to 3 days. If it were artificially refined spirit stones, it would definitely cost hundreds of spirit stones. Ordinary people could not afford it at all, the system said. Spirit stones are indeed natural. In terms of spirit chi and purity, they are superior to man-made spirit stones. Hua Martial Arts Symposium. Jun Chang smiled and said, "I hope I can advance from the 5th rank to the 7th rank during this time." Next, he ordered his disciples to continue mining spirit stones while he focused all his energy on cultivation. If he were to be looked down upon by the various sects in the Huashan Martial Arts Symposium, he would be in deep trouble. Only by raising his strength would he have the confidence to stand against them. 3 days later, Jun Changxiao successfully advanced from the 5th rank to the 6th rank martial ancestor realm. This was really fast. Because there was no high-efficiency spirit gathering array or high-efficiency spirit gathering pill. Therefore, phew. After cultivating for a while, he opened his eyes and exhaled. It will take at least 6 days to enter rank 7 from rank 6. It doubled. However, he could set off for Hua Mountain to participate in the Martial Arts Symposium. Continue. Jun Changxiao took out spirit stones and spirit pills to cultivate again. Except for 1 meal a day, he spent most of his time in the spirit gathering array. In the past 3 days, he had absorbed more than 60 spirit stones. They had lost their spirit chi and were scattered around like stones. Li Qingyang and the others continued to mine spirit stones in the mine. They could dig out about 5,000 spirit stones a day. Although they wanted to use them for cultivation, they still handed them in dutifully. No one would keep them for themselves. The sect leader was so good to him. He gave him all kinds of resources and martial arts techniques. If he touched spirit stones because of his personal desires, he would not be a disciple of the Iron Bone sect. He had to say. The sect that sect leader Jun took care of had a very good atmosphere. If it were other sects, few disciples would be able to resist the temptation of so many spirit stones. They would choose to secretly take a few and put them in their pockets. It was unknown how big the mine was and how many spirit stones there were. The disciples of the Iron Bone sect listened to the sect leader's orders and actively dug every day. 6 days later, Jun Changxiao entered rank 7 Wuzong from rank 6. In 9 days, he had absorbed a total of 180 spirit stones. Artificial spirit stones on the market were 10,000 taels each. This kind of large amount of pure spirit stones could be sold for at least 2 to 300,000 taels each. Even if I could use 1,800 artificial spirit stones to help me reach rank 7, I would not be able to do it so quickly. Xianxia murmured. The system said, therefore, the recovery of spirit qi is a great opportunity for the host and the sect. High spirit qi, high spirit stones. For a martial cultivator, it was a great benefit. Xianxia had the spirit gathering array and high spirit pills. Under the combination of multiple factors, it would be easy for him to break through quickly. Opportunity. Opportunity to become stronger. Although spirit stones are strong, there will be a time when the mine will be emptied. Xianxia murmured, therefore, a reasonable distribution is very important. If spirit stones could be inexhaustible, he would definitely let the disciples receive a fixed amount every month, just like the pills. But now, he had to plan carefully. Initial thoughts. Inner sect disciples would receive a fixed amount every month. Outer sect disciples could also receive a fixed amount, but it would not be too much. After a period of testing, it could be added as a reward to let them focus more on cultivation. There were also sect missions. If the disciples completed a certain number of missions or obtained a certain number of contribution points, they would be rewarded accordingly. In short, the disciples had the opportunity to obtain spirit stones. However, they had to rely on their own efforts to obtain them. They could not be given as they wished. Of course, there were still many spirit stones in the mine. Sect leader June began to let the disciples enter in batches to dig, instead of always letting a group of people be miners. Although the disciples would not touch the ores out of greed, they still made a rule that anyone who took spirit stones without permission would be expelled from the sect. As for those who destroyed the spirit stones during the mining process, they would continue to starve for 2 days and watch everyone eat Lu Wanchers cooking in the cafeteria. This punishment caused the disciples to howl in their hearts. Some people were even willing to be ruthlessly beaten up and did not want to miss out on Lu Wanchers cooking. Sect leader. In the main hall, Xianxia said seriously, I am an Iron Bone elder. I should be able to receive a fixed amount of spirit stones every month, right? Of course. How much can you receive? 5. Xianxia was startled for a moment and then broke down. Inner sect disciples can receive 20 spirit stones every month. As an elder, how can I only receive 5? Xianxia said calmly, 5 spirit stones is the base salary. Base salary? Xianxia was confused. Xianxia said, there are many disciples in the outer sect who need someone to teach them. As an elder, don't just focus on cultivating. When you have nothing to do, teach them martial arts. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched. Xianxia said again, I have already built a Wu-Tang class. You will teach them every once in a while. At the end of the month, you will receive a fixed amount of spirit stones according to the progress of the outer sect disciples. Xianxia patted his chest and said, teaching a group of meridian opening and martial disciples, I am still competent. These words were a bit too full of himself. Little did they know that when this martial king expert faced Shangguan Xinyao, who wanted to get to the bottom of this matter, he crawled out of the Wu-Tang class with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. Oh God, save me. P.S. I might be able to update 3 times today. I have been writing more than 4 times and my brain feels numb. Also, thank you to the readers who voted for me. Iron Bone's recommendation votes broke 10,000 on Thursday. This is a new record that has never been broken before. Looking at the situation, there is no hope of breaking 20,000 in a week. Therefore, I won't promise to break 20,000 votes and explode with new chapters because you all will feel bad for me. During the 9 days when sect leader June was cultivating wholeheartedly, not only did he obtain natural spirit stones, but he also obtained a new batch of medicinal herbs. With the infusion of 20 times the spiritual energy, the newly refined medicinal herbs had terrifying spiritual energy. Xianxia refined all of them into qi-gathering pills. After taking one, he realized that it was at least 20 times more effective than ordinary qi-gathering pills. In the past, Elder Wei could only cultivate the medicinal herbs to 15 times the spiritual energy due to the limited environment. Not bad, not bad. Jun Changxiao would definitely be satisfied as long as it could speed up his cultivation. Sect leader Elder Wei said, this batch of medicinal herbs benefited from their growth, so their spiritual energy hasn't reached the peak yet. The next batch will only be stronger. Peppa the wild boar also contributed to the high spiritual energy of the new medicinal herbs. During this period, it had been diligently nurturing the soil of the herb garden with its earth attribute every day. Not only did it cover the entire area, but it also extended outwards. As the number of disciples increased and their realms increased, they would definitely need more martial arts resources. Elder Wei naturally had to expand the scale of the herb garden. Initial plan. First, it would increase from 10 mu to 100 mu. The disciples of the medicine hall, such as Sun Bukong and the others, had also become medicine masters under Elder Wei's guidance. As the saying goes, great teachers produce great disciples. Although they hadn't been certified, their ability to cultivate medicinal herbs was definitely not something that medicine masters could compare to. Jun Changxiao said, I'll have to trouble Elder Wei to plant more herbs to provide more cultivation resources for iron bone. As he spoke, he took out 50 natural spirit stones and said, this is Elder Wei's monthly salary. Inner sect disciples could only earn 20 at most. He directly gave 50 of them and even presented them to them personally. It could be seen that he respected and valued them very much. During this period, the martial arts resources that the disciples consumed were all medicinal herbs refined by Elder Wei. Jun Changxiao could treat anyone badly, but he would never treat Elder Wei badly. It could be said that whether the sect could become stronger or not depended on this reclusive expert. Elder Wei shook his head and said, even if I absorb the spirit stones, they will dissipate with time. Leave the position of sect leader to the group of children with dreams. The words children revealed the vicissitudes of life and helplessness of an old man. Everyone had a time when they were young, and Elder Wei was no exception. It was just that he had experienced so much and gradually grew old. The dreams that he once persist could only be used as memories. Elder Wei. Jun Chang said with smile, I will find a way to cure your illness and restore your demeanor as a martial emperor. Then you will follow us youngsters and fight for your dreams. I hope that day will come, Elder Wei said with a smile. His illness was considered a rare and incurable disease, and the probability of it being cured was 0. However, since he was a member of the Iron Bone faction, he would naturally risk his old bones to help them go further and fly higher. The Iron Bone sect operated as usual, with the spirit stone mining and the disciples cultivating. Jun Changxiao stopped cultivating and started thinking about the upcoming martial arts symposium on Mount Hua. For such a grand occasion, it's only natural for a group of people to attend, Li Luoqiu said. You're right. Jun Changxiao said, go inform Elder Jiang. Tell him to get ready and follow me to Mount Hua. Li Luoqiu didn't need to inform him. Xianxia walked into the main hall with a broken face. As soon as he sat down, he hugged his head and said frantically, Sect leader, that disciple named Xianxia is too scary. Today was the first time he held a Wu-Tang class as an elder. At first, it was quite peaceful. The disciples listened with great interest. Some of them even looked enlightened. But when the class was about to end, Xianxia stood up and asked about martial arts. Heh. She's quite attentive. Elder Jiang admired this female disciple very much, so he answered her questions carefully. In the end, it was a tragedy. Xianxia's questions came one after another. Elder Jiang had a headache. When he patiently answered the questions one by one and got up to leave the Wu-Tang class, he suddenly had a feeling of who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Jun Changxiao looked at him sympathetically. He was also broken down by Xianxia's questions. However, he quickly returned to the topic. Follow me to Mount Hua tomorrow to participate in the Sect's Dao discussion. Sure, Xianxia said. He had been cultivating in the sect for a long time. Other than showing his skills in the life and death arena, he rarely showed his face. I'm the only elder in Iron Bone now. I should at least give more screen time. I can't let the disciples take all the screen time. Jun Changxiao thought for a while and decided to bring Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingchen, and Zhou Hong. As for the other disciples, they continued to cultivate in the sect. Elders and core disciples. Iron Bone could be considered to have sent all the elites to Mount Hua to participate in the Sect's Dao discussion. The next day, Lu Wancher prepared a sumptuous meal for the sect leader and the others. After eating, they headed south under the warm farewell of the disciples. The distance between Mount Hua and Iron Bone Mountain was further than Longyang City. However, with wind-type beasts, it was not a problem to travel quickly. Sect leader. On the way, Li Qingyang said, "These hurricane wolves seem to be stronger than before. The beasts absorb the attributes of heaven and earth to increase their cultivation. There are 20 times more spiritual energy in the mountains, so naturally, they'll become stronger." Xianxia forced himself to play along. This sentence inspired Jun Changxiao. He thought to himself, if I have time, I can capture more beasts and raise them in the mountains. First, I can regularly obtain beast meat and crystal cores. Other people raised animals, such as cows, sheep, chickens, and ducks. This guy planned to raise beasts in the mountains. This idea was a little scary. They had just climbed a few mountains and crossed a few rivers. Why were there so many rugged roads? Go to hell, the mountains are more dangerous and the water is more evil. They have encountered difficulties and suffered hardships, but the road to heaven is wide and wide. This was the opening song in the sequel of Journey to the West. It could be used to describe the difficulties of sect leader Jun and the group of disciples. Of course, they didn't encounter any monsters on the way. Instead, they encountered bandits. Everyone. Sitting on a huge rock, Jun Changxiao, who was eating skewers, said speechlessly, "They didn't even say their lines and came out to rob. This doesn't conform to the rules of the underworld." Around him, 70 to 80 fierce-looking bandits with swords and sabers surrounded him and his disciples. Rules of the underworld? The bandit leader was startled and said, "Could it be that we're in the same profession?" Shua. Jun Changxiao threw away the skewers, put his hands behind his back, and said loudly, "The earth shakes the mountain, a stream of mountains is eternal beauty." Bandit leader? Bandit members? Shua. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others stood up and shouted, "The door faces the sea, the Sanha River flows for 10,000 years." The bandit leader immediately understood. This was definitely a secret signal in the underworld. However, he had been in the underworld for so long, and he had only heard of the secret signal of the heavenly king covering the earth tiger and the pagoda suppressing the river demon. He had never heard of a stream of mountains is eternal beauty. Whoosh, at this moment, a cold light flashed in front of his eyes. Yi Xingchen held a sword in his left hand and ate a skewer with his other hand. He said coldly, "Trash, you should die and go back to the garbage dump." Plop. The bandit leader's legs went soft, and he immediately knelt on the ground. A sword mark appeared on his neck. "Boss!" The bandits exclaimed in unison. "Shua! Shua!" They waved their swords and sabers angrily, and then, before they could make a move, they saw dense sword shadows exploding toward them. Clang! Clang! Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others sheathed their swords. When the sword chi dissipated, the 80 bandits around them all fell to the ground and died. Jun Changxiao looked up at the mountain in the distance and murmured, "Let's go to the bandits' lair and rob them." There was a mountain in the area where Jun Changxiao was. It was called Lingshan. There was a Lingshan village on the mountain. There were about 300 to 500 bandits gathered there. They killed and robbed people all year round. Many innocent people had died under their blades. Sins committed by the heavens could be forgiven, but sins committed by oneself could not be forgiven. This saying was not wrong at all. At this moment, every bandit in the village who had blood on their hands was lying dead on the ground. The fresh blood that flowed out was stinky. Plop, the leader of the Lingshan village knelt on the ground. His eyes were filled with horror and despair. So many of his men had been killed in such a short time. What kind of big shot did that damned second head offend when he went down the mountain to rob people? He did not offend any big shots. He only offended Iron Bone and Jun Changxiao. Friend. Friend. The leader of the Lingshan village begged in a trembling voice, "Please. Please spare my worthless life." He did not want to die. He wanted to live. Spare? Jun Changxiao, who was standing in front of him, pointed to the right and said, "Ask them if they agree." There were many corpses that had died not long ago. Judging from their clothes, there were commoners, businessmen, tourists, and many children. There were many wounds on their bodies. It was obvious that they had been tortured before they died. The female corpses that were slightly more beautiful were not dressed properly. They must have been raped when they were alive. Friend. They are all dead. How? How do I ask? The leader of the Lingshan village said. Ask them in the netherworld. Whoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qianxian swung her sword and beheaded the leader of the Lingshan village. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "It is too easy to kill someone who is worse than an animal." He made a solemn statement again. Our sect leader Jun was not a good person, but he was not a bad person either. When he encountered such a heartless bandit group, he would kill them all. He would not show any mercy. You could say that he was getting rid of evil for the people. But in fact, Li Qingyang reported, "Sect leader, we have found the treasury." Jun Changxiao asked, "How much is there?" "Not bad." He exterminated this group of bandits because he couldn't stand how inhumane they were. His true motive was to rob them. Li Qingyang said, 50,000 taels of gold, 3 million taels of banknotes, and various materials. Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and said, "Are there any bandits on the way to Mount Hua? If there is, we will choose that path." This was robbery. He was addicted to it. Sect leader. Li Qingyang handed over a sheepskin scroll and said, "I found a treasure map in the treasury." Treasure map? Jun Changxiao took it and unfolded it. There was a complicated topography carved on it. This was obviously a map. In the center of the map, there was an eye-catching red cross as a mark. At the bottom right corner of the map, there was a small line of words. The content was, "Do thou want my treasure? If you want it, then come here and look for it." So King direct, Jun Changxiao casually put it into his spatial ring and complained, "Do you think you're the pirate king? Just one sentence and you want me to look for it?" He didn't take this ancient map to heart at all. Whoosh whoosh. The stronghold was engulfed in flames. Jun Changxiao left with his disciples. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, getting rid of evil for the people too. You have gained 500 contribution points. Ding. Contribution points, 1950500. Jun Changxiao was stunned and said, "There's actually 2 missions for getting rid of evil for the people." When he exterminated the Haifeng stronghold, he completed the mission once. Now, he was exterminating the Lingshan stronghold again. It was really unexpected, the system said. If there are 2 epic-level missions, there must be hidden missions too. Will there be 3, 4, 5? Jun Changxiao asked. The system said, the host needs to explore this on his own. I won't tell you even if I know. If there were bandits on that path, he would choose that path. This was something that Jun Changxiao had said casually. But, he had put it into action the moment he completed the task of ridding the world of evil. Whoosh whoosh. After walking for a few hundred miles, a bandit stronghold on a nameless mountain was burned to ashes. All the bandits who had done evil were also killed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, getting rid of evil for the people 3. You have gained 500 contribution points. Ding. Contribution points, 2450500. Indeed, Jun Changxiao was overjoyed. As long as I eliminate these bandits, I can complete the mission of getting rid of evil for the people. From the first, second, and third missions, it's more like a series of missions. Continue searching. Originally, he was going to participate in the Mount Hua Martial Arts Symposium. However, after Jun Changxiao discovered the special feature of the hidden mission, he turned his attention to the bandits. Unfortunately, after searching for a few hundred miles on the Hurricane Wolf King and climbing over a few mountains, he only found 1 bandit group. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, getting rid of evil for the people 4. You have gained 500 contribution points. Ding. Contribution points, 2950500. After eliminating the third evil force, Jun Changxiao received another reward. This made him very happy. It's too easy to earn contribution points. If it's getting rid of evil for the people, I don't have to do anything in the future. I can just search for bandits and kill them. The next day, Xianxia led his disciples and continued to search for bandits in the mountains. He couldn't wait for them to come and rob him. Everyone else tried their best to hide and even prayed that they wouldn't be discovered when they were traveling. His method of actively searching was quite amazing. Hard work paid off. Xianxia found another group of bandits on another mountain. The group was quite large, with more than 500 bandits. The bandit leader's cultivation was quite good. He had actually reached the level of Stage 1 Wuzong. In the hall of the stronghold, Xianxia sat on a tiger skin chair and crossed his legs. With such cultivation, why don't you find a decent job and become a bandit? Don't you think you're wronging yourself? The bandit leader was a middle-aged man. Although Li Qingyang's cold-edged sword was on his neck, he still held his head high and said, "You can kill me or cut me up as you wish." Oh? Xianxia was quite surprised. Although this person was a bandit, he didn't have a violent aura. Instead, he gave off the feeling that he was a soldier. Xianxia rubbed his nose and said, "You're a soldier?" A hint of pain appeared in the bandit leader's eyes, but he easily covered it up. He said, "If I'm a soldier, how can I be a bandit here?" Sect leader Xianxia said, "Although this group of bandits is weak, they are very disciplined. It's obvious that they have undergone strict military training." Xianxia looked at the bandit leader and rubbed his chin. So, this guy isn't just a soldier. He might even be a general. Xianxia said, "A general becoming a bandit. This is a man with a story." Xianxia stood up and walked to the bandit leader. He said, "When I came in, I didn't see any corpses or bloodstains. You shouldn't be one of those heartless bandits, right?" "I don't kill innocent people. I only kill those high officials and nobles who harm the common people," the bandit leader said proudly. Xianxia cupped his fists and said, "So you're a bandit who steals from the rich to help the poor. Sorry for the disrespect." Sect leader Li Qingyang used telepathy and said, "This person shouldn't be a heinous person. Why don't you let him go?" Xianxia said, "The sect still lacks more than 2,000 disciples. It's impossible to let him go. No matter what, we have to take him in for our own use." "That's a good idea." Li Qingyang agreed. Xianxia looked at the bandit leader and said, "Being a bandit in the mountains is really a bit hard on yourself. Join my Iron Bone sect and do something big with me." Iron Bone sect, the bandit leader was stunned and said, "Are you talking about the Iron Bone sect?" "My Iron Bone sect's reputation is so high that even the bandits thousands of miles away have heard of it," Xianxia said. "That's right. You call yourself this seat, could it be that you are the second sect leader of the Iron Bone sect, Xianxia?" The bandit leader said. "Tsk tisk." Xianxia said, "You even know that I am the second sect leader, it seems that you have asked around a lot." The bandit leader said, "You brought a group of disciples and killed your way into Huayang County, destroying 4 evil sects in a row. I admire such a chivalrous person who helps the people get rid of evil, so I will naturally ask around." Chivalrous person? Xianxia did not dare to accept it. Whether it was destroying the evil sects or eliminating the bandits, the real reason was not to get rid of evil for the people. "Since you admire me so much, why don't you join the Iron Bone sect?" Xianxia said. The bandit leader said, "How can you prove that you are the Iron Bone sect leader?" Xianxia immediately collapsed. The Long family did not believe it, and the bandits did not believe it either. "I, the sect leader, have been fooled." Pa. The sect leader's seal was pressed on the table. Xianxia picked up the paper, pointed at the seal on it, and said, "Do you believe me now?" The bandit leader said, "This kind of sect leader's seal, the town can make 4 or 5 of them for 1 silver, even the imperial jade seal can be imitated." Xianxia's mouth twitched. However, when he thought about how Sun Wukong took out all kinds of great emperor's successor tokens, he felt that it was not too difficult to make a fake sect leader's seal in another world. "If you believe me, then you are the Iron Bone sect leader?" Xianxia said. The bandit leader said, I heard that Iron Bone has a kind of spiritual force-type martial technique that can be continuously used. Xiao xiao xiao. Streams of crescent-shaped light streaked through the air and flew out of the hall, crashing into the mountain wall. Jun Changxiao retracted his hand and said, "You're talking about this move?" The bandit leader's eyes widened. Naturally, he could tell that his opponent was using a spiritual power-type martial skill. To be able to slash out so many of them in one go, and the power was so strong, it was definitely the same as the rumors. I heard that there's a disciple from the Iron Bone Sect who has an extremely strong body. He even won the grand tournament of the Azure Sun County. Bang! 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 Jun Changxiao raised his fist and punched Xiao Ziji's chest a few times. "Are you talking about him?" The bandit leader was dumbfounded. This guy's punch had a force of at least 100,000 kilograms. Not only did that martial cultivator take it head-on, he didn't even take a step back. Just how strong was his physical body? Shua. The bandit leader cupped his hands and said, "If Sect Master Jun doesn't mind, this Shui is willing to follow you." In fact, when Jun Changxiao said that he was the Sect Master of the Iron Bone Sect, he was a little convinced. After all, these martial cultivators were very young and strong, which matched the information he heard. During this period of time, the bandit leader had been asking around about the Iron Bone Sect. He learned about all kinds of things, especially the Demon Annihilation Sect, which made him admire them even more. Since they wanted to recruit him, he was definitely willing to join. Jun Changxiao asked Li Qingyang to put away his sword and took out the entry form. Name: Shui Rengue. Shui Rengue. An ancient famous general of Huaxia. Just because of this name, I'm going to take you in. Pa. Jun Changxiao stamped the entry form directly. After hearing the notification of the addition of disciples and contribution points, he said, "From today onwards, you're the disciple of the Iron Bone Sect." Taking in a Wuzong, how wonderful. Moreover, from the arrogant aura he exuded, he was definitely a soldier who had fought on the battlefield. The Wolf Rider Hall happened to be lacking a leader. If he was capable, it would be good to let him be the leader. Swoosh! Shui Rengue cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Sect Leader." Becoming a bandit was a helpless move. Now that he had joined the Iron Bone clan, which had risen to fame, it was a wise choice. More than 500 bandits with low cultivation levels surrounded the hall with 3 layers of spears in their hands. Under normal circumstances, bandits' standard weapon was a large ringed sword, but these people used spears or spears. It was obvious that they were more like professionally trained soldiers. A bunch of trash. Yi Xingchen held his sword and stood at the door. His cold eyes were filled with disdain. As long as the sect leader gave the order, he would make sure that this bunch of trash would die and return to the junkyard as soon as possible. Night Emperor was strong. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, he did not receive the order. Yi Xingchen could not help but mutter in his heart, "This is not like the sect leader's style." What style? When he entered the territory of an evil force, as long as he saw innocent people die tragically, he would say decisively, "Kill them all, leave no one alive. Put down your weapons." Shui Rengue walked out of the hall and shouted in a deep voice. The subordinates listened to their boss's order and threw their weapons on the ground. This kind of absolute obedience and discipline, who would believe that they were bandits? "Brothers," Shui Rengue said, "I have already joined Iron Bone. If any of you are willing to follow me, then stay and find a better job. You can leave now." He joined Iron Bone. What's going on? Although everyone was shocked, they still shouted, "Wherever boss goes, we will go. Since boss has joined Iron Bone, we are willing to join too." Li Qingyang placed the table outside, and Xiao Ziji placed the chair. Jun Changxiao sat down and said, "Then hurry up and sign up one by one." Ding. Sect member, 201550000. Ding. Sect contribution points, 195250000. After taking in more than 500 well-trained bandits, the number of members increased from 2014 to 2,525. He had also obtained 511 contribution points, increasing his contribution points from 2,950 to 3,461. Jun Changxiao thought, "This martial arts symposium on Mount Hua is quite rewarding." Huff huff. the mountain stronghold burned under the fire. The fire was set by Shui, because joining Ironbone meant starting from scratch, and the identity of a bandit was a thing of the past. Tell us your story, Jun Changxiao said on the way down the mountain. Shui hesitated for a moment and sighed. Sect leader guessed right, I am not only a soldier, but also a general. Why did you become a bandit? Because, Shui stopped and clenched his fists, and said with great courage, I became a deserter. Li Qingyang and the others were surprised. Just now, he was being held by a sword and could die at any moment, but he could still act like a man of iron. But now, he became a deserter. This was really unexpected. Why did you become a deserter? Jun Changxiao asked. Shui said, because I received an order to slaughter a town full of ordinary people. You thought it was cruel, so you ran away? That's right. A soldier's nature is to follow orders. Jun Changxiao said, as a general of an army, you didn't follow orders and deserted. You shouldn't have done that. So, the moment I took off my armor, I was no longer worthy of the word soldier. Shui eyes were filled with complicated emotions, but there was no regret. If he could go back in time and choose again, he still wouldn't hurt the innocent people, and those people were from his own country. A soldier's duty was to protect the country. Using weapons to kill the people he protected was something he couldn't do. A military order was like a mountain. If he didn't follow it, he would be dismissed and punished. So, he could only lead a group of trusted subordinates to become deserters, and then occupy a mountain, becoming a bandit who killed the rich to help the poor. This was Shuirengui's story. A man who would rather go against the nature of a soldier and become a bandit than use weapons to kill the innocent. I hope you can follow orders and not become a deserter again, Jun Changxiao said. Shuirengui said seriously, as long as sect leader doesn't kill the innocent, I am willing to go through water and tread on fire for Ironbone until my death. 3. He definitely couldn't bring too many people to participate in the sect's martial arts competition. Jun Changxiao threw an Ironbone token to Shuirengui and let him lead his men back to Ironbone first. The Ironbone token was engraved with the words Ironbone unyielding. He had found a blacksmith to make it in Xingyang City to represent his sect's identity. Sect leader, Xianxia said, Shuirengui is a talented leader. He can be the leader of the Wolf Rider Hall. I also have this plan. Jun Changxiao was silent for a moment, then said, however, it will depend on his performance. He had just been accepted into the sect, so there was a period of observation. If he was satisfied, he would definitely be given to the leader. Everyone continued to walk towards Mount Hua. On the way, they naturally didn't forget to look for bandits. Huff huff. A raging fire burned. Another bandit organization full of evil was destroyed by Jun Changxiao and his disciples. When he walked down the mountain, a notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, getting rid of evil for the people 5. You have received 500 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 396150000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the series of missions, getting rid of evil for the people. You have received 1000 contribution points and the title, Chivalrous Warrior. Ding! Sect contribution points, 496150000. Damn! Jun Changxiao suddenly opened his eyes wide. As he guessed, getting rid of evil for the people was a series of missions, but he didn't expect to receive 1000 contribution points, let alone a title. Jun Changxiao hurriedly opened the attribute panel. Sect leader, Jun Changxiao, there was an additional chivalrous warrior suffix. Tapping on his name, a small attribute panel appeared. Host, Jun Changxiao. Luck, 1, title, Little Prince of Expense. Title attribute, Luck +1. Available title, Chivalrous Warrior, replace. Tapping on the replace. The title changed from Little Prince of Expense to Chivalrous Warrior. The luck value changed from the previous one to 5. Jun Changxiao said in surprise, this title adds so much luck value. The system said, so doing good deeds will be rewarded. Jun Chang said with a smile, now that we've completed this series of quests, does it mean that we won't be rewarded when we kill bandits in the future? That's right. The system said. Xianxia was a little dizzy. How good would it be if there were no restrictions? Since the mission was chivalrous warrior, chivalrous warrior, chivalrous warrior, chivalrous warrior, chivalrous warrior, chivalrous warrior, a chivalrous and righteously. In the end, he still destroyed them and took away all their assets. Xianxia increased the number of weapons he could refine to the maximum and refined them in one click. On the trip to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, he obtained a lot of cold iron. There were still hundreds of mid-grade cold light swords in his interspatial ring. Xianxia did not plan to give these weapons to his disciples for the time being. He would not reserve any basic facilities and martial arts resources for his disciples. But the higher and limited items, such as spirit stones and cold light swords, naturally needed to be exchanged with hard work. Mount Hua. The spiritual energy was not too strong, but the scenery was exceptionally beautiful. Especially the clouds and mist lingering halfway up the mountain, making people feel as if they were in a fairyland. At the foot of the mountain, many sect elders brought their disciples over from all directions. They gathered in the open space, and there were as many as 600 to 700 of them. They warmly greeted their acquaintances. Patriarch Wang, we haven't seen each other in a while. Patriarch Sun, your aura has become stronger again. I guess your cultivation has improved a lot. You flatter me. Polite words were endless, but it was unknown whether they were sincere or not. The sect martial arts competition was held on the mountain, so why were they gathered at the foot of the mountain? Because this kind of grand event had a segment in the past, and that was to see which sect could reach the top of the mountain first. They were all experts, so why were they competing in climbing? Little did they know that a long time ago, many sect formation masters had jointly set up an imposing array on the long stairs from the foot of the mountain to the top. Usually, the array was hidden in the dark and could not be detected. Every time the sect martial arts competition was held, it would be activated. The martial cultivators who climbed the mountain would have to endure a strong force of obstruction. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the force of obstruction. In the beginning, this was a small thing that a few elders made out of boredom. As the number of sects participating increased, it became an important segment. To be honest, the sect martial arts competition. It was actually a grand event with the nature of competition. The forces that came to participate naturally would not fall behind others. Therefore, the climbing segment was definitely an open competition and no one was willing to submit to the other. As they chatted, Patriarch Sun smiled and said, Patriarch Wang, our sect was a step behind in the last martial arts competition. This time, we will definitely be a step behind your sect. Ha ha ha. Patriarch Wang smiled and said, that's hard to say. Just as everyone was talking and waiting, the disciples of Miaohua Palace led by Xianxia arrived and immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. There were at least 20 to 30 fifth-rate sects participating in the Mount Hua martial arts competition, but there were very few fourth-rate sections. As for third-rate sects, there was either none or only one in the past. To put it bluntly, it was a sect that wasn't too large in scale. Li Xianxia said, is Sect Master Jun here? No. Li looked around and did not see Xianxia or Iron Bone disciples. She immediately heaved a sigh of relief. She did not want the palace master to have too much interaction with Xianxia. Didn't he say that he was coming? Xianxia murmured with a hint of sadness in her voice. Li said, Iron Bone is only a seventh-rate sect. They will only become a laughingstock if they participate in the sect martial arts competition. It is wise not to come. Everyone. At this moment, a big shot of a fourth-rate sect said loudly, almost everyone is here. We can go up the mountain together. Let's go, let's go. Everyone agreed. Sigh. Xianxia sighed bitterly and led the disciples up the mountain. Buzz. Buzz, as soon as they stepped on the first step, faint ripples appeared. The big shots and disciples of the various sects merged into the array in an orderly manner and began to climb up the mountain. What followed was a gurgling force. At first, they were still able to walk as if they were flying, but as they climbed higher and higher, their speed gradually slowed down and their foreheads more or less dripped with sweat. Zooming out, they could clearly see that the people of the various sects were in a line on the winding mountain path. 2 hours. Everyone had only reached the halfway point of the mountain. However, just as they continued to climb, Jun Changxiao and his disciples slowly arrived at the foot of the mountain. Sect Master. Xianxia looked up and said, "They went up. Let's go." Jun Changxiao led his disciples up the stairs. As soon as they stepped onto the stairs and merged into the barrier, he said in surprise, "There's an array?" Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, a gurgling special force spread over. Li Qingyang said solemnly, "Sect Master, this aura is very similar to the gravity on the first floor of the Experience Tower." "That's right," Jun Changxiao said. Xianxia said, "Who would be so bored as to set up an array on the stairs?" Jun Changxiao looked up and looked at the martial cultivators who had reached the halfway point of the mountain. He muttered, "If I'm not wrong, this should be a test of the Mount Hua martial arts competition to see who can reach the top first." TSK Yi Xingchen said disdainfully, "This force is much weaker than the Experience Tower. It will be easy to reach the top." Clap. Jun Changxiao clapped his hands and grinned. "So, it's time for my iron bone to show off." It turned out that the array set up on the stairs of Mount Hua had the same restrictive force as the training tower's gravity. It was no wonder that the martial cultivators of the various sects found it more and more difficult to climb, taking 2 hours to reach the halfway point. Jun Changxiao, who was walking like a snail or an ox, had just led his disciples into the array and stepped on the first step when they felt the gravitational force permeating the air. To be honest, they only felt the gravitational force. But the pressure it produced was almost equal to nothing. The gravity on the first level of the training tower was 10 times stronger, and the gravity here was at most 5 times stronger. So, it was not worth mentioning at all. Looking up at the martial cultivators of the various sects who were climbing the mountain, Jun Changxiao snapped his fingers and said, "Catch up with them and surpass them." Yes. The disciples received the order and stepped forward. It could be said that they were flying. Not to mention these elite disciples, even Li Tiantian, Sima Zhongda, and the others could easily climb the mountain. After all, they usually went to the first level of the training tower to train for 2 to 4 hours. Because of their personalities, Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji climbed the mountain at a moderate pace. If Su Xiaoma and Li Fei were present, they would have run up the mountain long ago. Jun Changxiao admired the clouds and cliffs of Mount Hua along the way. He could not help but sigh. This world is rich in spirit qi, and the mountains and rivers nurtured are incomparable to those of earth. Whoosh whoosh, with every step they climbed, the gravitational force whizzed over. Jun Changxiao and Xianxia's expressions did not change. They climbed one step at a time. It could be said that they were stable. In terms of speed, it would take at most 10 minutes to catch up with the martial cultivators who were one step ahead. Then there were the various forces that participated in the sections. At this time, although they had climbed halfway, their faces were flushed and their breathing was rapid. The various big shots looked very calm, but they were quite uncomfortable inside. The 5 times gravitational force around the stairs exerted pressure according to the martial artist's cultivation. High-level martial cultivators were no weaker than low-level martial cultivators. "Palace Master," Li said, "Are you okay?" Because she had to climb while supporting the Palace Master, she was already drenched in sweat. Shi Jingxian said, "I'm fine." He was really fine because his breathing was steady and there was no fluctuation on his face. Li couldn't help but secretly say, although Palace Mistress has an eye disease and looks very delicate, she has great willpower. The power of obstruction can't do anything to her. It's just that, just like last time, I and my fellow disciples will be dragging them down again. The Wondrous Flower Palace had participated in the previous sect martial arts competition. At that time, Shi Jingxian had also completely ignored gravity. Unfortunately, the disciples were all exhausted. Even though Li and the other disciples had gained some experience, they were only slightly better than the previous batch. It was impossible for them to climb all the way to the top of the mountain in one go. Ai. Shi Jingxian sighed and said, "Sect Master Jun didn't come. It feels so boring." "Palace Master," Li said, "Fortunately, that fellow didn't come. Otherwise, I'm afraid he would have long been paralyzed on the stairs." Although she acknowledged the strength of Jun Changxiao and the Iron Bone disciples, It was the first time they had to endure the resistance and climb halfway up the mountain. They must have been exhausted long ago. Xianxia shook her head and said, Sect Master Jun is extraordinary. Maybe climbing the mountain here isn't difficult for him. Lear was completely speechless. They had only interacted a few times, but the palace master was already so concerned about him and had such high hopes for him. Plop. Right then, a martial cultivator who was walking in front sat down on the stairs with his legs wobbly. He panted heavily and said, I can't go on. I have to rest for a while. What a good-for-nothing. The patriarch of the sect was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at his disciple when he saw him collapse first. He did not dare to reprimand too much because he had to endure the pressure of gravity as well. Otherwise, he might not be able to catch his breath and collapse as well. There would be a limit to enduring 5 times the gravity. In the following period of time, more and more martial cultivators collapsed on the ground, unable to bear the pressure and fell behind. Some disciples of the advanced sects were still gritting their teeth and persevering. Even though every step was extremely difficult, they were still trying their best to overcome it and surpass themselves. At this moment, reaching the top of the mountain was no longer for the glory of the sect, but for their own dignity. Patriarch Sunday, Patriarch Wang went up 2 more steps and laughed. There are a lot of disciples from your sect who have fallen behind. It seems that it is not as good as the previous session. Patriarch Song was angry in his heart, but he also said, there are also a lot of disciples from Patriarch Wang who have fallen behind. We are the same. Patriarch Wang said, in my opinion, this time my Azure Water sect will be 1 step ahead of your Blue Jade sect and reach the top of the mountain first. We are only halfway up the road. It is still hard to say who will win. Patriarch Song said and no longer said anything. He put all his thoughts on climbing the mountain, vowing to suppress the Azure Water sect and reach the top first. Patriarch Wang was also the same. This so-called climb was actually a kind of competition. Sects of the same level would definitely not condescend to be inferior to others. Instead, they wanted to prove that they were stronger than the other party. Of course. In this extremely long staircase, the one in the lead was a 4th-rate sect. From the patriarch to the disciples, it was at least 50 to 60 steps away from the 2nd-ranked sect. Don't underestimate this distance. Even if they stopped to rest, it would still take a lot of time for the martial cultivators behind to reach the top while enduring the gravity. Similarly, a 4th-rate sect, the Mystic Flower Palace, had fallen behind many of the 5th-rate sects due to the weakening of their disciples. It couldn't be helped. A female-dominated sect would definitely not be comparable to the male martial cultivators in terms of stamina and endurance. Patriarch. At the front was a personal disciple from the 4th-rate Xianxia sect. He looked back at the martial cultivators who were left far behind and spoke with difficulty, we are finally going to reach the top first. The Xianxia sect's palace master said proudly, as long as there are no 3rd-rate sects involved, we are 90% certain. He had brought his disciples to participate in the Huashan martial discus many times and had reached the top of Huashan as the 2nd-ranked. Even if they lost, it was to the 3rd-rate sections. This time, without the participation of the 3rd-rate sects, they could finally reach the top first. The Xianxia sect might still be in the lead, but they were also affected by the gravity. As they climbed higher, their speed gradually decreased. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. This is more tiring than fighting the beasts for 3 days and 3 nights. The formation on the Huashan staircase is indeed worthy of its reputation. More and more martial cultivators collapsed on the staircase in exhaustion. They took in deep breaths, and their legs felt as heavy as lead. It was difficult for them to continue climbing without resting. At this moment, a martial cultivator at the very end heard footsteps coming from below. He looked up with difficulty. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thud. 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 2, 2, 3, 4. Thud. 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 3, 2, 3, 4. Thud. 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 Oh, my God. The martial cultivator who had fallen behind first and sat paralyzed on the ground, his eyes suddenly became round and round, his 2 ears perked up. When a person was extremely tired and could still make a dumbfounded expression, it meant that he had seen something extremely shocking. The martial cultivator who had fallen behind was now dumbfounded, his eyes filled with disbelief. What did he see? He saw a group of martial cultivators dressed in bright clothes, led by a young man in white who was shouting slogans, taking small steps up the mountain in an orderly manner. Who? Jun Changxiao and the Iron Bone disciples. Their movements were synchronized, their expressions did not change, and they looked extremely relaxed. If they had just climbed up the stairs, it would be considered normal, but the key point was that they were now halfway up the mountain. For martial cultivators who could climb up to this point, it was already very difficult for them to climb up each step. Jun Changxiao led his disciples and shouted slogans as they stepped up. The scene was absolutely shocking, absolutely unbelievable. The martial cultivator who was paralyzed on the ground tried hard to blink his eyes, making sure that he did not see wrongly. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said, Who is this? 4, 2, 3, 4. At this moment, Jun Changxiao led his disciples and walked past them. At such a close distance, one could even see that they had smiles on their faces. They could still smile, or could it be that they simply ignored the obstructive force of the array? Shocking. It deeply disturbed the martial cultivator who had fallen behind first. This was just the beginning. Just 100 steps up, Jun Changxiao led his disciples and overtook 30 to 50 martial cultivators who were paralyzed on the ground. My God! Who are they? How can they climb the mountain so quickly? Is it because I'm too tired that I'm hallucinating? The martial cultivators who were overtaken all stared with their eyes wide open. The martial cultivators who were working hard in the front all turned back when they heard the sound of footsteps coming from behind. When they saw sect leader Jun leading his disciples up the mountain calmly, they almost lost their balance and fell down. Damn it, this is a monster. Jun Changxiao originally planned to climb the mountain at a normal speed, but seeing that the martial cultivators at the front were already very close to the peak, he led his disciples to increase their speed. The result? All the disciples of the major sects were completely stunned. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. As the slogan was shouted again and again, the disciples began to climb up the mountain in an orderly manner. Very soon, they had surpassed nearly 60% of the martial cultivators who had climbed the mountain in advance. What was even worse was that after climbing to such a height, Jun Changxiao and his disciples only felt a little hot. They were far from sweating and panting. They were used to 10 times the gravity, so walking on the stairs with only 5 times the gravity was like walking on flat ground. At this time, if Jun Changxiao gave the order that whoever reached the summit first would be rewarded with natural spirit stones, our Night Emperor would definitely rush up with all his might. More and more martial cultivators heard the commotion and turned their heads to see Iron Bone and the others. Originally, they could still hold on for a while, but in the end, they were so shocked that their minds were in a mess, and they all collapsed to the ground, unable to stand up again. Jun Changxiao led his disciples and walked past the crowd one by one. Soon, he had passed 80% of the disciples and was only 400 to 500 steps away from the Haiqian sect. Lier, who was walking in front, also heard the voice. She felt that it was a little familiar, so she went back with difficulty. The expression on her face froze. It's him, it's Jun Changxiao. Sect Master. Li Qingyang said, the people from Miaohua Palace are in front. Jun Changxiao also saw them, so he said loudly, disciples, listen up. Increase your speed. Yes. Thump. 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 Li Qingyang and the others increased their speed by a lot. Their legs alternated frequently, and in a short while, they had climbed 40 to 50 steps. The martial cultivators at the back were deeply shocked when they saw that this group of martial cultivators could still increase their speed and climb so quickly. Lier. Shi Jingxian said happily. It seems to be Sect Master Jun's voice. Lier didn't say anything. Seeing Jun Changxiao and his disciples climbing up to the top of the mountain had left her in a daze. Earlier, she was still saying that Iron Bone would fall behind if he came. In the end, not only did he not fall behind, but he even caught up with them even though he was a step late. What was this? That's right, he pretended to be cool first and then slapped them in the face. To be honest, Sect Master Jun wasn't deliberately pretending to be cool and slapping them in the face. He just didn't expect that there would be an array at the top of Mount Hua. This kind of gravity pressure is something that my Iron Bone Sect's disciples use to cultivate on a daily basis. If we can't climb up and fall behind others, then it's really unreasonable. Therefore, an invisible act of pretentiousness was the most fatal. Palace Master Shi. Jun Xianxia walked over quickly and walked side by side with Shi Jingxian. He changed to a normal climbing pace and said, "There was a traffic jam on the way, so I'm a step late." Traffic jam? Shi Jingxian was confused. Jun Xianxia was just casually saying and naturally wouldn't explain. Instead, he smiled and said, "There is an array at the top of the stairs, and there is a force of obstruction." Palace Master Shi, are you tired after climbing to this height? The corners of Lier's mouth twitched slightly. Yes. There is an array, and there is a force of obstruction, but you and your disciples look like you're taking a stroll. Do you have to be so scary? Shi Jingxian said shyly, "No, not too tired." Noticing that her breathing was even when she spoke, Jun Xianxia said to himself, "This woman is not simple. Since you're not tired, why don't you and I climb up first and see how small the mountains are? I'm not tired, but Lier and the rest are." Because of her eye disease, Shi Jingxian would be a little inconvenient. Without the help of her disciples, it would be very difficult to climb to the top of the mountain. "Miss Lier," Jun Xianxia said, "I see that you don't look good. I think you're almost at your limit. Why don't you let Jun help Palace Master Shi to the top of Mount Hua?" "No. No." Lier firmly objected. However, because she spoke with force, coupled with the previous shock, her legs suddenly went soft and she collapsed on the stairs. Without Lier's support, Shi Jingxian, who was about to start climbing, suddenly swayed. Swish, Sect leader Jun's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He hurriedly came over and placed his arm on her back in a gentlemanly manner. "Palace Master Shi. If you don't mind, how about I help you to the top of the mountain?" This, Shi Jingxuan's small face blushed, and she whispered, "Okay, Palace." Palace Master, Lier had just opened her mouth with difficulty when Sect leader Jun helped Shi Jingxian up the stairs. In a short while, he pulled away from her. Despicable guy, how dare he take advantage of the Palace Master? Lier was infuriated, but because of her weak body, she could only watch as Jun Xianxia abducted her Palace Master. At the front of the stairs to the top of the mountain, the patriarch and disciples of the Haiqian sect were still working hard to climb up. Although they were ahead of the other forces, they were under the pressure of the higher gravity. At this moment, they were sweating profusely and their legs were weak. Almost there, almost there. Our Haiqian sect can finally be the first to reach the top. What belongs to us is ours. No one can take it away. The disciples of the Haiqian sect gritted their teeth and struggled to climb up. To them, the top of the mountain could be seen clearly. It was a supreme honor. The patriarch of the Haiqian sect was also a little excited. In the past, he had always been at the back, watching the third-rate sects reach the top first. Now, the wheel of fortune had turned, and it was finally his turn. Just as they were about to reach the top, the patriarch of the Haiqian sect finally couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted loudly, releasing the grievances of being second place in the past few years. "Sorry." Suddenly, a voice by his ear interrupted his venting. "Please make way." The patriarch of the Haiqian sect's expression froze, and he looked to the side. In his field of vision, a handsome young man in white was supporting the palace master of the miraculous flower palace, who was an outstanding beauty, as they walked up. Yes. They walked up. And, the kind that was calm and composed, the patriarch of the Haiqian sect was instantly stunned, and a billion alpacas ran wildly in his heart. Can someone tell me what the F***ck is going on? P.S. 3 chapters, please vote. When they were only 30 to 50 steps away from the top of the mountain, the patriarch of the Haiqian sect estimated that he could reach the top. He couldn't suppress his emotions and shouted to vent his grievances. However, at this moment, Jun Xianxia supported Shi Jingxian and walked up the stairs. The patriarch of the Haiqian sect was petrified. His heart relaxed and his body collapsed. He staggered and sat on the stairs weakly. No, impossible. Looking at the man and woman who continued to climb, the patriarch of the Xianxia sect said in disbelief, impossible. He could accept that someone had surpassed him. After all, he had been surpassed by third-rate sects many times in the past. However, that man and woman climbed up as if nothing had happened. This was unacceptable. The disciples of the Xianxia sect behind them were already paralyzed. Sect leader Jun and palace master Shi had brought them too much shock. They couldn't calm down at all. Tap, tap. After a while, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others climbed up from the side of the Xianxia sect disciples. Their expressions didn't change. Their bodies were still a little hot. The corners of the Xianxia sect disciples' mouths twitched violently. Who were these people? They could still be so relaxed when they were about to reach the top of the mountain. The Xianxia sect, which was originally confident of victory, was surpassed by Jun Changxiao and the Iron Bone disciples one by one. They could only continue to watch them reach the top from the perspective of the eternal second place. It could be said that it was tragic. Ta. At the top of the mountain, Jun Changxiao supported Shi Jingxian and finally stepped on the smooth stone ground. A slightly cold breeze blew in his face, making him feel very comfortable. Ding. Congratulations to host for completing the hidden mission, coming later. You have received 500 contribution points. Ding. Contribution points, 5461500. Ding. The sect's contribution points are overflowing. Jun Changxiao was stunned. This is also considered a hidden mission? Sect leader Jun, Shi Jingxian said, have we reached the top? Yes. Jun Changxiao said, not only did we reach the top, but we're also first. Really? Shi Jingxuan's pretty face lit up with happiness. Although she wasn't too obsessed with being the first to reach the top, she was naturally overjoyed to be able to do so. Last time, Shi Jingxian was one step ahead of the others, but the disciples were not strong enough. Now, Jun Changxiao could ignore gravity. Not to mention helping her to the summit of Mount Hua. As long as there was no end to the stairs, he could reach the 9 heavens. Men and women were ultimately different. After feeling happy, Shi Jingxian realized that he was still supporting her. She hurriedly withdrew her arm and took 2 steps to the side. Jun Changxiao said, Palace Master Shi, Jun only wants to bring you to the summit of Mount Hua. I don't have any improper thoughts. I know. Shi Jingxian said in a low voice. When she thought of how he had supported her all the way up, her cheeks immediately flushed red and hot. She had grown up in the ingenious flower palace, so she had never been so intimate with a man before. Who? Jun Changxiao opened his arms and took a deep breath. The air here is fresher than at the foot of the mountain. Shi Jingxian said, I heard that the scenery at the top of the mountain is the most beautiful. Jun Changxiao looked up at the sea of clouds in the distance and couldn't help but say, it's magnificent. After saying that, he suddenly remembered that even if the scenery at the top of the mountain was excellent, Shi Jingxian couldn't see it. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changxiao was afraid that she would be depressed, so he hurriedly changed the topic. There's a stone platform in front of us. Is it where the sect's martial arts competition is held? Yes. Shi Jingxian nodded. Jun Changxiao said, do you want me to help you over, or do you want to walk over yourself? Shi Jingxian said with a red face, I'll walk over myself. As long as the path wasn't too rugged, it wouldn't be too much of a problem for her to walk over. Please. Jun Changxiao followed behind, afraid that she would accidentally trip on a stone. This wasn't the concern between a man and a woman, but because she had an eye disease and was a gentle woman. As a man, he naturally had to take care of her and take responsibility. On the way, Jun Changxiao was thinking about whether he should give Shi Jingxian a mid-grade healing pill to try his luck. Forget it. If he couldn't cure her disease and exposed the fact that he had a pill that could quickly heal her injuries, then the loss would outweigh the gain. Li Qingyang and the others also climbed up the mountain one after another. They weren't in the mood to look at the scenery and followed behind the sect master. The stone platform was very big. It looked more like a martial arts arena. When they reached the top of the stairs, Sect Master Jun was about to help Shi Jingxian over. Sect Master. Lu Qianxian walked over and helped Shi Jingxian. She said lightly, "Let me do this kind of thing." Okay. Everyone stood on the stone platform that was as smooth as a mirror. Jun Changxiao sized it up and said, "Palace Master Shi, what is the purpose of the Sect's martial arts competition?" "It's nothing." Shi Jingxian said, "It's just to discuss martial arts together." As expected. How was this a martial arts competition on Mount Hua? This was bragging on Mount Hua. Whoosh whoosh. After about an hour, the patriarch of the Haiqian sect and a group of disciples reached the peak of Mount Hua with great difficulty. When they saw Jun Changxiao and the others standing on the stone platform first, they couldn't help but cry in their hearts. Following that, more sects also came up. And that originally spacious stone platform was now filled with 200 to 300 martial cultivators. If it was in the past, they would have already communicated in private. But now, they were all staring at Jun Changxiao, Li Qingyang and the others. Palace Master Shi. The patriarch of the Haiqian sect rested for a while and couldn't help but ask, "Who are these people?" The martial cultivators of the various sects pricked up their ears. They were very curious. Which sect did the group of people who suddenly appeared and reached the peak first come from? Without waiting for Shi Jingxian to introduce them, Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, "Iron Bonjing Sect's sect leader, Jun Changxiao." As soon as he said this, the entire place fell silent. The elders of the various sects looked at him in disbelief. The patriarch of the Haiqian sect said in surprise, "Is it that Iron Bonjing sect that brought his disciples to destroy 4 evil sects and scared away the peak of the martial king?" "That's right," Jun Changxiao said. Sorry. The patriarch of the Haiqian sect said, his heart on the verge of collapse. He originally thought that the person who surpassed him would be a disciple of a large sect, but he didn't expect it to be a sect leader of a 7th-rate sect. The elders of the various sects couldn't keep their faces. During this period of time, they had heard of what the Iron Bone had done and knew that Wu Huang was overseeing it. However, in terms of rank, it was still only a 7th-rate sect. Sect leader Jun, a 5th-rate sect leader, said, "In the previous Mount Hua martial arts competition, all the participants were sects and powers. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you, Iron Bone, to come here? Looks like it's necessary to set up rules to prohibit sects below the 5th rate from participating in the Mount Hua martial arts competition. I've said this before, but you didn't take it seriously at all." "It's not that we didn't take it seriously, but we didn't expect that there would really be a sect that overestimated themselves and dared to come to Mount Hua to join in the fun." Everyone spoke one after another. They had a lot of opinions about the Iron Bone coming to Mount Hua martial arts competition. Jun Changxiao had already expected this situation. Everyone. He shook his head and said unhurriedly, "You've misunderstood." "Misunderstood," Jun Changxiao continued. "I didn't come to Mount Hua today to participate in this useless and trashy martial arts competition. I brought my disciples here to see the scenery." Trash sparring? Jun Changxiao's words immediately angered the elders of the various sections. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. Is the sect leader trying to stir up trouble? "I'm sorry," Jun Changxiao said, "I'm not targeting anyone. I'm just saying that other than Miaohua Palace, everyone else here is trash." Xianxia almost fell over. "My sect leader is a bit arrogant." "What an arrogant brat. Does he really think that he can show off in front of us after scaring away the elders of the deicide temple? If it weren't for the fact that I'm close to Palace Master Shi, I wouldn't have let a small Iron Bone sect leader like you spout nonsense at the peak of Mount Hua." The elders of the various sects were furious. If it weren't for Xianxia's martial king aura, they would have attacked him already. Smack. Jun Changxiao snapped his fingers. Xiao Ziji took out a chair and placed it behind him. He sat down elegantly, crossed his legs, and crossed his arms. "Mount Hua is an ownerless place. You guys can have your sparring sessions, and I'll enjoy the scenery. Let's not disturb each other." Li Qingyang felt a little dizzy. "My dear sect leader, you already said that they're trash. It's unrealistic for them to enjoy the scenery here." The patriarch of the Haiqian sect said with a sullen face, "The place you're sitting at is where we sparring. If you want to enjoy the scenery, go somewhere else." He was furious that he had been snatched away from him and was reduced to second place. Alright. Xianxia shrugged and stood up. A bunch of people who only know a little about martial arts are shamelessly discussing martial arts at the peak of Mount Hua. How ridiculous. This guy must have eaten gunpowder today. His mouth is full of bullets. Humph, the patriarch of the Xianxia sect said coldly. So, sect leader Jun seems to have a deeper understanding of martial arts? Not bad. Xianxia said, I'm a little stronger than you guys. The elders of the various sects looked at him with disdain. Really? The patriarch of the Xianxia sect clasped his hands behind his back and said proudly, I would like to experience sect master Jun's martial arts. Forget it, forget it. Xianxia sat down again, and said, I have nothing to do. Today, I will discuss martial arts with all of you big shots. These words, this manner. He really deserved a beating. The reason why Xianxia was so arrogant and egotistical was because of the side quest, participate in the Huashan Martial Arts Symposium and discuss the Tao of martial arts with the leaders of the various sections. Judging from the behavior of the elders of the various sects, he did not think that he would be allowed to participate in the discussion of martial arts. Thus, he could only infuriate them. Arrogant junior. What profound martial arts attainments do you have at such a young age? Patriarch Lin can ask him any question and he will be left speechless. The elders of the various sects couldn't wait to throw out a bunch of questions about martial arts and turn Xianxia into an idiot. The patriarch of the Upper Qian sect naturally could not tolerate this young junior being so arrogant, and said coldly, Sect leader Jun, I have a lot of questions about martial arts, and would like to ask you for guidance today. No problem. Xianxia crossed his legs again and placed his hands on top of him. With a look of arrogance, he said, however, a person's ability is always limited. What I am good at is martial arts mental cultivation method. The elders of the various sects all sneered. Most of the questions about martial arts were related to the mental cultivation method of martial arts. A guy who hadn't even grown hair was good at it. Then please teach me your martial arts mental cultivation method. The patriarch of the Upper Qian sect took out a rather brand new secret manual and said proudly, during this period of time, I have studied a palm technique. It is estimated that there are a total of 9 moves, but I have only comprehended the first 5 moves. I hope that sect leader Jun can help me perfect it. The elders of the various sects looked at him with admiration. In the Falling Star continent, to be able to create a palm technique, one could definitely be considered a martial arts master. If one's level was higher, one would definitely be a martial arts master, moreover. Not everyone could create their own martial technique, even if it was of the lowest grade. Xianxia said, I will reluctantly give you some pointers. This was truly arrogant, the amount of hatred he pulled was also very high. The elders of the various sects couldn't wait to surround him and throw out all sorts of martial arts problems, suppressing him to the point that he couldn't breathe. Sect leader Jun. The Upper Qian sect threw over the secret manual and said indifferently, please. Xianxia caught it, and when he flipped to the first page, the middle-grade insight talisman in the space ring was formed, and a gush of profound martial arts instantly filled his sea of consciousness. After flipping through a few pages, he said, to be able to create such an early middle-rank palm technique, your understanding of martial arts is not bad. What? Early middle rank? Patriarch Lin's martial arts attainments are high. The elders of the various sects all began to admire him. A mid-grade martial arts was not something that an ordinary martial arts master could comprehend. Patriarch Lin's participation in the martial arts symposium this time was to show off his semi-finished martial arts to show off. Everything was as he had expected. When the elders of the various sects learned about this palm technique, their eyes revealed admiration. However, Patriarch Lin was not in the mood to enjoy the pleasure of showing off. Instead, he thought to himself in surprise, this child can casually flip through the pages and see through the rank. Could it be that he really has some skills? Patriarch Lin, right? Xianxia flipped back to the first page, and said, although this palm technique is an early middle rank, your first move has a huge flaw. Even if you have comprehended it successfully, its power is only at the mortal rank. Impossible. Patriarch Lin bowed, I have studied the first move for more than half a year, it is impossible for there to be any flaws. Sect leader Jun, if you don't understand, then don't speak nonsense. A sect elder said indifferently. Patriarch Lin has already created many mortal rank martial arts. If there is really a problem, how can he not see it? Everyone looked at him with disdain. Obviously, they did not think that Patriarch Lin's palm technique was flawed. Jun Changxiao ignored everyone's sarcasm and pointed at the circulation meridian map. If you adjust these two meridians, the flaws can be easily solved. Changing the meridians randomly, aren't you afraid of going mad? If you don't have the ability to point out the flaws, then you are a scourge. With Patriarch Lin's understanding of martial arts, he will definitely refute this. The elders of the various sects whispered and looked at Jun Changxiao with gloating eyes. They were waiting for the patriarch of the Xianxia sect to use more advanced martial arts to slap his face. However, Patriarch Lin came over and looked at the two areas that Jun Changxiao pointed at. He was stunned at first, then fell silent. After a while, a trace of understanding appeared in his eyes. His martial arts attainment was not bad, and he liked to study martial arts when he had nothing to do. Naturally, he could analyze the changes in these 2 points more comprehensively. I see. Patriarch Lin's brain turned and he suddenly understood. I see. The elders of the various sects saw that he seemed to have woken up from a dream and thought to themselves in astonishment. Could it be that this guy really pointed out the flaws in the martial arts technique with just a few blind pointers? Jun Changxiao turned to the second page and pointed at the two flaws. Patriarch Lin, if you make a slight adjustment here, the power of the second move will be greatly increased. Patriarch Lin fell silent. After a while, a look of understanding appeared on his face and he even nodded subconsciously. That makes sense, that makes sense. Jun Changxiao flipped to the next few pages and pointed out the flaws in the palm technique one by one, and gave his own suggestions and opinions. Patriarch Lin, who was confident in the martial arts technique he created, sometimes fell silent, sometimes became enlightened, as if he had opened a door and entered a whole new world of martial arts. Sect leader Jun. When he finally understood, he cupped his hands in respect and said, "You are truly a martial arts master. P.S. I have something to do today, so I will update too. Times first. Readers don't have to wait half the night. I will start writing tomorrow morning. I will update as much as I can, no less than 4 times." The path of martial arts was broad and profound. Sometimes, inadvertent changes could play a crucial role. Jun Changxiao's guidance seemed casual, but it was actually profound and exquisite. It made the palm technique more perfect and outstanding. Of course. In this world, there might be stronger martial arts masters who could modify martial arts techniques to the extreme from another perspective. After Patriarch Lin analyzed it carefully, he was immediately filled with admiration for Jun Changxiao. He only made some small changes to the details, but it made the entire palm technique sublime. This was something he could never do. The elders of the various sects, who were expecting Patriarch Lin to use his profound martial arts to refute and slap his face, turned ugly when they heard him call Jun Changxiao a martial arts master. It turned out that they were the ones who were slapped in the face. Patriarch Lin. One of the elders said, "Sect Master Jun only improved the moves you comprehended. He didn't deduce the rest of the palm technique." Patriarch Lin approved of Jun Changxiao's understanding of martial arts. He was able to point out the flaws of the palm technique he created with just a few words. But when he handed over the secret manual, he also said that he hoped to comprehend the rest of the moves. Everyone. Patriarch Lin said, the derivation of the rest of the moves is not something that can be done overnight. Sect Master Jun has already proven himself by pointing out the flaws of the first few moves. Everyone fell silent. What else could they say when the fourth-rate Patriarch Qian sect said so? Patriarch Lin. Jun Changxiao said, "It won't take long for me to comprehend the rest of the palm technique." Patriarch Lin's expression froze. He gave him a way out, but he didn't take it. Instead, he continued to climb up. One of the elders said indifferently, "Sect Master Jun, aren't you afraid that the wind at the peak of Mount Hua will cut your tongue? We want to see how Sect Master Jun will comprehend the rest of the moves." The elders of the various sects, who were originally planning to beat the drum and retreat, saw that he jumped out to show off again. Naturally, they continued to attack. Jun Changxiao said, "Let this seat think for a while." "How long is this a while?" a big shot asked. Everyone's time was precious. If he spent 3 to 5 days studying it, it would be a little troublesome. Not much. Junchang smiled and said, just a quarter of an hour. 15 minutes, everyone's eyes were filled with intense disdain. This kid looks young, but his ability to brag is quite strong. Patriarch Lin was stunned. Sect Master Jun, I spent several months studying the 5th move of the palm technique. Are you sure you only need a quarter of an hour to deduce the 6th move? Jun Changxiao said, what I mean is, deduce all the moves that can be developed in the future in 15 minutes. Patriarch Lin's mouth twitched. It was already impossible to deduce the 6th move in a quarter of an hour, let alone deduce all the other moves. Was he kidding? Since that's the case, we'll wait quietly for Sect Master Jun. After a quarter of an hour, we'll deduce the follow-up moves of the martial arts created by Patriarch Lin. The elders of the various sects sneered. Did this guy think that he had some ability and could really soar to the heavens? Jun Changxiao began to think seriously. His brain cells worked crazily, forming intricate patterns in his sea of consciousness. These patterns were like martial cultivators, repeating the palm technique's mnemonic chant and meridians. If Jun Changxiao was given a blank piece of paper and asked to draw a picture on it, it was absolutely impossible. However, if there was a half-finished picture on the paper, he could use the mid-grade insight talisman to repair the lines and finally complete the picture. This was the meaning of studying Patriarch Lin's palm technique. As long as someone started, the follow-up moves would definitely be able to follow. Whoosh, after a while, after tens of thousands of derivations, Jun Changxiao turned his right hand, gathered spiritual energy in his palm, and suddenly cut through the void. Patriarch Lin. He said, this is the 6th move. Seeing this, Patriarch Lin's eyes were immediately filled with astonishment. Jun Changxiao's seemingly ordinary attack just now contained the power of the purest yang. It was obviously compatible with the palm technique he created. Could it be that, did he really comprehend the 6th move? Whoosh, at this moment, Jun Changxiao gathered spiritual energy again and performed an extremely powerful palm technique, condensing a faint palm print in midair. He said, this is the 7th move. Bang! Bang! Then, the figure in his sea of consciousness continued to perform and overlap, performing the 8th move and the 9th move in succession. The power of the two palms continued to increase, and the spiritual energy that spread out was emitting the purest yang aura. Patriarch Lin was dumbfounded. When he carefully recalled the 4 moves he performed in succession just now, he found that these moves were perfectly compatible with his previous 5 moves. They were definitely not performed casually. Give me a pen. Jun Changxiao said. Xiao Ziji handed over a pen and ink. Jun Changxiao first thought for a while, then quickly wrote on the last few blank pages of the secret manual. Soon. The next 4 moves were written in the secret manual. Not only were the moves and the circulation of the meridians recorded, there were also quite detailed annotations. Whoosh, Jun Changxiao threw the completed secret manual of the palm technique over and said, Patriarch Lin, please take a look. The leaders of the various sects were a bit confused. Did he really comprehend it, or did he just draw something casually in an attempt to bluff his way through? Patriarch Lin hurriedly flipped through the secret manual. When he saw the 6th move, he was deeply immersed in it and could not extricate himself. The move, the circulation of the meridians, and the various annotations shocked him. His hands that were holding the secret manual began to tremble. The 6th move that Jun Changxiao created was perfectly compatible with the previous 5 moves. It was even impeccable. Even if Patriarch Lin could comprehend it and create it, he would never have thought that the subsequent palm technique could be structured and played in such a way. In 1 word, perfect. In 2 words, perfect to the extreme. Patriarch Lin, who could not calm down, flipped through the remaining 3 moves one after another. The inspiration and shock he received was very intense. The leaders of the various sects could see from his facial expression and the changes in his eyes that the 4 moves that Jun Changxiao created were definitely not drawn casually. Could it be that this guy really had the ability to complete the half-completed palm technique in less than a quarter of an hour? This was too shocking. Even if it was the lowest level palm technique, it was extremely difficult to deduce the subsequent moves in such a short time. Others might not be able to do it, but Jun Changxiao could. Because he had the talisman of insight, and because he confidently turned on a cheat, Sect Master Lin closed the secret manual and cupped his fists in the most sincere tone. Sect Master Jun's understanding of martial arts is truly admirable. He was convinced. He was convinced to prostrate himself in admiration. Jun Xianxia said, "The path of martial arts is unpredictable. Perhaps there are strong people who can create moves that are even more profound than Jun's." Obtaining the recognition of the patriarch of the Hai Qian sect meant that half of the side mission was completed. Naturally, there was no need to force others. When it was time to keep a low profile, it was time to keep a low profile. Patriarch Lin shook his head and said, "In my opinion, the 4 moves that Sect Master Jun deduced are absolutely perfect. No one in the world can compare to them." When Jun Xianxia taught them the first few moves of the palm technique, the elders of the various sects thought that the other party was just lucky. It wasn't until the later moves of the palm technique were completed that they realized that the other party was really strong. No one in the world could compare to him. Patriarch Lin's high evaluation made them realize that the other party's strength was definitely not ordinary. "Patriarch Lin, you flatter me," Jun Xianxia said modestly. At this time, even if he wasn't arrogant and didn't forcefully attract hatred, the elders of the various sects would definitely actively discuss martial arts with him. As expected, a sect elder who had remained silent all this time cupped his hands and said, "This old man is cultivating a mental cultivation technique. Because I can't understand it to a higher level, I hope sect leader Jun can give me some pointers." Jun Xianxia said, "We are all people of the pugilistic world, and we are discussing martial arts on Mount Hua. Naturally, I am willing to give you some pointers." The corners of Xianxia and Li Qingyang's mouths twitched. Didn't he just say that he came to Mount Hua to see the scenery? Now that he was going to give pointers to the sect elders, wasn't it the same as participating in the sect's martial arts discussion? Nonsense. If I don't participate in the sect's martial arts discussion and discuss martial arts with them, how the hell am I going to complete the side mission? The sect elder whose strength had reached the peak of Wuzong secretly told Jun Xianxia about the mental cultivation technique that had puzzled him for many years. TSK. What he cultivated was a high-grade mental cultivation technique. If he and the sect didn't have a divine mental cultivation technique like the body metamorphosis scripture, Jun Xianxia would definitely learn it and throw it into the technique pavilion for the disciples to cultivate. After comprehending it for a while, sect leader Jun explained it to the sect leader. The sect leader was enlightened. Sigh. After a while, he said rather shamefully, "This old man cultivated for more than 10 years and actually didn't discover such a simple problem." Jun Xianxia said, "The onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved." The patriarch cupped his hands and said, "Sect leader Jun's explanation has benefited this old man greatly." Sect Master Jun, the patriarch of the Upper Qian sect, who had just recovered from the palm technique, said, "I also have a martial arts problem that I hope you can answer." "No problem." Sect leader Jun, who was using a cheat, naturally hoped that the big shots of the various sects would voice out their questions. Because this was absolutely in line with the mission's conditions, the middle-grade insight talisman lasted for 60 minutes. Jun Xianxia stood on the stone platform and gave pointers to the elders of the various sects for 60 minutes. It could be said that he didn't reject anyone. During this period of time, many disciples from other sects asked questions. After they received answers, they all fell silent. They were all impressed by sect leader Jun's profound martial arts. Because there were too many people, there were also too many problems. A single intermediate insight talisman was definitely not enough to solve all of them. Jun Xianxia crushed another piece of paper and continued to enlighten them. Speaking of which, it was strange. The effect of the second talisman was about to dissipate. Most of the people had discussed martial arts with him, but the side quest just couldn't be completed. Could it be that everyone here has to discuss before the mission is completed? Jun Xianxia muttered in his heart. Sect leader Jun at this moment, Shi Jingxian, who was standing at the side, said, "I also have a martial arts problem that I would like to consult with you." He had asked all the elders of the various sects who had participated in the Huashan Martial Arts Symposium, but she was the only one who had not spoken. Jun Xianxia smiled and said, "Based on my friendship with Palace Master Shi, I can ask you 10 times, let alone one." Shi Jingxuan's face immediately turned red. Obviously, she had a slight misunderstanding of the word friendship. When the elders of the various sects saw the palace master of Miao Hua Palace blushing and remembered how Jun Changxiao helped her up the mountain peak, they secretly guessed that the two of them had an extraordinary relationship. The man was handsome and valiant. The woman was an outstanding beauty. The two of them were both sect leaders, and they were a talented man and a beautiful woman. They could be considered a match made in heaven. The funniest thing in the world was that Jun Changxiao was still single based on his strength, and a group of people were helping him to get out of it with their fantasies. It was believed that many readers were worried sick about sect leader Jun's marriage. Xianxia told him about the martial arts problem that troubled her. She also talked about a mental cultivation method called the dust smoke eye barrier technique. A woman with an eye disease cultivating a mental cultivation method that covered her eyes with dust and smoke was really a bit *ket up. However, when Jun Changxiao began to comprehend and deduce, he suddenly understood. This was a special mental cultivation method. Only martial cultivators who could truly see everything could comprehend it to the extreme. Even if Jun Changxiao could use the insight talisman to easily spy on it, it would be difficult for him to cultivate it perfectly. Unless he went to the extreme and poked his eyes blind. He would explore the more profound mysteries in the true darkness. It had the meaning of if you want to cultivate this technique, you must first castrate yourself. Xianxia was born with an eye disease, so it was undoubtedly the most suitable for her to cultivate the dust smoke eye barrier technique. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changxiao was silent for a moment before saying, although this mental cultivation method is profound and unfathomable, you can't be too hasty when cultivating it. Otherwise, it's easy to go berserk. As for your confusion, in Jun's opinion, it's just that you want to comprehend a higher level too much, so you can't calm down and figure it out properly. Xianxia said, I've been trying to figure it out for a long time. Jun Changxiao said in a low voice, this mental cultivation method needs to be done step by step, and secondly, it needs to be cultivated with the heart. Palace Master Shi just needs to grasp these 2 points, and sooner or later, you will comprehend it to the extreme. I understand. Xianxia smiled brightly and said, thank you, sect leader Jun, for your explanation. Understand? To be honest, she didn't really understand. But since it was sect leader Jun who said it, she would definitely remember it in her heart and cultivate it more carefully according to the 2 points. Ding. Side mission completed. Obtained 1,000 contribution points. Ding. Contribution points, 6461500. Ding. Overflow of contribution points. No wonder it hadn't been completed. It turned out that he hadn't discussed martial arts with Xianxia. Everyone. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, this seat has given you all pointers. I'll take my disciples to see the scenery first. He didn't want to participate in the Mount Hua Martial Arts Symposium from the start. Now that the mission was completed, he didn't want to stay here for even a second. After all, there was no point in doing anything other than acting cool. The patriarch of the Upper Qian sect said, sect leader Jun's martial arts are broad and profound. Your disciples must have benefited a lot. I hope to see it for myself. How? Jun Changxiao asked. Patriarch Lin cupped his hands and said, my sect's disciples and your sect's disciples will have a friendly exchange of pointers. It wasn't a provocation. He really wanted to see what the Iron Bone disciples were capable of under sect leader Jun's guidance. Jun Changxiao definitely didn't want to waste time with fighting chapters. So, he opened his mouth to refuse. But before he could open his mouth, a notification sounded. Ding. Side mission activated. Why is it here again? He opened the Sect system panel. The mission was, bring disciples to the Mount Hua Martial Arts Symposium and exchange pointers with the disciples of the various sects, incomplete. CK. The more I don't want to play, the more I have to play. This must be on purpose, the system said, the host can bring disciples away. At most, the mission will fail. Scram. Jun Changxiao cursed in his heart. Then, he cupped his hands and said, if that's the case, then let's exchange pointers. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others' eyes burned with passion. The participants of the Mount Hua Martial Arts Symposium were all 4th and 5th rate sections. Many of their disciples were quite strong. They naturally wanted to fight with them. P.S. Second update, please vote. The Battle of the Sacred Spring Sect, more than 70 consecutive victories, had been widely spread in the Jianghu. Sect leader Jun's knowledge of martial arts was extremely high. With just a few words, he could enlighten them. The disciples he trained must also be extraordinary. In the past, the disciples of the various sects fought with each other to test their martial arts. This time it was different because they hoped to fight with the iron bone disciples, coincidentally. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others also hoped to spar with the disciples of the various sections. Firstly, they wanted to test their recent cultivation. Secondly, they wanted to see if they were better than the Sacred Spring Sect disciples. In the end, they were disappointed. Bang! On the empty stone platform, Xiao Ziji sent the inner disciple of the Xianxia sect flying with a clean punch. Below the platform, there were already 6 people who had been defeated. The corners of the elder's mouths twitched. This iron bone disciple fought 7 rounds in a row and didn't use any fancy martial arts. He relied on his strong physical body to send the Xianxia sect disciple flying. His performance was too powerful. Qingyang. Jun Changxiao said, "Go and spar with the Xianxia sect disciples." Yes. Li Qingyang went on stage and Xiao Ziji went down. The patriarch of the Xianxia sect continued to send disciples to fight. In the end, they were defeated one after another. They lost cleanly and without any hesitation. Because this was a friendly spar on Mount Hua. Although Li Qingyang suppressed them, his attacks were relatively gentle. The defeated cultivators were not injured. After a while, another 5 rounds. Including the previous round, the Xianxia sect sent 12 disciples to fight. All of them were defeated. It could be said that it was difficult to win. The Xianxia sect's face was extremely ugly. If the disciples could fight to a standstill with the iron bone disciples and then be defeated, it was still acceptable. But the result was that they were all crushed. If he had known, he would never have initiated a friendly spar in front of everyone. Patriarch. A disciple said, "I am willing to fight." Go. Patriarch Lin said. When the Xianxia sect disciple walked onto the stone platform, it immediately caused a heated discussion among the martial artists. Jiang Shenzi. That's the genius ranked 89th on the Gathering of Heroes list. The last time I participated in the martial exchange, my cultivation was only at the 7th grade. In just a short year, I actually have the aura of a 9th grade martial master. As expected of a saint spiritual route, the speed of improvement is really fast. Jun Changxiao didn't care about the aptitude and cultivation of this upper Qian sect. Instead, he thought to himself, what's the Gathering of Heroes list and the human list? The system said, the falling star continent's most authoritative genius rankings are divided into heaven, earth, and man. Heaven is the highest, and man is the lowest. The younger generation who can enter the rankings, even if they are the lowest ranked, are considered the most outstanding geniuses in the continent. I see. Jun Changxiao asked, am I on the list? The system said, only young disciples and loose cultivators can enter this list. Although the host meets the age requirement to enter the list, because the host is the leader of a sect, he is not included. F***ck. Jun Changxiao cursed inwardly. For this kind of otherworldly genius list, if he couldn't enter, it was equivalent to losing a huge point to act tough. He said unwillingly, is there a sect leader list? Since he couldn't participate in the Gathering of Heroes list, Jun Changxiao definitely hoped that there would be a sect leader list, and then win the Best Sect Leader award and go on stage to give an acceptance speech. The system said, there is no sect leader list in the Falling Star continent, but there is a Gathering of Heroes list that includes many forces. According to their overall strength, they will be evaluated regularly. Is that so? Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up, and said, has Iron Bone entered the Gathering of Heroes list? You ask me, but who should I ask? The system only collected a lot of information about the Falling Star continent. As for the forces on the list, it definitely didn't know. However, it habitually poured cold water on him. With Iron Bone's current level and overall strength, it is really wishful thinking for him to enter the Gathering of Heroes list. Jun Changxiao was silent for a while, then waved his hand and said, Xingchen, go and fight with this upper Qian sect disciple. Shua. Yi Xingchen strode forward. After replacing Li Qingyang, he looked at Jiang Shenxi with disdain and said, rank 89, very trashy. The corners of the mouth of the big shots of the various sects twitched. A martial cultivator who could enter the Gathering of Heroes list was extremely talented. This iron-bone disciple actually said that he was trash. That was really arrogant. If they knew that in his previous life, Yi Xingchen, who had just turned 20, had already been promoted to the top 20 of the Heaven series, they wouldn't think that it was arrogance. There was a minimum age limit for the inclusion of the Gathering of Heroes list, and there was also a maximum age limit. During the period when Night Emperor was on the list, the best ranking was no higher than the 9th of the Heaven series. Although his age exceeded the limit and he was automatically kicked out of the list, this didn't stop him from becoming the supreme martial emperor of the Falling Star continent. And those geniuses who occupied a higher ranking either fell or reached the limit, hovering around the level of Wu Huang and Wu Xing. Of course. It was also one of Yi Xingchen's biggest regrets in his previous life that he didn't reach the age limit to reach the top of the Heaven series. Now that he heard the crowd mention the Gathering of Heroes list, it reminded him. He had regrets in his previous life. He would make up for it in this life. Yi Xingchen, will definitely reach the top of the Gathering of Heroes list. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, a majestic aura of who else but me in this world emerged from Night Emperor's body. Jiang Shenxi, who was called trash, felt the anger between his eyebrows at a close distance, and the anger between his eyebrows was immediately replaced by caution. This person was very strong. Yi Xingchen gently raised his head and said with an unruly look, don't waste time, hurry up and make your move. Shua. Jiang Shenxi immediately released his cultivation of a 9th grade martial master and then rushed over with his movement technique. Whoosh, spiritual power condensed and shot out a stream of light like a rainbow piercing the sun. Bang! Yi Xingchen took a step forward and punched out with a powerful iron fist, directly shattering the stream of light. Then, he used the cloud-treading steps and launched the most explosive normal attack, martial arts? He had many tricks up his sleeve. It wouldn't be a problem to use 2 or 3 fancy moves. He chose the most straightforward close combat because he wanted to test the results of his training in the Tower of Trials during this period of time. Very strong, very valiant. When he launched a direct bombardment, Jiang Shenxi could only dodge and didn't dare to face it head-on. This iron bone disciple's strength was too strong. Once he was hit, it would definitely be a crazy bombardment. Myriad Spirit Finger. Jiang Shenxi constantly changed his position and gathered finger lights, attacking from various angles in an attempt to restrain the opponent. Unfortunately, one person's strength could overcome 10 people's techniques. No matter how fancy his moves were, no matter how his streams of light flew around, Yi Xingchen's left and right fists repeatedly destroyed them one by one. That was called valiant. The corners of the elder's mouths twitched slightly. This iron bone disciple's cultivation was only a 7th grade martial master, but he was fighting so boldly in front of a 9th grade martial master. He was truly reckless. Boom! Yi Xingchen once again broke through Jiang Shenxi's spiritual power martial arts in a domineering manner. Taking advantage of his opponent's weakness, his right fist turned into a knife and he immediately executed several self-chops. Boom! 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 The stone platform exploded, and spiritual power and dust immediately spread out. P.S. 3 chapters, please vote. On the stone platform, the dust and spiritual energy gradually dissipated. Jiang Shenxi's figure appeared. His hands were clasped together in a defensive posture. His expression was rather ugly. The few self-slashes that Yi Xingchen performed in an instant were not only powerful, but they also happened to take advantage of his weakness. He only managed to block one of them. This kind of vigorous and powerful spiritual energy was quite painful when it hit the body. If Jiang Shenxi was not extremely talented and had specially trained his physical strength, he would have been sent flying by now. No. This guy's body was tough and his spiritual energy was vigorous. It would be difficult to win against him, if it were Li Qingyang or Xiao Ziji. Jiang Shenxi could rely on his cultivation and spiritual route to win. However, facing an opponent like Yi Xingchen who had both strength and martial arts experience, there was almost no chance of winning. It was no exaggeration to say that. At this time, even if he was a peak martial master, he would not have an advantage. Xianxia, who was only a 7th grade martial master after cultivating an iron bone for so long, could definitely be considered an invincible existence in the martial master realm. Unless the opponent had a divine spiritual root and could absolutely suppress him in terms of aptitude. Swoosh! Xianxia did not want to waste time and attacked again. His physical strength had been tested. He did not want to fight in close combat, so he changed to using self-slash as his main attack method. This kind of low-consumption and high-power martial arts technique was used to the extreme by Knight Emperor. At the beginning, Xianxia could still rely on his body movement to dodge. Now that he was facing the long-range bombardment of spiritual energy, it was destined to be a tragedy. Swoosh! 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 The crescent-shaped flowing light kept shooting at him from tricky angles. Wherever it passed, faint traces of spiritual energy were left behind. Boom! 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 Xianxia was tired of dodging, but because there were too many of them, he could only use his hands to protect his vital parts and let the flowing light attack him from all directions. Thump! Thump! His body was heavily bombarded and he kept retreating. Swoosh! Xianxia appeared in front of Xianxia and said in a superior manner, "Go down." Whoosh! He used the rupturing fist and a gust of wind whistled. Boom! Xianxia didn't have time to dodge at all and was directly hit in the chest. She staggered back and finally fell off the stone platform and sat on the ground. The mouths of the elders of the various sects twitched violently. Just like that, the genius ranked 89th on the human branch was completely defeated by an iron bone disciple. Too strong, too terrifying. Who? Xianxia took a deep breath and cupped his hands with difficulty. Thank you for showing mercy. He knew that his opponent had held back a lot of his strength in that punch. Otherwise, he would have been injured and spat out blood. Xianxia swept his gaze over the disciples of the various sects and said proudly, "Are there any martial cultivators who have not entered the Assembly of Heroes list? If there are, come out and fight with me." These words were very arrogant. Unfortunately, out of so many sect disciples, only Xianxia had entered the Gathering of Heroes roll. There were 100 heaven, 100 earth, and 100 human geniuses. There were only 300 geniuses on the list. Based on the population of the Starfall continent, the number of people who could enter the Starfall continent was unimaginably small. However, Xianxia, who had a divine spiritual root, was only ranked 89th on the human branch. This showed that the geniuses on the higher levels were definitely very powerful. Thousands of years ago, in the same era as Xianxia, the genius ranked first on the heaven branch had a divine spiritual root and was a peak martial king before he left the list. At the age of 18, he was qualified to enter the list. At the age of 30, he automatically left the list. In other words, the genius ranked first on the heaven branch had a strength that was infinitely close to Wu Huang's before he reached the age of 30. This was very terrifying. Although Elder Jiang was only 25 or 26, he was only a rank 2 martial king. Even if he increased his rank by 1 every year, he would not be a peak martial king when he reached the age of 30. Nothing? Xianxia walked down from the stone platform in disappointment. Ding. Side mission completed. You have received 1,000 contribution points. Ding. Contribution points, 7461500. Ding. Contribution points overflow. Not counting the missions he completed on the way, he had received 2,500 contribution points in Mount Hua alone. Xianxia must be very happy. Everyone. He cupped his hands and said, "Is there anyone else who wants to spar?" The elders of the various sects fell silent. Sparring was based on the situation of equal strength. If one knew that he was going to be abused and still wanted to fight, it was not sparring. It was deliberately making a fool of himself. Therefore, when the Iron Bone disciple defeated the human branch genius Xianxia, the elders of the various sects would not send their disciples to spar. If there is no one else. Xianxia cupped his hands and said, "I'll take my disciples to enjoy the scenery." Go, with you here, we can't show off at all." Sect leader Jun and his disciples appearing on Mount Hua was an unsolvable bug. Everyone. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, "Goodbye." Then, he waved his sleeves and left the stone platform with Li Qingyang and the others. Sect leader Jun, Xianxia shouted, "Can you take me to enjoy the scenery?" "Sure." Jun Changxiao said straightforwardly. After the people of Iron Bone and Miaohua Palace left, the elders of the various sects shook their heads. This was supposed to be a stage for everyone to show off, but that guy had stolen the limelight. How could they be in the mood to discuss martial arts? Looking at Jun Changxiao's departing figure, the patriarch of the Hai Qian sect said with a solemn expression, "Sect leader Jun has a deep understanding of martial arts. Ironbone's future achievements are immeasurable." That's right. Many elders agreed. If the sect leader was strong, the disciples would be strong. Sooner or later, the sect would become strong. In my opinion, the patriarch of the Hai Qian sect said, in less than 300 years, Iron Bone will become a famous sect. With such a strong martial arts attainment, Iron Bone can become a third-rate sect. After the martial arts discussion at the peak of Mount Hua, the elders of the various sects admired Jun Changxiao and thought highly of him. He would definitely achieve great things in the future. The prerequisite was that he could not die halfway. The Falling Star continent never lacked talented geniuses, but there were very few who could truly become an overlord. Sect leader Jun Xianxia sat quietly on a huge rock and said, "I didn't expect you to have such a deep understanding of martial arts." Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, "It's useless to have a high level of martial arts. It's more important to have a high level of martial arts." Xianxia smiled and said, "Sect leader Jun has such a deep understanding of martial arts. It's just a matter of time before you reach a higher level of martial arts." That's right. Jun Changxiao said confidently, "Many people are stronger than me because they started cultivating earlier. As long as I have time, I will definitely surpass them one by one and even become a martial emperor." Martial emperor? Xianxia was stunned and said, "Sect leader Jun is so ambitious." As the leader of a fourth-rate sect, she had fantasized about what level she could break through in the future. However, she only thought about Wu Huang and Wu Xing. She never thought about becoming a martial emperor. Because to achieve such an achievement, not only did one have to have extremely high martial arts aptitude, but also great luck, Jun Changxiao said, "Only with great ambition will there be motivation. Then I will congratulate sect leader Jun first. In the future, you will become a martial emperor revered by thousands." Xianxia smiled and said, "Thank you." Jun Changxiao looked at the sky and said, "It's getting late. I still have to bring the disciples back to the sect. I will take my leave first. Hua Mountain scenery is so beautiful." "Sect leader Jun, why don't you stay for a few more days before leaving?" Xianxia said with a slight disappointment. "The scenery can be enjoyed at any time. The sect's matters must be dealt with as soon as possible." Jun Changxiao said. Yes. The scenery could be enjoyed at any time. But it was hard to say whether it could be like now, with beautiful girls accompanying him. "All right." Xianxia said, "I hope there will be a chance in the future to discuss martial arts with sect leader Jun 4 chapters. P.S. When I'm busy, I pretend I didn't see anything. If I don't update, there will be readers who will jump out and show off their existence. I'll F** King slap their faces today. There will be a 5th chapter later." Jun Changxiao left with his disciples. They left in such a hurry because they wanted to find a quiet place where they could comfortably open the system store and spend all their contribution points. Sigh. Xianxia sighed and said, "Li let's go back." Although she wanted to chat more with Jun Changxiao, he was busy and didn't give her a chance. Palace Master. On the way, Li said, "Why do you care so much about him?" Xianxia said, "Li do you know? Every time I'm with sect leader Jun, I feel very relaxed as long as I hear him talk." Li probed, "Palace Master, you can't have fallen for him, right?" No. Xianxia hurriedly said, her face turning red. Li was speechless. "My Palace Master, the expression on your face has already betrayed you." Xianxia hurriedly explained, "I just feel that he is very interesting, that's all. The more you explain, the more you try to hide it." Li muttered in her heart. Speaking of which, what was so good about that guy? He had only interacted with the palace master a few times and she was already worried about him. He was very handsome, humorous, and occasionally a little naughty. More importantly, his martial arts attainments were also high. Miss Li, why can't your palace master she worry about our sect leader June, in a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters? The Hurricane Wolf King led a few hurricane wolves to drink water and rest at a small stream. Whoosh, a faint sound of wind breaking could be heard. In a forest in the distance, a goat eating grass was killed by Xiao Ziji with his 88 sniper rifle. During this period of time, although he neglected to practice his gun, his marksmanship was still very accurate. Shua. Li Qingyang skillfully skinned the meat and began to roast it. Lu Qianxian and Yi Xingchen were still cold and aloof. They couldn't integrate into the beautiful environment at all. Jun Changxiao sat on a tree happily and pulled out the intermediate system store. He definitely had to spend the extra 2,461 contribution points. Otherwise, it would be automatically emptied after 24 hours. Sect leader Jun had only seen the 7 profound sunglow broken scroll in the third row when he had spent 100 contribution points to refresh the store. Thus, there were still many items that he hadn't seen yet. As he continued reading, Jun Changxiao saw the formula for a type of medium-grade cloud walking boots. According to the introduction, this was a type of boots that could increase one's speed. After wearing it, one's speed would increase by 10% when walking normally, and 20% when using a movement technique. The disadvantage was that it could only be worn by martial masters and above. Otherwise, even if one wore it, there would not be any increase in speed. This thing is good, Jun Changxiao said. High movement speed was also a reflection of one's strength, especially when facing enemies. Not only could it be used to catch them off guard, but it could also be used to dodge attacks with ease. Furthermore, disciples like Su Xiaoma and Li Fei were all speed-type martial cultivators. If they wore the cloud-walking shoes, their strength would definitely increase by a lot. Bye. Ding. The host has spent 1,000 contribution points and received the recipe for the middle-grade cloud-walking boots X1. It has been transferred into the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 6461500. After buying it, the formula was automatically matched and presented in the forging pavilion. Jun Changxiao opened it and found that the main material required was the wind element crystal core, and the supplementary materials were spider silk and beast fur. Ever since his trip to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, he lacked all kinds of crystal cores, but he did not lack wind element crystal cores. He also had spider silk and fur, so he hurriedly increased the number of refinement to the maximum and began to mechanically refine them. He continued to look at the shopping mall. Very quickly, Jun Changxiao saw another secret manual called Mountain Collapsing Earth-Shattering Fist. From the introduction, the power of this fist technique was extremely fierce. If one comprehended it to the extreme, one punch would be able to shatter mountains and split the earth. The quality was high rank. TSK. Jun Changxiao muttered, "Is this the upgraded version of Exploding Fist?" Ding. Host has spent 1,000 contribution points and obtained the Mountain Collapsing Earth-Shattering Fist X1. It has been transferred into the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 5461500. After buying it, the system automatically matched it with the Sect's technique. Sect leader Jun did not hesitate and chose the Mountain Collapsing Earth-Shattering Fist. He spent 50 contribution points and copied 5,000 copies. He continued to look. In the end, there were no more decent products. Jun Changxiao was not depressed. After all, he had spent 100 contribution points and obtained the formula for the Talisman of Insight, 7 Mysterious Sunglow Break, and the Fist Technique. It was definitely better than the beginner's shop. I have obtained the title of Chivalrous Warrior. My luck has increased from 1 to 5. I can also try my luck and see if I can get better things. Jun Changxiao muttered as he tapped on the beginner's shop. He had a lot of contribution points now, but he would not be so impulsive as to test it in the intermediate shop. So, he decided to start from the beginner shop. The system complained, "Look at the hosts, I'm happy, shut up." Jun Changxiao said as he opened the shop. A brand new product appeared. Just looking at the first row, he was extremely excited. Gun, another gun, moreover, it was a modified AK-47 automatic rifle. Ahahaha. Jun Changxiao laughed heartily. Although the AK-47's single-point power was not comparable to the Type 88 sniper rifle, it had the advantage of having more bullets and being able to shoot continuously, especially at close range. If the Type 88 couldn't break the opponent's defense in one shot, the AK-47's continuous damage would definitely be stronger. If they were to equip each of their disciples with an AK-47, even a martial king might not be able to withstand it. Moreover, it was not expensive. It was only 100 contribution points. The use of the word only was enough to show that sect leader Jun didn't care about 100 contribution points at all. He didn't know that when he first got the system, he had to spend 10 points to copy secret manuals. It was a pity. There was a limit to the purchase of the modified AK-47. He could only buy 5 of them per month. Ding. Host has spent 500 contribution points. You have obtained a modified AK-47 automatic rifle X5. It has been transferred into the interspatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 49115000. Jun Changxiao let out a sigh of relief when his contribution points fell to a safe level. He then spent another 100 points from the items he had purchased and bought 5 universal extended magazines. He took out the AK-47. After changing the magazine, he took out the 5th grade core and loaded the bullets. Xiao. After a while, all 40 bullets were loaded. 40 streams of light appeared on both sides of the magazine. I've sinned. Jun Changxiao shouted, come and test the gun. Okay. Xiao Ziji ate the skewers and walked over while clapping his hands. When he saw the AK-47, he said in surprise, Sect leader, isn't this gun a bit small? Don't look at its small size. Its power is not weak. Jun Changxiao said. Oh. Xiao Ziji took it. Because he suffered from the AWM sniper rifle last time, he learned his lesson this time. Before shooting, he lay down on the grass. Jun Changxiao said, just stand and shoot. Oh. Xiao Ziji stood up and started to shoot. He chose a stone wall 100 meters in front of him and pressed the trigger. 2. The muzzle of the AK-47 continuously spat out bullets. Xiao Ziji's expression changed. Because the shooting speed was too fast and the recoil was too strong, the muzzle was aimed directly at the sky. After firing more than 10 bullets, he released his finger and sat down on the ground. He said with a face of despair, Sect leader, one shot fired so many bullets. Whether it was the Type 88 or the AWM, they were all used for single-point shooting. This was the first time he had experienced such a fully automatic shooting mode. As for the stone wall in front of him, only one bullet hit the predetermined position. The other bullets extended upwards in an irregular pattern. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, with your gun control skills, you'll never be able to eat chicken in your lifetime. P.S. 5 is even better. Asking for recommendation tickets. Asking for monthly tickets. Xiao Ziji's body was very strong, but he still could not withstand the recoil of the AK-47, so all the bullets hit the surroundings. He was definitely a master of body tracing. Jun Changxiao took the gun and aimed at the stone wall in front of him, saying, the gun should be fired like this. 222, he pressed 3 times in a row. Although there was still recoil, it was very stable. Although he did not have the opportunity to use an AK-47 in real life, he had played many games. He naturally knew that the first 3 shots were the easiest to suppress, and the later shots would be harder to suppress. Of course. This was a medium to long-range burst shot. If the target was very close, he could just fire randomly. Sigh. Jun Changxiao fired a few more shots, and the gun was very stable. He murmured, if it was a fully equipped M4 with a 15x scope, I could do it too. Sect Master. Xiao Ziji rested for a while, saying, let me try. Jun Changxiao took out another AK-47 from the space ring and threw it over, saying, this gun is yours from now on. Xiao Ziji loaded the bullets and pulled the trigger according to the Sect Master's demonstration. As expected, he easily suppressed the gun, and the bullets accurately hit the point he had locked on. Jun Changxiao said, "Get used to the rhythm of shooting. You'll soon master it, and it won't be a problem to finish a magazine of bullets." Okay. Xiao Ziji did not even eat the skewers, and began to frequently practice shooting in the wild. Needless to say, after a few rounds, he perfectly mastered the recoil of the AK-47, and it was not a problem to shoot 40 bullets in 10 seconds. But 40 bullets might not all hit the same point, and there was still a slight fluctuation. Otherwise, there would definitely be no recoil. Xiao Zuiji tried another round of bullets and laughed, "Sect Master, although the power of this gun can't compare to the Type 88 and AWM, the bullets it shoots are extremely fast. It can completely suppress the enemy with firepower." Jun Changxiao said, "That's because there is no Gatling gun. Otherwise, you would know what true suppression is." "Qingyang," he shouted, "you also come and try." Okay. Li Qingyang put down the skewers and took the AK-47. He imitated Xiao Zuiji's actions and pulled the trigger. Although he didn't hit his target, he still managed to pull off a decent shot. When they had nothing to do in the sect, he and Su Xiaoma had played with the Type 88 sniper rifle. Although they weren't very accurate, at least they had some experience. Jun Changxiao said, "This gun will be yours from now on. Take your time to practice and try to master it as soon as possible." "Yes." Upon receiving the order, Li Qingyang began to carefully ask junior brother Xiao questions about shooting, as if he was a humble student who was willing to be taught. Arriving in front of the boulder where Lu Qianqian was, Jun Changxiao took out the AK-47 and asked, "Do you want it?" An ice-cold beauty dressed in white like a fairy, sweeping wildly with an AK-47. Just the thought of this scene made him a little excited. It was a pity. Lu Qianqian said, "Sect Master, I prefer to use the sword to solve all problems." Although she refused, her tone wasn't as cold as before. Instead, it was mixed with a trace of human kindness. Lu Qianqian had always been changing, but because she was usually quiet, it was hard to see. Of course. To completely melt an iceberg, not only was it difficult, but it also had to be hot enough. Xingchen. Jun Changxiao looked at Yi Xingchen, who was standing proudly in the distance, and asked, "Do you want it?" "Sect Master." Yi Xingchen said, "I prefer to use my fists to solve all problems." Damn. This guy is really pretentious. Fortunately, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei weren't here. Otherwise, the two of them would have taken the initiative to ask for it. They even didn't hesitate to wrestle with each other until their heads bled. Yi Xingchen also knew that this strange gun's power was extraordinary, but he preferred to use his fists or normal weapons to defeat the enemy. Jun Changxiao said, "I have a fist technique here, do you want it?" "No," Yi Xingchen was startled, and hurriedly changed his words, "Yes." Night Emperor. Where was his arrogance, where was his demeanor? Jun Changxiao threw the landslide fist to him, and also gave it to Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji. Only Lu Qianqian and Zhou Hong were not given. Because this kind of fierce palm technique was definitely not suitable for girls to cultivate. Zhou Hong was a sword cultivator, so he naturally wouldn't cultivate fist techniques. To be honest. As the eldest disciple of Iron Bone, the martial arts resources that Lu Qianqian had obtained were only ice attribute martial arts and an ice attribute bracelet. The martial arts that had recently spawned, Qishuan Sunglow Break, could be cultivated, while Raging Flame Cut was only suitable for male martial cultivators. Jun Changxiao felt a little apologetic. Although Lu Qianqian was cold, but after more than a year of contact, he could see that it was nothing more than a cold heart. What's more, transmigrating to the falling star continent, when she was most helpless and miserable, she was the first to join the sect. Many readers only saw Lu Qianqian's coldness, but did not see it. If it weren't for her appearance, how could Master Jun get one contribution point, open the mall, buy a big gift pack, and have the capital to establish a foothold? If not her, there were others. This was just an assumption. In fact, Lu Qianqian was the first to join. This was unchangeable and undeniable. If she didn't join, there would be others. But at that time, the recruitment of numerous sects had already ended, and he would not have met the injured Li Qingyang, nor would he have recruited so many disciples to obtain the first bucket of gold in his life. Jun Changxiao often thought that if Lu Qianqian did not appear in time, it would definitely be difficult for him to develop iron bone to this extent. Therefore, whether this woman's character was cold or her words were sharp, it did not affect her position in his heart. My first disciple. I am biased, is there a problem? Xianxia. Jun Changxiao sat on the boulder and said, I have a middle-grade cold sword here, which happens to be ice attribute, suitable for you to use. Of course. He said in a domineering tone, you must obey my orders. Lu Qianqian, who wanted to refuse, had to take the cold sword. Coincidentally, Jun Changxiao inadvertently saw the ice bracelet on her wrist, and casually said, you still have the bracelet? Lu Qianqian's bright eyes were strange, and she hurriedly covered the bracelet with her sleeve, jumped off the boulder lightly, and walked to the front where there was no one, as if deliberately keeping a certain distance from the sect master. When will she be able to open up her heart that is wrapped in ice? Jun Changxiao shook his head, took out the mountain-collapsing earth-splitting fist, and began to carefully comprehend it. Ding! A prompt came from the casting pavilion, and the cloud-walking boots was refined. While Jun Changxiao and Lu Qianqian were interacting, Xianxia had already roughly flipped through the fist technique, and secretly exclaimed, this fist technique to the extreme, I'm afraid it's not weaker than a low-level Saint martial art. As expected. The sect master was getting better and better, the mountain-collapsing earth-splitting fist inherited the usual advantages of the system store, which was easy to learn, but difficult to master. With Xianxia's aptitude, he had a preliminary grasp of it after a while. Just as he was about to test its power, he inadvertently looked at the sect master, and his expression suddenly became sluggish. What did he see? He saw Jun Changxiao squatting on the boulder, then lifting his feet and taking off his boots. Taking off his boots and socks in public. As a sect master, what kind of quality was this? Although they were in the wilderness, Jun Changxiao's action of taking off his boots was a bit uncivilized. If it was Xianxia, he would definitely not do it. Because this was a matter of quality and principle, Jun Changxiao did not think much of it. He took off one and then the other, acting very casually. He even raised his foot and sniffed it. Well, it's not smelly. Ga, Knight Emperor was directly petrified. As the leader of a sect, he actually did such an extremely indecent thing, thinking of how he had just received the secret manual from him. Xianxia, who was a little obsessed with cleanliness, almost ran to the stream to wash his hands. Shua. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and took out the newly refined cloud-walking boots. Because the supplementary material was fur, it was a leather shoe. The color was pale white and it looked a little big. However, after putting on the cloud-walking boots, it miraculously shrank and matched his feet. Not only was it suitable, but it was also quite comfortable. Only then did Xianxia realize that the sect leader was going to change his boots. However, he raised his foot and sniffed it. Ta-ta. After putting on the cloud-walking boots, Jun Changxiao stood on tiptoe and said, I feel a little lighter than before. Shua. While speaking, he took out his long legs that could only be cultivated in Photoshop and started running. His speed was obviously faster than before. However, it was only a 10% increase in speed. If he didn't run for a long time, it would be difficult to feel it directly. Xianxia had been paying attention to Jun Changxiao. He could clearly see that the moment his feet touched the ground, the new boots would flicker with a faint light. He secretly guessed, could it be a kind of treasure that can increase one's speed? Strictly speaking, the mid-grade cloud-walking boots could not be considered a treasure and could only be classified as equipment. After testing normal running, Jun Changxiao used the cloud-walking steps and increased his speed by 20%. There was an obvious change immediately, the cloud-walking boots' flashing light was also brighter than before. It could be seen. When the speed increased, the light would increase. What was even more amazing was that it also had the ability to increase jumping. Jun Changxiao jumped up, increasing from 200 feet to 24 feet. Ta. After landing steadily, he clapped his hands and said with a smile, not only is it comfortable to wear, but it can also increase my speed. It's the best of both worlds. Increase speed, as expected, he had guessed correctly. This new pair of boots was a treasure that could increase one's speed. Knight Emperor had not only seen defensive and attack-type true treasures in his previous life, but he had also owned many of them. However, speed-type true treasures were extremely rare. The sect leader was really something. No. He had to perform even better and strive to obtain such a supreme treasure. Xianxia knew better than anyone the importance of martial techniques, equipment, and treasures to a martial cultivator. After testing the cloud-walking boots, Xianxia sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the earth-shattering fist. The smithing pavilion was still mechanically refining. 2 hours later. A few more pairs were refined. Boom! At this moment, a loud explosion came from afar. Xianxia looked up and saw that Xianxia had punched the mountain wall where Xiaoziji had tested his spear. Dense cracks immediately appeared on the wall. Li Qingyang walked over and said in surprise, "Junior brother Yi, you've already comprehended the earth-shattering fist?" "Yes," Xianxia said. He had only just begun to comprehend it and was still far from minor accomplishment. However, the punch he performed just now had at least 30,000 points of strength. Xianxia's comprehension of the rupturing fist was already at the peak. When he performed it, the increase in strength was at most 20,000 points. Now that he had only comprehended the earth-shattering fist, he had already gained so much strength. It was indeed a supreme-grade fist technique. TSK. Xianxia held his chin and said, "This disciple of mine is really fast in cultivating system martial techniques. Come. He waved his hand and said, "I have something to tell you." Li Qingyang and the others walked over. Xianxia waved his hand and took out a few pairs of cloud-walking boots that he had just refined. He said, "At the peak of Mount Hua, you showed off the power of my iron bone. These are your rewards." Xianxia was overjoyed. Just now, he wanted to obtain such a treasure through his performance. He didn't expect the sect leader to give it to him. "Thank you, sect leader." Li Qingyang and Xiaoziji took it. Xianxia said, "These cloud-walking boots can increase your speed. You can try it." "Is that so?" Li Qingyang and Xiaoziji's eyes lit up. Then, they sat on the stone and began to change their boots. Lu Qianqian also received it. However, she was a girl after all. She definitely wouldn't take off her boots in public. As for our misophobic Lord Knight the Arch, he held the light cloud-walking shoes and his expression became extremely interesting. Should he change it now, or should he change it after returning to the sect? Sect leader. Xiaoziji was the first to change. Then, he jumped and said happily, "After wearing the cloud-walking boots, my body feels much lighter." "I have the same feeling." Li Qingyang also changed into his clothes. Xianxia smiled and said, "When running normally, your speed will increase by 10%. When using the movement technique, it will increase by 20%. So powerful?" Li Qingyang and Xiaoziji immediately widened their eyes. If running normally for 100 feet, it would be 10 feet more than usual. If running normally for 100 feet, it would be 20 feet more than usual. This was definitely very powerful. Whoosh. Whoosh, on the spacious grassland, Li Qingyang and Xiaoziji began to test it. They sometimes ran and sometimes used the movement technique. When they finally stopped, they said happily in unison, "These cloud-walking boots are amazing." Next to them, Xianxia lowered his head and clenched his fists. At this moment, he was suffering a huge mental torture. His mind was filled with thoughts of whether he should take off his boots and try the cloud-walking boots. No, in his previous life, he was a martial emperor. How could he behave like a commoner and do such a thing in front of such a large crowd? Wait, that was in his previous life. He was not a martial emperor now. Since that was the case, why should he be bothered by such trifles? Change. Xianxia sat on a rock and quickly took off his boots. He changed into the cloud-walking boots and ran impatiently. Knight Emperor. Where are your qualities, where are your principles? Whoosh. Whoosh, after a series of tests, Xianxia stopped and said firmly in his heart, "How could a pair of boots that can increase speed be made in the falling star continent? It must be from the upper realm." Our Knight Emperor had gone deeper and deeper into the path of Xianxia came from the upper realm and could not extricate himself from it. It was understandable. After all, there were too many rare and strange martial arts resources. "Let's go." Xianxia snapped his fingers. On the way, he did not forget to comprehend the earth-shattering fist. However, he unknowingly entered a dark forest. Whoosh! Whoosh! A cold wind blew, making one's hair stand on end. Jun Changxiao looked around and murmured, "Why didn't I see them on the way here?" The system was speechless. On the way here, the host was looking for bandits everywhere and did not follow the normal route. Naturally, he avoided them perfectly. Sect leader Li Qingyang said solemnly, "I'm afraid there are powerful beasts here." Whoosh! The Hurricane Wolf King let out a low growl as if to tell its master that the forest was not ordinary and should not be casually entered. After careful consideration, Jun Chang smiled and said, "Let's go in and take a look. Let's see what treasures we can find." Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as they were about to enter, they saw a martial cultivator suddenly jump out from the depths of the dark forest. There were many wounds on his body and blood was gushing out. Plop! After running for a while, he fell 10 meters away from the group and said weakly, "Everyone. Everyone, please save me." Before he could finish, Jun Changxiao rode on the Hurricane Wolf King and led the disciples around him as if they did not see him at all. The muscles on the wounded martial cultivator's face froze and then he collapsed on the ground and said sadly, "Public morals are degenerating day by day." P.S. Update 7. I was going to save this update for tomorrow at midnight. However, since it was a slap in the face, I might as well do it loud and clear. Update 7 today. I'll update tomorrow as usual. However, I won't be updating at midnight. I'll have to postpone it to the day. Before I go to bed, I'm begging for recommendation votes and monthly votes. When a seriously injured martial cultivator ran out of the dark forest and called for help weakly, those who were sympathetic would help. However, Jun Changxiao and his disciples turned a blind eye to it. Was this the distortion of human nature or the loss of morality that made them so cold-blooded and heartless? Sect Master Li Qingyang said telepathically, "Are we really not going to save him?" Jun Changxiao said, "His body is full of wounds from weapons. It's obvious that someone is chasing him. If we save him, it might cause unnecessary trouble." Li Qingyang chose to remain silent. The system said, "You have the title of a chivalrous person now. If you don't save him, it will be ironic." Jun Changxiao said disapprovingly, "A chivalrous person can't save people from fire and water every day. Besides, although his injuries are serious, they are not fatal." Everyone. After a few steps, the wounded martial cultivator lying on the ground said with difficulty, "Save my life. I'm willing to give you 100 spirit stones. I've sinned." Jun Changxiao said, "Hurry up and lift him up. The ground is cold." Li Qingyang and Zhou Hong's mouths twitched. The sect master immediately became warm-hearted at the mention of spirit stones. Wasn't he being too realistic? In the cruel falling star continent, it was natural to be more realistic with people who were neither relatives nor friends. When he had just transmigrated, Jun Changxiao had saved Li Qingyang. Now that he could be more open-minded in the face of someone in trouble, it was the best proof of his change in mentality. Whoosh! Xiao Ziji jumped down from the Hurricane Wolf and was about to carry the wounded martial cultivator when dozens of black-clothed people suddenly flew out of the dark forest. These people surrounded Jun Changxiao and the others at the fastest speed. Their eyes were cold and fierce. Seeing this, the wounded martial cultivator's heart was filled with despair. The leader of the black-clothed people glanced at Jun Changxiao and the others and said indifferently, "You are this guy's accomplices?" Jun Changxiao said, "We are just passing by." Passing by? The black-clothed leader smiled coldly, then waved his hand and said, "Then die in the black demon forest." Whoosh! 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 The surrounding subordinates waved their hands wildly, and one after another, concealed weapons that flickered with cold light shot over. Clang! Clang! Li Qingyang and Yi Xingchen brandished their swords. Immediately, they brandished their swords and destroyed all the hidden weapons that were coming at them. Xiao Ziji summoned his solid iron shield, not only to protect himself, but also to protect the injured martial cultivator. Eh? The leader in black was surprised and said, "You have some ability." "Big brother," the martial artist at the side said in a low voice, The wolves that these people are riding seem to be Gale wolves." "What?" The black-clothed leader was shocked. The Gale wolf was not an ordinary beast. Since they were using it as a mount, their identities were definitely not simple. Since you're just passing by. The black-robed leader reacted quickly and said, then leave quickly. Don't get in the way of my demon channeling hall's mission here. The strength of this group of wolf-riding martial cultivators was a bit strong. He didn't dare to provoke them too much, so his tone became gentler. The reason why he had mentioned the demon channeling hall was to let the other party know of his identity and which sect he came from. Unfortunately, since you've already attacked, it would be strange if this matter was over. Xianxia crossed his arms and said with a smile, you greeted us with hidden weapons the moment we met and now you want us to leave? Was your brain kicked by a donkey? The black-clothed leader's face darkened, but he suppressed his anger and said with cupped fists, it was just a misunderstanding. Please don't take it to heart for the sake of the demon channeling hall. Humph. If it weren't for the fact that you were riding gale wolves, I would have killed you with my sword. Wrong. It was not gale wolves, but hurricane wolves. There was even a hurricane wolf king among them. Xianxia said telepathically, sect leader, the demon channeling hall is a fifth-rate evil sect. Fifth-rate, Xianxia's eyes immediately flashed with disdain. I provoked 2 third-rate evil sections. Why would I care about a fifth-rate evil sect? Of course, he didn't want to provoke an evil sect when he was outside. Instead, he pointed outside and said, since you're from the demon channeling hall, I'll give you face and scram as fast as you can. The black-clothed leader's anger immediately rose. But he still suppressed it. He looked at the injured martial cultivator and said, he's someone the demon channeling hall is after. We're taking him away. Please do us a favor. Xianxia said, give him 100 spirit stones and take him away. The injured martial cultivator was stunned. He screamed in his heart, public morals are degenerating day by day. People are not what they used to be. The black-clothed leader finally couldn't take it anymore. He said in a gloomy voice, friend, you're being a little unreasonable. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched slightly. How could a person from an evil sect say that he was reasonable? That was the biggest joke in the world. Xianxia shrugged and said, he's willing to pay me 100 spirit stones to keep him safe. If you take him away, my spirit stones will be gone. So, you have to give me 100 spirit stones. The corner of Li Qingyang and the others' mouths twitched. Sect leader wants 100 spirit stones no matter what. The black-clothed leader's expression changed again. I don't have 100 spirit stones. Even if I did, how could I bear to give them to you? How about this? He said, after I take him down, I'll give you the spirit stones I find. Since the target had 100 spirit stones, he could take them out and give them to him. He could go back and complete the mission as soon as possible. Both sides would be fine. That won't do. Xianxia said, if you capture him and run away, won't I lose both the spirit stones and the spirit stones? So, you have to give me 100 spirit stones first and let me give up on protecting him. The black-clothed leader's expression darkened. He thought to himself, is this guy messing with me, or is he deliberately stalling for time? Young friend. At that moment, the injured martial cultivator said with difficulty, I'm willing to pay 1,000 spirit stones. Please save my life. He could tell that the people from the enchanted palace did not dare to do anything to this wolf-riding martial cultivator. In order to survive, they were willing to pay more. I'll take this deal, Xianxia said. Although his family had a spirit stone mine that could produce natural spirit stones, he would not mind man-made spirit stones. After all, 1 spirit stone was worth 10,000 taels. Phew. The injured martial cultivator breathed a sigh of relief. The despair in his heart gradually dissipated. Xianxia looked at the black-cloaked leader and shrugged. If you want me to give up on protecting him now, it's not 100 spirit stones. It's 1,000 spirit stones. Pfft. The injured martial cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood. He cursed in his heart, does this guy have any professional ethics? The black-clothed leader could not even take out 100 spirit stones, let alone 1,000. So, he said with a dark gaze, kid, you're playing with me on purpose. Can't take it out? Xianxia said, then get out of here. Humph, the black-clothed leader said coldly, since you refuse a toast, don't blame me for being rude. Swoosh. As he spoke, he made a strange hand gesture. Swoosh! 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 The dozens of black-clothed men around him took out a crossbow-like weapon from their spatial rings and equipped it with arrows. The arrowhead flickered with a faint light, as if it carried explosive power. Xianxia said telepathically, "Master, this is a magic explosive crossbow. The arrowhead is blessed with a crystal core. It will explode when touched by a foreign object. It's extremely lethal." "Kid," the black-clothed leader said, "I've been patient again and again. Since you don't leave, then you'll end up with a broken body." Xianxia sneered and shouted, "Qingyang, Zuiji, show me your weapons." Swoosh! Swoosh! Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji summoned their AK-47s and held them up. Crack! Xianxia also took out his AK-47. This guy also put on a pair of dazzling sunglasses. With a cigar in his mouth, he said proudly, "I want to see if your arrows are faster than my bullets." Looking down from above, a group of black-clothed men holding the most advanced crossbows were facing 3 people riding hurricane wolves and holding AK-47s. The atmosphere. It was tense. When Xianxia and the other 2 picked up the AK-47, the leader and his men were all dumbfounded. What are they holding in their hands? Crossbows. Her appearance was too strange. Wasn't it too unsightly, or are they just simple wooden sticks? Or are they some kind of special short-range weapon? Kid, the leader sneered. Who are you trying to scare with a stick? The grip and stock of the AK-47 were made of reddish-brown wood. It did look like a stick. Xianxia said indifferently, "I'll give you and your men one more chance. Get out of here, or you'll become a hornet's nest later." He. The leader laughed strangely. "It seems that you don't know that my men are using demon explosive crossbows. The arrows they shoot are at least 50,000 kilograms. Ordinary peak-level martial masters could only shoot 50,000 kilograms. It was indeed very powerful for one arrow to be able to release such a powerful force. More importantly, there were 40 to 50 men in black who were equipped with such crossbows. The lethality of their arrows couldn't be underestimated. Of course, demon explosive crossbows were very expensive, and the cost of demon explosive arrows was even higher. Shooting an arrow was equivalent to shooting a spirit stone. Martial cultivators in the Falling Star continent usually wouldn't use such equipment because they couldn't afford it. Many legions were equipped with such equipment to attack cities. 50,000 kilograms? Xianxia said indifferently, "How lame." The guns sold in the system were all determined by the level of the crystal core. Not to mention 50,000 kilograms, even 100,000 kilograms could be produced. Moreover, a high-level crystal core could store 2 rounds of AK-47 bullets. It was a great deal, even now, if the 2 sides didn't attack each other but shot at the air. Sect leader Jun could exhaust them and make them bankrupt. "Come on, let's hurt each other." He had already told them the power of the demon explosive arrows, but these wolf-riding martial cultivators still didn't leave and were still confronting each other. This made the leader in black angry. Did they really think that he didn't dare to give the order to shoot because he was worried about the demon explosive arrows? Swish! The leader in black raised his hand, his eyes flashing with killing intent. The mission given by the higher-ups must be completed no matter the price. Swish! Schwa, more than 40 subordinates raised their magic explosive crossbows, ready to fire as soon as their boss's hand fell. Brat! The leader in black said coldly, "Go to hell." He lowered his hand and gave the order to shoot. Many of his subordinates began to exert force on their triggers. "Kill them all." At this moment, Xianxia gave the order. Da-da-da. 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 The 3 AK-47s immediately spewed out flames as tiny bullets shot out from 3 different directions, shaking the space and dragging streams of light behind them. When the image was slowed down, it looked like a scene from the Hacker Empire. Boom. 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 The extremely fast-firing speed and strong penetrating power ruthlessly swept across the body of the black-cloaked martial cultivator who was just about to pull the trigger. Some of them passed through his head, while others passed through his chest. He was hit 3 or 4 times in an instant. In the meantime, the demon channeling hall's martial cultivators had also successfully fired their devil explosive arrows. However, as soon as it flew out of the crossbow, it was hit by the bullets and instantly exploded, causing the surrounding magic explosive arrows to explode. Da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da, boom boom boom. In the wilderness, the sound of gunshots and explosions was endless. The fog and dust from the bullets also filled the area. The injured martial cultivator lying on the ground was so shocked that his eyeballs almost popped out. Although the fog and dust blocked his vision and he could not see what was going on inside, the three martial cultivators riding on the wolf beasts were not injured by the devil explosive arrows and were still safe and sound. They were riding on a strange object that kept spitting out flames at the end. It looked very powerful. Ka. 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 Jun Changxiao first emptied a magazine of bullets, took out the crystal cores, and reloaded the magazine as fast as he could. Whoosh! Once again, he raised his AK-47 and fired wildly at the foggy area. His cold movements and expressionless mouth were very similar to the Terminator played by Arnold Schwarzenegger. At this time, if Sect leader Jun was accompanied by a very hot background music, it would definitely be exciting. Xianxia's mouth twitched. This kind of gun is like a hidden weapon. It's so powerful. Ka ka ka, Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji also emptied a magazine of bullets. The sect leader did not ask them to stop. He continued to reload and fired with his gun. After emptying another magazine of bullets, Jun Changxiao raised his gun, held the electronic cigar, and blew out a smoke ring. That's enough. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji put away their guns. Although the two of them had mastered the shooting frequency of the AK-47, their hands could not help but tremble slightly when they stopped shooting. However, fighting a real person was much better than practicing with a gun. Gradually, the dust and fog dissipated. Everything around them could be seen clearly. More than 40 evil cultivators from the demon channeling palace who surrounded Jun Changxiao in a fan shape were lying on the ground. Some of them were shot to death, while others were killed by the devil explosive arrows. Not a single one was left alive. Fresh blood flowed and gathered together. A cold wind blew over, and there was a nauseating smell of blood. Plop! The leader in black went limp and sat in a pool of blood. His face was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with shock. Perhaps it was on purpose. All his subordinates were dead, but he was alive and well. However, he might as well be dead. Because of the extremely fast and powerful bullets that flew past him, the leader in black felt as if he was in the 18th level of hell. His cultivation was only at the peak of the martial master level. If he was hit by the AK-47, he would definitely die. Thud. Thud. The Gale Wolf King walked over. Jun Changxiao raised the AK-47 with one hand and pressed the muzzle against the leader's head. He said calmly, "Do you still think this is a fire rod?" The continuous firing from the muzzle produced a lot of heat. The leader in black looked even more ferocious. However, he did not dare to move because he had seen the power of the AK-47. Friend. The leader in black suppressed his fear and said in a low voice, Let's talk. Go to hell and talk to the king of hell." Jun Changxiao pulled the trigger with a cold voice. The bullet went through with a bang, and blood and sticky things splashed on the grass. Plop! The leader in black fell to the ground. The vitality in his eyes gradually dissipated, and the muscles on his face were still fixed in a ferocious state. As soon as they met, he ordered his subordinates to throw hidden weapons without any explanation. This had angered Jun Changxiao. "If my disciple and I were weak, we would have been killed by you guys just because we were passing by. This grievance would probably be complained to the king of hell right now." Even if the leader in black took out 100 or 1,000 spirit stones, the result would still be death. Swish! Swish! Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji jumped down from the Gale Wolf and began to skillfully loot the crates. Jun Changxiao walked to the injured martial artist and pressed the muzzle of the AK-47 against the grass. He said expressionlessly, "The people who were chasing you have all been killed. You are safe now. Give me the 1,000 spirit stones." "Little friend," the corner of the martial artist's mouth twitched. He said weakly, I don't have it." "You don't have it?" Jun Changxiao frowned. The martial artist was silent. Swish. Jun Changxiao stood up and reloaded the gun. He pulled the safety pin and pointed the muzzle at the martial artist's head. He said coldly, "Are you playing with me? Mother ****. For 1,000 spirit stones, I have offended a fifth-rate evil sect. And you tell me you don't have it? Is it because I have the title of a hero that you are so fearless?" The martial artist naturally knew the power of the fire rod. He hurriedly said, "I have it. I have one. You are playing with me." Bang! Jun Changxiao decisively opened fire, but the muzzle of the gun moved from the head of the wounded cultivator to his crotch. The bullet directly hit the grass between his legs, leaving a fingernail-sized hole. "Friend," he said with a gloomy face, "I have a bad temper, don't play with me." While speaking, he raised the AK-47. The muzzle was not placed on the head but on the crotch of the wounded cultivator. It was exactly right. Gulp. The wounded cultivator swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Not only did a chill run down his spine, even his crotch was cold. He said with a trembling voice, friend, my spirit stone is natural, one stone is equal to several stones." "Natural?" Jun Changxiao was quite surprised. "Take it out and let me see." In order to carry on his family line, the wounded cultivator hurriedly took out the spirit stone from his space ring. Jun Changxiao took it and used his mind to communicate with the spirit stone. He saw that the spiritual energy gathered inside was very pure. Not bad. It was a natural spirit stone. Jun Changxiao looked at him suspiciously. "Only one?" The wounded cultivator said with a bitter face, Friend, do you think I still dare to lie?" Poochie. Suddenly, a dagger was inserted into his thigh. He was startled. When he felt the pain, he screamed "Ah!" Swish. Jun Changxiao pulled the dagger back. Hiss. Blood spurted out like a fountain. The wounded cultivator's face became more and more ferocious. He was already wounded, and now it was one disaster after another. Jun Changxiao wiped the blood-stained dagger on his clothes. "I think you are not honest. In order to suffer less physical pain, you better hand over the remaining 999 spirit stones." His face was expressionless, like a devil from hell. It was hard to imagine that this was the Iron Bone Sect leader who was occasionally a little naughty when interacting with his disciples. I really don't have any more, Poochie." Jun Changxiao did not say anything and stabbed his other thigh. "Ah!" The wounded cultivator screamed in pain again. Shwa. Jun Changxiao pulled out the dagger, raised his arm and pressed it against the man's neck. "Since you don't have it, then use your life to pay for my reward." The blade made contact with the skin and caved in. Even if it was only a few millimeters in, a thin red mark appeared, and blood slowly seeped out. The wounded Wu Shou's heart suddenly began to beat wildly. A strong omen of death surged into his sea of consciousness, making him not dare to lie anymore. He said, I still have. Jun Changxiao withdrew his dagger and said, "Take it out." Huff. The wounded cultivator gasped for air. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, I found a spirit stone mine in the depths of the forest. There are a lot of spirit stones in there. I can take you there." "Really?" Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. When Zhang Xian took out a natural spirit stone, he was already suspicious of Zhang Xian. As expected, after Zhang Xian threatened him, he really confessed. "If I'm not wrong," Jun Changxiao said, "the people from Demon Channeling Palace are chasing you because they want to know the location of the spirit stone mine?" The wounded Wu Shou endured the pain and said, "That's right." Qingyang. Jun Changxiao stood up and said, "Treat this guy's wounds, don't let him die." "Yes." Li Qingyang quickly walked over, took out some medicine and bandages from his spatial ring, and began to bandage the wound. Taking advantage of this time, Jun Changxiao burned the piled-up corpses with exquisite fire. After all, it was a fifth-rate evil sect. If they found out that he was the one who killed them, it would definitely bring about trouble. Therefore, it was important to destroy the corpses. The gloomy forest that Jun Changxiao and the others arrived at was the Black Devil Forest. To be exact, the Black Devil Forest was only a part of the Black Devil Mountain Range. The Black Devil Mountain Range was a large mountain range that ran through many counties. The 10,000 Beast Mountain range of Huayang County was not even a tenth of it. Although there were many vicious beasts in the Black Devil Mountain range, other than a small area, it was not too dangerous. This small area included the Black Devil Forest that Xianxia was currently in. It was said that vicious beasts comparable to Wuzong level could be seen everywhere in the depths. Moreover, the terrain was very complicated. Even a martial king could easily get lost in it. The wounded Wuxiu was called Renshan, a rank 6 martial master rogue cultivator. He and a few companions entered the Black Devil Forest and found a cave. Then, they boldly went in and found an unmined spirit stone mine. This excited them to no end. However, when they were about to collect spirit stones for the second time, they were somehow locked onto by the people from Demon Channeling Palace. In a hurry, he and his companions headed into the depths of the unknown area. In the end, they miserably encountered vicious beasts comparable to Wuzong. In the end, Renshan escaped, and his 3 companions became food. Those who survived a great disaster were bound to have good fortune. Just as he escaped danger, he encountered people from Demon Channeling Palace and was seriously injured. Thus, he met Xianxia outside the forest. After learning about what happened, Xianxia shook his head and said, "You're really unlucky." Renshan sat behind Xiaoziji, his entire body wrapped in bandages. With a bitter expression, he said, "I finally know what it means to be innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure." If he hadn't accidentally discovered the spirit stone mine and dug out the spirit stones inside, he and his companions wouldn't have been in danger, and he wouldn't have been left alone. "Don't sigh," Xianxia said, "hurry up and lead the way." He wasn't interested in listening to the tragic story. He only cared about the spirit stone mine in the depths of the forest. However, Xianxia also had doubts in his heart. The appearance of the spirit stone mine meant that there was a recovery of spiritual energy. Why didn't others discover it? Why did a few rogue cultivators accidentally find it? When he entered the Black Devil Forest and saw the dense miasma around him, he realized that it wasn't that no one had discovered it, but that this naturally formed environment was enough to cover up the natural phenomenon. "Little friend." After entering, Renshan said warily, "The depths are filled with ferocious beasts of the 8th or 9th grade. There are also many high-grade ones. We must proceed carefully." "Don't worry," Xianxia said, "with us here, even if it's a spirit beast, it's enough to deal with it." The reason why he was so confident was because Xianxia was with him. Thinking of this group of people who had used strange hidden weapons to kill all the evil cultivators of the Demon Channeling Palace, Xiangshan gradually relaxed his vigilance and began to search for the way to the spirit stone mine according to his memory. Roar, boom, in the depths of the Black Devil Forest, a ferocious beast comparable to a 6th-grade martial master had just jumped out from the dark when it was killed by Xiaoziji with a single punch. Then, he took the opportunity to take away its crystal core and flesh. Renshan was secretly shocked. So these people not only rely on special hidden weapons, but they are also very strong. He became even bolder. As long as he confirmed the location, he would not hesitate to go. 2 hours later, Renshan led Xianxia and the others to a collapsed area of the mountain. There was a cave in a relatively low-lying area. "Sect leader," Xianxia said telepathically, "the miasma in this area is very dense. My spiritual senses are restricted." Xianxia was even more aware of why no one had discovered the spirit stone mine. Firstly, it was restricted by spiritual senses. Secondly, the terrain was too complicated. If one wanted to reach this place, they could only rely on luck. "Young friend." Renshan pointed at the cave in front of them and said, "The spirit stone mine is hidden inside." Xianxia said, "You go down first." Renshan shook his head and dragged his injured body into the cave. When the others followed in, they did not see his figure. Their field of vision was all tangled and complicated tunnel entrances. "Sect leader," Li Qingyang said, "that guy ran away." "Humph," Xianxia sneered and said, "This king already knew that this guy wasn't easy to deal with." The system added, "So, you still let him run away? P.S. Please vote." Xianxia could tell that Renshan was not honest, so he had been paying attention to him along the way. However, what he did not expect was that there was not only one tunnel in the cave, but many tunnels, like a maze. As long as a person came in, they would easily disappear without a trace after taking a few steps. Let's just run. Xianxia said, it's not a big deal. He did not care about Rinshan. What he cared about was that they had already arrived at the Spirit Stone mine. As long as they found the Spirit Stones, not to mention getting 999, even adding 2 more zeros would not be a problem. Of course. Xianxia could also imagine that Rinshan must be worried that he would harm him. Wasn't this nonsense, using a dagger to stab him twice? If it was anyone else, they would not dare to work with you. Sect leader Jun could not be blamed for being ruthless. If he did not do that, how would he know about the Spirit Stone mine, and how would he come here? Damn it. Xianxia said rather unhappily, if it were not for the restriction of spiritual sense here, I would definitely be able to catch that kid easily. Li Qingyang said, Sect leader, there are 9 intersections in front of us, should we go together or separately? Xianxia said, let's go. Together. He was worried about what dangers were hidden in the maze of tunnels. As for which way to go, he did not think about it and directly chose the entrance that was right in front of him. Xianxia said speechlessly, Sect leader, such an intricate place, entering without thinking about it is too careless. Although he was not old, he had wandered in Jianghu for a few years and knew that such places often had mysteries, and every choice was crucial. 3 years ago, Xianxia entered a gloomy cave. There was also a tunnel inside. After careful consideration, he successfully walked into a dead end and even triggered a trap, suffering a lot. If he could take the wrong path after careful consideration, the sect leader's choice without thinking was simply playing with his life. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Xianxia said. If I were King Feng Shui master who could use a compass to deduce the entrance, I would definitely be chanting Qian Kan Zhen Sunli Kuan Dui. Yes. The system said, that kid entered this tunnel. Xiao's expression froze as he asked in astonishment, how did you know? The system said proudly, I can detect the residual breath in the air to determine if the other party has been here before. I see. Xianxia said, you're a dog. You're a dog. You're a dog, you're a dog, you're a dog. The 2 weirdos, whose misfortunes and blessings were interdependent, cursed each other in their hearts as they walked. They were very amiable. After taking a few steps, they went in 2 different directions. Sect leader. Let's go to the right, Xianxia interrupted. Jiangxia's mouth twitched. As a veteran with experience in exploration, he was explaining seriously, but the sect leader actually didn't listen. He even casually chose a path. What was going on? Xianxia sighed and got up to follow. Not long after, they came to another crossroad. Both sides of the tunnel had the same strange pattern. Xianxia began to guess and compare it with the pattern just now. I understand now. Suddenly, he said, this is definitely a mark left by someone on purpose to find the direction next time. If I'm not wrong, it's probably a mark left by Rinshan and his accomplices. If we can decipher it, we can find that guy. His reasoning was logical. However, when he finished speaking, he found that the sect leader had already led the disciples forward, as if he did not hear him at all. Xianxia was speechless. They continued to walk and came across a lot of crossroads. Xianxia did not hesitate at all. He turned left and right, and soon the disciples were confused. Xianxia followed behind, holding back his grievances. I've been to this kind of place before. Why doesn't the sect leader listen to me? Why does he have to run around like a headless fly? No, if they continue like this, they will get lost sooner or later. Sect leader. Xianxia said, no, there's someone. Shua. Li Qingyang used the cloud-treading steps and rushed over. He directly grabbed Rinshan, who was about to turn into another intersection, and then, with a wave of his hand, dragged him back. Xianxia was dumbfounded. In such a complicated maze of tunnels, there were so many crossroads, and they actually met the guy who ran away before. Wasn't their luck too good? Luck? Xianxia was wrong. Sect leader Jun found Rinshan, who had entered the tunnel first, according to the aura left in the air. Plop. Rinshan fell to the ground. Because he touched his wound, he immediately grimaced in pain. He held in his heart, "How did they find me?" Jun Changxiao said, "Is it fun to play hide and seek?" Ren Shan was silent. Jun Changxiao pointed at the intersection in front and said, "I'll give you one more chance. Hurry up and hide. Don't let me find you." Huh? Ren Shan was a little confused. Xianxia, Li Qingyang, and the others were also a little confused. To be able to find this guy in such a complicated tunnel, it was definitely a great luck. The sect leader asked him to continue hiding. Was he not joking? "Hurry up!" Jun Changxiao shouted in a deep voice. Shua. Ren Shan tried to stand up and dragged his injured body to another entrance without looking back. Everyone's mouth twitched. This was really not a joke. Xianxia collapsed. And said, "Sect leader, to be able to meet that guy in such a complicated place, how can we let him run away again?" Plop. After walking for a few crossroads, Ren Shan was caught by Li Qingyang and thrown in front of everyone. Xianxia's whole body was petrified. Finding him the first time could be considered lucky, but finding him the second time was definitely not a coincidence. Sect leader. Can you not hit me in the face like this? In any case, he is the only elder of our Iron Bone sect. Jun Changxiao squatted down and said, "I'll give you one more chance. Hurry up and hide as far away as possible." Ren Shan wanted to cry but had no tears. "Young friend. I have elders and children to take care of. You're a magnanimous person. Please let me live." He stopped running. To be exact, after being caught twice, he had already realized that the other party must have some special power that could easily find him. Then what was there to run for? He could only surrender. "You can live if you want." Jun Changxiao said, "Take me to the spirit stone vein. If you dare to play any tricks again, you'll leave your life in the tunnel." "Okay. Okay. I'll take you there." This time, Ren Shan did not play any tricks. Following the marks left by himself and his companions, they soon arrived at a rather spacious cave entrance. The stone wall at the end was inlaid with many crystal-clear ores, and there were rough scratches around it. "Young friend," Ren Shan said timidly, "this is the place." The cave was quite large and could accommodate a few hundred people. The stone wall in front of them was inlaid with natural spirit stones that had not been mined. The eyes of Xianxia and the others immediately lit up. Although the Iron Bone Mountain also had some and they had mined quite a bit, this thing had pure spiritual energy, so no one would complain about it. Jun Changxiao walked over, pointed at the rough marks on the stone wall, and said, "Did you leave them behind?" "No." Ren Shan said with a blank face, "When we left, the stone wall was very intact, there were no traces of damage left. Moreover," he looked around and was even more puzzled, "why does it feel like the cave is much bigger than last time?" "Oh?" Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, "Could it be that there are other people who know about the spirit stone vein?" "It can't be?" Ren Shan was in disbelief. After all, this place was very hidden and there were high-level vicious beasts outside. There were definitely not many people with his luck. Jun Changxiao didn't care if anyone knew about it or not. What he was thinking about now was how to dig out all the spirit stones without leaving a single one behind. Although he was missing 999 stones, since he had found the vein, he would definitely take all of them. As for Ren Shan, well, just give him a few hundred as a labor fee. The system ridiculed, "The host is really sorry for the title of chivalrous warrior. If there was a function to take it back, I'm afraid it would have been taken away long ago. Every man for himself, and the heavens and earth will destroy him." Jun Changxiao snapped his fingers and said, "Treasures, start digging." Li Qingyang and the others received the order, then took out their cold-edged sword and began to peel off the spirit stones on the stone wall. Ren Shan was startled. It was his first time digging with his companions, and he had destroyed quite a few spirit stones. These people were very skilled, completely unlike newbies who were mining for the first time. "Little friend," Ren Shan said timidly, "I brought it to the place, can I leave now?" He didn't care if the spirit stones were dug out. He only hoped to leave as soon as possible, so as to avoid being silenced by this guy. Martial arts resources were good. But he only had one life, so it was especially important. "You can't leave." Jun Changxiao said, Xianxia, watch him, don't let him slip away. Lu Xianxia didn't say anything, but she was already standing in front of the exit. Ren Shan couldn't help but shiver. The mountain wall was very hard, but in front of the sharpness of the cold-edged sword, it was like tofu. Jun Changxiao, Li Qingyang, and the others began to dig. In just 2 hours, they had dug out 600 to 700 stones. Sect leader Xianxia transmitted his voice, I'm afraid there are still a lot of spirit stones here. If we dig, I'm afraid it will take a long time. Jun Changxiao stopped and asked, can you get in touch with the sect? Xianxia said, with my current understanding of the sound transmission technique, I can only reach a range of 1,000 miles. I have to ride on a hurricane wolf and travel a bit more before I can reach him. Take that kid out. Jun Changxiao said, contact the sect as soon as possible and have Hall Master Li summon all the members of the Wolf Rider Hall. There was strength in numbers. If they could dig it out as quickly as possible, they would dig it out. All right. Xianxia grabbed Ren Shan with one hand and brought him out of the cave. Li Qingyang and the others continued to dig. One by one, the natural spirit stones were freshly produced and kept into the space ring. However, after digging for another hour, Lu Qianxian frowned and said, Sect leader, there's movement in the tunnel. Jun Changxiao and the others all stopped. Rustle, 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 the cave quieted down, and a rubbing sound could be heard coming from the exit. And it was getting clearer and clearer, as if something was crawling over. Li Qingyang frowned, Sect leader, there won't be any pythons or other fierce beasts in this tunnel, right? It's possible. Jun Changxiao also judged from the rustling sound that it was more like the crawling sound of a snake, so he warned everyone, be careful. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji placed the cold-edged sword in front of them, their eyes filled with respect. Yi Xingchen had an indifferent look on his face. To him, no matter what kind of fierce beast it was, as long as it dared to appear, he would let it die. Rustle, 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 the sound of friction with the ground became louder and louder, and it sounded like there were a lot of them. Could it be that a group of snake beasts were crawling over? If an ordinary person heard such a terrifying sound here, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. Especially those girls who were born with a fear of snakes and insects. They would probably be trembling in fear and screaming out loud. Lu Qianxian was a girl, but she was not afraid at all. It seemed that she was not afraid of snakes, but might be afraid of cockroaches. Hoo-hoo! Suddenly, a cold wind blew from the entrance of the tunnel, bringing with it a nauseating stench that almost made everyone vomit on the spot. Hiss, hiss, at this moment, a strange sound came, and a slender and smooth snake beast quickly crawled over from the entrance of the tunnel. They were about the same as ordinary snakes, about a meter long. However, the difference was that their heads were full of eyes that flickered with a sinister light. Those with trypophobia would definitely feel their scalps explode and their heads spin. Multi-eyed snake. Li Qingyang said. Whoosh, Lu Qianxian unsheathed her cold light sword. The cold sword light flashed, and more than 20 multi-eyed snakes that crawled in were cut in half. However, there were still a large number of snake beasts crawling in from the outside. Their eyes flickered with a sinister light, making people's hair stand on end. Guard the entrance of the tunnel, don't let them in. Jun Changxiao shouted. Swoosh! Swoosh! Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji held their swords and went up. Sword light flashed frequently, directly killing the snake beasts that crawled in, and stood at the entrance. The two looked at the entrance of the tunnel and suddenly gasped. In the visible range, a dense number of snake beasts crawled in quickly. There were so many of them that they almost occupied the entire tunnel. This, if not 1,000, there were at least 800 or 900 of them. Leader. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched and said, there are so many multi-eyed snakes. Get out of the way. Jun Changxiao shouted. Swoosh! Swoosh! Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji hurriedly dodged, revealing the entrance of the tunnel. Ta! Jun Changxiao strode forward and quickly used the imperial fire technique. His palms pushed toward the entrance of the tunnel, and suddenly, hot flames erupted. Huff huff, the exquisite fire formed a fire pillar under the support of the martial skill, completely enveloping the tunnel and violently penetrating the back. The multi-eyed snakes that were crawling in were unable to withstand the impact of the flames and the heat formed by the flames. They were instantly burned to ashes, and the ground was scattered with egg-sized crystal cores. This way of killing monsters was definitely super cool. However, before Xianxia had time to be happy, multi-eyed snakes suddenly crawled out of the walls of the cave. Damn it, they can even dig holes. Boom. At this moment, the wall on the left suddenly collapsed, and a thick and huge multi-eyed snake crawled out. Its body size could be classified as a python. Multi-eyed snake king. Xianxia said solemnly. Boom. 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 The walls in the other directions collapsed, and the thick-bodied multi-eyed snake kings appeared one after another. Behind them, countless multi-eyed snakes gathered. At a glance, one could determine that there were at least 2,000 or 3,000 of them. Seeing so many snakes and so many snake kings, Xianxia and the others suddenly realized that the intricate tunnel outside was probably dug by them. This place was not only a spiritual stone mine, but also a large snake nest. Snakes were really scary. Especially when a group of snakes gathered in a densely packed formation, it was even more terrifying. Xianxia and the 5 disciples were in the middle of a group of snakes. Not only were there countless small snakes, but there were also several large snakes. The air was filled with a pungent stench, forcing them to hold their breaths. People who were naturally afraid of snakes would have fainted long ago if they were to stand here. Hiss, hiss. Thousands of multi-eyed snakes flicked their tongues, their eyes flashing with a sinister light. These small snakes were not scary. After all, they were only 3rd or 4th grade. The scary ones were the large snakes, because they were comparable to peak martial masters. Rustle, 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 rustle. At the entrance of the scorched tunnel, there were still many multi-eyed snakes rushing in wave after wave. Sect leader. Xianxia said solemnly, we seem to be in trouble. They could still kill dozens or hundreds of them, but thousands of them were too many. Moreover, who knew if there were more in the tunnel? If they were entangled in a protracted battle, it would definitely be very troublesome. There was a more important point. If there was poison, it would only be more disadvantageous for everyone. Hiss. Hiss. A few multi-eyed snake kings screamed. Thousands of multi-eyed snakes slithered over with their slender bodies. Just imagine how creepy it would be to see so many snakes swarming from all directions. The multi-eyed snakes did not rush forward recklessly. Instead, they raised their heads, opened their mouths, and revealed their sharp fangs. The stench was even stronger. Xianxia pinched his nose and broke down. Are they trying to kill us? No, they were gathering poison, gradually. The multi-eyed snake's sharp fangs were dark green, as if they were smeared with poison. Sect leader. Xianxia said, they are poisonous. Whoosh. 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 At this moment, the multi-eyed snakes shot over like arrows. Their mouths were open, and it was obvious that they were going to bite with their fangs. Whoosh. Xianxia and Xiao Ziji waved their cold-edged swords, and immediately, dense sword light intertwined. Poochie, Poochie. The multi-eyed snakes were killed one by one. However, the moment their bodies were separated, dark green blood splattered on the ground, creating a strong corrosive effect. Not only was it poisonous, but it was also extremely toxic. Everyone, be careful. Xianxia hurriedly said, don't let the poison touch your body. As he spoke, he flicked his wrist, and dazzling sword flowers shot out explosively. They cut down a few dozen multi-eyed snakes that attacked him, and their poisonous blood poured down like rain. Shwa. 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 Even more snake beasts rushed over like moths that were not afraid of death. Ta. Xianxia could not bear it any longer. He took a step forward and placed his hand on cold-edged sword. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Clang, the sword was unsheathed, and sword light appeared. Swish 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 swish. In an instant, Xianxia used the one-word fast technique. More than 50 sword rays flashed in the cave. It was dazzling. Nearly 100 multi-eyed snakes were chopped into pieces under the crisscrossing sword light. Their blood splashed out, and soon formed a dark green curtain of blood. Boom. 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 At the same time, Xianxia's 50-odd strands of sword chi landed on the stone wall and immediately cut it to pieces. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Behind the broken area. More multi-eyed snakes appeared, and there were many multi-eyed snake kings among them. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of them. F***ck. Seeing this, Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. There are so many of them. Boom, boom. In another direction, Zhou Hong used the one-word fast technique to destroy the incoming multi-eyed snakes. The wall was damaged and collapsed again, and tens of thousands of them appeared. The cave, which could originally accommodate a few hundred people, suddenly became even more spacious as the two walls collapsed. On both sides and at the entrance of the tunnel, there were multi-eyed snakes and multi-eyed snake kings. Due to the space limitation, they were even huddled together, squeezing each other. It was so annoying and disgusting, the system said. 96,321 snakes. Accurate to the single digits, it was absolutely awesome. Jun Changxiao was not in the mood to admire the system's calculation ability, and the corners of his mouth twitched even more. If there were only 10 or 20,000 snakes, he was confident that he and his disciples could hold on, but now there were close to 100,000 snakes. Not to mention killing, just looking at them made his scalp tingle. Our arrogant Xianxia looked at the sea of snakes in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. To be honest, there were a lot of snakes, but there were ways to deal with them. For example, using Red Sky Raging Flame / or 7 Mystic Sunglow Break. But now they were in a cave, and if they used powerful martial arts, not to mention causing a collapse, it would be terrible if it affected the Spirit Stone Mine. Sect leader Li Qingyang said, "What should we do?" Jun Changxiao frowned. "If there is no other way, use martial arts and kill them all." He did not care if the Spirit Stone Mine was destroyed, because in the current situation, surviving was the most important thing. Ding! Side mission activated. Could it be that the mission was related to the multi-eyed snakes, as expected? Opening the data panel, the mission displayed was, eliminate all the multi-eyed snakes without destroying the Spirit Stone Mine. Countdown, 119,120 seconds, time limit mission, elite mission. Damn. After seeing the mission, Sect leader Jun cursed in his heart. Just now, he was still thinking that if there was no other way, he would destroy the Spirit Stone Mine to eliminate the multi-eyed snakes. In the end, a mission that could not be destroyed was given, and it only had 120 seconds. Whoosh whoosh. On the other side, Xianxia had already begun to use Red Sky Raging Flame / and the spiritual energy around his body gradually turned into a fire-like attribute, filled with a sense of irritation. This was just the beginning. When condensed to the extreme and used, it would definitely form a powerful lethality. At that time, the cave would definitely be destroyed. Jun Changxiao hurriedly said, "Don't use this move, lest you destroy the Spirit Stone Mine." Xianxia could only disperse the power of the flames. Hiss hiss hiss. At this moment, thousands of multi-eyed snakes crawled over. Their exposed teeth were already smeared with poison, and if they were to charge dauntlessly, it would definitely be difficult to defend. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Lu Qianqian, Xianxia, and Zhou Hong surrounded the sect leader, forming a pentagon. They couldn't use high-grade martial arts techniques, and facing so many multi-eyed snakes, they really didn't have much confidence in their hearts. "Get out of the way." Jun Changxiao said in a deep voice, "This venerable one is going to use his true strength." As he spoke, he lightly raised his left hand, and the space in his palm blurred, and a pocket-sized toy knife suddenly appeared. This was hard-to-withdraw knife, since they couldn't destroy the Spirit Stone Mine, and they had to eliminate all the multi-eyed snakes within 2 minutes. Jun Changxiao could only use his biggest trump card. Li Qingyang and the others had witnessed the sect leader wielding this saber in Death Valley, so they knew how powerful it was. It could easily kill a fire dragon of the 5th rank. Thus, they immediately moved aside to create enough space for the saber to be used. How much space did they move? That's right, 40 meters was just right. Xiao. Just at this moment, the thousands of multi-eyed snakes that crawled over launched an attack, shooting over like sharp arrows. There were so many of them that it was as if they had turned into a rain of arrows. Pa! The opening talisman of the spatial ring was crushed, and the seal of hard-to-withdraw knife was immediately removed. Jun Changxiao's right hand pinched the handle of the knife, and his body slightly bent down. With a cold gaze, he said, "Bankai, fury slashing the 9 heavens." Clang, hard-to-withdraw knife was unsheathed, and the light in the cave was dazzling. Li Qingyan and the others found it difficult to adapt, and they hurriedly raised their hands to block in front of their eyes, and when they felt the majestic and heavy aura rushing towards them, their minds were deeply shaken. The sect leader had turned on his pretentious mode again. 3 more, please vote. Jun Chongxiao unsheathed hard saber for the 3rd time. Perhaps it was because his cultivation had increased, but the majestic aura of the unsheathed saber was stronger than that of the Death Valley. The flashing light made it difficult for the 5 disciples to open their eyes. After a while, the light weakened and everything returned to normal. Jun Chongxiao stood proudly. The unsheathed hard saber was 40 meters long and exuded a majestic aura. One word could describe it: handsome. Under the suppression of the powerful aura, the multi-eyed snakes that attacked like a rain of arrows froze in midair. Their eyes were filled with fear. Swoosh! Jun Chongxiao waved his hand. His black hair danced in the wind. The 40-meter-long saber swept across mercilessly. Swoosh! Swoosh! The multi-eyed snakes that were frozen in place by some special force were harvested like weeds. Swoosh! Sect leader Jun waved hard saber again and slashed at the snakes that had gathered together. He began to stir crazily like a blender. The multi-eyed snakes that were controlled by the aura could not move at all. What awaited them was death or even being chopped into pieces. Swoosh, swoosh. Sect leader Jun, who had activated his pretentious mode, waved hard saber frequently. Nearly 100,000 multi-eyed snakes could only become pitiful lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Xianxia was shocked. What kind of divine weapon is this? He did not care about Jun Chongxiao's crazy slaughter. What he cared about was that the aura that permeated the surroundings had the ability to disturb people's minds. The multi-eyed snakes could not move. They were definitely suppressed. A martial king could gather spiritual sense and form a defensive wall around his body. Wu Huang could transform his spiritual energy into an aura to intimidate his opponent and make it difficult for them to move. A saber had such an ability. It was unbelievable. Xianxia tried to recall the past. He could not think of such a divine weapon in the Falling Star continent. Unless, it was from the upper realm. Swoosh. Swoosh. The saber flashed coldly. The many-eyed snakes and even the many-eyed snake king that had been suppressed were quickly killed. Blood and minced meat were scattered everywhere. The stench in the air became stronger. The time limit for the side mission was also jumping. In less than 20 seconds, nearly 100,000 multi-eyed snakes in the huge cave were all killed. Jun Chongxiao dragged his 40-meter saber, and his entire body was shrouded in a thick and heavy aura. He gave Li Qingyan and the others the feeling that he was an invincible war god. Ding! Side mission completed. Host will receive 2,000 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 6911500. Ding! Sect contribution points overflow. The system said, not bad, not bad. A side quest gave you 2,000 contribution points. Not bad? Jun Chongxiao cursed in his heart. I only have 2 opening talismans. Now that I've wasted one, I won't get 5,000 contribution points. I'll definitely lose out. Time limit mission plus elite mission. This made him realize that once the mission was completed, the reward would definitely be generous. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to deal with so many multi-eyed snakes within 2 minutes. Therefore, Jun Chongxiao did not consider using hard to stop. Now, he was only given 2,000 contribution points. What a huge loss. I knew this would happen. Jun Chongxiao broke down and said, it's better to let the mission fail. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the elite mission. You've received Experience Talisman X1, Supreme Grade Aptitude Modification Liquid X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the time limit mission. You've received Middle Grade Formation Aptitude Liquid X1, Middle Grade Swordsmanship Aptitude Liquid X1. The follow-up prompt sounded. Jun Chongxiao, who was in the midst of breaking down, suddenly stiffened. Sometimes, one shouldn't speak too early. Because even the protagonist could be slapped in the face at the speed of light. If it was such a slap in the face, Jun Chongxiao would definitely be like the readers who hoped that the author would release more chapters to slap in the face. Add a deadline and slap me in the face for 100,000 years, the system said. Do you still feel that you've lost out? Jun Changxiao grinned and said, it's not a loss, it's super profitable. A single opening talisman not only protected the spirit stone mine, but also gave him 2,000 contribution points and so many other rewards. Indeed, super profitable, not to mention other things. Just the experience talisman as a reward was enough to make Jun Changxiao grin from ear to ear, not to mention the middle grade formation aptitude liquid and middle grade swordsmanship aptitude liquid. Ha ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. Jun Changxiao laughed so hard that his face was crooked. Li Qingyang and the others were dumbfounded, thinking, why is the sect leader laughing so hard for no reason? Xiao, the hard blade shrunk and returned to its pocket-sized form. Jun Changxiao had just sheathed the blade when his whole body seemed to have been hollowed out in an instant, and he fell limp. The hard blade was very powerful, this was undeniable, but its weakness was also very obvious. After using it, one had to be weak for 30 minutes. Don't just stand there. Jun Changxiao said, hurry up and pick up the crystal cores. Li Qingyang and the others received the order. They first used stones to cover the poisonous blood, then put the scattered crystal cores into the space ring. Other than the high-level crystal core of the multi-eyed Snake King, the other crystal cores were too low-level and small in size, completely meaningless. However, Jun Changxiao didn't mind. After all, the sect had an incubator. If they found more eggs of dire beasts in the future, they could use it to increase the mutation rate. The system said, the host is thinking too far. 30 minutes later. Jun Changxiao's weakness disappeared, and he jumped up and ordered, you guys continue to mine the spirit stones. The multi-eyed Snake King had been exterminated, and the cave became very safe. Li Qingyang and the others could concentrate on mining, and the natural spirit stones were dug out one by one. Sect leader Jun's consciousness entered the space ring, and he held the experience talisman in his hand, crushing it without hesitation. Huff, huff. In an instant, a majestic aura spread out from his body and enveloped the whole cave. Li Qingyang and the others, who were mining, turned their heads and said in surprise, the sect leader is about to break through. Ding. The host has successfully broken through to the 8th stage of Wuzong. Ding. The host has successfully broken through to the 9th stage of Wuzong. When the notification sounded in his ears, Jun Changxiao's spiritual energy core and vortex underwent a huge change. It was purer and stronger than before. Huff. Jun Changxiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and the aura around him disappeared. He couldn't help but say, how refreshing. Li Qingyang and the others' mouths twitched. They had just exterminated a group of multi-eyed snakes in the cave, and the sect leader had suddenly broken through. And from the aura, it seemed like he had reached a very high level of Wuzong, not bad. He was only one step away from the peak of Wuzong. According to the previous pattern, when I reach the peak of Wuzong, an epic mission will be triggered. Jun Changxiao thought to himself. Shua. With a thought, he took out 2 types of mid-grade liquid that represented the Array Dao and the Sword Dao, and drank them one by one. Huff, huff. In an instant, countless knowledge related to the Array Dao and the Sword Dao appeared in sect leader Jun's mind. Especially when he thought about the Ling Jian's divine formula, he felt like he was suddenly enlightened, the system said, with the host's current understanding of the Sword Dao, as long as you reach the peak of Wuzong and break through a large realm, you will become the extremely rare Sword Dao and Martial Dao King in the Falling Star continent. Is that so? Jun Changxiao replied. If someone who practiced both sword and martial arts heard this kind of nonchalant answer, they would definitely rush over and strangle him by the neck and roar, do you know how rare it is to be a sword and martial king? Why can't you show a shocked expression? It couldn't be helped. To become the Sword Dao and Martial Dao Kings, one had to go through a lot of trials and cultivation. Because he had experienced it personally, he knew how precious it was. Sect leader Jun relied on the liquid to increase his cultivation. He didn't experience the hardships and naturally couldn't understand how great it was. Sigh. Players with cheats were indeed amazing. Let's calculate how sect leader Jun rose from Wuzong to 9th rank Wuzong. First, he completed the epic mission in the Holy Spring sect and entered 2nd rank Wuzong from peak martial master. Second, with the help of the Experience Talisman, he won 3 ranks in a row and entered 5th rank Wuzong. Third, with the help of a large number of natural spirit stones, he entered 7th rank Wuzong from 5th rank Wuzong in a short period of 10 days. Fourth, with the help of the Experience Talisman, he advanced 2 ranks in a row and entered 9th rank Wuzong. In summary, Jun Changxiao really relied on cultivation to reach 7th rank, but he still had the help of natural spirit stones from 5th rank to 7th rank. Other people spent a lot of effort to condense spirit energy, comprehend martial arts, and advance step by step. He was good. He used cheats to advance the whole time, completely unreasonable. What was more shameless was, as long as he entered the big realm, with the help of the mid-grade sword path aptitude fluid, he would become the sword and martial king. There was not the slightest ripple in his heart, to be honest. I want to beat him up. Some readers might not be able to stand it and say that the protagonist relied on the system. Without the system, he was nothing. Indeed. Without the system, Jun Changxiao would have been dead long ago. But since the system could bring him so much convenience, why couldn't he use it? He even gave me a bottle of the best aptitude modification fluid. Who should I give it to? Jun Changxiao thought. Speaking of the best aptitude modification fluid, he remembered something and hurriedly opened the purchased store. Sure enough, the 1-year limited aptitude modification fluid changed from gray to bright, indicating that it could be purchased. What made Jun Changxiao even more surprised was that originally, he was limited to 3 bottles per year, but now that the cooldown was restored, he could actually buy 5 bottles, the system said. That's because the Sect's construction was upgraded. I see. Jun Changxiao hurriedly chose the highest value and clicked on the purchase button. Ding! The host has spent 1,500 contribution points and obtained the aptitude modification fluid X5. It has been transferred to the space ring. Ding! Sect contribution points, 5411500. There are still 411 points. Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment before he said, "Why don't we buy another AWM and equip it with Drizzle Hall?" He did as he was told and spent 500 contribution points to buy a god-modified AWM. When his contribution points returned to 4,911 points, Jun Changxiao and his disciples began to dig for natural spirit stones. One opening seal talisman, completed the side quest, and improved his realm and various attributes. He also bought 5 bottles of the best quality attribute modification fluid and an AWM sniper rifle. Oh my god. It felt so good that Jun Changxiao was laughing foolishly while mining. The next day, Xianxia dragged Rinshan in. The 500 members of the Wolf Rider Hall followed closely behind. The reason why they were able to arrive so quickly was naturally because they were riding on hurricane wolves. Looking at the snake corpses all over the ground in the cave, Xianxia said with a confused expression, "Why are there so many multi-eyed snakes?" Jun Changxiao briefly explained the situation and ordered the members of the Wolf Rider Hall to start mining. The more people there were, the more power there was. Several hundred members of the Wolf Rider Hall participated in the mining. Spirit stones were peeled off one after another, and the stone wall extended endlessly into the depths. Ren Shan's mouth twitched. Previously, he and his companions had spent a lot of effort and only managed to dig out 200 to 300 spirit stones. This group of people dug out 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones in 2 hours. There was no way they could compare. Jun Changxiao did not dig the spirit stones himself. He sat on a chair with his legs crossed and happily took out the 32 formations of wonder to study. With the middle grade formation talent, he was eager to study the middle grade spirit gathering formation. Only then could he improve his and his disciples' cultivation speed faster. The structure principle is similar to a beginner one, but in terms of formation, it's more complicated. It's not something that can be learned in a short time. Jun Changxiao thought to himself. Young friend. Ren Shan leaned over and said weakly, "Can you let me go now?" Jun Changxiao looked at him and said, "You're a koi fish. How can I let you go?" Koi fish? Ren Shan's expression changed drastically. He was comparing himself to a fish that was placed on a chopping board to be chopped. His imagination was quite rich. In fact, koi fish represented luck and auspiciousness. Jun Changxiao called Ren Shan a koi fish. It was completely reasonable. In the depths of the Black Devil Forest, which was full of danger and had a complicated environment, he discovered a spirit stone mine. Although he was discovered by the demon channeling hall and was hunted down, his companions all died in the mouths of ferocious beasts while he escaped unscathed. He had just escaped from the jaws of the tiger and fell into a pack of wolves. He was hunted down by the demon channeling hall again. Just as he was about to die, he appeared and allowed him to escape death again. Who else could have such luck? More importantly, the spirit stone mine was actually the nest of the multi-eyed snake. He and his companions could discover it and even mine the spirit stones. Other than the main character of a novel, who else could have better luck? How could Sect Master Jun let such a koi fish go? Thus, he said, "Are you interested in joining my sect?" Sect? Renshan was stunned. What sect? Iron Bone Clan, Jun Changxiao said. Iron Bone Clan? Renshan's expression changed. Then, he thought of something and said in surprise, "You are disciples of Iron Bone Clan?" From his expression, it was obvious that he had heard of Iron Bone. The biggest advantage of being a rogue cultivator was that he could get a lot of information from many channels when he was in the Jianghu all year round. First, they defeated the Sacred Spring Sect and destroyed 4 evil sections. Ren Shan must have heard of Iron Bone and even discussed it with his companions. "Brother Shan, I heard that the Iron Bone Clan master is not old. He is only 18 or 19 years old." This was what one of his companions said before he died. The person in front of him called himself this lord and was so young. Could it be? Ren Shan's expression changed. He said in surprise, "You are the Iron Bone Clan master, Jun Changxiao?" "That's right," Jun Changxiao said. Ren Shan's expression changed again and again. At that moment, he finally understood why the other party dared to destroy the people of the Demon Channeling Hall. After all, this sect had fought with the third-rate deicide hall. Sect Master Jun. Ren Shan hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "I am willing to join the Iron Bone Clan." What a joke. He might not have the means to join such a potential sect. Now that Sect Master Jun had taken the initiative to invite him to join, this was definitely an opportunity that could not be missed. Furthermore, if he refused, he might be killed to silence him. Shua. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and took out the entry form. After filling in his name, he stamped the sect master's seal. The number of people in the sect and the contribution points increased by 1 point. "From today onwards, you are my Iron Bone disciple. Make good use of your koi attribute and bring more luck to the sect." The corner of Ren Shan's mouth twitched slightly. "We're already on the same side, why do you still treat me like a fish? Don't just stand there," Jun Changxiao said. "Hurry up and go dig for spirit stones." Ren Shan collapsed. "Sect Master, I am injured right now, I can't do heavy work." Jun Changxiao threw over a middle-grade heal pill and said, "Eat it." Ren Shan caught the pill. Although he had doubts in his heart, he still obediently swallowed it. His injuries quickly healed, and he was dumbfounded on the spot. Oh my god, what kind of elixir was this? It could actually heal his injuries in an instant. Ren Shan was afraid that he would be killed to silence him, so he chose to join the Iron Bone. Little did he know that sect leader Jun accepted him as a disciple because he was worried that the news of him finding a spirit stone vein in the Black Devil Forest would spread. "Becoming my disciple, as long as you betray me, your memories will be erased," which is equivalent to an arrangement. Ding dong. Ding dong. Inside the cave, the Iron Bone disciple held the sharp cold-edged sword and harvested as fast as he could. This spirit stone vein wasn't big, and it was completely harvested in just a few days. After counting, he had obtained a total of more than 30,000 spirit stones. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "Compared to our Iron Bone Mountain spirit stone vein, it can't be compared at all." Xianxia said, "Sect leader, this should be a small spirit stone vein. If it was a little bigger, it would have formed a phenomenon of heaven and earth. It would have been difficult to hide it with the miasma in the forest alone. So that's how it is." Jun Changxiao led everyone out of the cave. When they reached the forest, he summoned the Hurricane Wolf King and returned to the Iron Bone. Shwa. 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 One by one, the Hurricane Wolves carried the Iron Bone disciples through the depths of the forest. Because there were too many of them, the beasts hiding in the dark were all trembling in fear. Ren Shan, who was riding with Xiao Zuiji, once again saw that the Iron Bone faction's disciple was riding on a ferocious wind elemental wolf beast. He couldn't calm down and thought to himself, my fate might change because I joined the Iron Bone faction. Jun Changxiao had definitely earned a lot from this trip to Mount Hua. Not to mention the contribution points and various goods, just the 30,000 plus natural spirit stones were enough to make him smile from ear to ear. Sect Leader. Returning to the sect, Jun Changxiao had just sat down in the main hall when Hall Masterly reported back, during the time you were away, you have mined more than 20,000 spirit stones. Is that so? Jun Changxiao grinned. At present, he had already accumulated more than 70,000 natural spirit stones, which would definitely help him and his disciples improve. Moreover, judging from the strange phenomenon that had arisen earlier, the spirit stone vein of Mount Iron Bone meant that it was at least a large and medium-sized vein, and it could continue to be mined for a long time. Based on the mining rate of 3,000 pills per day, that would be more than 1,000,000 pills per year. It was definitely a continuous supply. It wasn't enough. He also had to increase the intensity of his martial arts resources. After returning, Jun Changxiao focused all his attention on the middle-grade spirit gathering array. He stayed in his room for 3 whole days before coming out with some success. Back Mountain. Jun Changxiao started to upgrade the elementary spirit gathering array. Roughly 4 hours later, not only did he manage to raise his cultivation to intermediate tier, the range of his cultivation base had also expanded significantly, allowing him to accommodate 1,000 disciples. Hoo-hoo! Inside the array formation, boundless heaven and earth attributes surged madly into it, and its strength continued to increase. When it was finally fixed, it increased from 30 times the spiritual power to 100 times the spiritual power. Jun Changxiao knew that this must be the limit of the middle-grade spirit gathering array. This was because it was very clear on the 32 formations that it could condense 60 times more spiritual energy than the outside world. Due to the recovery of spiritual energy, the Iron Bone spiritual energy strength had reached 20 times. If it was multiplied by 60 times, it would definitely break through 1,000, not just 100. The system said. The formation of the 32 formations is based on the most ordinary spiritual energy strength, and it also has a certain limit. If it really reaches a level of 1,000 times, it will definitely not be able to withstand it and explode on the spot. 100 times is already not bad. Jun Changxiao said contentedly, at least I and my disciples can cultivate here for an hour, which is equivalent to 100 hours of other people's absorption. Iron Bone now had high-level martial arts and various equipment. The only thing it lacked was a higher cultivation. The middle-grade spirit gathering array and the high multiplier chi gathering pill were undoubtedly the key to upgrading. Jun Changxiao clapped his hands and said, next, let the disciples cultivate steadily for a period of time and step into the martial master level from the martial disciple level. With a cultivation holy land like the middle-grade spirit gathering array, breaking through would be extremely easy. However, stepping into a large realm required a martial cultivator's comprehension of the martial Tao. It was fine. Sect leader Jun had the martial master pill. As long as the disciples stepped into the peak of the martial disciple level, they could easily step into the martial master level after taking it. However, the herbs required were many and very expensive. It was still very unrealistic to mass-produce them at the moment. In the herb garden, Jun Changxiao sat in a small pavilion and took out the herbs needed to refine the martial master pill. He said, now that the sect has stronger spiritual energy, how long will it take to grow these herbs? Elder Wei thought for a moment and said, the fastest is 3 months. He used to say 3 to 5 years, but now it was only 3 months. It was obvious that the recovery of spiritual energy and the transformation of the soil by Peppa Wild Boar had brought significant benefits. Can it be faster? Jun Changxiao asked. Elder Wei shook his head and said, with my current ability, 3 months is the limit. All right. Jun Changxiao said, I will go and get the seeds. Elder Wei, you can first plan an area to plant these herbs. Okay. Elder Wei said. The herb garden had now expanded from 10 mu to 100 mu. It was no problem to plant herbs of other qualities. Oh my god. Su Shama exclaimed in the middle-grade spirit gathering array, the spiritual energy here is stronger than before. Li Fei said, it's only been 4 hours and the sect leader has already transformed the array to be so strong. He's a top array master. While the two of them were exclaiming, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others had already sat down cross-legged. The strength of their bodies had been tempered to the extreme in the training tower, so they could break through their cultivation faster. With such strong spiritual energy, coupled with chi-gathering pills and spirit stones, it'll be easy to become a peak martial master. Yi Xingchen thought to himself. After the transformation of the middle-grade spirit gathering array, the disciples who had been in the training tower for a long time put their focus on cultivation. Some people were only at the martial disciple level. With chi-gathering pills and chi-gathering pills, they could easily advance by a level after cultivating for a day or two. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Within the spell formation, disciples were showing signs of advancing to the next level at almost every moment. Jun Changxiao was worried that it would affect the cultivation of the other disciples, so he made improvements. He divided the array into many independent spaces and named them cultivation rooms. In this way, the Iron Bone disciples were even more diligent in their cultivation. The disciples who had just entered the sect, such as Shui Rengue and his subordinates, mainly spent their time in the molding room to train their bodies in all aspects. Of course. Sect leader Jun had been observing Shui Rengue and temporarily ordered him to take care of the members of the Wolf Rider Hall. He was not disappointed. Shui Rengue, who was a general, was very good at training. He even studied many cavalry tactics based on the hurricane wolves that the members were riding, Iron Bone Mountain, empty grassland. 500 members of the Wolf Rider Hall were galloping on their hurricane wolves. Under the frequent waving of Shui Rengue's war flag, they were sometimes divided into small groups and sometimes divided into small groups. They were arranged in many square formations. On the mountain peak, Jun Changxiao looked at the disciples who had been trained for only a few days and could cooperate so well. He said, this Shui Rengue is also a talent. Xianxia said, after all, he is a general. Li Luoqiu suggested, I think it is most suitable for him to be the Wolf Rider Hall's hall master. Managing 2 halls in a row did not give her much time to cultivate. She definitely hoped that the sect leader would quickly find someone qualified to replace her. It's settled then. Jun Changxiao said, the Wolf Rider Hall's hall master will be Shui Rengue. The next day, all the disciples were gathered and the first hall master of the Wolf Rider Hall was announced to be Shui Rengue. The subordinates he brought were all assigned to the Wolf Rider Hall, and each of them was given a hurricane wolf. Shua. Shui Rengue stepped forward and took the waist token that represented the hall master's identity. He said solemnly, thank you for your trust, sect leader. I will do my best to take care of the Wolf Rider Hall. 3 updates, please vote. Shui Rengue, who was a general, was definitely more suitable than Li Luoqiu to be the head of the Wolf Riding Hall. After all, the latter was more suited to training assassins and not the Wolf Riding Hall. Of course. The Wolf Riding Hall needed to be developed, and so did the Drizzle Hall. After all, its main purpose was not to train assassins but to train more intelligence personnel. Hall Master Li, in the hall of the Drizzle Hall, Jun Changxiao took a sip of tea and said, we already have spies in the 8 cities of the Azure Sun County. Next, this king plans to continue expanding. It would be best if we can cover the surrounding counties as well. Li Luoqiu loaded the magazine of the AK-47 and glanced at it. Sect Master, you have to give more people. A charming and enchanting woman holding an AK-47, the scene was really beautiful. To be honest, Sect Master Jun could remain calm in front of such a charming and beautiful woman every day. He was either a gentleman or a gay. Is 100 enough? More or less. Li Luoqiu picked up the AWM sniper rifle and played with it. You choose the personnel. Jun Changxiao said, you have to train them as soon as possible and send them to the surrounding counties. Okay. After talking about business, Li Luoqiu smiled and said, Sect Master, can you accompany me to practice shooting? Sure. Sect Master Jun said very straightforwardly. Da-da-da. In the open area behind the mountain, Li Luoqiu, who was wearing a red dress and had a perfect figure, was shooting wildly with the AK-47. Because of the recoil, her chest was trembling, and it was a spectacular sight. Sect Master. After shooting a magazine of bullets, Hall masterly put away the gun and smiled. Although this gun is not very powerful, it can shoot continuously. It seems pretty good. Sect Master, why is your nose bleeding? I'm fine. After watching Li Luoqiu practice shooting, Jun Changxiao wiped the blood from his nose and returned to the study. Then, he skillfully opened the beginner's shop. The last time he refreshed, he bought the AK-47 and didn't look at it again, so he naturally had to continue looking. There was an item in the fourth row that attracted Jun Changxiao's attention. It was called the Seed Incubation Pond. This was in the introduction. Item, Seed Incubating Pond Introduction, a high-tech seed nourishing item. Effect, any seed only needs to soak in the incubation pool for 2 hours. After planting, it can double the planting speed. Note, grain seeds can also increase production. Price, 200 contribution points. I'll go. Jun Changxiao said in surprise, this is good stuff. It would take 3 months to grow the herbs required to refine the martial master pill. If the herbs were to be soaked in the incubating pond for 4 hours, wouldn't it only take 1.5 months, and the ingredients for the qi gathering pill, if it could be improved as well, wouldn't it increase from half a month to 7 or 8 days, by? Ding. The host has spent 200 contribution points and received a seed incubation pool X1. It has been transferred into the space ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 47125000. The seed incubation pond was similar to a bathtub. There was a strange liquid in it that was grassland green and exuded a vigorous aura. Jun Changxiao threw the herbs required to refine the qi gathering pill into the pond and soaked them for 2 hours. He came to the herb garden and said, Elder Wei, I have a batch of special seeds here. You can plant them first. Special seeds, Elder Wei took it and felt the aura of the seeds. His face changed and he said, Sect leader, these seeds are of very high quality. This was high, very high quality. Elder Wei had been planting herbs for so many years, but he had never seen herbs with such a strong aura. In terms of martial cultivation, it was definitely superior. Elder Wei hurriedly chose an excellent herb garden and planted the hundreds of seeds one by one. The next day, the seeds sprouted. Elder Wei said in disbelief, this growth speed is 1 day faster than before. 2 days of germination became 1 day of germination, which made him realize that if he planted them, the speed would be 2 times faster than before. Elder Wei could also make the herbs grow faster, but the disadvantage was that the seeds could not absorb enough nutrients, causing the spiritual energy of the herbs to weaken. The same was true for the herbs used to refine the martial master pill. If you want to be fast, you can do it. But you have to pay the price of consuming spiritual energy. However, when Elder Wei carefully observed the spiritual energy contained in the sprouts, he found that not only was the spiritual energy weakened, it was even stronger than what he had planted before. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Elder Wei was shocked by this special seed. How is the effect? In the afternoon, Jun Changxiao came to ask. Elder Wei said solemnly, Sect leader, this kind of special seed takes at most 7 or 8 days to grow. After it matures, the spiritual energy intensity is also very high. Is that so? Jun Changxiao laughed. The seeds could quickly grow into herbs, and the spiritual energy intensity was also high. This would undoubtedly allow the disciples to break through their cultivation faster. Jun Changxiao placed the seeds in the medicinal hall, and Elder Wei was in charge of soaking them before planting them. After he was done, Li Luoqiu came to see him and handed over 100 selected members to join the drizzle hall. Some of them did not have high cultivation, but they were smart and suitable for intelligence gathering. The spirit gathering array was improved, and the seeds were also improved. The next step was to wait for the disciples to break through their cultivation faster. As for our sect leader Jun, he did not have time to cultivate. After he was done with everything, he left for Huyang City without stopping. He wanted to get more seeds to refine the martial master pill and let the people in the medicinal hall plant them. Speaking of which, it was fortunate that Jun Changxiao had the experience talisman and other supplementary items that allowed him to quickly increase his cultivation. Otherwise, he would be busy with the sect's matters all day and would not have time to cultivate in peace. Sect leader Jun in the AI family's medicinal hall, AI Shang handed over a spatial ring and said, "It's hard for me to find the herbs on the list, but there are many seeds." "How much?" Jun Changxiao asked. "It's not worth much. Just take it as a gift for sect leader Jun." AI Shang smiled. "How can I accept it?" Although Jun Changxiao said this, he still had the nerve to accept it. However, before he left behind 50 beginner healing pills and 20 body-shaping pills. Sect leader Jun left the medicinal hall and went to the Iron Bone Beast material shop to ask about the business situation before returning to the Iron Bone shop. With the seeds to refine the martial master pill, Elder Wei began to soak and plant them on a large scale. As for the area of the medicinal garden, it had to be expanded from 100 mu to 500 mu. Cuckoo, poor Peppa the wild boar released the earth element and continued to expand the land. Because of the high-intensity work during this period, its body had become thinner. However, it was also getting stronger and stronger. At least it did not look like a lazy pig anymore. 3 days later. Li Qingyang reported as usual, "Sect leader, the junior brothers and sisters have all broken through to the martial disciple realm." The new disciples relied on various resources to successfully become martial disciples. In the entire Iron Bone, except for Yao Menjing who did not practice martial arts, everyone was a martial disciple. Moreover, after the transformation of the body-shaping pills, the molding machine and the training tower, none of them were ordinary martial disciples. Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, "It's time to open the sect and continue to recruit disciples." Now that the spirit gathering formation had been upgraded, the disciples could quickly break through. Next, what he needed to do was to fill up all the members and trigger a real sect mission to improve the sect. But, Jun Changxiao murmured, with the recent frequent recruitment, it will be very difficult to recruit a youth with good aptitude in Azure Sun County. The system said, "Doesn't the host like challenges? If you recruit the lowest aptitude, you will definitely be able to fill it up quickly." "Get lost," Jun Changxiao said. In the past, he liked challenges and nurtured low-grade youths. However, the key was that he couldn't recruit anyone at that time, so he could only choose low-grade ones. Now, it was different. The sect had enough prestige, and its rank had increased from 7th rate to 6th rate. Moreover, disciples like Li Fei and Tian Qi had been nurtured into talents, which was enough to prove that he had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical. Therefore, the future disciples would definitely have to have a high requirement for spirit roots. Developing a sect was not like opening a welfare institute. Martial cultivators with higher aptitudes would naturally be nurtured faster than those with lower aptitudes. The system said, "Host, you are now as arrogant as you were when we met in the martial world." "Arrogant your sister," Jun Changxiao cursed. He held his chin and said, "You can recruit from other counties." The system said, "It's fine for cultivators from other counties to join Iron Bone, but if the host recruits from other counties, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble." Jun Changxiao was silent. There were many people in the Falling Star continent, but there were only a few talents. Going to other people's territory to recruit disciples was indeed no different from going to cause trouble. Damn it. Jun Changxiao collapsed. Do we really have to recruit low-grade youths and rely on various resources to slowly improve? Sect Master. At this moment, Li Qingyang walked into the main hall and said, "Thank you for your visit, City Lord." "Please," Jun Changxiao said. In the main hall, Xie Guangquan sat down and said with a worried expression, "Sect Master Jun, the thing that I have been worried about is finally coming." "What is it?" Jun Changxiao asked. Xie Guangquan took out a letter and said, "This is the letter of persuasion sent by the Truyang County Chief yesterday." "Oh?" Jun Changxiao took it and opened the envelope. The general idea was for Qingyang City to surrender. Otherwise, the city would be besieged soon. Hee. Jun Changxiao said, "So open and aboveboard?" Xie Guangquan sighed and said, "According to this Xie's information, Xianxia County's 200,000-strong army has split into 2 groups and is heading towards Huayang County and Heian County. If the two counties are breached, wouldn't our Azure Sun County be sandwiched? Jun Changxiao said. That's right. Xie Guangquan said. Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and said, this Xianxia County's county chief is truly an ambitious and ruthless person. Xie Guangquan continued, the true Sun County has sent 200,000 soldiers this time. The White Tiger Legion led by General Bai Ruihu not only has a high cultivation, but they are also well equipped. They are the elites of the elites. If they come, our Azure Sun County will be in danger. How long will it take for them to get here? Jun Changxiao asked. Xie Guangquan said, if Huayang County and Heian County choose to resist, it will take about a year and a half. If they choose to surrender, Xianxia County's army will march straight in and reach Azure Sun County within a month. A month, huh? Jun Changxiao said, Mayor Xia, how many soldiers does Azure Sun City have? 50,000. Xie Guangquan said. Azure Sun City had a population of 3,600,000. However, those who were qualified to enter the battlefield were at least martial disciples. Therefore, there were not many of them. Moreover, Xianxia County had sent their elites. If ordinary first and second grade martial disciples were to enter the battlefield, it would be the same as sending them to their deaths. Jun Changxiao frowned and said, that's a bit too little. He was not an expert in this kind of military matters. Therefore, he called Shui Rengue over and informed him of the situation. He asked, Hall Master Shui, what do you think? Shui Rengue frowned and said, this Xianxia County's Bai Ruihu seems to be one of the top 10 generals in Yangzhou. That's right. Xie Guangquan said. Jun Changxiao was speechless. Not only was it an elite army, but it was also one of the top 10 generals. Xianxia County's invasion this time showed that they were determined to win. Shui Rengue said, based on the current situation, we can only choose to defend to the death. As for how long we can defend, it depends on when the other party chooses to attack. It was very pessimistic. However, there was no other way. The disparity in military strength was too great. It was too difficult to contend against the elite army of Xianxia County. Sigh. Xie Guangquan let out a long sigh. His eyes were filled with determination as he said, even if I have to sacrifice every single one of my soldiers, I will defend Azure Sun City to the death. His home was not to be invaded. Surrender? Only a coward would do such a thing. Xie Guangquan left. He had to prepare for the upcoming war. He had already made up his mind to live and die with Azure Sun City. Hall Master Shui. Jun Changxiao said, is there no better way? Shui Rengue shook his head and said, Sect Master, Azure Sun County is only a grade 9 city. If we are targeted by a large county, we will only be exterminated. The big fish would eat the small fish. This was an unchanging fact. Jun Changxiao sat on the chair and supported his chin with his hands. He said with a firm gaze, my iron bone is in Azure Sun City. Naturally, I cannot stand by and do nothing. Shui Rengue said, Sect Master, we are a powerful sect. We don't have to participate in the war. My iron bone disciples are mostly from Azure Sun City. This is their home and their loved ones. How can we watch as it is invaded by foreign enemies? Huaxia had experienced 100 years of humiliation. Many men had shed their blood for their home. Although Jun Changxiao was born in a prosperous era, he knew that every man had a responsibility when his country was in trouble. Now that he had transmigrated to another world, he was not only a man of Azure Sun City, but also a man of Huaxia. When his home was invaded, he would definitely share it and not choose to live an ignoble existence. Understood. Shui Rengue said solemnly, if Sect Master wants to defend Azure Sun City, I believe that we can expand the members of Wolf Rider Hall and form a cavalry division. We can catch them off guard and catch them off guard. It was impossible to directly confront Xianxia County's army. Therefore, they could only rely on their strengths. A Wolf Rider Hall equipped with hurricane wolves was undoubtedly Iron Bone's strength. It was also the most suitable for killing enemies on the battlefield. As long as they had perfect coordination, it would not be a problem for them to fight 100 enemies, let alone 10 enemies. In the era of cold weapons, the strongest army was definitely cavalry. With a strong cavalry, they would definitely be successful. In the past, the Mongol Empire had almost conquered Europe by relying on cavalry. Although the Song dynasty had a strong economy, they had lost the 13 prefectures of Yenyun and did not have a suitable horse farm. They were unable to form a strong cavalry division and were suppressed by Liao, Xianxia, Jin, and Mongolia. Of course, this cavalry division mainly relied on horses. Jin Changxiao's Wolf Rider Hall mainly relied on hurricane wolves. The two were not on the same level. Shui Rengui was confident that as long as they had a certain number of members and went through strict training, they would be able to create a strong cavalry division. Jin Changxiao said, "There are only about 1,000 hurricane wolves. I can only equip Wolf Rider Hall with another 500 disciples." He had brought the hurricane wolves back to the sect in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range to prepare for a rainy day. It was reasonable that they would be of use in today's war. Shui Rengui thought for a while and said, "A cavalry division of 1,000 people, as long as they are well trained, it will not be a problem to fight against an army of tens of thousands." "What if they are equipped with excellent equipment?" Jin Changxiao asked. Shui Rengui said, "Then they will be like a tiger that has grown wings. I will gather the disciples. You go and pick 500. Jin Changxiao added, "However, time is limited. They must be trained within a month." Shui Rengui said confidently, "My sect's disciples have strong bodies and a good foundation. They will definitely train faster than ordinary men. Not to mention a month, half a month will be enough." On the training field, the Iron Bone disciples were gathered and Shui Rengui selected them one by one. To be honest, with all kinds of resources, the Iron Bone disciples' foundation was really good. Although some of them were slightly thin, when they tore off their clothes and revealed their muscles, they were definitely big. If it weren't for the fact that there were too few hurricane wolves, Shui Rengui would have chosen all of them to create more wolf cavalry. After the selection was made, Jin Changxiao gave each of them a hurricane wolf and began the most professional military training. Their bodies were good and their foundation was solid. The main point of the training was how to make them form perfect cooperation faster. At first, Shui Rengui was a little embarrassed. But after the training began, he unexpectedly found that these disciples' cooperation was surprisingly good. Most of them played football every day, and over time, they naturally formed a tacit understanding. For example, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei. The two of them didn't need to rely on voice transmission at all. With just a glance, they could make an exquisite 2-to-1 cooperation. After the preliminary training, Shui Rengui exclaimed, "They are all good seedlings. Good foundation and strong consciousness." If he couldn't train them in a short period of time, how could he have the face to be the Wolf Cavalry Hall's hall master? Shui Rengui even dared to boldly predict that once these 1,000 members were trained, they would definitely be incomparably sharp spears, invincible and invincible. "Since we want to build a cavalry regiment, we definitely can't lack equipment." In the study, Jin Changxiao murmured, "Close combat cold-edged sword, long-range overlord spear, strong iron shield, soft silk armor, all must be equipped." If he wanted to build a cavalry regiment, he had to build the most elite ones, of course. More importantly, he had to have hard strength. The disciples' cultivation must be improved in the shortest time possible. It's best to choose to defend Heian County and Huaiyang County to the death. This will buy more time for my iron bone to become stronger. Jin Changxiao murmured. Of course. If they chose to surrender, it would be enough to kill them in a month. We can't rely too much on the Wolf Cavalry Hall. The strength of the other disciples must also break through in the shortest time possible. Jin Changxiao murmured, "If we can give 40 or 50 days, that would be perfect." Why? Because at that time, the materials for refining the martial master pill would be available. At that time, he would definitely be able to create even more martial masters. "You have many soldiers and generals? My apologies, my iron bone disciples are all martial masters and ride hurricane wolves." There were also all kinds of weapons and equipment. Although they were inferior in terms of quantity, their combat prowess was not necessarily inferior. Hall Master Li, Jin Changxiao summoned Li Luoqiu and said, "Order the members of Drizzle Hall to go to the major cities to purchase ores and materials. They must be sent to the sect as soon as possible. A large amount of equipment would definitely require a large amount of materials." Yes. AI. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, if there is no limit to the number of AK-47s that can be purchased, and all the disciples are equipped with them, they can stand on the city walls of Qingyang City and attack anyone who comes. That would be awesome. The system said, even if there are no restrictions, with the host's contribution points, it's impossible for everyone to have one. F***ck, I was just thinking about it. Can you stop hitting me? Jun Changxiao collapsed. The system said, I'm not hitting the host. I'm just telling the host to recognize reality and stop daydreaming. Jun Changxiao was too lazy to pay attention to it. He continued to think about how to deal with Xianxia County's attack. When he thought about AK-47s, he thought about sniper rifles. Right. Jun Changxiao slapped his forehead and said, although there is a limit to the number of AK-47s, there is no limit to sniper rifles. We can buy more and equip the drizzle hall to set up ambushes on the city walls. It's not a bad idea to be responsible for sniping important people. 500 contribution points for one. The system said. Jun Changxiao said, as long as we can defend against foreign enemies and protect our home, I'm willing to spend all my contribution points. Ding. The host has spent 1,000 contribution points. Godly modified AWM sniper rifle X2. It has been transported into the space ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 3712500. Although Sect leader Jun spoke with great generosity, when it came to action, he only bought 2 sniper rifles. Including Xiao Ziji and Li Luoqiu's, Iron Bone already had 4 AK-47s. After that, he bought 4 silencers, 4 8x scopes, 4 extended capacity magazines, and 4 magically modified armor. Although there were many things, they were not expensive. They all cost 20 contribution points, so he only spent 320 contribution points in total. Sect leader. At this time, Li Luoqiu, who had just left, walked in and said, I've just received news from all the cities. All the ores and materials are out of stock. Out of stock? Jun Changxiao was surprised. Li Luoqiu explained, all the cities in Xianxia County have received letters of persuasion to surrender. The city lords are busy recruiting soldiers and purchasing ores to forge weapons. I see. Jun Changxiao understood and continued, although Xianxia County's level is not high, the city lords are all unyielding men. They have no intention of surrendering. Once a city falls, it will become a lowly person, or even a slave to the victor. Those with courage will naturally defend it to the end. Li Luoqiu said. Jun Changxiao said, send people to buy ores and materials from other counties. It doesn't matter if the price is a little higher. Understood. Li Luoqiu was about to leave. Wait. Jun Changxiao said, I still have 2 sniper rifles with me. Equip them with drizzle hall. Li Luoqiu smiled and said, Sect leader, are you saying that you want drizzle hall to set up an ambush in the dark and use the sniper rifles to assassinate important enemy figures? That is the plan. Jun Changxiao said. Li Luoqiu took the AWM sniper rifle and said, I will choose suitable members. After everything was settled, Jun Changxiao focused on cultivation. He hoped to break through to the peak of Wuzong in the shortest time possible. Shui Rengui trained the wolf riders while Li Luoqiu trained the members to use the sniper rifles. The disciples of the sect also stepped up their cultivation. The atmosphere in Iron Bone's airspace was slightly solemn. A few days later, all kinds of ores and materials were sent over from different counties. Because of the urgent need to forge equipment, sect leader Jun bought them all at a price higher than the market price. He did not lack money. Ding. 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 All kinds of weapons and equipment were forged in the forging pavilion. Time passed, and it never returned. Half a month later, under Shui Rengui's training day and night, the 1,000 members of Wolf Rider Hall not only underwent professional military training, but their cultivation also improved greatly. The members of Drizzle Hall had already mastered the AWM sniper rifle and could accurately hit enemies from 1,000 meters away. With the support of resources such as the Spirit Gathering Formation, the cultivation of Iron Bone disciples also increased rapidly. The average cultivation had reached the level of a rank 6 martial disciple. This was because most of them had poor aptitudes. If they were slightly higher and reached the middle rank, they could easily break through to the peak of martial disciple. More than 10 days passed just like that. The overall strength of Iron Bone disciples increased from rank 6 to rank 9. They cultivated very hard and were constantly using the spirit gathering formation. Therefore, more than 20 days of cultivation was equivalent to 200 or 300 days of cultivation for others, with high-intensity spirit chi and the replenishment of spirit gathering pills. It was not an exaggeration to go from a low-level martial disciple to a rank 9 martial disciple in 200 or 300 days. Li Qingyang and the others were also cultivating. Relying on the majestic spirit chi and various resources, they all reached the level of peak martial master. This was a threshold. Whether one could break through to Wuzong depended not on their attributes, but on their understanding of martial arts. Whoosh! In the cultivation room, a surge of majestic energy whizzed out. Xianxia was in the middle of it. Pieces of dim spirit stones were scattered on the ground, and his whole body was surrounded by the aura of advancement. About an hour later, he successfully stepped into the peak of Wuzong from rank 9. In the past, he relied on a large number of spirit stones and the 30 times spirit gathering formation to advance 2 ranks in a short time. Now, he needed more than 20 days and 100 times more spirit chi to break through to the peak. It was clear that the higher the rank, the harder it was to cultivate. Ding! Host has broken through to the peak of Wuzong. Requirement met. Epic level mission activated. Jun Changxiao opened his eyes and murmured, as expected, every time I reach the highest level of a rank, the epic level mission will be activated. 3 updates, please vote. Jun Changxiao opened the data panel out of habit and clicked on the epic mission. The content was Epic Mission 4, Mission Details, Xianxia County is under attack, Qingyang County is in danger. Host must lead the disciples to defend Qingyang City successfully. Mission failure, Qingyang City is breached. Mission reward? The core of this epic mission was to defend Qingyang City. This is too simple. Jun Changxiao was speechless. You should at least give me a goal and let me know how to complete the mission. Now, all I have to do is defend Qingyang City. No. Recalling his previous experience, Jun Changxiao muttered, there must be something hidden in this mission. As for what was hidden, he had no way of knowing. Ask the system, it would be strange if it could tell him. The system was gratified. I like how the host knows his own limits. Scram. Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and muttered, seems like I have to participate in the epic mission. As a sect, he could choose to close his doors and not participate in the secular war. However, now that he had reached the peak of Wuzong and was faced with an epic mission, he had to participate, whether it was for his homeland or for the reward. Fortunately, I am defending. If I had to attack, I would be screwed. Jun Changxiao said. Wait, there was another problem. The 4th epic mission did not give a specific time. Jun Changxiao frowned. I can only wait for Xianxia County's army to attack and defend Qingyang City? That's right. The system said. Jun Changxiao scratched his head and said, if Heian County and Huayang County stubbornly resist for a year or 2, wouldn't I be stuck at the peak of Wuzong for a year or 2? The system said, therefore, the host should pray that they choose to surrender quickly. That way, Xianxia County will be free to attack Qingyang County. Jun Changxiao curled his lips and said, I can't wait for them to resist for a while and have more time to develop. The mission condition was to defend Qingyang City. Now that the Xianxia County's army was charging over, even if they managed to hold on, they would definitely have to pay a hefty price. If Iron Bone was given more time and the disciples broke through to a higher level, not only would they be able to hold the fort easily, but they would also be able to reduce the casualty rate. Kill. On the spacious grassland of the Iron Bone Mountain, 1,000 members of the Wolf Rider Hall held overlord spears in their right hands as they rode their hurricane wolves and charged forward. Zhongyi was at the forefront. This loyal and righteous person was selected to be a member of the Wolf Rider Hall. Because of his high realm and his hard work in training, he was recommended by Shui Rengue and appointed by Jun Changxiao as the commander of the cavalry of wolves. Although it hadn't been long since he joined the Iron Bone Sect, Zhongyi, who possessed a high-grade spiritual root, had already reached the level of a 9th-grade martial master. In the past, he had been wandering outside, risking his life for resources. Who would have thought that he would be able to break through so quickly in such a short time? Xianxia had completely fused with the iron bone. If he was asked to go into battle, he would definitely go through fire and water without hesitation. Shua, on the mountain peak, Shui Rengue waved his war banner. Change formation! Xianxia shouted loudly. Behind him, the members of the cavalry of wolves gathered together like a river. From high up in the sky, they changed from scattered to an indestructible spear form. Sect Master. Shui Rengue said, "This is the linear spear formation that I've researched. It can ruthlessly tear apart the opponent's defense line." Xianxia nodded and said, "Very professional." Shui Rengue said, "If it's on the battlefield, I'm confident that I can break through any defensive formation and throw the enemy into disarray." His confidence came from the fact that the members of the cavalry of wolves had strong cultivation, good teamwork, and excellent equipment. Even if it was a 3rd grade 5th grade martial disciple army made up of tens of thousands of people, they could still defeat the enemy. Xianxia said, "If the Xinjiang County's army attacks, our cavalry of wolves should be able to give them a surprise." However, Shui Rengue frowned and said, "I'm worried that Bai Ruihu's army will be equipped with exploding demon crossbows. These kinds of weapons with great destructive power will cause great trouble for the cavalry of wolves." Xianxia waved his hand lightly and took out the exploding demon crossbow he had obtained from the evil cultivators of the demon channeling palace. He said, "You're talking about this thing?" Shui Rengue said, "That's right. How could the sect master have something like this?" "I've sinned." Xianxia shouted down, "Raise your unbreakable iron shield. I'll try shooting an arrow." Xiao Ziji summoned the unbreakable iron shield and said, "Sect master, do you want to activate the barrier?" "No need." As he spoke, Xianxia pulled the bowstring and stuck the exploding demon crossbow in it. Shui Rengue's expression changed slightly. He said, "Sect master, the power of this exploding demon crossbow is comparable to that of an ordinary peak martial master. The iron shield won't be able to block it." Whoosh, Sect Master Jun pulled the trigger. The exploding demon crossbow instantly turned into a streak of light and shot out. Boom, there was a loud explosion, and a gust of wind swept up. When the smoke and dust settled, Xiao Zui was still standing in his original position. The surface of the sturdy iron shield in front of him had only been charred black by the bombardment. Shui Rengue's expression was sluggish. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He knew that the sect master had equipped the members with many pieces of equipment, but he never thought that a single iron shield could actually block the attack of 50,000 kilograms of exploding demon crossbow. Xiao Ziji said, "Sect master, the unbreakable iron shield should be able to block 4 or 5 arrows." Hall Master Shui. Xianxia smiled and said, "If I'm not wrong, the cost of these arrows with explosive power shouldn't be low, right?" Shui Rengue said, "1 arrow costs 10,000 taels. In other words, every arrow shot is equivalent to shooting out a man-made spirit stone. I don't think that Xinjiang County can be used to shoot ordinary wooden arrows for fun," Xianxia said. "Impossible." Shui Rengue said firmly, "Even if it's a county of a higher level, it won't be used to shoot wooden arrows for fun. After all, the cost is too high." Xianxia said, "So, the members of Wolf Rider Hall have the unbreakable iron shield. Can the exploding demon crossbows cause any trouble?" "No." Shui Rengue completely relaxed. With shields with extremely high defense, the highly mobile Wolf Rider Hall would only be able to unleash higher combat power. Furthermore, Xianxia said, "If they really dare to take out the exploding demon crossbows, I guarantee that they won't have a chance to shoot. I'll first use a chain explosion." "Chain explosion?" Shui Rengue's face was blank. "Hall Master Li," Xianxia said, "show Hall Master Shui the results of your Drizzle Hall's recent training." "Okay." Li Luoqiu snapped her fingers. In the distance, 2 members of Drizzle Hall who had been ready for a long time crouched on the ground and set up the AWM sniper rifles in front of them. After a simple check, they decisively pressed the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, a slight sound of wind breaking could be heard. 2 streams of light flew over at an extremely fast speed and accurately hit a fist-sized rock in the distance, instantly shattering it. When Shui Rengui saw this, he immediately widened his eyes. The distance between the two disciples and the rock was at least 5,000 feet, about 1,500 meters, yet they could accurately hit the rock. This was simply extremely valiant. Crack! Crack! The two members pulled the bolt and loaded the bullets. Li Tian walked over and threw the two rocks into the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! As they fell, the bullets were fired again. Bang! Bang! The two rocks were instantly shattered. The corner of Shui Rengui's mouth twitched violently. Shattering the flying rocks with such precision, it was too accurate. Hall Master Shui. Jun Changxiao said with a smile, if we place the members of Drizzle Hall in a secret place and the other party uses the exploding demon crossbows, wouldn't it be equivalent to collective suicide? Shui Rengui imagined a large number of enemy soldiers setting up the exploding demon crossbows and loading the exploding demon crossbows, only to have the arrowheads hit by small streams of light. This was definitely a chain explosion. Sect Master. Shui Rengui said seriously, if they dare to use it, they're definitely digging their own graves. Jun Changxiao said, if the strength of our Iron Bone disciples is a little stronger, for example, if all of them break through to the Martial Master level, do you think we can defend Qingyang City? All of them break through to the Martial Master level. There were more than 2,500 disciples in the sect. If they really reached the Martial Master level, they would form an extremely terrifying combat power. With his experience as a general, Shui Rengui replied, I'm 100% confident. Jun Changxiao thought to himself, it's best if Heian County and Huayang County can delay for a while until the herbs to refine the Martial Master pill are ripe. It wouldn't take too long, about 20 days. Jun Changxiao was now waiting for the army of Xianxia County to arrive. Of course, he also hoped that Heian County and Huayang County could buy him some time so that he could develop better. However, things didn't go as he wished. A few days later, which was the 1-month time limit that Mayor Xia had mentioned, the Drizzle Hall reported that the county chief of Huayang County had chosen to surrender. Damn. Jun Changxiao said, what a coward. Li Luoqiu shook her head and said, if the county chief surrenders, he can still get an official position. However, the poor people in the county will become slaves of Xianxia County. Whether they surrendered or lost, the people who lost their homes would lose their dignity even if they could live. Xie Guangquan refused to surrender because he wanted to protect the dignity of Qingyang County. The good news is, Li Luoqiu said again, the county lords of Huayang County have chosen to fight to the death. Perhaps they can buy us some time. In the end, there are still unyielding men in this world. Jun Chang smiled. Unlike the county chief of Huayang County who surrendered, the 8th-ranked Heian County chose to resist and set up defenses at the Lingyang Pass to delay the army of 100,000. Judging from the current situation, it would take some time for Xianxia County to reach Qingyang County. This was something that Jun Changxiao was happy to see. What made him unhappy was that if he had more wolf cavalry, he wouldn't have to rely on others to buy time for him. He would have just changed from defending to attacking. Elder Wei. Jun Changxiao came to the herb garden and said, how long will it take for the herbs to mature? The herbs used to refine the qi gathering pill had matured a few batches. The spiritual energy was very strong and the finished pill would be 20 times stronger. However, the herbs for the Martial Master pill had not matured yet. Currently, there were at least 1,500 disciples of the Iron Bone sect who were stuck at the peak of martial disciple level. There was no problem for them to break through, but it would take a long time for them to comprehend martial arts. As long as the Martial Master pill was mass-produced, everyone would be able to break through to Martial Master in minutes and have stronger combat power. Therefore, sect leader Jun was very anxious. Elder Wei said, it will take half a month. Half a month. Jun Changxiao murmured, if that's the case, the disciples should all be able to reach the peak of Martial Disciple. When the time comes, all of them will break through to Martial Master. Because the neighboring counties were involved in the war, the Azure Sun County was shrouded in a solemn atmosphere. The people who had been living carefree lives began to feel uneasy. If the Azure Sun County fell, he and his family would lose all their equal rights and would be labeled as lowly commoners or slaves for generations. It was gratifying. The 8 city lords of the 8 cities had the same attitude in the face of the impending war. If the city lived, the people lived. If the city died, the people died, Xianxia said. Although the county chief of Azure Sun County is a hands-off boss, the city lords he selected are all iron-blooded men. Sect leader Li Luoqiu came to report, Huayang City's Qingling City has been lost. Because of the city lord's resistance, Xianyang County's army entered the city and slaughtered more than 1 million civilians. Jun Changxiao frowned. Shui Rengui said, is the general who attacked Qingling City called Miao Hui? Yes, Li Luoqiu said. Shui Rengui said with a cold gaze, it is indeed him. Jun Changxiao said, Hall Master Shui, you know him? Shui Rengui said angrily, Miao Hui is one of the generals under Bai Ruihu. His nickname is Executioner. He is violent and temperamental. He often takes pleasure in slaughtering people. Although I am not from Yangzhou, I have heard of his evil name. Executioner? Jun Changxiao sneered and said, if he dares to come to the Azure Sun County, I will make him a soul under my blade. At this moment, Li Luoqiu received a message from his subordinate, Sect leader. The latest news is that after Miao Hui attacked Qingling City, he brought 10,000 cavalry and is heading toward the Azure Sun County from the direction of Death Valley. This is really what you want comes true. Shui Rengui hurried to the sand table in the hall of the Wolf Rider Hall and said according to the enemy's route, Sect leader, Miao Hui wants to rely on the mobility of the cavalry to attack Shouyang City. Jun Changxiao said, can we deal with them? Shui Rengui pondered for a moment and said seriously, my Wolf Rider Hall can easily annihilate them. If the enemy had a large number of people, he might be afraid. However, 10,000 cavalry was definitely easy to deal with. Jun Changxiao rubbed his nose and said coldly, the best defense is offense. Since the true Sun County dares to invade our Azure Sun County, we will make sure they don't return. Ta ta ta. In the forest of Death Valley, 10,000 cavalrymen of the true Sun County were galloping. The leader was one of Bai Ruihu's generals, Miao Hui. General. Along the way, a deputy general smiled and said, if we suddenly change our path and attack Azure Sun County, we will definitely be able to take down a city easily. General, this is a brilliant move. Another deputy general flattered. Humph, the burly and ferocious-looking Miao Hui sneered, even if I attack openly, the Azure Sun County, which is even weaker than the Huayang County, won't be able to resist. From his words, one could tell that he didn't put the Azure Sun County in his eyes. The lowest grade in the Falling Star continent was the 9th grade, and the Azure Sun County was undoubtedly the weakest among the 9 grades. As a general of a large county, it was normal for him to not put the Azure Sun County in his eyes. General. A deputy general smiled and said, if we take down Qingling City, we will attack without stopping. If we take down Shouyang City, we should at least let our brothers have some fun, right? Miao Hui said, if we win this battle, you can choose any woman in the city. Yes. Everyone replied in unison with battle intent flickering in their eyes. Hiss hiss hiss, suddenly, the warhorse came to an abrupt halt and neighed as though it was frightened. The sudden change caught the soldiers off guard and they almost fell off their horses. What's going on? Miao Hui shouted. General. A deputy general pointed at a hill in the distance and said, there are wolves. Wolves? Miao Hui and his men looked in that direction. A few hundred feet away, a burly wolf with a blue whirlpool under its feet was half squatting on the hill. This is. Miao Hui was overjoyed. A hurricane wolf. Ha ha ha. The deputy general said, to think that you would encounter a rare wind-type beast in the wilderness. General, you are really lucky. If it was a normal rogue cultivator, they would be scared out of their wits when they saw a hurricane wolf. However, Miao Hui was overjoyed. After all, he had a full cavalry division with him. How could he be afraid of a wolf? Quick! He hurriedly ordered, don't let it. Whoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, a weak sound of wind breaking could be heard. Bang, the deputy general next to him had a hole in his head, and he fell off his horse with a plop. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Whoosh, whoosh, at this moment, 2 more sounds of wind breaking could be heard. The deputy generals next to Miao Hui had their heads pierced again, and they fell off their horses. One of them was the one who said he wanted to have some fun. Now, he could have some fun in the 18 levels of hell. Ka ka ka, The two Drizzle Hall members who were hiding more than 2,000 meters away pulled the bolt and reloaded again. They said telepathically, "Hall Master, targets 1, 2, and 3 have been killed." Xuerengui's mouth twitched slightly. This shooting distance was even further than the previous test at Mount Ironbone. It was amazing to hit the target with one shot. Swoosh. After a slight pause, the battle flag was waved. Awoo, awoo, a series of bone-chilling wolf howls resounded in the Death Valley area. Swoosh. 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 In an instant, thousands of Wolf Rider Hall members riding hurricane wolves appeared on the hill in an orderly manner. Swoosh. Zhongyi leaped up and landed on the wolf beast that Miao Kuai and the others had seen earlier. He brandished his jet-black overlord spear and held it horizontally in front of him as he shouted, with the determination to break through the enemy lines, "There is only death." Kill. End of chapter 440. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.